In an old diary kept by an elderly resident of a village, the following was recorded. One day, a foreigner arrived in the village. He didn't make much of an impression, but he seemed to have gone through something terrible, as there was a sense of danger in his eyes. He carried a sword with him, and the man writing the diary honestly preferred that he would leave. However, the kind village chief decided to take him in. As for the diary author, he simply set it aside and continued tending to his own affairs. 4 days passed since the foreigner's arrival. He trained in the courtyard of the house where he was staying, and lived so quietly that it almost felt like he wasn't there at all. Still, some of the more curious villagers showed interest in him. The diary author, however, did not. 10 days after the man's arrival, he finally discovered what the foreigner was doing. Some boys who peeked over the fence said that he wielded his sword every day and trained non-stop until nightfall. It seemed there was some story behind it, but that was all they knew. Even so, the diarist didn't care at all. Another month passed, and the man was still swinging his sword in the yard. The diary author had never seen him in person, only heard comments from others. Another month went by, and the villagers kept talking about the man. He thought it was all nonsense and continued his routine as usual, until curiosity finally got the better of him. So he decided that, the next day, he would go see the man himself. He wanted to find out whether he was really as impressive as people said. He wanted to see how strong he was, how fast he was, and how refined his swordsmanship was. But when he finally went to see him, the experience was disappointing. For villagers who knew nothing about swordsmanship, it might have seemed impressive. However, for someone who had once served in the army, there was nothing special about it. In truth, the man's technique was merely mediocre. Even so, he immediately sensed that something must have been weighing on that swordsman's heart. There was something burning inside him. The diary author felt pity for the man, but decided he should stop caring about it. Then he left. Sometime later, he recorded in his diary the arrival of a new family in the village. It was a retired mercenary accompanied by his 2 children. The eldest daughter was named Rema, a pure-hearted young girl. To him, there was nothing more angelic than her smile. Over time, he found ways to talk with her, but that wasn't very important for the records. What he did note was that the swordsman continued swinging his blade. It had already been 3 years since that training began. After a long time, he picked up his pen again and wrote that, after 2 years of courtship, Rema had become his wife. There was nothing more he could possibly wish for. His days were filled with joy and happiness. And yet, the swordsman continued swinging his sword. Somehow, that man never left his mind. 5 years was a very long time. While countless people experienced moments of happiness and sorrow, that man remained alone in his garden, repeating the same movements with his sword. From that point on, the diary author began observing him every day. 5 years and 1 month. 5 years and 4 months. 6 years and 2 months. In the 6th year, on the 9th month and 3rd day, a heavy snowstorm fell over the village, but the swordsman trained anyway. During that same period, the diary author had a child with his beloved Rema, a girl named Laura. The villagers gathered to congratulate the family, and the man continued training. The 7th year came, then the 8th, then 15 years. The author continued recording everything. There were days when he didn't even check whether the swordsman was training or not, but he was certain that he was. Just as the sun rises every morning and the moon appears every night, that training had become something natural. The swordsman was surely still there. Much later, the man was awakened by his daughter Laura and his grandson. Laura asked her son not to disturb his grandfather, but since he was already awake, she explained that she would take the children to a fair in another village. Her father replied that it was fine and they could go ahead. Then he decided to take a walk through the village. By this time, he had already become the new village chief. As he walked through the streets and greeted the villagers, he thought about how time was truly a curious thing. The village had changed a lot over the years, but that courtyard hadn't. The same broken gate, the same garden, the same place where a swordsman trained every day. Nearly 37 years had passed. However, that day, the village chief saw something he had never imagined witnessing. When he opened the gate, he found the swordsman leaning against his sword as if it were a crutch. His body was cold and motionless. He was dead. Even so, his eyes still carried the same fury from decades ago. And even at the end of his life, he had never let go of his sword. The village chief gently laid the body down, closed his eyes, and arranged for his burial. As he performed that final act of respect, he sincerely wished that man had found a better place. Then, suddenly, a blonde boy awoke from that terrible dream. Meanwhile, in the Frieren spiritual district, located south of the kingdom of Yahello, a knight was explaining to a novice that few names were more famous than the district itself. Among them were the children of Baron Frieren, in particular, Princess Khalil, who had received the title of sorceress at only 11 years old. She was considered a true prodigy. The novice knight was impressed by this, but another knight commented that she wasn't even the family's eldest child. His superior immediately reprimanded him, telling him not to say such things in front of the novice. The knight simply thought he already knew the true story, but chose to pretend otherwise. Without a doubt, Khalil was extremely famous, but there was someone even more well-known. Irene Ferreira. The young man was known by the nickname the Idle Noble. He lost his mother very early, and since then, he had done absolutely nothing for 15 years. He spent every day locked in his room, sleeping and avoiding any responsibility. That was how he earned that nickname. And honestly, losing one's mother right before one's someone's eyes was something that would awaken anyone's compassion. It was a traumatic and terrible experience. At that moment, two people approached the knights. They were Amelia, the Baron's second wife, and Keliel, the prodigy princess. As soon as they arrived, Amelia asked who had given them permission to be so insolent during duty. All the knights bowed and apologized, promising they would never do it again. The little girl asked if it was really true and wanted to know what they had just been doing, questioning whether it would truly never happen again. However, Amelia told her daughter that that was enough. The knights had probably already recognized their mistakes, hadn't they? They immediately replied that they had. Amelia then commented that she didn't even know what they were talking about, but instead of gossiping, they should focus on their work. The knights quickly dispersed, and once the two women left, everyone sighed in relief. They commented that the princess was truly impressive, while Amelia could be quite intimidating. Still, they agreed that the two were very different from those other two. Meanwhile, Aaron couldn't sleep in his room. At that hour, he should have been resting. It was true that sometimes he went a whole day without sleeping, but that dream had been too strange. Since then, something had changed. The sweet taste he felt when he was exhausted seemed real, as did the screams coming from his muscles. Above all, his body seemed to desire something. He couldn't stay still or calm. Because of that, he called one of the servants and asked for his sword. The servant was confused and asked if he really intended to exercise. Later, at the Frieren family training ground, both knights and nobles were impressed. After all, the lazy young master had appeared at the training field. It was already rare to see him anywhere, so seeing him there was even more surprising. Many wondered if he truly intended to practice swordsmanship. Aaron approached the wooden swords, and the servant explained that although they were all made of wood, each had different characteristics depending on shape, size, and length. Furthermore, the young master had no familiarity with swords at all. If he waited a little longer, they could find a proper master to teach him. But Aaron simply replied that he didn't need it. Then he picked up a two-handed sword, exactly the same one that had appeared in his dream. One of the knights even wondered if he was dreaming. Another pinched his own cheek to check, but apparently it was real. Then Aaron raised the sword and began swinging it with great effort and difficulty. The weapon was far too heavy for him. Some nobles commented that it was truly pathetic. It was exactly what one would expect from someone who had spent his entire life doing nothing but sleeping. Others believed it had something to do with the heir of the Garun territory. After all, the son of the neighboring lord had recently humiliated the young master, and he had been unable to respond at the time. Perhaps he had been holding on to that resentment ever since. After a few comments, everyone returned to their duties. Still, they made bets on how long he would last. Most believed it would not exceed 30 minutes. The servant overheard all of this and, worried, explained that swordsmanship was a fundamental and very important art. Training alone would be extremely difficult. If he wished, they could find a worthy master to guide him, but Aaron did not respond. He was completely immersed in the training. Every time he swung the sword, it wasn't only his arms that screamed in pain. Every muscle in his body seemed to protest at once. Even stumbling and nearly falling due to the weight of the weapon, he did not want to give up. It was calming his body, his anxiety, and even the trembling in his hands. The more he tried to reproduce the movements he had seen in the dream, the more the weight in his heart slowly faded away. With each strike, his bad memories and worries seemed to be pushed further and further away. Because of that, he simply could not stop. He kept striking repeatedly until the servant finally asked him to end the training for the day. The sun was already setting. Only then did Aaron realize it was truly getting dark. Exhausted, he almost collapsed into the servant's arms. The servant commented that he had pushed himself too hard. In truth, Aaron hadn't even noticed how many hours had passed. He then asked if the servant had been waiting for him all that time. The man replied that, of course, he would not abandon him there. He had been calling him for quite a while, but the young master simply did not respond. The others would take care of cleaning the area. Now he needed to go inside and rest. Aaron agreed. Still, he wasn't sure if he would train again. That night, his entire body was sore. He concluded that he must have gone mad to do something like that. There was no way he would be able to sleep in that condition. But 5 minutes later, he was completely out cold. In the following days, his appetite increased significantly. During breakfast, the servant watched this without being able to hide his surprise. Then he asked if he would also go to the training field that day. Aaron replied yes, while continuing to eat voraciously. From that first day onward, he kept having the same dream every night. And in order to satisfy that strange need he felt within himself, he began training with the sword daily, even if reluctantly. However, one thing was undeniable. Every time he lifted the sword, any useless thoughts vanished immediately. Moreover, he was making progress. His physique improved every day. Because of that, he concluded that everything was fine. He just needed to eat well now so he could lift the sword again later. So Aaron asked for another serving of breakfast and ate a heavy meal. Meanwhile, At the training field, the knights were talking and placing bets on who would win the ongoing competition. It was then that an old man approached them and asked how to reach the training field. He introduced himself as a wandering knight and explained that he would like to visit the place while in that territory. He also mentioned that he had already received permission and began looking for the document that proved it. One of the knights replied that there was no need to worry, their shift was almost over anyway, and they could guide him there. Upon arriving at the Frieren family training field, the knights immediately noticed that Aaron was training once again. It was already the fourth consecutive day he had shown up there. One of the knights immediately celebrated, saying he had won the bet. The veteran, with no choice, handed over the money while complaining about his bad luck. Still, everyone was impressed. Who would have imagined that the young master would actually show up at the training field for 4 days in a row? When the old man asked the reason for that sudden change, one of the knights explained that the son of the Lord of Garen had recently humiliated the boy. In their opinion, that resentment would probably keep him training for at least a week. While listening to the conversation, the old man watched Aaron swinging the sword. From what he could see, it didn't look like the boy was there just to pass the time. His swordsmanship was extremely poor. That was true. He barely had the strength to support the weight of the sword. His breathing was awkward, and his stamina was practically non-existent. Even so, he kept pushing forward. Perhaps he had started because of the humiliation he suffered. To the old man, practicing swordsmanship for such petty reasons was problematic. Still, there was something interesting about that boy. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind hit the training field. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a huge griffin descending onto the area. Riding on it was Princess Khalil. The creature had the body of a tiger and the head of an eagle. Its skin looked as tough as steel, resembling the legendary beasts that were almost never seen in the world. When it landed, it destroyed part of the training ground's floor. However, it was not a real griffin. Giving movement to her own creations and filling them with energy as if they were alive was one of the specialties of the sorceress Khalil. As soon as she got off, she pointed at several knights and demanded explanations. Her gaze quickly fell on the old visitor. They said he was just a wandering knight, but she didn't seem very interested in the explanation. Then she asked why everyone was just standing there doing nothing. The knights quickly replied that they had just finished their shift. The veteran explained that they were simply carrying out a shift change with the workers and assured her they were not causing any problems. But Khalil asked if he was interrupting what she was saying. In her view, everyone was just chatting in the training field. At that moment, Aaron stopped his own training and asked his sister what was going on. Without even looking directly at him, Khalil ordered him to stop immediately. She said he shouldn't be doing something so stupid, but Aaron simply ignored her. He gripped the sword again and returned to his training movements. Irritated, Khalil asked if he really believed swordsmanship was something so simple. After spending his entire life sleeping and doing nothing, he wasn't going to change anything just by lifting a wooden sword. His skill was terrible. Even a rookie guard was better than him. And to make matters worse, he seemed to be doing it for such a petty reason. Before she could continue, Amelia called her daughter and asked her to stop bothering her brother. After that, she praised the knight's work and also asked Aaron not to overdo his training. He politely replied that he would. Shortly afterward, Amelia and Khalil left. Only the griffin remained for a few more moments, frightening the knights. The old man watched everything in silence. Then he thought that this was indeed the famous Khalil Ferreira. She had appeared like a storm, caused enormous chaos, and disappeared just as quickly. Even with all that commotion around him, Aaron continued training as if nothing had happened. His focus didn't waver for even a moment. That aroused even more curiosity in the old man. Perhaps it would be worth observing him for a few more days. Later that night, Khalil tried to sneak up to her brother's room. However, she was immediately intercepted by Aaron's servant, who informed her that the young master was already asleep and suggested she return in the morning. Khalil replied that she needed to settle some matters with him. The servant then said he could deliver the message when Aaron woke up. In response, Khalil released part of her magical pressure and asked if he was trying to defy her. Faced with that display of power, the man simply lowered his head. Satisfied, Khalil warned him not to tell anyone about what had happened that night. The next morning, Aaron woke up to the sound of a small flute-playing cat doll playing a melody beside his bed. Near him was a letter. It was a message from Khalil, apologizing for what she had said at the training field. After hearing that he was putting in so much effort, and at least eating properly, she had ended up worrying about him. Because of that, she had left that magical doll to help him. At the end of the letter, she also asked him not to tell their mother that she had entered his room, but there was a message written on the back. It was from Amelia. She said she had already seen the letter and that, if Khalil bothered him again, he should let her know. Until then, she would pretend she knew nothing. Reading that, Aaron realized that his family truly cared about him. Even though he had spent so much time just sleeping and wasting his days, they were still worried about him. Shortly after, he was called to have a meal with his family. It was the first time that had happened in a long while. Seeing the scene, Aaron's servant could not hide his excitement. To him it was obvious. The young master was truly changing. Later, Kyle kept placing more food on Aaron's plate, while Amelia asked the reason for all of it. That was when Aaron thanked his entire family. He explained that he had always wanted to say it, because they had taken care of him all this time, even when he did nothing but sleep. He had never been able to express his feelings before, but he loved them all. His father replied that he loved him as well, and that he did not need to apologize for anything. He said they could simply finish the meal in peace. However, he took the opportunity to mention that he had heard his son had been dedicating himself to swordsmanship recently. Training was good, but he should not overdo it. Aaron replied that he was not overworking himself, and that everything was truly fine. In his mind, compared to the training he endured in his dreams, this was nothing. Later, at the training field, people were already commenting that it was Aaron's 15th consecutive day of training. Many said he would soon reach his limit. However, what was even stranger was the presence of an old man who had settled there just to observe him. The man thought that it had already been about 10 days since he began watching the young master Frieren train. At first, he believed the boy had started training out of pride or some inferiority complex, and so he expected him to give up quickly. But he had been completely wrong. The boy, known as the idle noble, famous for having lived an extremely lazy life, continued training without showing any sign of reluctance. For someone who had practically never exercised, it was impressive. It was as if Aaron lived each day with the mentality of a blacksmith hammering steel non-stop, as if he had lived that way for decades. Even so, the old man believed there were things that could only be gained through many years of maturity. One of them was an iron will, and at that moment, he was seeing exactly that in a 15-year-old boy. Because of this, he became curious about how far the boy could go. While Aaron continued swinging his sword repeatedly, more and more people gathered to watch him. At one point, the old man asked one of the servants whether the young noble had ever received formal sword training. The servant replied that he had not. He said the boy had never had a teacher and had been practicing on his own like that from the beginning. The old man then asked who his future instructor would be. The servant answered that it had never really been a secret. As far as he knew, it would be a knight named Orne, or something like that. The old man immediately rejected the idea. In his opinion, that man spent the nights before training sessions drunk and distracted. He could not allow a rare gem like that boy to fall into the hands of someone like him. To him, Aaron deserved far better than a man who only knew how to shout at soldiers, so he decided to act. It made no sense to find such a promising child and simply keep watching from the sidelines. Shortly afterward, he went to Lord Ferreira's office and told him everything he had observed during those days. The Lord became extremely excited upon hearing it. The possibility that his son truly had talent filled him with joy. The old man then suggested that a recommendation letter be prepared for the Kronos Academy, the best school of swordsmen on the entire continent. The academy accepted only talented children, regardless of nationality, gender, or social status. Simply being a student there guaranteed treatment comparable to that of nobility. Its reputation was even higher than that of the Royal Academy. Even so, Aaron's father knew that entering that institution was extremely difficult. Staying there was even more challenging. He wasn't sure whether his son would be able to endure such intense competition. When he spoke with Aaron, he explained all of this and made it clear that he would not force him down that path. If he didn't want to go, he could simply say no. His only goal was to make sure Aaron understood the difficulties he would face. Aaron asked for some time to think. He didn't know if he could adapt so quickly, especially after spending 10 years doing practically nothing. However, he also didn't want to continue living like that. For himself and for his family, he decided that he needed to change. After much reflection, he returned to his father's office and said that he wanted to leave. And so, he said goodbye to his entire family and began a long carriage journey with his servant, heading toward the academy. It was the first time the young master had ever left home alone. Before departure, the servant also gave him a gift sent by Lady Khalil. It was a necklace with a sword-shaped pendant, given as a symbol of good luck. When they finally arrived at the impressive academy, the servant said he would accompany him to the entrance. However, Aaron replied that this was enough. From that moment on, he would just be another student and needed to learn to do things on his own. The servant became emotional upon hearing that. Then Aaron asked him to wait for his return. The man replied that he would, and said he would await the young master's return with excellent results. At that same moment, another candidate arrived at the location. It was young Master Bart Lloyd of the Lloyd family, introduced by his knights in an extremely formal and pompous manner. A long sequence of titles, praises, and recommendations was announced, including the fact that he possessed a letter signed by the prestigious knight Colesway. While everyone seemed impressed by the presentation, no one truly cared much about it. The knights allowed him to enter without issue. Shortly after, Aaron appeared alone and presented his own recommendation letter. It had been written by Bran Somerville, a wandering knight. Upon reading the name, the guards immediately showed respect. They said it was an honor to receive a young master of the Ferreira family, and also recognized Bran Somerville as the honored knight who had led battles during the conquest of the mines decades ago. Wishing him good good luck, they allowed him to enter. After he passed, one of the older knights commented in surprise that Bran Somerville had never written a recommendation letter for anyone before. The younger knight replied that the boy must be the famous idle noble of the Frieren family. At first glance, he seemed physically weak, so he couldn't understand what the old man had seen in him. The older knight simply replied that they would find out soon enough. When Aaron opened the huge wooden doors of the academy auditorium, he realized that everyone was looking at him. For a moment he felt nervous, but quickly calmed down after realizing it was only because he had just entered. Soon after, a veteran knight stepped onto the stage to welcome the 400 preliminary apprentices. He introduced himself as one of the instructors responsible for evaluating them. According to him, there were some very promising candidates that year. Among them, the most outstanding was Ilya Lindsay, the second genius of the Lindsay family. Her talent was considered even greater than that of her own brother. Upon hearing this, Bart Lloyd was not pleased at all. In his opinion, no one else had any real potential simply because she was there. He believed Ilya would trample over all the other candidates. The instructor then explained that they were not yet true apprentices. They were only preliminary apprentices. As everyone should already know, the path of a swordsman was extremely harsh. If they managed to pass the next 2 evaluation tests, they could remain at Kronos Academy for 1 year, keeping the title of preliminaries. Even so, many more tests awaited them in the future. Before starting, everyone had to leave their belongings aside and proceed to the outer courtyard, where the first stage of the evaluation would take place. Later, in front of a massive running track, the instructor explained that the area was used to develop fundamental physical abilities such as muscle endurance and respiratory capacity. The course had several curves, but it was still just a running track. Finally, he announced that it was time for the first physical aptitude test, and then he ran ahead of everyone else. The children were barely managing to keep up, and the instructor commented that their pace was still too slow, so he accelerated even further. By that point, everyone was already on the verge of collapsing just trying to follow, including Aaron. Bart even felt happy when he saw Aaron drop to his knees, so that nickname wasn't for nothing. Meanwhile, Aaron felt as if his heart might explode at any moment. He couldn't run anymore. The instructor noticed that everyone was falling behind that boy, and Aaron could no longer take even another step. Even so, he forced himself to stand up. That was nothing compared to the man who appeared in his dreams. He wanted to be like that man. He wanted to stand on equal footing with him, and for that, he needed to keep running. It was time to stop being lazy. The other instructor watched everything with great surprise. He was certain Aaron would give up immediately, but he realized the boy was in terrible condition. There came a moment when he collapsed on the ground, almost fainting. The second instructor had to act quickly to stop the first from running right over him. The knight thought he would definitely black out. He was completely exhausted and had pushed his body beyond its limits. Even so, it was interesting. Later, Aaron woke up in a bed in the infirmary. A man approached and told him not to worry. He introduced himself as Tarhal, the running instructor and head of the recovery room. Aaron thanked him for the care, and Tarhal replied that he really should be grateful. After all, if it weren't for him, things could have been much worse. He then commented that he would probably see Aaron Ferreira quite often from now on. He then handed the boy the test results, but he told him not to worry, because this was different from the midterm and final evaluations. Aaron had placed last, since he couldn't finish the race. Tarhal explained that he would not be eliminated because of that. It only served to give an idea of what needed improvement. It was also a way to motivate those at the bottom of the ranking. In a year's time, everything would be completely different, so he didn't need to worry too much. Even while trying to motivate him, Tarhal noticed that the boy didn't seem exactly sad. He was more thoughtful than discouraged. Then the instructor said it was time to get up. After all, it was the first day of classes. That morning, another instructor received all the students in a gigantic room. He introduced himself as Karaka, one of those responsible for the classes going forward. He explained that the daily routine would follow a fixed schedule. The students would wake up, have breakfast, do morning training, have lunch, attend afternoon training, have dinner, and then have mental training and liberal arts classes. Free time would only come after the full daily routine. From that moment on, the training hall, the indoor academy, and other areas would be open to the apprentices. Those who wanted to train on their own could use those spaces whenever they wished. Hearing that, Aaron became excited. Maybe he could finally use his sword. But the excitement didn't last long, because Karaka warned that any kind of weapons training was forbidden. The poor boy was completely devastated. At night, Bart Lloyd's group walked together through the corridors. They commented that liberal arts classes were always very boring. One of the boys said he almost fell asleep during class, while another replied that it happened because he was too stupid to understand the teacher's language. Soon after, they arrived at the academy. There, the apprentices were doing push-ups, pull-ups, bench presses, dumbbell exercises, and all kinds of general physical training. Everyone was working hard on that first day. Still, Bart's group believed they would soon get tired of that routine. Then Bart spotted Ilya Lindsay. The girl was doing squats with a bar loaded with absurd weights. It looked heavy enough to crush a cart. Right away, Bart thought the rumors were true. She was practically a monster. She didn't look like a preliminary apprentice at all. It was as if she was on a completely different level from the others. The group was impressed, but to relieve a bit of their envy, they decided to pick on poor Aaron, who was training nearby using only an unweighted bar. They said that effort was ridiculous and would lead nowhere. They also mocked him for fainting during the run, telling him to be careful not to pass out again. Meanwhile, Ilya Lindsay continued watching Aaron. When Bart looked away, he noticed another girl. It was Judith, who had placed second in the test and defeated him. Being a commoner, he assumed she must be very strong to have gone that far. Still, he kept staring at her, thinking he would not lose to her again. Noticing this, Judith asked if he had a problem with the way he was staring. Bart's group tried to defend him, but the boy himself wasn't too offended. Deep down, he knew he deserved it. After all, he was already starting to form a rivalry with her. Impatient, Judith told everyone to shut up and stop talking non-stop. That was when something caught the attention of the entire academy. Not only Judith, but practically everyone present looked in the same direction. Ilya Lindsay had approached Aaron to help him with his training. While he was doing bench presses, she corrected his movements and explained how to perform the exercise properly. Everyone watched the scene in disbelief. After helping him, she simply left. When Aaron noticed he was being watched, he turned his head toward the others. In an instant, everyone pretended to be looking elsewhere. Both Judith and Bart were frustrated that they hadn't managed to hear the conversation. Without wasting any time, Judith dropped the weights and left the others behind. She went straight to talk to Aaron. She said she wasn't interested in chatting with him, so she wanted quick answers. Her first question was about what Ilya Lindsay had said. When Aaron explained that she had simply corrected his posture and taught him how to properly use the equipment, Judith clearly showed she didn't fully believe him. Then she asked what their relationship was, whether they already knew each other, or even if they were dating. Aaron replied that it had been their first conversation. After that, Judith said fine, but advised him to stop making that idiot face, otherwise he would end up getting bullied. Without paying much attention, Aaron completely ignored her presence and went back to training. But soon, another person showed up to interrupt him. This time it was Bart, who wanted to know what he had been talking about with the two girls. A month later, Bart was training with his group as usual. Meanwhile, Ilya Lindsay personally helped Aaron during his exercises, especially with squats. She corrected his breathing, posture, and movements, guiding him closely. Seeing that, Bart tried to focus on his own training. There was no point in thinking about the two of them all the time. Still, he couldn't accept the situation. After all, Ilya Lindsay was considered extraordinary, while Aaron Ferreira was the complete opposite of her. In his mind, it was impossible to believe that the boy had entered the academy by merit. Sooner or later, he would fall back into his old habits. To Bart, he was still a joke. After that, he went to the running track with his group. There, Judith was training alone. She was extremely dedicated when it came to running. Seeing her, one of the boys commented that a commoner like her really needed to work that hard. Bart Lloyd got furious at that and decided there was no more room for discussion. He said they would start running immediately and warned his group that if this already felt like too much for them, then they wouldn't be able to keep up with him. 2 months after the start of training, the instructors went to check on their students, the preliminary apprentices, in Clishan Karaka. As expected, the unrivaled trio was still training on their own. Karaka was referring to Judith, Bart Lloyd, and Ilya Lindsay. He commented that the lazy one, well, it was no longer accurate to call that boy lazy. He definitely no longer seemed idle. Later, one of the instructors announced that the semester evaluation had finally arrived. All students would take part, and the only requirement was to complete the course within the time limit. In practice, it would be a race against time. Some students complained that it seemed too difficult, but the instructor said it was nothing special. The test simply combined everything they had learned over the past 4 months, including running and swimming. Ranking didn't matter. What mattered was who could pass and who couldn't. However, there was an extra incentive. The Swordmaster would personally reward the top 5 preliminary apprentices. The news excited many people. The evaluation would take place in 10 days, at 9 in the morning. There would also be no classes during this period, so everyone should use the time to train and improve their chances of passing. After that, the instructor wished everyone good luck. Bart Lloyd's group became worried about the difficulty of the exam, but Bart himself was thinking about other people. He was assessing Ilya Lindsay, Judith, and the other competitors. Even with conservative estimates, he saw no possibility of himself falling out of the top 5. Still, that boy, the former lazy one, kept bothering his thoughts. Later, Judith was breaking her personal record when she noticed that Aaron was nearly vomiting from exhaustion. It became clear to her that that crazy boy was pushing himself to the limit once again. His physical abilities had improved greatly, but she couldn't understand how he kept advancing like that. Thinking about it, she ended up wondering how she could have less perseverance than him. She would not accept that at all, so she continued training with even greater determination. On the first day of the instructor's evaluation, they concluded that about 30 people would be seriously competing that year. The sword master of the academy, Ian, appeared upon hearing this and commented that 30 was a considerable number. He said it was better to see it with his own eyes than rely on reports, so he had decided to come personally. Upon arriving, he greeted the new assistant and asked how old he appeared to be. Karaka replied that he looked about 52 years old. Ian laughed and said he was quite an amusing figure. Although he didn't didn't particularly like flattery. Even so, he stated that he would double his salary. After all, Ian was already 90 years old. Next, he commented that those students were very different from previous classes, and attributed part of that to the instructor's hard work. Karaka, however, replied that he was greatly underestimating the students. He pointed to Ilya Lindsay as a true genius, someone who had never lost first place in any test, and who fully deserved her reputation. Ian observed the girl and said he considered her a pity. She had the right to choose her own path, but he didn't understand why she was so obsessed with following exactly the same route as others. He hoped she would be able to overcome the feelings she had carried for so long. After that, he analyzed Judith and asked if anyone had ever tried to stop her. In his view, she was clearly pushing herself beyond her limits. He approached the girl to talk to her, and when he returned, she simply resumed training as if nothing had happened. Ian just shook his head and commented that she was truly stubborn. According to him, she would only stop if she had a truly convincing reason. Then he asked where Aaron Ferreira was. When they reached the boy, Ian spent nearly 30 minutes simply observing him. After that time, he left and told everyone to leave the boy alone and not worry about him. He explained that Aaron knew exactly when to stop and had perfect control over his mind and body. Later, Aaron Ferreira lay down to rest, completely exhausted. While recovering his strength, he began thinking about the strange things happening around him. The people who once mocked or ignored him now seemed more attentive to his presence. In addition, Ilya Lindsay had been helping him quite a lot. She didn't seem like the type of person who would help someone out of pity, so he couldn't understand her motives. In the end, he decided to stop thinking about it and simply rest. When he fell asleep, he once again saw that dream. It was precisely because of it that he spent so much time lying in bed. The feeling of that place reminded him of his mother's warm embrace, which he had lost. Because of that, part of him just wanted to stay there, lying down and sleeping forever, until a shining sword cut through the illusion. Aaron Ferreira felt that comfort trying to pull him back, but he chose to break free from it. He simply thanked everything he had received so far. Now, however, he needed to follow his own path. Once again motivated by the dream of that man who never gave up raising his sword, he got up and went to train for another day. When the evaluation day finally arrived, Aaron Ferreira appeared in silence. He was completely disheveled, as if he had trained all night. Bart Lloyd's group commented that he was an idiot. If the evaluation involved facing opponents directly, he would lose immediately in that condition. However, Bart Lloyd also noticed that Judith had been training hard in recent days. It was obvious she was in her worst physical condition. Even so, he believed he could secure his own position. Ilya Lindsay, meanwhile, found it strange that Aaron Ferreira wasn't even lifting his head. At that moment, the instructor announced that it was 8:55 and explained the rules of the intermediate evaluation once again. The course would be divided into 4 stages, each supervised by an instructor. Once participants reached the required score in a stage, they could move on to the next. It was an absolute evaluation, so they should not be influenced by their surroundings. The important thing was to stay focused and show their best performance. When the test began, everyone gave it their all. In the first stage, weightlifting, Ilya Lindsay surged ahead. Bart Lloyd was impressed by her speed, but he also managed to complete the test quickly. That's when he noticed that Aaron Ferreira seemed completely furious. The boy advanced like an out-of-control bulldozer. Bart Lloyd even wondered what had happened to that damn guy. He became so distracted watching him that, when he realized it, Ilya Lindsay had already finished the first stage. Shortly after, Aaron Ferreira also passed. Some participants told Bart Lloyd not to pay attention to him. After all, the boy seemed to be at his absolute limit. Meanwhile, Aaron thought they could laugh at him all they wanted. Upon reaching the second stage, box jumping, he also noticed he was surprised by himself. His body felt different, warm and full of energy. He didn't feel like he was overdoing it or pushing beyond his limits. On the contrary, he felt faster and stronger. The result was surprising. Aaron Ferreira completed the second stage before everyone else. This made Judith extremely irritated, causing her to speed up even more in weightlifting. Master Ian watched everything with pride. Meanwhile, Aaron had already reached the long-distance run, the third stage, but Ilya Lindsay was still ahead of him. For some reason, an intense sense of competitiveness rose within him. He wanted to overtake her at any cost, so he accelerated, but there was someone even faster than both of them. Judith shot forward like a rocket and dove straight into the next stage. She didn't want to give up after everything she had gone through to reach that point. As a mere commoner, all her life, she had faced prejudice from arrogant people, been told she would never succeed, and constantly judged. Even so, she kept giving her best every single day to reach that place. She advanced to the fourth stage, long-distance swimming. However, midway through the course, she felt a strong cramp. She had overexerted herself during the run. Shortly after, Ilya Lindsay overtook her. As she slowly sank, Judith thought she wouldn't make it. Even if she kept forcing herself, it wouldn't change the outcome. It was too frustrating. She had let herself get carried away and no longer had the strength to keep swimming. At that moment, Aaron Ferreira appeared. He was giving everything he had to complete the test, but still stopped to help her. He grabbed Judith Judith and pulled her along with him. When she partially regained consciousness, she asked what he was doing. It was irritating. However, Eren simply told her not to worry. The two reached the shore safely, and instructor Karaka immediately checked to see if Judith was alright. What surprised everyone most was that Eren Ferreira had gone back to save her and, after that, returned alone to complete the 4th stage. He kept swimming without stopping. He swam and swam until he finally reached the finish line. At the end of the day, many participants were late, and some even cried for failing to pass. However, Karaka said it was still too early to be discouraged. There would be a second evaluation round. According to him, the averages in the second round were usually much lower than in the first, but it was still perfectly possible to pass. This encouraged the students, who moved forward with renewed hope. Later, another instructor commented that, as expected, there were more successful candidates than the previous year. Karaka agreed, saying it was almost as if something, or someone, was motivating those children. Then he revealed something interesting. The hero of the day, who had saved Judith, finished in only 34th place out of the 35 who passed. It was Eren Ferreira. Upon hearing this, Lance, one of the students, thought he only managed 5th place because that idiot Eren Ferreira decided to play the hero. Even Bart Lloyd went to congratulate him on his placement. However, as he did so, he couldn't stop thinking about something. Throughout the entire evaluation, Eren Ferreira's performance had been far beyond anything he himself could achieve. The boy had been practically a monster. If he hadn't stopped to help Judith, Eren would certainly have finished ahead of him. Deep down, Bart Lloyd knew that. And he also knew he had completely lost. The next morning, early at dawn, Eren Ferreira was already running again. That's when Ilya Lindsay approached him and asked why he had done it. He had lost his ranking just to help Judith. Eren replied that he simply felt he had to do it. Ilya Lindsay countered that it made no sense. There were instructors ready throughout the evaluation. Any of them could have saved Judith without issue. On top of that, he had given up a reward offered by the greatest swordsman on the continent. And it wasn't just that. The same people who had mocked him before now had even more reason to despise him. But Eren just smiled. He explained that he had once been known as the idle noble. In truth, many people still called him that. For a long time, he felt as if he were trapped in a swamp, not without reason, but also without making any effort to escape it. Even so, that pathetic Eren Ferreira ended up being pulled out of that swamp. He was saved by his loving family. He was able to stand up again, thanks to the help of many people. Because of that, he believed it was also right to help someone when he had the chance. That was exactly why he saved Judith the day before. Hearing this, Ilya Lindsay fell silent for a few seconds. Then she turned to him and asked if it was true that he had never held a sword before last year. Eren Ferreira confirmed without hesitation. Yes, that was exactly it. Ilya Lindsay explained that physical training and swordsmanship were very different things. Both required a great deal of hard work and skill, but to her, skill was the most important part. She commented that Eren Ferreira had probably lost the opportunity to receive personal guidance from a master swordsman and that she would not offer her help again. She hoped he wouldn't regret that decision. Even so, Eren asked why she had helped him in the first place. Ilya replied that even she wasn't sure. Maybe it was because she hated when people talked about others without truly knowing them. At the end of the evaluations, it was announced that 35 candidates had passed the first stage and 78 had passed the second, totaling 113 successful applicants. It was also stated that the top 5 preliminary apprentices from the first evaluation would receive a reward after a private meeting with the master swordsman. At that moment, Ian asked if they weren't forgetting someone. Then the instructor called Eren Ferreira up to the stage. Everyone was shocked, but the master swordsman began to explain that competition was something very enjoyable. The desire not to be surpassed by those who pursued you could lead a person to achieve incredible feats. However, if someone became too consumed by that and stopped paying attention to what was happening around them, they might lose important things. According to him, Eren Ferreira had not made that mistake. During the evaluation, he had put himself at risk in a situation where he could have fallen into an abyss, and because of that, he was able to save a companion. Some people might think differently, but both the master swordsman and all the instructors agreed that his actions deserved praise. For that reason, Eren would also receive a reward. Later, in the master swordsman's office, a private meeting was held with the awarded students. During their conversation, Bart Lloyd said that he had finally understood a few things and admitted that his mindset had been too narrow. Ian replied that he didn't need to put himself down like that, since a truly narrow-minded person would not admit their mistakes as he had done. Still, Bart acknowledged that he had stubbornly insisted on his own methods until then. Now, following Ian's advice, if there was something he could learn from others, he would learn it. After Bart Lloyd left the room, Ian thought he was a very talented young man. He had understood the situation and shown determination to overcome his own weaknesses. He had the stubbornness and pride typical of a high-ranking noble, but nothing excessive. At that moment, Ian once again realized that this year was full of promising young people. Next to enter was Ilya Lindsay. As a reward, she asked for direct guidance from him. Ian responded with sincere advice. He told her she should not live guided by others and needed to follow her own path. He also said she could not remain trapped in that obsession and should return to her family to learn the sword style that belonged to them. However, Ilya insisted that she wanted his help. In response, Ian said it had been a mistake to think she would listen to advice. Then he asked if she would mind training in his office, since the space was large enough for it. After quite some time, it was finally the last person's turn, Aaron Ferreira. Ian asked what reward he wanted and said he didn't need to limit himself to something material. He could ask for anything freely. He was quite curious to hear the boy's answer. But Aaron surprised the master by asking how one made peace with another person. He admitted it sounded like a ridiculous request, but he genuinely didn't know how to handle the situation. Ian replied that he didn't need to apologize, and even thanked him for his honesty. At that moment, he thought the boy had spent 15 years locked in his room, and that this was essentially his first real experience interacting with people his age. It was natural that he would be confused about how to behave. Still, it seemed someone had extended a hand to that child. Before answering, Ian asked Aaron Ferreira to explain everything that had happened. After hearing the full story involving Ilya Lindsay, he gave the boy some advice, and felt glad to be able to help him. It had been quite a while since he had given guidance unrelated to swordsmanship. In fact, he had never expected Ilya Lindsay and Aaron Ferreira to become friends. After that, they returned to the main topic. Ian's conscience would not allow him to reward Aaron with mere words. He wanted to teach the boy something about swordsmanship, since his advice in that area carried great value. For that reason, he asked him to ask any question related to the sword. However, Aaron Ferreira didn't know what to ask. He explained that he had only started using a sword a month before entering the school. Because of that, he didn't even know what questions he should be asking. Nervous, he began apologizing and said he might end up asking something absurd. Then Ian lightly tapped the table in front of him to get his attention and asked why he was apologizing so much. He said it was a habit he needed to break. As a swordsman, he should keep his chest high and move forward with confidence. That was another piece of advice he gave him. Finally, Ian decided to postpone Aaron's reward for another time. He said that Aaron could come back when he felt he was good enough, or even when he felt he was still not good enough. The decision would be his. When the right time came, Ian would teach him. Aaron Ferreira left the office deeply thanking Mr. Ian. After the boy was gone, the swordsman master fell into thought. He was a very special child. Still, there was something different about him that Ian couldn't explain. Even though he knew so little about swordsmanship, Aaron didn't seem nervous or insecure. On the contrary, he gave the impression of having a very clear goal. It was as if he were receiving guidance from someone invisible. Watching him, Ian remembered another special child he had met years ago, someone with extraordinary talent, unwavering confidence, and an unpredictable personality. Indeed, Aaron Ferreira carried a very different aura. Later, when he returned to the academy to continue training, Judith noticed that he was practicing again and asked if he wasn't going to rest. After all, the official sword training would begin the next day. Still, she had approached him because she wanted to tell him something important. Judith thanked him for saving her life and promised that one day she would repay that debt. After that, she told him they should start walking together from then on. Aaron Ferreira was confused by that, and she quickly asked what was wrong. She explained that they always ate alone in the dining hall, so they could simply eat together. Besides that, they could also train swordsmanship side by side. But Aaron remained silent, completely unresponsive. Judith then complained that it was humiliating, and told him to say something. A little awkward, he agreed and said it sounded like a good idea. Satisfied, she began to leave, saying she would no longer interfere in his training. She also joked that the big sister was leaving now. The funny thing was that she was 3 years younger than him. Still, Aaron Ferreira realized that feeling wasn't bad. For the first time in a long while, he had someone to keep him company. Even before official sword training had begun, the two could already be seen walking together around the academy. Bart Lloyd's group found this very strange. Judith had never been so polite and gentle with anyone like that before. They assumed it was because Aaron had saved her life. However, for Bart Lloyd, something else was stranger. Up to that point, Ilya Lindsay had not spoken to Aaron Ferreira even once. To him, something must have happened between the two. Shortly after, the instructors, together with Ian, announced the start of swordsmanship classes. They explained that the students were free to use everything they had gained over the past 4 months of training. During the next 2 hours, they could freely practice with any wooden sword available. Judith chose a long and heavy sword. Some instructors noticed this and assumed it had been intentional. Keeping the enthusiasm of those young students was important. Bart Lloyd, on the other hand, picked his rapier, the weapon he felt most comfortable with. Light, thin, and extremely agile. Meanwhile, everyone watched Aaron Ferreira slowly walk up to a massive two-handed sword. As soon as he gripped it, he began repeating the same strike he had seen the man from his dreams perform countless times. It was a simple movement, but heavy and precise. The other students weren't very impressed. Many thought he didn't seem that skilled. The instructors, however, had a different view. His movements were not yet refined, but his posture was surprisingly solid. With proper training, it could be refined. Bart Lloyd's group continued treating Aaron as just a novice who had never practiced swordsmanship before. Then, suddenly, Bart Lloyd approached and challenged him to a duel. Aaron Ferreira looked at Ian, seeking approval. The master simply nodded. With that, he accepted the challenge. One of the veteran instructors looked confused and asked what was going on. Duels normally only happened after formal sword classes. Another instructor instructor also didn't understand why Bart Lloyd specifically wanted to fight Aaron Ferreira. Despite the instructor's concerns, Ian remained calm. He decided to make an exception that day and offered to serve as the judge for the duel. Before it began, he explained that if either of them felt the situation was becoming dangerous, they should speak up immediately. The two agreed, and the duel began. As expected, Bart Lloyd was much faster than Aaron Ferreira. Even so, by pure instinct, Aaron managed to block several attacks using the side of his massive sword. Still, he was grazed multiple times by the rapier. Bart's classmates even grew worried. They thought Aaron would be defeated immediately, but he was resisting better than they had expected. That was when Judith realized what was happening. That damn Bart Lloyd wasn't trying to win. He was testing Aaron Ferreira. After stepping back a few paces, Bart analyzed his opponent mentally. Aaron's reflexes weren't bad. However, he couldn't maintain proper balance while using that gigantic sword. His stance and movements were inefficient. On top of that, he didn't seem truly interested in swordsmanship. In fact, he was far worse than Bart had expected. Still, Bart Lloyd decided to test his strength. When he advanced again, Aaron Ferreira responded with the only move he knew, a powerful vertical strike from top to bottom. If that attack landed cleanly, it would likely knock any student unconscious for a long time. But Bart dodged it easily. Then he seized the opening to disarm Aaron and pointed his rapier at him, ending the duel. Later, Karaka gathered all the students and explained that the final activity of the day would be the official division of the swordsmanship classes. From the next day onward, training would be conducted separately. First, he announced the members of Class A. Among them were Ilya Lindsay, Bart Lloyd, and Judith. Then came the names for Class B, followed by Class 100. Hearing her name in Class A, Judith joked with Aaron Ferreira, saying that the big sister from Class A would take care of him. But as the names continued to be called, Aaron did not appear in Class 100, not in Class 500, not in Class E. When Karaka finished the list, everyone discovered that Aaron Ferreira had been placed alone in Class F. Later, while training alongside Judith, she remained furious at Bart Lloyd. She said that idiot had probably challenged Aaron just to feed his own ego and feel superior. To her, that behavior had nothing noble about it. Even while angry, she tried to cheer him up. She said he shouldn't be discouraged by the ranking and that they could still defeat Bart Lloyd in the final evaluation. But despite her words, Aaron Ferreira seemed bothered. However, the reason wasn't the defeat or being placed in Class F. Something else was occupying his thoughts. Aaron asked Judith not to be angry. He was truly grateful that she cared about him, but if she was upset because of him, it made him uncomfortable. Judith replied that she wasn't angry with him. In fact, she simply hated Bart Lloyd. Meanwhile, Bart Lloyd himself was deep in thought about what had happened. He had indeed wanted to test Aaron Ferreira's strength. At that moment, when he received the frontal strike, he had instinctively dodged it without even realizing it. But it wasn't just about Aaron's sword. His expression, his eyes, and his posture all seemed completely unshakable. That made Bart wonder what his own expression looked like when he wielded a sword. Later, Tarhal approached Aaron Ferreira and asked if he only knew vertical and horizontal strikes. Aaron said yes and apologized for it. However, Tarhal said there was no need to apologize, since he was there precisely to learn. Then he asked what Aaron thought he needed to reach the other students. Aaron replied that it might be hard work. Quickly, Tarhal drew a slash between them, cutting a crack into the ground. Then he explained that what Aaron needed was talent. Hard work was important, and depending on effort, a person could reach or even surpass those ahead of them. However, that didn't apply to Aaron, who was years behind the others. He had only 1 week to master the basic sword skills. If he succeeded, he would be promoted immediately to Class 100. If not, he would remain in Class F. And if he didn't even show talent for that, it might be better for him to leave the academy. Aaron said he would do his best. Tarhal simply told him to continue in his own way. From that day on, Aaron began training new movements daily with his heavy sword under Tarhal's supervision. On the second day, he started putting more strength into his shoulders. On the third, he could already perform spinning movements. On the fifth, his mobility with the sword had improved significantly. On the sixth day, even under the rain, he continued training without stopping. Watching all of this, Tarhal realized that the boy's rate of improvement was impressive. Aaron's effort was something beyond the ordinary. The more he observed him, the more he understood that he was very different from what he appeared to be. In the end, he truly did have talent for the sword. Later, Aaron Ferreira decided to show his skills to Judith. He asked her to evaluate him, since the test would take place the next day. Judith replied that if it was ridiculous, she would kick him. However, when Aaron demonstrated his movements, she was surprised. In the end, she simply gave him a thumbs up. He had passed. On the day of the evaluation, Tarhal returned to the infirmary. When asked if that meant the boy had succeeded, he replied that yes, Aaron Ferreira was ready. He had been promoted to Class 100. Later, in the dining hall, Judith was devouring about 50 plates of food. While eating, she told Aaron to fill his stomach as well. She didn't understand how someone who moved much more than her could eat so little. At that moment, Lance passed by and commented that there was a hippo there. Judith immediately asked if he liked her, since he seemed frustrated about never receiving her attention. Lance called her crazy in response, but Bart Lloyd quickly interrupted the argument. He told his companion to move on and stop speaking badly about others, since it brought nothing good. Without arguing, doing, they walked away. After they left, Judith commented that Bart Lloyd seemed much more relaxed lately. While they were talking, Aaron Ferreira noticed Ilya Lindsay sitting alone in the dining hall. Judith then asked if the two of them were avoiding each other and if they had fought. Aaron replied that he didn't know. Maybe it could be considered a fight. He then asked Judith if she and Ilya had become friends, since they were both in Class A and must see each other often. Judith said no. In fact, nothing had changed. Ilya Lindsay was still the top student in Class A. The instructors constantly praised her absurd talent, but the gap between her and the others was so large that everyone felt inferior. Because of that, no one tried to approach her. She also mentioned she had heard that Ilya often went alone to the Soyan arsenal in the late afternoon to practice the Lindsay family techniques. In any case, Judith said Aaron needed to be promoted quickly so he could train alongside her. He told her to stop joking. Later, the two of them were sparring while Bart Lloyd watched from a distance. Judith was much faster, and not just because of her weapon. She fought fiercely, almost like a beast. Her attacks were brutal and came in constant succession, leaving no room to breathe. Still, when he managed to create distance, Aaron Ferreira prepared his famous vertical strike. However, it was only a feint. At the last moment, he changed the trajectory and executed a horizontal slash that struck Judith's sword, nearly throwing her off balance. She admitted she liked that move, but she didn't take long to react. Judith rushed in, pressed her chest against his, and knocked him to the ground, pinning him immediately. She admitted that Aaron had improved a lot, but he was still far from defeating the big sister. Before leaving, she also commented that if he went to the Soyan arsenal, he would probably find Ilya Lindsay there alone. Aaron thought for a moment and concluded that it might be a good opportunity. Later, Ilya Lindsay was training in full concentration when she noticed someone approaching. It was Aaron Ferreira. He handed her a small pouch containing a gift and a letter. Confused, Ilya asked why he was doing that. Aaron explained that he had a younger sister who wasn't very good at dealing with people or expressing her feelings. Because of that, she often argued with him and said horrible things. However, the next day, she would always leave an apology letter, along with a gift. He said he was also bad with words. Organizing his feelings was difficult, so he decided to write a letter. Now he understood better why his sister used to do that. When Ilya asked if he believed this would make her help him again, Aaron replied that it didn't matter to him. In the end, he just wanted to apologize for interrupting her once again. Later, in the dormitory, Ilya Lindsay read the letter. She thought Aaron was quite childish. However, when she opened the gift, she was completely surprised. It was an Amur Adonis bracelet. Looking at it, she thought she might have been too focused on her training. The next morning, several students gathered to watch the duel between Judith and Aaron Ferreira. Judith warned that she would increase the intensity that day. However, before the fight could begin, Bart Lloyd approached. Judith had already assumed he was looking for trouble, but that wasn't the case. Bart said he needed to talk to Aaron Ferreira. He explained that he wanted to start training regularly with him and Judith. After what he had seen in the intermediate assessment and also in the recent fight, he realized that Aaron possessed a level of focus that even he himself did not have. Because of that, he wanted Aaron to teach him how to develop that concentration. In return, he would teach everything he knew about swordsmanship. The proposal was simple: to compensate for each other's weaknesses and grow stronger together through training. Here is the adjusted passage in the style you requested. Judith asked what Bart Lloyd was plotting. After testing Aaron Ferreira like that during their duel, it looked like he was trying to take advantage of him in some way. Bart Lloyd replied that she was right. In fact, he did intend to benefit from it, but he saw nothing wrong with that. He explained that he could grow on his own if he wanted to, but that method would be inefficient within the academy. Besides, he wouldn't be the only one benefiting. Both of them could use each other to become stronger. According to him, it was necessary to gain experience by training with different people. They needed to see the bigger picture. This was an academy. If they didn't take advantage of the relationships and opportunities there, everything would be meaningless. He was there to learn and to compete fiercely. The people who heard that were shocked, but also motivated. After all, an A-class student was speaking like that to someone from C-class. Aaron Ferreira agreed with Bart Lloyd, but asked if it was really okay. He was still much weaker than him. Bart was far stronger, and might not even learn anything by training alongside him. But Bart Lloyd replied that Aaron had something he didn't. Ever since the intermediate assessment, he had been thinking about it. Aaron's focus and concentration were different. Everyone had the same amount of time in a day, but the density of that time seemed different for him. It was as if Aaron Ferreira didn't waste a single second of concentration, using 100% of his available time. Because of that, he asked how he managed to maintain that level of focus. Aaron replied that he didn't really know. Bart Lloyd said he had expected that answer. That was exactly why they needed to train together. In his opinion, all geniuses gave similar answers. Aaron Ferreira immediately replied that he was not a genius, but Bart thought otherwise. To him, every genius had their own specialty, and that was Aaron's. Before leaving, Bart Lloyd told Judith that he needed to attend his personal training that day and asked if they could train together the next day. Judith replied that she had never agreed to train with him. Still, before leaving, Bart gave Aaron Ferreira a piece of advice. He said that he needed to stop putting himself down like that. He was a member of the Ferreira family, carried noble blood, and should take pride in it. He needed to lift his head and straighten his posture. posture. Hearing that, Judith almost vomited. She swore she had just heard a compliment coming out of Bart Lloyd's mouth. The next morning, Bart Lloyd and Aaron Ferreira were already training together. During practice, Bart observed that Aaron's hand was fast, but explained that he needed to use his entire body during attacks. His footwork had to follow the movement, aligning with the rest of the body to allow proper extension of the strike. With a heavy sword, it wasn't just the arm that moved, but the entire body. To demonstrate, he performed a perfect thrust in front of him. At that moment, Judith walked by and said she didn't want to train with them. Bart Lloyd asked how long that would last. Aaron Ferreira replied that she wasn't even insulting anyone. If she kept this up, in a week she would probably be training alongside them. A few days later, during a meal in the dining hall, Ilya Lindsay passed by Aaron and commented that she had read his letter. Before he could respond, Judith appeared and asked what was going on. She teased Aaron, saying he had confessed his feelings to the bombshell. Aaron Ferreira immediately denied it, saying it wasn't anything like that. That night, however, he couldn't sleep. Lying in bed, he kept thinking about Bart Lloyd's words about concentration. Then he remembered how he had improved his focus in the past. Through that mysterious dream, he wondered if he would ever be able to become like that man. When he finally fell asleep, he returned to the same dream, but this time, everything felt different. Now he could feel something in his hands. He was no longer just an observer. Since he had already held a real sword, he recognized that sensation perfectly. For the first time, he managed to feel the strikes executed by the man in the dream. He woke up in the middle of the night with his heart racing. He felt he needed to pick up a sword immediately before that sensation disappeared. So he went out to train. For several nights in a row, he repeated the same process. He would dream, wake up, and rush to practice. As a result, his mornings became a disaster. He was constantly exhausted. During that period, Judith finally agreed to train with Bart Lloyd. But at that exact moment, while the two of them were training, Aaron Ferreira was asleep. Suddenly, he woke up, performed a sword movement in the air, and immediately went back to sleep. Bart Lloyd was completely confused when he saw that. Judith explained that he had been acting strange for a few days. Curious, Bart interrupted Aaron's rest and asked what he was doing. Aaron Ferreira replied that he was trying to improve his concentration. He admitted it wasn't working very well, but he also never believed it would work right away. Hearing that, Bart Lloyd asked if it was some kind of meditation. He had heard about that method before, so he decided to try it himself. First, he lay down to sleep, but ended up drooling and achieving nothing. Then he changed his strategy. He sat on the ground, crossed his legs, and assumed a meditation posture, saying that this was how people usually did it. Judith said it wouldn't work. Aaron Ferreira was a special case, but Bart Lloyd replied that he would never know unless he tried. Meanwhile, Ian was talking with Karaka and asked if anything important had happened recently. Karaka replied that no serious problems had occurred, but revealed an important update. Aaron Ferreira had been promoted to Class B. Apparently, the help he had received from Bart Lloyd and Judith had significantly accelerated his growth. Furthermore, Ian had been right about one thing. Ever since Bart Lloyd started acting differently, changes had begun to spread throughout the class. Bart Lloyd had unintentionally influenced everyone. Once he started meditating frequently, the other students soon began doing the same. Later, during an official duel class, he faced Judith and managed to defeat her. She complained that it had been a foul, but the instructor interrupted before she could continue. Judith stayed sulking, but said they would settle it in another duel after class. The instructor watched both of them with great interest. In his view, they were incredible students. Both were improving at an abnormal rate, especially Bart Lloyd. The gap between him and Judith was small, and the two were directly competing for second place in the class. Meanwhile, Bart thought that if he kept up that pace, he might even be able to defeat Ilya Lindsay. Meanwhile, Aaron Ferreira trained alone, away from the others, just like the man from his dreams. He liked that kind of training. Thanks to meditation, he had improved significantly over the past few months, but he still felt it wasn't enough. He still hadn't reached the level he was searching for. It was then that Bart Lloyd approached and commented that he was using vertical strikes too often. Shortly after, he announced that the master had summoned everyone to the martial arts arena. With all classes gathered, Ian took the floor. He reminded them that it had already been 9 months since they had entered the academy. During that time, they had undergone difficult evaluations and rigorous training, and many of them had improved tremendously. Without delay, he revealed the main topic, the final assessment. Unlike the intermediate assessment, they would not be evaluated based on time, score, or number of rounds. This time, the goal would be to analyze each student's potential. According to Ian, the concept might sound a bit abstract, but it wouldn't be hard to understand. Each student would need to demonstrate what they believe to be their greatest strength. They could present a finishing move, a special technique, or any skill that represented their best self. The important thing was to show their maximum potential. He said he was certain everyone anyone would be able to do it, and asked them to make the most of the remaining 90 days of training. Then Ian revealed that he had also prepared a gift for the students. He removed his cloak, drew his sword, and said he would demonstrate only the simple sword dance of an old man. Even so, he hoped they would learn something by watching. Then he began. His first strike was radiant and beautiful. All eyes were fixed on his movements. The attacks were fast, fluid, and elegant. It truly looked like a dance. His arms, waist, and feet moved in perfect harmony. Aaron Ferreira was completely fascinated. In truth, that was exactly what Ian wanted. He wanted that boy to observe every movement closely. When he reached the final strike, everything felt like the final step of a grand waltz. After completing the demonstration, Ian sheathed his sword and declared that his dance ended there. Then he wished everyone good luck. The demonstration left the students deep in thought. Many began to reflect on their own sword styles and what path they should follow. Sometime later, after several duels against Judith, Bart Lloyd was resting beside her and commented that the master's sword dance had been incredible. She didn't respond. Bart insisted, asking if she was talking to a wall. Judith, without looking at him, simply asked him to be quiet for a moment. Noticing her behavior, Bart asked if she was worried about Aaron Ferreira. She admitted she was. She said he was still focusing almost exclusively on meditation, even with the final assessment approaching. Because of that, she wasn't sure he would perform well. But Bart Lloyd immediately disagreed. In his view, Aaron would definitely pass. To him, the boy was a true genius. Since the assessment would be based on potential, he couldn't imagine anyone with more potential than Aaron. After all, no one had grown as much over the past 9 months as he had. Hearing that, Judith finally relaxed. She realized she had been worrying too much. Then she stood up, drew her sword, and declared she would take first place. Bart Lloyd shook his head and replied that first place would still belong to Ilya Lindsay. After all, she came from the most prestigious family on the continent and mastered a legendary sword style that placed the Lindsay family among the greatest in the world. In his opinion, no one but her could occupy that position. Judith asked if he truly believed it was impossible to surpass that. Bart replied that he wasn't saying that. He simply believed the strength of the Lindsay family's sword style couldn't be ignored. She countered him. If that was the case, what was the point of the academy? What was so special about that family? Even her own brother had once been considered the greatest genius on the continent, yet he was defeated by a mere orphan. Hearing that, Bart Lloyd suddenly interrupted the conversation. The reason was simple. Ilya Lindsay was standing nearby, listening to everything. The atmosphere immediately grew heavy. Some students noticed the situation and thought it would end badly. However, Ilya remained calm. She said she didn't care if people spoke ill of her or looked down on her family. She also didn't care about comments made behind her back. None of it could affect her. Still, Judith challenged her to a duel. Before the situation could escalate, Bart Lloyd tried to stop it, saying it wasn't necessary. But Ilya Lindsay simply stated that she would take first place again, and she would continue doing so in the future. She declared that she didn't need to rely on her family's sword style to prove her worth. Everything she had learned on her own inside the academy was already more than enough to show she was far ahead of the other students. At that moment, Bart Lloyd stepped forward and commented on the legendary Heaven Sword style, the secret technique of the Lindsay family, a martial art associated with the demon race that once ruled the skies 400 years ago, and with the legendary Demon Dragon King. He admitted he had always wanted to see just how powerful that technique truly was. But Ilya Lindsay replied simply and directly, that would not happen. Bart Lloyd said that if she didn't want to show that style, then he would take her first place from her. Meanwhile, Aaron Ferreira was exhausted. He kept training, but still felt disappointed. He hadn't achieved the result he wanted. For a while, he thought he was getting close, but recently it felt like he was drifting further and further away from the image of the man in his dreams. Trying to focus again, he began to meditate. That was when he had an idea. Maybe it would be better to meditate while holding his sword, and that was exactly what he did. He wanted to feel the movements of the sword more deeply and better understand the path he was trying to follow. Meanwhile, Bart Lloyd's group was also putting in a lot of effort. They constantly dueled each other and improved little by little. Lance had much more stamina than before. When they commented on it, he explained that it was mainly because of Bart Lloyd's words, which had been motivating everyone. Not understanding what he was talking about, Bart Lloyd asked what those words were. Lance replied that they were the words he had said to Ilya Lindsay that day that had really impacted all of them. Bart Lloyd simply said it didn't matter. Right after that, Judith told him to stop making that face because it was making her want to vomit. Then she told him to pick up his sword. The duel between the two was intense. Judith fought in a much more aggressive and brute force style, but Bart Lloyd's strikes were dangerous. He was extremely fast. Her technique still had many openings, and she had to block several attacks, while he hardly needed to defend at all since he simply evaded them. During the fight, Judith Judith thought that it might actually be possible for him to surpass Ilya Lindsay. It was hard to admit, but she couldn't defeat him using only the skills she currently had. Still, both he and Aaron Ferreira had taught her something important: to want more. Because of that, she decided she would no longer be so impulsive or so concerned. After becoming an official apprentice, she would defeat him. When the training ended, Bart Lloyd told everyone to stop for the day. They shouldn't overdo it before the evaluation. Judith agreed and said she would take the opportunity to handle something. Watching her walk away, Bart Lloyd noticed she was different, stronger, and thinking about it, he concluded that surpassing Ilya Lindsay might not be impossible after all. Now, he wanted to try facing Aaron Ferreira's sword head-on. Meanwhile, Aaron Ferreira continued practicing vertical strikes, trying to imitate the man from his dreams. The problem was that he still had no idea what he needed to do to advance beyond that point. Then Judith appeared and asked if it wasn't too stuffy in there. She said he needed some fresh air. Later, Ilya Lindsay herself, while passing through the courtyard, spotted the two of them. Judith and Aaron Ferreira were simply lying in the open field, looking at the sky. She asked if he felt ready for the evaluation. Less than 15 days remained. Aaron Ferreira replied that he would continue doing what he had been doing so far, and would do his best. Ilya Lindsay said that was a very weak answer. She, on the other hand, was confident, and would do the best she could. In any case, she commented that he should ask that annoying brat Judith if she was also confident about winning. But in the end, she apologized. It had been a long time since she had trained with him. At the beginning, the two had dueled a lot, and she had even managed to teach him a few different moves. Aaron Ferreira replied that it was fine. There was no need to apologize. This was an academy, and everyone needed to follow their own path. Then Judith began to talk a bit about herself. She said she was an orphan. She wasn't saying it to gain pity. She just wanted to explain something. When she was a child, she did whatever she could to survive. She stole and shoplifted whenever she needed to. And looking around at that time, she realized that practically everyone lived the same miserable way. Because of that life, she never had the chance to feel gratitude toward anyone, nor did she ever receive something that made her feel grateful. That was why, on the day Aaron Ferreira saved her from drowning, she became angry instead of thankful. She admitted that it might sound cheesy, but she wanted to repay what he had done. Because of that, she asked him to pass the evaluation. He needed to perform well. He needed to become an official apprentice. And until then, she would do everything she could to help him even more. Aaron Ferreira replied that he would do his best. Judith felt a little embarrassed. Not knowing what else to say, she simply agreed with herself several times and left. Watching her go, Aaron Ferreira thought that the one who hadn't been around was him, not her. At that moment, he realized how much he had changed. Before, he spent his days lying in bed. Now he was sitting there, looking at the sky. The year he had spent at the academy had not been bad. In fact, he felt he understood a bit more about the world, his own thoughts and his feelings as well. He was grateful for everything he had experienced. And now he intended to repay it. After resting his mind with that conversation and feeling the fresh wind, he returned to his meditation. Meditation was training the mind. He needed to bring what was inside him out. 2 weeks later, the day of the final evaluation finally arrived. One of the first boys to step forward demonstrated his speed by cutting through leaves falling through the air. Ian watched and asked if they were really sure that student was from Class B. The instructor replied that there were several apprentices evolving much faster than expected. Right after that, Lance demonstrated his precision. With a perfect crosscut, he cleanly split a stone in half. The master watched everything in silence. It was true that the students were exceeding expectations, but even so, it was still somewhat disappointing. The next to present was Judith, and she was ready to impress. Before the evaluation began, she asked the evaluators if it would be possible to conduct paired assessments. In her opinion, it would be a better way to demonstrate their abilities, as long as they were truly fighting. Another apprentice agreed with the idea, and Ian said it sounded interesting. Then he asked who the other participant would be. At that moment, Bart Lloyd stepped toward the arena. The two would truly duel. He asked if she was ready, and Judith replied that she intended to fight calmly and maintain composure. However, when facing Bart Lloyd, that was simply impossible. That day, she intended to surpass him. Bart Lloyd replied that that sounded just like her. Judith's first movement was to crouch and leap forward like a beast. The clash of their swords was aggressive from the very beginning. She attacked with force, but Bart Lloyd displayed his full speed. Thanks to his light blade, he was able to evade practically all of her strikes. When Judith advanced again, he responded with a sequence of clean, rapid cuts. She then jumped in to deliver another brutal strike so heavy it even scratched the ground when Bart Lloyd blocked it. Even Tarhal was impressed. Without slowing down, Judith unleashed a true storm of spinning attacks. The instructor watched her ruthless strikes with excitement, but even so, Bart Lloyd continued to show absurd speed and fluidity. He didn't just block block her attacks. He also altered the direction and rhythm of Judith's strikes, completely breaking her offensive flow. In one of those openings, he counterattacked and scratched her face, drawing blood. Bart Lloyd said she wouldn't defeat him with just that. In response, Judith began attacking even harder, while he grew even faster. After a long duel, Judith's sword was already practically destroyed. Bart Lloyd's sword had also completely lost its edge. In the end, Judith admitted she couldn't beat him like that, especially with her sword in that condition. The evaluators praised the match and said it had been an excellent fight. Still, Bart Lloyd won, as many had expected. Ian commented that it had been magnificent, and praised both of them for their performance. Proud of their own showing, they both bowed to the masters. Then Ian asked Ahmed who the next participant would be. He replied that it would be Ilya Lindsay. As she walked into the arena, Bart Lloyd thought that maybe he could surpass her this time. Ian asked what she intended to demonstrate, and Ilya Lindsay replied that she would show her family's swordsmanship, the same technique that had defeated the Demon Dragon King. As she drew her sword, she began something like a dance. However, every movement was powerful and forceful. Her strikes gathered wind and released gusts in every direction. As the technique progressed, the pressure around the blade kept increasing. At a certain moment, she accumulated so much energy that a radiant tornado formed around her blade. It was practically a real tornado. Mist covered the arena, dust rose, and smoke filled the environment. Everyone was impressed by that celestial swordsmanship. Watching the demonstration, Bart Lloyd realized that it truly existed. That girl was still an impossible wall to overcome. But Judith called his attention and told him to watch carefully. Now it was Aaron Ferreira's turn. She encouraged him, telling him to show what he was capable of. Even so, Bart Lloyd felt a strange sense of foreboding. He remembered a conversation he had with Aaron Ferreira during training. At the time, Aaron had said that Bart Lloyd was a good person. He said he had a bright and comforting aura, and that he always felt calm when he was around him. Maybe that was why he had so many friends and followers. Awkwardly, Bart Lloyd asked how someone could say something like that without feeling embarrassed. Then he asked if he had made another communication mistake. After that, he said that Aaron was mistaken. He wasn't as good a person as he imagined. Even so, Bart Lloyd still had hope. For some reason, he believed it had to be Aaron Ferreira. Out of everyone, it had to be him. When Aaron Ferreira entered the arena, the old master immediately became excited and asked what he intended to demonstrate. Everyone became tense, waiting for his answer. Then Aaron replied that he would perform only a vertical cut. The answer surprised everyone. Lance asked if he was an idiot since this was the final evaluation. Instructor Ahmed told him to be quiet, warning that it would be his only warning. Lance fell silent, but even the instructor understood his reaction. As he had said, this was the final evaluation, and a simple vertical cut seemed to have no practical use at such an important moment. He truly didn't understand what that boy was thinking. Aaron Ferreira took a deep breath and focused. Meanwhile, Ian watched in silence. He thought this was the moment to show everything he had learned. Maybe he didn't deserve the teachings he had received, but he still needed to demonstrate their results. People noticed that Aaron remained still. He was meditating with the sword in his hands. First, he stabilized his breathing. Then he tensed every muscle in his body. After that, he completely focused his mind. He plunged into his subconscious. He still didn't know who the man in his visions was, nor what he was trying to cut while training endlessly throughout his life. However, after enduring so much suffering and swinging his sword countless times, Aaron Ferreira came to a conclusion. That man had never stopped moving forward, so he would do the same, with a will as firm as steel. That alone was enough. His strike was perfect, exactly like that man's. The cut carried the weight of an entire lifetime of training. When the sword descended, the entire arena trembled. The impact was so powerful that it opened a gigantic fissure in the ground, splitting the arena in two. No one could believe what they were seeing. Mouths remained open as the shockwave spread through the area. A massive crack appeared before everyone's eyes. After the strike, Aaron was out of breath. Judith asked what had just happened. Then she noticed that Bart Lloyd wasn't doing well either. In fact, he had clenched his fists so tightly that his hands were bleeding. The swordmaster simply continued watching in silence. Later, he apologized for the delay and announced that he would finally reveal the results. He explained that the final evaluation was important, but not the only factor considered for official admission. There would still be a final interview. In any case, he would begin by announcing the ranking from last place to first. The names were called one by one. Fourth place was Judith. Third place, Bart Lloyd. Second place, Aaron Ferreira. And first place, Ilya Lindsay. The master congratulated everyone for their effort during the evaluation and informed them that details about the final interview would be given later. For now, they were ordered to rest. Later, Ilya Lindsay went to find Aaron Ferreira in private. She already knew exactly where to find him. As always, he was alone in the training hall. As she approached, she commented that he had become quite strong. She said Bart Lloyd and Judith had been formidable opponents, but it had been a long time since she had found someone capable of keeping up with her. She admitted that she had almost lost first place. Normally, that would make her angry, but this time it had been fun. Aaron's sword had been truly intimidating. Aaron Ferreira replied that her swordsmanship had also been incredible. Hearing that, Ilya Lindsay realized he was still terrible at giving or receiving compliments. Then she revealed something something unexpected. She said she would not remain at Chronos Sword Academy. Surprised, Eren asked why. Ilia found his reaction amusing and explained that she had never intended to become an official apprentice. From the beginning, her plan had been to return to her family after securing first place in both the intermediate and final evaluations. The reason for this was linked to her older brother Carl Lindsay, known as the greatest genius on the continent. When Ilia Lindsay was only 7 years old, there was practically no one on the continent who didn't know Carl Lindsay's name. He defeated experienced knights and, thanks to his extraordinary talent, reached an absurd level for his age. He was recognized by countless important figures and quickly became known as the great genius of the continent. But then another person appeared, a commoner who had taken first place at the Chronos Swordsmanship Academy and refused the opportunity to become an official apprentice. Her name was Ignet, the person known as the second genius of the continent. At 14, she had already gathered her own mercenary group. As soon as she met Carl Lindsay, Ignet requested a duel. Since no one from the Lindsay family would ever refuse a challenge, Carl accepted immediately. However, the result was devastating. After just 3 moves, he was completely defeated. After the victory, Ignet declared that it had been disappointing. In that instant, the perfect image Ilia Lindsay had of her brother collapsed before her eyes. She ran to him, hugged him, and began to cry. Carl tried to comfort her, saying it was no big deal. She believed him. She believed he would overcome that defeat and come back stronger than before. But that never happened. From that day on, Carl Lindsay began to receive cold stares from those around him. Expectations turned into criticism, and criticism into contempt. Little by little, he fell into a despair he could not escape. Ilia witnessed everything up close. She saw her brother withdraw more and more, and realized it had not been the defeat that destroyed him. It was the way people looked at him. It was at that moment that she made a promise to herself. She would never allow her life to be controlled by the expectations of others, but without realizing it, she ended up doing exactly that. She noticed she had been shaping her entire life based on Ignet's achievements. She entered the academy at 12 because Ignet had entered at 13. She wanted to become an official knight at 14 because Ignet had received an honorary title at 15. Without realizing it, she spent years chasing the shadow of someone else, and she was tired of it. After observing Eren Ferreira, someone who never seemed to care what others thought and never let his life be guided by external expectations, she finally decided to follow a new path. Now she would do what her heart desired. She believed she could still reach the level of a sword master, even by following her own path. After hearing all of this, Eren Ferreira said she was amazing. He commented that she had gone through countless difficulties and still was already looking at a world far beyond the academy. He admitted that he still did not have a goal as clear as hers. But Ilia Lindsay replied that he should stop talking nonsense. She said he needed to keep working hard or she would end up leaving him behind. As he watched her leave, Eren began to think that maybe everything really was fine. For the first time in a long while, he wondered if he could accept things as they were at that moment. Meanwhile, Bart Lloyd stood in front of the massive chasm created by Eren Ferreira's vertical slash. That was when Judith appeared. She asked what he was doing there and said that the area would be renovated soon. She also suggested that they leave and settle everything with another duel. But Bart Lloyd refused. He said he was leaving. He could not stop thinking about what had happened. Someone who had picked up a sword only a year ago had reached that level of power. Meanwhile, he had spent years training and still did not know how long it would take to reach that same level. In truth, he did not even know if he ever would. Perhaps he simply wasn't one of the chosen ones. Before he could leave, however, Judith grabbed his arm and punched him square in the face. Confused and irritated, Bart Lloyd asked what that was for, but Judith replied by asking the exact same thing. She pointed out that he hadn't even managed to dodge that punch, despite the absurd speed he had shown during their duels. She asked if his body had turned stiff and if his brain had turned to stone. Without giving him space to respond, she continued hitting him. Then she asked what he thought of her, what he thought of someone who couldn't defeat a coward like him. She also asked what he thought of all the other students there, training in swordsmanship. Did he think he was the only special one? Did he think he was the only one who suffered? Judith told him to take pride in himself, pride in having faced and defeated the greatest swordsman on the continent when he was still young. She said that achievement was something he would carry for the rest of his life. And she ended by stating that it was ridiculous to see him running away over something so trivial. A few days later, the time for the final interviews arrived. Ilia Lindsay went to Ian's office. In fact, all the students would pass through that room individually. Upon entering, she said she had achieved what she wanted and was satisfied, not just because she had placed first. Ian replied that he could see that. He commented that she seemed much brighter now than during the evaluation itself. Then he asked Ahmed to call the next apprentice. The next to enter was Bart Lloyd. Ian asked if he was sure about that decision. His results were flawless, and he wasn't talking only about test scores. His swordsmanship was good enough to serve as an example for the other apprentices. He had set aside his stubbornness, corrected his flaws, and improved his strengths. Because of that, Ian had high expectations for him. But Bart Lloyd apologized. He said he didn't have confidence in himself. Hearing that, Ian noticed that his eyes looked like candles already burned down by fire. There was no way to ignore those words, so he simply told him to do whatever he he wanted, but hoped that this opportunity would change how he felt. The next to be called was Aaron Ferreira. Ian commented that his final evaluation had been memorable. Honestly, it had been the most surprising of his entire time as a master. Then he asked if Aaron remembered what they had discussed after the evaluation interview. He said he had a proposal for him, but first he wanted to ask a question. He asked apprentice Aaron Ferreira what the reason was for swinging his sword. The first thing that came to Aaron's mind was the man from his dreams. However, he didn't know how to put that into words, and remained silent. Seeing his hesitation, Ahmed said there was no need to overthink it. A grand reason wasn't necessary. It could be something simple, like money or honor. Any reason would do, as long as it didn't go against his moral principles. Still, Aaron did not answer. Then Ian said he understood. He commented that Aaron hadn't followed the path of swordsmanship by his own will. Had he? Aaron confirmed it. From the beginning, Ian had found him strange. He was more dedicated and disciplined than any other apprentice, yet he never showed emotion. Something natural for swordsmen at that level was missing in him. Bart Lloyd, for example, became happier than anyone when he felt his skills improving. Judith, on the other hand, became furious when she was surpassed by Bart, and turned that frustration into motivation. According to Ian, every apprentice felt joy or sadness when training swordsmanship. However, Aaron Ferreira never showed any of it. In the end, Ian realized that Aaron was simply imitating someone, as he had suspected. It was surprising that he had come so far just by following someone else's footsteps. Still, if he intended to continue on the path of the sword, he would need to think seriously about it from then on. If he could not find a reason to wield his sword, he could not remain at the academy. That was not a place for simply swinging a sword without purpose. It was a place to find one's role in the world. Aaron Ferreira then bowed respectfully and thanked him deeply. He said he would never forget that final advice, but Ian replied that he shouldn't say something so sad. It wasn't a final piece of advice. Then, he asked him to come a little closer, and whether he could use a bit of his blood. Aaron had his finger pricked, and a drop fell onto a golden plate. It was the plate that symbolized his promotion to an official apprentice. Ian explained that he had 1 year to find his own path of the sword. Aaron replied, "Yes, sir." He promised that he would return within a year after finding that path. As he left, Aaron Ferreira met Ilya Lindsay, who handed him the Lindsay family insignia. She said he should visit her whenever he could. If he showed that insignia to the gatekeeper, he would not be mistreated. In addition, she would give him flowers as a gift if he came to see her. Aaron didn't quite understand, so Ilya explained that she was referring to the flower on the bracelet he had given her. Aaron did not know that such a plant existed in her home. Ilya replied that she had planted it when she was 7 years old and intended to plant it again. Since the flowers usually bloomed between April and May, she asked him to visit during that time. Aaron replied that he definitely would. At that moment, Judith suddenly appeared and asked what that shiny object in his hand was. She said she wanted one too. Well, not like she was forcing anyone. Then Ilya Lindsay handed her an insignia as well. Judith was impressed and commented that now she understood why nobles valued such things so much. Taking the opportunity, she apologized to Ilya for having mocked her and her family in the past. She explained that back then, she didn't have anything she could call a family, and ended up taking it out in harsh words. Ilya replied that it was fine. Shortly after, Judith noticed Aaron Ferreira watching everything with a smile, and asked why he was looking like that. Aaron replied that he just liked seeing peace and friendship, or something like that. It was then that Bart Lloyd approached. Aaron went to him and asked if he really intended to leave the academy. He wanted to know if something had happened. Bart replied that it was hard to explain. Then he asked if Aaron was also leaving. Aaron replied yes, but said he would return after harsh training. Hearing that, Bart thought that Aaron was still trying to improve himself, unlike him who was giving up. But soon after, he heard Aaron thanking him. Aaron said that it was thanks to Bart that he finally felt alive while wielding his sword. He didn't know how to explain it exactly, but something had changed inside him a year ago. Because of that change, he started practicing swordsmanship, and eventually reached the academy. However, the reason he was able to look into his own past and learn more about himself and the sword was because he had met all of them. So he sincerely thanked Bart Lloyd. Bart's carriage had already arrived. He simply said he would leave first. But Aaron Ferreira shouted that they would become stronger and meet again. Wasn't that right? The carriage left without a response. Judith watched the scene and asked if they were lovers or something. Aaron replied that she was imagining things. He just had the feeling that he might never see him again. Shortly after, Aaron's servant finally arrived to take him back. Aaron introduced his friends, and the servant was surprised. He asked if he heard correctly. Friends? The young master had made friends? Then he bowed respectfully, introduced himself, and thanked the two of them for taking care of Aaron Ferreira. After that, Aaron said goodbye to them. The two of them remained silent for a few moments. After all, despite everything, they still weren't exactly close. Once all the the students had already left, Ahmed commented that Ian must be feeling quite sad watching his best apprentices leave. Ian replied that he couldn't deny it. Then Ahmed asked about Aaron Ferreira. He wanted to know whether it was really alright to let him follow that path alone. After all, finding one's own path of the sword was no simple task. But Ian replied that that boy was the fourth genius of the continent. Unlike the others, he wasn't a genius of natural talent, he was a genius of effort. In the end, Judith found herself alone once again. However, as she was walking, her path was blocked by Bart Lloyd. He asked if she had dropped something on the ground, since she was walking with her head down. Judith asked what he was doing there. Bart replied that he had thought a lot about it. As a member of the Lloyd family, giving up didn't suit him. Besides, now that Aaron Ferreira was gone, there was no one left to deal with her explosive temper. Then he asked if she wasn't happy that he had come back. Judith replied that he was a huge asshole. That's what. Bart laughed and commented that Aaron always said that when she stuttered, it was because she was telling the truth. She told him to shut up and asked if he really thought the Swordmaster would accept someone who had left on their own. Bart replied that yes, of course. And if necessary, he would even beg on his knees and lick the master's shoes. He had no problem with that at all. Judith shook her head and said he was completely insane, and so, together, the two of them returned to Kronos Academy. While they were returning home by carriage, Marcus noticed that Aaron Ferreira was staring out the window. It was understandable, since he had failed to become an official apprentice. However, he soon noticed the object the boy was holding in his hand, and asked what it was. Upon taking a closer look, he recognized the Lindsay family's platinum insignia. Aaron Ferreira explained that he had received it from a friend, and asked if he remembered the girl with white hair. It was Ilya Lindsay. Marcus was completely shocked. Noticing his reaction, Aaron Ferreira concluded that the Lindsay family must be far more important than he had imagined. After that, he said he wanted to take a nap, but in reality, he used the time to meditate. Midway through the trip, they had to stop at an inn. As soon as he reached the room, Aaron Ferreira resumed meditating. Outside, Marcus grew worried because he couldn't hear a single sound coming from the room. He began to imagine that the young master might have fallen into despair after the academy's disappointment. Thinking of cheering him up, he decided to take a walk around the town. That was when he encountered an orc different from the others. He wore a pendant around his neck and had several tattoos across his body. He was a divining orc. Without wasting time, Marcus took Aaron Ferreira to him, explaining that divining orcs were considered the most skilled among all fortune tellers. The orc welcomed them with a smile and asked which of the two wanted their fortune told. Aaron Ferreira stepped forward, while Marcus remained confident. After all, divining orcs were famous for always saying positive things. The orc asked whether he wanted to know his daily fortune, yearly fortune, wealth, health, or relationships. However, before continuing, he noticed something strange about the boy and asked his age. Not understanding the reason for the question, Aaron Ferreira replied that he was 16 years old. The orc frowned and said he had a baby face, but that he couldn't give an accurate reading if he was lying. Aaron Ferreira assured him he was telling the truth. After observing him for a few more seconds, the orc stated that he would be accepted into any knight order he wished. If he continued walking the path of the sword, he would advance quickly. Hearing that, Marcus muttered that the man must be a charlatan and told Aaron Ferreira to stop wasting time there. The orc looked slightly disappointed, but before they left, he handed the boy a small folded paper. He said that when things weren't going well, he should simply look at the note and it would help him. Aaron Ferreira thanked him and left. Watching the boy walk away, the orc once again saw that sinister aura surrounding him. It was a powerful, overwhelming energy, far beyond normal. To him, it was impossible for someone only 16 years old to possess something like that. It made no sense. That boy was a true monster. People around began to wonder if he was really a charlatan. The orc simply clicked his tongue and realized he would probably no longer be able to do business in that town. The next morning, they resumed their journey back to Ferreira territory. Along the way, Marcus apologized for what had happened the day before, saying he didn't know the oracle was a fraud. However, Aaron Ferreira replied that the orc hadn't said anything bad. Moreover, he was still thinking about the note he had received. It was then that the coachman announced that a carriage was approaching. Hearing this, Marcus immediately became worried. It was the Garum family's carriage. The Garum family was known for their hostility toward the Ferreiras. Whenever they had the opportunity, they ignored or humiliated the young master. And, from what it seemed, the second son of the family was also present. The carriages had already stopped for formal greetings when Marcus asked why they didn't simply continue on their way. Aaron Ferreira replied that it would be disrespectful, so he got down to greet them. Marcus bowed before Aaron Garum and Sir Jack Stewart. Seeing Aaron Ferreira, Aaron Garum commented that he had grown quite a bit. He was more robust than before. He asked if he was returning from Kronos Academy and explained that he had come to deliver a message from his father. He also said it had been a while since they last met and that he had almost not recognized him. After that, he asked if he still intended to practice swordsmanship. Aaron Ferreira replied that yes, he would probably continue. Aaron Garum then asked if he would be learning only within his own family. After all, since he had started so late, it would be difficult to study elsewhere. Hearing that, Marcus immediately recognized the provocation. Once again, that boy was trying to humiliate the young master. However, Aaron Ferreira simply agreed, saying it would indeed be very difficult for him, and asked if there was anything else he wanted to say. Unable to get the reaction he wanted, Garam replied that there wasn't. Then Ferreira said he would take his leave, since the journey had been long and he wanted to rest. Even Sir Jack Stewart was impressed by the maturity of the noble who had once been known only for his laziness. But before he left, Garam asked him to wait. He suggested they shake hands before parting. He said that swordsmen could sense each other's strength through a handshake. Ferreira replied that it was the first time he had heard that. Then Garam stated that it was a quote from the famous swordsman Louis Saugat. According to him, there was nothing more important for a swordsman than the strength conveyed through a handshake. Jack Stewart immediately agreed. Then Garam extended his hand and said that, as a veteran who had begun sword training 6 years earlier, he wanted to assess his skills. The servants around them watched everything closely. Without showing any resistance, Ferreira shook his hand. Inside, Garam smiled. He thought the other had fallen into his trap. He planned to squeeze his hand with all his strength to embarrass him in front of everyone. But nothing happened. Ferreira remained motionless, like a wall. His expression showed no discomfort at all. On the contrary, it was Garam who began to feel the pressure. Then Ferreira calmly asked if he should also squeeze. The moment he applied force, Garam immediately let go. If he had continued, he felt his hand would be crushed. Trying to maintain his composure, he apologized and said it was the first time he had done something like that, so he hadn't controlled his strength very well. Inside, however, he was furious. He had been the first to let go. To him, it was extremely humiliating. Even so, he forced a smile and said that Ferreira could now leave. It was then that Ruru, who was sitting on top of the carriage, asked if it was already over. According to her, Ferreira could have given that guy a good beating. Confused, Marcus asked if she was a magic cat. It is often said that things that are impossible to explain, phenomena that defy logic and absurd events that make one doubt their own eyes, are called magic. However, that definition is not entirely correct. Mana is invisible to the naked eye. Magic, in fact, is a field of study that follows logic and reason. It is knowledge developed through the understanding of mana. Observing Ruru, Marcus realized that she used mystical arts, since she did things that seemed to defy the laws of nature. Because of this, he began to wonder whether she was a mystical cat from birth, or whether some mystical being had transformed into a cat. Jack Stewart knew it was never a good idea to get too involved with a mystical cat, but he still apologized to Ruru, saying they were already leaving. He also added that, if she wasn't offended, she would be welcome to visit the Garam territory sometime. But Ruru seemed disappointed. She asked if they really weren't going to fight and were just leaving. How boring. At least they could have a quick duel. Then she opened her magic pouch, took out a miniature sword, and began demonstrating movements in the air, saying that just going chum 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 with swords would already make her happy. Not knowing how to react, Jack Stewart explained that she had misunderstood. They weren't dueling because they were friends. They were just saying goodbye normally. Hearing this, Ruru sighed and said she had really thought something fun would happen. How dull. After more farewells, Jack Stewart and the others left. Once they were gone, Marcus urged Ferreira to leave as well. He didn't want to stay near Ruru any longer than necessary. During the journey, Ferreira asked if she was a human transformed into a cat. Marcus replied that he wasn't sure. Perhaps it had something to do with young lady Khalil Ferreira, since she was also a mystic. Either way, they would find out when they returned to the castle. Later, upon arriving at the Ferreira territory, Ferreira was warmly welcomed by his family. His father greeted him with a smile, saying he had worked hard and should first eat well before resting. While recounting everything that had happened during his journey, Ferreira noticed how proud his father seemed. That surprised him. He had never imagined hearing such words from him. His father also mentioned that Marcus had already reported the encounter with Ruru during the trip. Then he explained that she really was a mystic. Confused, Ferreira asked if she wasn't a human who had been transformed into a cat. His father replied that no, she was truly a cat, but one with intelligence equivalent to that of a human being. At that moment, Khalil Ferreira joined the conversation and added that that wasn't all. Just by looking at Ruru, one could tell how strong she was. In her opinion, she was probably more powerful than any mystic in the kingdom's capital. Amelia then explained that about 10 days earlier, Ruru had appeared at the mansion asking to become Khalil Ferreira's teacher. They even sent people to investigate her past through the Mystic Association, but found almost no relevant information. Because of that, she believed the most important thing was how Khalil Ferreira felt about all of it. The girl then turned her gaze toward her brother and asked what he thought. Ferreira replied that he also believed Ruru's intentions were important. He admitted he didn't understand much about mystics, but, before he could finish, Khalil Ferreira interrupted, reminding him that he had seen Ruru in person. She didn't want a generic answer. She wanted to know what he truly thought of her. Emilia asked her daughter not to pressure her brother so much. After all, it was a difficult question to answer. Watching the scene, Ferreira thought that his sister's endless stubbornness had appeared again. Something must have happened for her to be this irritated. Then he remembered something still in his pocket. It was the gift he had bought for her. When he handed her the wrapped present, his parents were extremely proud. Their son had even bought a gift for his sister. Khalil Ferreira, on the other hand, turned completely red. She quickly thanked him but insisted she wasn't embarrassed or anything like that. However, Aaron Ferreira knew it was all thanks to Marcus. If Marcus hadn't insisted that he buy a gift, he probably would never have thought of it. Soon after, Aaron Ferreira said he had also brought gifts for his parents. It was then that Ruru appeared on top of the table without anyone noticing her arrival. She observed Aaron Ferreira for a few seconds and commented that he really was Khalil Ferreira's older brother. It wasn't surprising, since they had similar scents. Still, they were completely different from each other. Annoyed, Khalil Ferreira asked what that damn cat was doing there. Ruru replied that she didn't intend to scare anyone. She had just appeared because she wanted to try to convince her brother of something. Then she realized she had spoken that part out loud by accident, so she began explaining that Aaron Ferreira seemed much easier to deal with than Khalil Ferreira. Besides, the girl loved her brother very much, didn't she? If so, if she won over the brother first, she would naturally win over the sister afterward. Hearing that, Khalil Ferreira turned completely red. Ruru simply laughed and asked if she wasn't allowed to say that. Unable to bear the embarrassment, Khalil Ferreira ran out of the room. Ruru, amused, chased after her. Watching the whole situation, the children's father admitted he honestly had no idea how to deal with this. Amelia replied that they could worry about that problem later. For now, she wanted to hear more stories about the academy. Later, already resting in his room, Aaron Ferreira reflected on everything that had happened. His parents had been extremely happy just to receive simple gifts. He had imagined they would be far more emotional about his conditional acceptance into the academy. Perhaps that was something common for normal families. Still, he was happy. At the same time, he felt a little guilty for not realizing sooner how small things could make them so happy. Determined not to waste time like he used to, he got up from bed and called a maid. He said he would go to the training field as soon as dawn broke. The maid was surprised and asked if that was really a good idea. After all, he had spent almost half a month traveling back from the academy. He should still be tired. But Aaron Ferreira replied that he felt fine. In fact, he was restless from having spent nearly 15 days without touching a sword. Meanwhile, in Garum territory, Aaron Garum finally returned home. Noticing the strange expression on his son's face, Viscount Phil Garum asked Jack Stewart what had happened during the journey. Then Jack Stewart explained that they had encountered Aaron Ferreira on the way back and recounted the entire situation in detail. As he listened, Phil Garum's face grew increasingly dark. When the explanation ended, he asked how any of it made sense. Enraged, he hurled his cup at Jack Stewart and demanded an explanation. How could someone say something like that? What exactly had he done in that situation? Jack Stewart apologized to his lord, but Phil Garum replied that there was no need. To him, Jack must have had a reason not to interfere. Then, irritated, he commented that the bastard was saying the child had changed. Jack Stewart confirmed it. Yes, my lord. According to him, Aaron Ferreira seemed like a completely different person and must have grown considerably at the Kronos Academy. Phil Garum replied that a sword academy was not a school of mystical arts. While reflecting on this, he thought that from the very beginning he had never liked that man. He had a strong lineage, an enviable appearance, a beautiful wife, and even a mystical daughter. On top of that, his territory kept becoming more prosperous, so he wondered why his own son should remain stuck there while the other trained freely in swordsmanship at Kronos. At that moment, his other son, Ryan Garum, who had been listening to everything, asked his father to calm down. He said they only needed to follow the path of growth. After all, an important expedition was approaching. When the 6 southern families gathered, they could bring down that lazy noble once again. Phil Garum agreed and said that would be excellent. Then he ordered Jack Stewart to leave, stating that Ryan Garum was truly the pride of the family. As he walked away, Jack Stewart thought the old man was completely insane. If things truly reached that point, it would not only be Aaron Ferreira who would be in trouble. The most brilliant, most capable, and 1,000 times more unpleasant person than the Viscount was actually the Elder Lord involved in the matter, Ryan Garum himself. The next morning, the knights complained about having to train so early. However, when they arrived at the training grounds, they found the young master already exercising. One of the older knights asked why he was training at that hour. Aaron Ferreira realized he had even forgotten that soldiers usually trained at dawn, and replied that he was simply doing his personal training and would not disturb anyone. The knights were impressed. Some even thought that, if he had returned, he might not have been accepted into the academy. However, it was impossible to deny that his physique had improved greatly. They tried to lift one of the pieces of equipment he was using, but one of the knights could not even move it. Then the knight Orun Zukrin appeared and asked what those guards were doing. One of them replied that they were watching the young lord train. After analyzing the scene, Orun Zukrin was impressed. Aaron was doing pull-ups with weight strapped to his waist and maintaining excellent posture during the exercise. Even so, he commented that it still wasn't anything extraordinary for a knight. But when Aaron moved on to another calisthenics exercise, the soldiers became completely astonished. One of the guards asked if Orun Zukrin himself could do it. The knight simply replied that it was already 6:10 in the morning and it was time to begin training, ending the subject. Later, Aaron Ferreira continued training, but this time he focused on sword movements. Ruru approached to watch. For a moment he thought she might be there to try to persuade him of something, but he decided decided to ignore her and keep practicing. While training, he thought that if he truly wanted to find his own swordsmanship, he could not keep swinging the sword like that man. He needed to develop a style based on what he had learned at the academy. A week passed, and Eren continued training with the same intensity. Not even the guards could keep up with his running pace. One of them commented that the young master's stamina had improved greatly, but that this training would soon come to an end. Even as the sun set and the day ended, Eren Ferreira decided to stay a little longer to keep training. He thought about the incredible people he had met at the academy, and how they all insisted on training hard every day. He also realized that if he had never had that dream, he would never have come this far. Meanwhile, Ruru spent her days living peacefully like a cat. It had already been a full week since she had been watching his training. One day, a knight warned the young lord to be careful with her. There were rumors that mystical cats brought bad luck to those around them, as if they carried a curse. The soldiers truly seemed afraid of her. Still, Eren Ferreira approached to talk. Marcus, curious, showed up to see what was happening and ended up witnessing the entire conversation. Eren asked if she hadn't come to try to persuade him, and wanted to know why she hadn't said anything during the entire week. Ruru replied that Kylil Ferreira was fun to tease, but he was boring. She said he was as dull as stones at the bottom of a valley. Eren replied that that was a bit cruel. Then Ruru said she would give him a gift. In fact, she had intended to give it to him anyway. According to her, humans called it a bribe. Then she revealed an extremely brilliant jewel. Seeing the object, Marcus immediately recognized what it was. It was a cat's eye. Not understanding its value, Eren Ferreira asked what that stone was and whether it was really so precious. Marcus replied that a cat's eye of that size could buy an entire quarter of the Ferreira territory. Upon hearing that, Ruru thanked him. She said he didn't even need to explain it for her. She also commented that if that jewel was enough to convince the child, then she could also give something very valuable to that so-called Marcus. But Eren Ferreira ignored the offer and asked another question. He wanted to know why she wanted his sister to become her apprentice so badly. Ruru replied that it was a complicated question, but her answer was simple. She wanted Kylil Ferreira as an apprentice simply because she liked her. To her, there didn't need to be any reason beyond that. Still, Marcus commented that such a bribe was too expensive, even for someone with good intentions. Ruru then asked what he was thinking. Did he think she didn't understand the value of money? Was he calling her stupid? She then commented that humans placed too much importance on gems and gold. To her, there were far more valuable things. As an example, she showed a simple wooden ball. She explained that she loved its scent, but there was no other like it. It was a treasure she would never trade, not even for dozens of cat's eyes. She then showed an old foxtail, full of memories from the time when she had not yet learned mystical arts. She also displayed a stuffed teddy bear she had received from a stray cat she considered a friend. All of those objects were treasures that could not be bought with money. Eren Ferreira had not expected Ruru to be so emotionally attached to those things. He then realized that, apparently, Kylil Ferreira was also one of those things that could not be bought with gold or gems. For some reason, he started to like that version of Ruru more. She then told him to take whatever he wanted, and simply speak well of her to Kylil Ferreira. However, Eren Ferreira replied that he could not accept it. Ruru insisted, asking if he was sure, since it was extremely rare, but he answered that he had also learned that there were things more important than money. Instead of praising her because of a bribe, he preferred to say exactly what he truly thought. Ruru replied that she wasn't sure whether that would work on Kylil Ferreira, but it certainly wouldn't earn him any reward. Still, she stated that it didn't change the fact that he was much easier to deal with than her sister. Because of that, she would keep trying to convince him. The next day, Ruru appeared, saying she had a very serious problem that required his help. When Eren Ferreira arrived, he discovered the emergency was only to keep her company while she ate. He ended up sitting beside her. The next day, another supposed emergency arose. A cat was occupying the place where she liked to sunbathe. Once again, the two simply ended up sitting together. Watching the situation, Eren Ferreira found himself laughing quietly, but soon he remembered what he truly needed to do. He had to find his own path of the sword. As if waking from a trance, he immediately stood up and returned to training. Even when heavy rain fell, he kept practicing. He had no time to waste. He needed to find his path as quickly as possible. Ever since leaving the Sword Academy, he felt as if he had lost his direction. He no longer knew where to go or how to find the path he sought. During one of his strikes, Ruru was visibly impressed. She then asked whether he had awakened mystical arts by any chance. While speaking, she summoned a sphere of light above them. Once again, she asked him to become her apprentice. That light was not only meant to illuminate the area, it absorbed all the water accumulated in the rain-soaked courtyard. Eren Ferreira immediately realized something was different. The air felt heavier. This was not the same carefree Ruru as always. She asked if he had heard what she had just said. She explained that she could teach him those techniques, and that the two of them could explore the fascinating world of mystical arts together. Even so, Eren Ferreira refused. He said he was a swordsman, not a mystic. Ruru replied that that was not a problem, since he could still learn. However, Eren Ferreira insisted that not everything could be learned simply by wanting it. She then stated that he he understood nothing about the subject. According to her, there was no one more suitable for mystical arts than a swordsman with a will as strong as his. From what she could see, there was a high chance he could awaken an ability capable of directly aiding his swordsmanship. She then decided to explain the difference between swordsmen, mages, and mystics. According to Ruru, martial artists like swordsmen focused on the self. Through constant training and refinement of the body, they awakened the mysterious power known as aura. As for mages, they followed the opposite path. Instead of looking inward, they observed the world around them. They studied the mana present in nature and sought to understand the laws, principles, and mechanisms that governed reality. Mystics, however, were completely different. Many described them as people who made absurd demands of the world itself. They were individuals who insisted that the impossible should happen. They ignored precedents, laws, and even common sense. Through the force of their will, they turned what they sincerely desired into reality. That was what it meant to be a mystic. Ruru continued explaining that there was one more important thing. A mystic needed to possess a will so strong that it could change the entire world on its own. They needed an extraordinary heart, something ordinary people could not even imagine. Moreover, a mystic's power was directly proportional to the strength of that heart. Then she commented on the strike Aaron Ferreira had performed moments earlier. She said that in that vertical slash, she had felt an absolute unshakable will, a genuine determination to cut something. To her, that alone was already sufficient proof. According to Ruru, it would take only a small amount of help for him to awaken mystical arts, and they would certainly be useful for his swordsmanship. Even after hearing all of that, Aaron Ferreira replied that he still could not accept. It wasn't because he didn't want to learn mystical arts. The real problem was something else. He tried to explain, but hesitated several times. Then Ruru told him to just say it already. Finally, Aaron Ferreira revealed that the swordsmanship he had shown was not truly his own. As he said this, he thought that perhaps Ruru was the only person capable of understanding the secret behind his dreams. After hearing the story, Ruru became fascinated. She commented that it resembled a phenomenon known as possession. She had heard of cases where a person carried within them the soul or personality of an entirely different existence. Although she believed that wasn't exactly his case, she admitted there were certain similarities. Still, after hearing everything, she asked one final question. If that wasn't the real problem, then what exactly was preventing Aaron Ferreira from learning mystical arts? Aaron Ferreira thought that the swordsmanship of that man was truly attention-grabbing. Even Ruru had noticed it. Still, he said he could not accept her proposal. He did not intend to awaken mystical arts because of someone else's desire. Ruru insisted that they could at least try. However, Aaron Ferreira replied that he first wanted to find his own path of the sword. The problem was that he had no idea which path to follow. Little by little, he was starting to end up confined at home like before. Noticing that he was lost in thought, Ruru declared that it was time for the master to advise her disciple. Aaron Ferreira immediately replied that he was not her disciple, but Ruru ignored the complaint and said he was mistaken about one thing. According to her, everything he had done so far was not real effort. In practice, it had simply been a waste of time. Later, lying on his bed, Aaron Ferreira still had his mind full of doubts. Then Marcus suddenly entered his room. He first asked whether Ruru was nearby. Since she apparently wasn't, he said he had two important matters to discuss. The first was about the expedition that was approaching. In a few days, the family would hold the conference related to the Southern Union expedition. The head of the family also intended to speak with Aaron Ferreira about it. Because of that, he would need to decide in advance whether he would participate or not. The second matter was precisely about Ruru. Marcus explained that there were many unpleasant rumors involving the mystic. According to some stories, she had once passed through a guild called Oracle, located in the eastern part of the continent. Shortly after her departure, the guild was completely destroyed. There was also the case of Alphys, the second son of Jack Stewart. It was said that he became Ruru's disciple and later lost his life in an unfortunate accident. In addition, the once wealthy merchant group Balvenia was said to have suffered a major decline in sales after encountering her. Marcus made it clear that all of those events had indeed happened. What he did not know was whether Ruru had any involvement in them. Even so, he admitted it was difficult to believe so many coincidences occurring one after another. He said he understood the possibility that they were merely false rumors. He also knew that the superstition surrounding black cats might have influenced the stories. Perhaps Ruru had done absolutely nothing wrong. Still, he believed there was no reason to put Aaron Ferreira's potential at risk. After apologizing in case he had overstepped his boundaries, Marcus left the room. As soon as he was gone, Aaron Ferreira commented that he did not want anyone to think badly of Marcus. He was simply concerned. He also stated that he did not intend to hesitate when speaking with Khalil Ferreira. He would say exactly what he thought about Ruru. From what he had seen, she did not seem like someone who threatened or harmed others. In truth, compared to many humans, she was simply different and had her own qualities. Regardless of the rumors, that was what he intended to say. At that moment, a voice came from under the bed. Ruru, who had been hiding there the entire time, asked whether something bad would really happen just because she was nearby. Aaron Ferreira replied with another question, asking whether what Marcus had said was true. Ruru confirmed that it was. All of those events had indeed happened. Then Aaron Ferreira asked directly whether she had caused those tragedies. Ruru said no. She explained that she had simply been traveling around and doing as she pleased. In the case of Oracle, the tower had been destroyed because two disgusting old men decided to fight each other. As for the merchant's sons, they were constantly arguing among themselves. Regarding Jack Stewart's case, that also had not been her fault. While listening, Aaron Ferreira thought there were only two possibilities. Either all of it was an absurd chain of coincidences caused by bad luck, or Ruru was lying. Still, he simply replied that everything would be fine. He said there was no problem in staying by her side. Ruru asked whether he was not worried about the possibility of her truly carrying bad luck. But Aaron Ferreira replied that even so, everything would be fine. He himself also carried many bad rumors. In that sense, they were similar, although he admitted that part of his own problems had been his own fault. In the end, he explained that he preferred to judge people by what he saw and felt personally. If any misfortune truly came his way, he would decide what to do when the time came. Upon hearing that, Ruru became emotional. Aaron Ferreira continued by saying that he understood the concern of those around them, but he would try to reassure them. Suddenly, as if she had just made an important decision, Ruru opened her magic bag and took out a gigantic jewel. She declared that the stone was even better than the cat's eye she had shown before. It was a gift for him, not considering her a bad Ruru. After that, she simply left. Watching the enormous jewel now occupying much of the room, Aaron Ferreira remembered that the object was part of her personal treasure collection. It was something she truly valued. Still, he could not help but think that perhaps that treasure was too large to stay inside his room. 1 week later, the Ferreira family received the Garoon family at their residence. It was something Aaron Ferreira didn't particularly like, but there was nothing he could do. As soon as he arrived, Phil Garoon immediately started with one of his provocations, commenting that Aaron looked much more masculine than the last time he had seen him. Meanwhile, Harun Ferreira, Aaron's father, simply thought it would be better to take him inside before he kept talking. Later, during dinner, the nobles were gathered around the table, and Aaron remembered what Marcus had told him. There was no one in that hall who was truly friendly toward his family. Although the Ferreira family had no direct conflicts with the Bauer and Fried families, that did not mean they were friends either. The Lester, Russell, and Garin families, on the other hand, showed a certain hostility toward the Ferreira family. Marcus had specifically warned him about Phil Garin, since the two families had maintained a rivalry spanning generations. At one point, Harun stood up with a glass in hand and thanked everyone for dedicating their precious time to the security of the southern trade route. Then he made a toast to peace. Aaron didn't know there was specific etiquette for such things, but he noticed that everyone drank right after the speech, so he did the same. However, the taste was terrible. The wine was extremely bitter to him. Shortly after, he noticed that everyone was looking in his direction. Confused, he began to wonder if he had made a mistake. That was when Phil Garon lightly tapped his arm and explained that he was holding the glass incorrectly. According to him, white wine was sensitive to temperature, and holding the bowl of the glass would warm the drink. The correct way was to hold it by the stem. Aaron immediately apologized, but Phil replied that there was no need. He said these kinds of things happened and that Aaron should simply try to hold it properly next time. Then he continued his explanation, stating that a noble should also know that the little finger needed to be slightly extended when holding a glass. According to him, in the days when spices were rare and valuable, containers were held in a specific way to prevent waste caused by moisture from the hands. Aaron said he understood. At that moment, Harun remained silent, observing everything. Phil continued, saying that those times were long gone, but that a noble should still know such traditions. Baron Lester immediately agreed. He said that the difference between nobles and commoners often lay precisely in small details. The others also agreed, and the conversation continued in that direction. Then Phil told Harun not to take it too seriously, or worry about others' opinions. However, it was clear that he himself had started the whole situation just to embarrass Aaron. Soon after, Phil changed the subject and looked at his son Ryan Garin, asking if he had listened to the symphony he had recommended. Ryan replied that he had, and said he especially liked the second piece. Baron Lester praised the boy's musical taste, and then turned his attention to Aaron, asking what kind of music he usually listened to. Without hesitation, Aaron replied that he didn't really listen to any music. Baron Lester commented that it made sense, since he had entered the Sword Academy, and probably didn't have much free time. Still, he added that having some cultural knowledge would be beneficial. He said it was embarrassing for both sides when someone couldn't keep up with certain topics, and conversations quickly died out. Then he immediately said he was just joking. While the adults talked, Ryan observed everything in silence. To him, the plan was working perfectly. He imagined how Aaron must be feeling, unable to respond even to knowledge considered basic among nobles. In his mind, it was the result of laziness and ignorance that had marked Aaron's life for years. He also thought that Harun was responsible, having allowed his son to remain negligent for so long. At that moment, moment, Harun noticed that Aaron was trembling and asked if he was alright. The boy simply apologized and said he wanted to step out for a moment. Without insisting, Harun allowed him to leave. As soon as he left the hall, Aaron ran off. While walking, he felt disappointed in himself. He thought he had changed. He thought he had become more confident and would be able to face situations like that. However, once again he was running away. He also realized he had never understood how much his father, his mother, and Khalil had suffered because of him. At that moment, he felt like a terrible son. He went to the training field, picked up his sword, and began swinging it repeatedly to release his frustration. While training, he remembered a conversation he had with Ruru. She had said that much of his effort was wasted. Simply overworking the body and repeating movements was not real effort. True effort was putting the body, heart, and purpose into every action. She said it was necessary to use a sincere heart to sustain sincere actions. She also asked if he truly put his heart into what he did. Back then, Aaron had replied that even he didn't know the answer. Shortly after, the Lester twins appeared at the training field. One of them commented that Aaron's posture was quite impressive, and that, apparently, it wasn't a lie that he was studying at the Sword Academy. Caesar Lester said it was boring to wait for the adults to finish their conversations and suggested they have a duel. At the same time, Martin Russell, the eldest son of Baron Russell, asked why Aaron was there alone and silent. He then mocked him, saying that maybe he had run away simply because he didn't know how to hold a wine glass. Or perhaps he also didn't know how to hold a sword. After all, 1 year of training was too little time for someone to learn, especially for a lazy lord. Faced with the provocations, Aaron simply raised his sword. His attitude surprised the three young men. Without hesitation, he challenged them to fight. One of the twins laughed and commented that he was truly arrogant. Caesar then picked up a sword, thinking that it had been a long time since he had last trained seriously. Still, he was certain that someone who had trained for only 1 year could never defeat him. In his mind, this was the perfect opportunity to humiliate Aaron. Confidently, Caesar said he wanted to see what Aaron was really capable of, and that he would even allow him to make the first move. However, before he could even finish speaking, Aaron dashed forward. His massive sword sliced through the air in an explosive motion. The strike hit Caesar's arms directly, sending his sword flying away. In less than a second, he had been completely disarmed and defeated. The three of them were shocked by what they had just witnessed. Aaron Ferreira asked who would be next, but Caesar Lester complained that it didn't count because he hadn't even said start, accusing Aaron of cheating. Aaron calmly replied that it was fine and that he could try again. Before the fight could continue, Martin Russell said he would take his place. One of the twins tried to brush it off, calling the situation exaggerated and saying the other was just arrogant. Still, Martin stated that Aaron had left his guard down and that he wouldn't back down because facing him was the only way to feel better after what had happened. The twins also reinforced that the previous fight didn't count since there had been no preparation, insisting it had been a cowardly attack. Even so, they claimed Martin would win for sure. Aaron simply confirmed again whether they could begin, and when the start was allowed, the two exchanged heavy blows. Aaron maintained a defensive stance, blocking firmly, while Martin advanced with constant pressure, believing it would wear his opponent down quickly. The twins commented that Aaron would lose like that, but over time Martin began to tire, while Aaron remained steady like a wall. Then Aaron changed the rhythm and delivered a heavy counterstrike with his sword, opening Martin's guard and forcing him to step back, his hands already aching from blisters and injuries. Aaron asked if he wouldn't attack anymore, and Martin, noticing the condition of his own hands, realized he couldn't keep going at that pace. He thought someone should stop the fight before it got worse. At that moment, Ryan Guerin appeared and questioned why they didn't just end it already, since there was clearly a winner. He also told Martin to stop before his hands got worse, then acknowledged that Aaron had improved significantly. Then Ryan surprised everyone by suggesting a duel with him, possibly with real swords. Aaron accepted the idea, which even shocked Aaron. Ryan liked Aaron's new attitude as he raised his now metal sword. Silently, Ryan realized that Aaron's vigor didn't seem like that of a beginner, especially after returning from the academy. He even considered the possibility of injuring him, but remembered that he was still a noble and decided to hold back, allowing Aaron to make the first move as a veteran. Aaron did not accept that condition. Ryan became irritated by the interruption, but kept his stance and commented that it would be strange to duel him, reminding him that in the past, Aaron had been nothing but a coward. That irritated Aaron, but he took a deep breath, calmed himself, and gripped his sword firmly, as he had learned at the academy. Then he closed his eyes and entered a deep state of concentration. The twins said he had gone crazy, but when Aaron opened his eyes, he was completely focused. His presence became so intense that Ryan instinctively stepped back, pressing against the stone wall, feeling an unexpected discomfort at being pressured by someone he considered inferior. Shortly after, something astonishing happened. Even without direct contact between the blades, Ryan's sword suddenly split in half, as if struck by an invisible attack from several meters away. Everyone was stunned, trying to understand what had happened. A short while later, Phil Garoon arrived at the training field with other nobles. Seeing the broken sword, he asked what had happened, and Ryan replied bluntly that he had lost a duel against Aaron Ferreira. Harun Ferreira, surprised, asked if his son had truly won. Ryan tried to maintain maintain his composure and explained that Aaron's attack had come from about 5 meters away and still managed to split his sword in half, which left everyone tense. Phil reacted coldly, saying that Aaron's swordsmanship must be excellent and reminding them that he trained at Kronos Academy, so it made sense that he had improved. Aaron Lester commented that this was a blessing for the Southern Union and that Aaron's growth was impressive. They even praised Haroon, saying he had a good son, and he simply thanked them. Later, when the meeting ended and everyone withdrew, Phil commented to Ryan that it seemed he had lost on purpose, just to please the boy, making it clear that the relationship with the Ferreira family was fragile. He said he would not accept further changes to the plans, which left Ryan deeply irritated, leading him to order the preparation of 5 apprentices upon returning to the duchy. Afterwards, in Haroon's office, he told Aaron that it was not necessary for him to get involved in the subjugation of the South since it was an important event and his training at Kronos Academy was even more essential. But Aaron insisted that he still wanted to participate. He promised to overcome his own flaws in 3 weeks and do everything he could not to disappoint his father. He also said that if he failed to satisfy him, he would give up the sword. Haroon remained silent, sensing his son's determination. Later, in the bedroom, Aaron's mother and his sister Kalail showed concern. They asked if he would truly be alright, but his mother said he was making an effort and that they needed to trust him. The next morning, Aaron resumed training with full intensity. Now it was not just his body moving, but also his heart, as if he were pouring out the weight of his entire family. He no longer wanted them to be a source of ridicule. He felt that all that pain was his responsibility and turned it into strength to keep training. At the end of the day, he asked Ruru if his movements still seemed like wasted effort. She replied that they did not, that now it finally looked like real effort. Aaron then asked if he could learn mystical arts, and Ruru said yes, but asked for patience, saying she would teach him, just not at that moment. She told him to organize his thoughts and rest, and that after a good night's sleep he could continue. The next morning, Aaron met Ruru and immediately informed her that no one could enter the training room that day, since he had asked his father to restrict access, which would make training more focused and uninterrupted. Ruru said that was a great idea, but Aaron found her strange, as she was dressed like a teacher, with a tie, glasses, a wand, and even a book. She explained that it was an important day for teaching mystical arts, and that she had worn her special teacher outfit because the moment demanded seriousness. She then emphasized that in mystical arts, the heart was the most important part, because it was what transformed desire into real power. In Aaron's case, his desire was to protect his family. She then asked what he thought he should do to strengthen that desire, explaining that the most common and simplest path was superstition. While speaking, she threw several documents onto the floor and began arranging them like a classroom board, making everything more visual for him to understand. She explained that superstition was not exactly truth, but belief, and in mystical arts, belief mattered more than logic, because power depended directly on the strength of faith. Even baseless stories could generate power if believed strongly enough, just like in ancient times when people saw stones or the sun as gods, and performed rituals to fulfill their desires, using belief itself as a source of strength, considered one of the most powerful. She also mentioned that sacrifices could act as a price, but they were dangerous and could lead to negative consequences, closer to attracting something dark than truly awakening mystical arts. After that, Ruru said the method that suited Aaron best was sword training tied to a strong desire, and told him to stop standing still and pick up his sword. Aaron then resumed practicing his usual movements, but now trying to better understand what she had said. Before that, he had asked if he should train exactly as before, and she replied no, because now it was different. It involved something like a promise or contract, something with more weight than a simple routine. She explained that he should swing his sword sincerely thousands of times a day, putting his heart into each movement and thinking about how he should evolve, and that this resembled the superstition she had explained earlier, since it was not just repetition, but repetition connected directly to desire. Training without intention led nowhere, but when actions were tied to what one wanted, belief and the strength of the heart would grow stronger, and he would gradually improve each day by fulfilling this contract. In simpler terms, she summarized that for ordinary people outside this fantasy world, it was like setting daily goals and completing them, because it increased motivation and progress over time. She even casually mentioned that it was a good method for anything, since she used something similar herself, setting small goals and increasing them as she improved. Aaron listened and thought this was different from normal training, because it was not just repetition, it required thought and feeling in every strike, which was difficult, but he still tried, using everything he felt, his desire to protect his family, anger at his former self, and his wish to become stronger all at once. Meanwhile, Ruru watched and thought that this was enough for now, and that if he continued his effort, he would eventually succeed, because mystical arts awakened through constant effort, even if it seemed baseless. For Aaron, Aaron at that moment, it was the only thing he could rely on. He kept training for days on end, 2 days, then 4, until the 10th day, when he was already extremely exhausted and began to wonder whether he was doing everything correctly or simply wasting his time again. It was at that moment that Ruru noticed he had stopped and began to explain that what truly weakened a strong heart was doubt, since even a burning heart could break once it started being eroded by uncertainty. She said it was natural for the heart not to remain the same forever, because initial passion can fade and the body begins to feel heavy, bringing useless thoughts such as doubt. Because of that, he shouldn't do it alone, but together with other people, because when someone doesn't believe only in themselves but also in others, it strengthens the bond, and when those people return that belief, the strength grows even more. She stated that with other people around him, his steps would become firmer and more courageous. Aaron replied that he didn't think anyone truly believed in him like that, but Ruru asked why he thought so. He explained that he knew he had been a coward, someone who spent years running away from everything without doing anything, and because of that he felt no one would have a reason to trust him. However, Ruru said that she believed in him, and that when she had said before that he looked like a stone at the bottom of the river, she had been wrong, because he wasn't an ordinary stone but a pebble still in formation, something that could become strong and beautiful over time. She used that as a comparison, saying that he had potential and that many people around him already liked him, so he shouldn't jump to conclusions about himself so quickly. After that, she ended the lesson for the day and told him to think about it on his own. Later, in his room, Aaron reflected on everything and wondered if there were really people who believed in him. He thought about his father, his mother, Kyle, and how everyone had waited 10 years for him to recover, and that if they didn't believe in him, he wouldn't have been able to hold a sword again on his own will. He also remembered his friends, the academy master, the instructors, and Ruru herself, realizing that there were many people around him. Slowly, he began to consider the possibility that maybe he could truly become someone worthy of others' trust. At that moment, while he was lying down, a mystical energy began to envelop his body, and Khalil, in the library, immediately felt that strong presence. She rushed to the room and found Aaron trapped inside a kind of giant pearl formed by mystical arts. Ruru explained that he had awakened his mystical arts, and Khalil, confused, asked how that was possible, since she had never heard of an awakening of that kind, and demanded that they explain exactly what had happened to his brother. Ruru explained to Khalil that Aaron had been taken inside his own heart, a space created by mystical arts where no one could enter or interfere, because it was a place fully connected to his desire and what he wished to achieve, being the most ideal environment to realize that desire. She said that within that space he would continue training until he reached a result he was satisfied with, without any outside interference. When Khalil asked when he could come out, Ruru replied that it would only happen when he achieved that satisfactory result, but that no one knew when that would be. It could be days, months, or even years. At that moment, she fell silent with concern, wondering if she had made the right choice in bringing a human into that kind of condition, and hoping he would return safely. Meanwhile, inside that space, Aaron found himself facing a stone wall in an unknown place, but soon realized he was in the same setting connected to the man from his dream, the swordsman who always appeared to him practicing repetitive sword movements. This time, however, the man stopped, looked directly at Aaron as if he could truly see him, and in that instant released a pressure of power that pulled Aaron closer, as if calling him to his side and toward the path of the swordmaster. Shortly after, Aaron woke up alone in a training courtyard, wearing simple peasant clothes, in front of a wooden cabin and the enormous metal sword that man used. He realized this couldn't be explained normally, because it was mystical arts, a space created by his desire. He then understood that he had awakened, and was inside a world manifested by his own desire, a space made for training. Because of that, he picked up the sword and took a deep breath, realizing that no one could interrupt him there, and that it was a place just for him to grow. From then on, he resumed training without stopping, swinging the sword with force, understanding that this space was where he would find his goal and his path as a swordsman. As days passed, he trained intensely until nightfall, and at first he thought it was excellent, even wishing the environment would always remain bright. The moment he thought that, the world responded to his desire and became bright again, as if reality itself reacted to his will. Later, he imagined it would be nice if it were spring, and the environment changed once more, becoming a scene with warm wind, flowers, petals, a pleasant scent, and light air, creating a perfect space for him to focus solely on the sword. Inside the cabin, he could change clothes, eat whatever he wanted, and rest whenever he wished, making that world extremely comfortable, but also designed for constant training. He continued training for several days, until on the 5th day he realized that no matter how many times he slept, he always woke up in the same place, and then understood that he could not leave until he achieved his goal. During this period, he still remembered the man from his dream and wondered what their connection was, since he appeared directly inside his mystical arts space, but he quickly pushed those thoughts away so as not to get distracted and returned to training. He increased the repetition of his strikes, starting with 2,000 movements in a day, then more than 5,000 the next, and on day 211 he reached 6,000 strikes, even though he felt something was off, but without doubting himself he continued. At another moment, on day 300 353, he noticed the number had dropped to 5,600 strikes, indicating he was overexerting himself and decided to rest a bit. By day 417, during movement number 3696, his right hand began to feel numb and injured, which could affect the next day's training, so he stopped again. Further along, on the 624th day since he had entered that world, Aaron was lying on a large bed resting, but he noticed something troubling. It had already been 96 days since the last time he had touched a real sword. His body felt heavy and his eyes were tired, and he thought that this was inevitable, since he had spent much of his life being lazy, and his previous training had never been entirely by his own will, but rather influenced by the man from his dreams. Now he was there to find his own path of the sword, but at that moment he could no longer even hold it properly, and he still wondered how much time had truly passed, since he didn't know whether time in that place flowed the same as in the real world, which made him feel as if he might simply be wasting time. Even so, he ended up thinking that he could just continue living in that comfortable space forever, until he was interrupted by a voice calling him from inside the cabin. When he looked, he saw Ilya entering through the door, saying that he needed to start training at dawn, which startled him, causing him to wrap himself in the blanket and fall awkwardly to the floor, while she asked if he was really happy to see her and if that was some kind of attempt to escape. Without wasting time, he changed his clothes and went running with her, and even though there was no path in that place at first, a trail naturally formed as soon as they started running together. During the run, Ilya said he was slower and told him to keep the pace, after which he returned completely exhausted to the cabin. There, he found Ilya already preparing a meal and saying that after eating they would go straight into sword training, so they ate together, and she noticed he was different, asking if he had something to say while staring at him. He tried to ask how she was there, but she cut him off, telling him not to ask useless questions and to hurry up and eat. After that, they went to sword training, and at the beginning of the session Ilya asked if he had spent the last few days just playing around, noting that his heart was completely empty at that moment, and that he needed to fill that heart so that his sword movements would have meaning, reminding him that this was something Ruru herself had taught him. Aaron asked if she knew Ruru, but Ilya responded coldly, telling him to stop asking useless questions and to get back to another 2,000 movements. At the end of the day, she said that was all for today and that she would see him next time, disappearing shortly after, as if she were smoke. Aaron was already certain that it was not reality, but even so he went back to rest. He thought that perhaps he had unconsciously summoned Ilya into his mystical arts world, but he didn't see it as something bad. In the middle of sleep, he was awakened by Judith, who pulled him forcefully and complained that the sun was already high and he was still sleeping, asking if he wanted to die. She took him outside together with Bart, and also Ilya. Bart found the situation strange, saying it was unlike Aaron to sleep so much. Judith then told him to pick up his sword because they would duel, but Bart complained that he hadn't even warmed up yet, while the two argued. Meanwhile, Ilya ended up going to warm up together with Aaron. He returned to sword training, noticing that his posture had worsened again, likely because he had rested too much. Ilya said it was fine, that he was a bit unstable, but still improving and making progress. He looked around and thought to himself that he didn't want people to build expectations about him, because he still felt incapable of doing anything on his own. Even so, he kept training, and at times imagined meals and situations with the people he loved inside his own mind. He wondered if his mystical arts were creating this because those people believed in him. In the real world, he kept running to his limits, feeling his body heavy, his breathing difficult, and his legs weak, but without wanting to stop. At that moment, Judith passed by him saying she would not lose. Later, he trained sword techniques with Bart, repeating movements of strength, agility, and technique, absorbing everything he could. Inside the mystical arts space, he noticed he had become more stable and faster, managing to execute better strikes. Although he still matched Bart in strength, he realized he had truly improved a lot, and thought Ruru had been right in saying he didn't need to suffer alone. He remembered the Oracle Orc, an idea from Marcus, and found a note saying there was no need to be alone, and that strength came from those who believed in him. With that, he managed to perform 10,000 sword movements. Gradually, the images of the people around him began to disappear, and he started again from zero, training continuously. Time passed inside that space, marking 1,237 days, then 1,375, 1,492, 1,566, 1,613, 1,687, and 1,755 days since he had entered that world. Aaron had become much stronger. His body emanated mystical arts and he seemed like a different person, almost like a son of his own. He could now stand on his own, but decided to call his friends again just to show how much he had evolved. Judith joked, asking if he hadn't called everyone there just to show off, but he denied it and said he wanted to duel. She said she would begin, but Aaron surprised them by saying he wanted to face all three at the same time. He advanced with his sword under immense pressure, exciting everyone, but also making them think he was being far too bold. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he didn't feel like he would lose either. He entered a deep state of focus, perceiving every movement of his opponents. First, he charged at Judith, landing a powerful strike. Then he dodged Bart's speed, and afterward avoided an attack from Ilya, responding with fast and precise counterattacks. He began by isolating the fights, overpowering Judith first, who ended up being pressured. Bart had to step in with his speed, and together they made the situation difficult for Eren, especially with Ilya's covering attacks. Even so, he managed to defend and evade using his mystical arts. When Judith attempted an aerial attack, he blocked it with both hands and held his ground. Ilya noticed that the movement he used to defend himself resembled Bart's own technique, and he confirmed that he had learned by observing all of them. Bart asked how he had managed that, and Eren replied that he had simply absorbed what he could at the academy, taking bits of everyone's swordsmanship. He didn't want to abandon his own path, but he wanted to strengthen his will through everything he had learned. Judith called him selfish and a fraud, but he replied that she should also awaken her mystical arts. She got irritated and ended up chasing him around for a while. After that, he continued training with all of them inside that space for a long time. On one of the days, he finally managed to knock Judith down, and she surrendered, saying that next time she wouldn't go easy on him. When everything disappeared, Eren realized he had become much stronger and that he was finally ready to leave that place. He lay down one last time and saw the cabin transform into a massive exit with two giant doors without locks. Near them was the sword from his dreams, as if it were the key. He realized his body now matched that size and understood that this was the closing of a cycle. He remembered that he had come there to free himself from another man's sword style, but to leave, he would have to use it. In the past, that would have driven him to despair, but now he understood better who he was. Everything he had learned was not to become someone else, but to strengthen his own will. He then cut the doors in half. When he opened his eyes, he woke up in his own room, in his own bed, with nothing changed. He wondered how much time had passed, and immediately went to look for his parents. On the way, he passed a white kitten that was not Ruru, and Marcus became confused seeing the animal there even with the windows closed. Shortly after, Eren met Marcus again, who hugged him and said he had finally returned, and that he thought he would never get out of there. Eren asked how much time had passed, and Marcus replied that 5 years had gone by. Eren fell silent, realizing that time had passed, the same as in the other world. Remembering the promises he had made to the Academy Master Ruru and Ilya, he asked about his parents and Khalil, and later finally found them. He embraced his parents, who were crying with emotion at his return. Harun said he was simply happy that he had come back safe and sound, and thanked him deeply for it. Eren asked about Khalil, and Amelia replied that she was in the Principality of Caesar, where she had become a disciple of a mystic named Skina Kitten. Eren thought it was good to know she was safe and had followed her own path, but at the same time realized he had caused his parents trouble again. Still, he decided he would do his best from then on. He said they had really gone through a lot because of him, and it must have been hard for them while he was trapped in that strange place for 5 years. But he also said he hadn't been idle, since he had trained more than anyone and achieved the results he wanted. Harun asked if he had practiced swordsmanship inside, and Eren confirmed, saying there was nothing left to worry about, and that he would no longer cause trouble. He stated that from now on he would live as the honorable son of the Ferreira family, showing proper conduct for his title. He also said that since he had returned in April, he could take part in the subjugation next month. At that moment, Khalil appeared and said he wouldn't go, not without her permission. Eren asked if she had grown as well, and she replied angrily, asking how he could smile in a situation like that. He simply said he was happy to see her after so long. Amelia questioned why she was there if she should be in the Principality, and Khalil explained that she intended to take part in the subjugation in her brother's place, because she couldn't allow him to go. She said she wasn't being reckless, but that he didn't need to get involved in this after having been trapped for 5 years in a dangerous place. Eren replied that she didn't need to worry because he had trained and become stronger. Kylie then said that if he was so confident, they should duel to prove he was worthy. She released the power she had accumulated over the years, pressing the surroundings with overwhelming force, but Eren endured it and simply asked her to follow him. They went to the training courtyard, where the knights commented in shock that they had thought he was either dead or gone for good. Yet he had already returned, ready for a duel against his own sister. Khalil provoked him, asking what he was waiting for, and he replied that he was already ready. He took a firm stance, as if holding an invisible sword, which made her complain that he wasn't even armed. At that moment, a mystical energy sword materialized in his hands. Everyone was shocked, realizing that he was truly capable of using mystical arts. Eren, however, thought it was nothing more than the ability to manifest a sword. Khalil then opened her bags and revealed small swords that transformed into giant magical weapons. She launched them at him, starting the duel, while he was still trying to understand whether this couldn't be resolved more peacefully. He blocked the first strike, feeling as if his arms might break from the impact, but he kept resisting. He was almost hit from behind, but managed to defend at the last moment. Khalil's swords continued to be controlled like guided missiles, while he knocked each one down one after another, maintaining constant defense. The duel continued like that for a while, and Marcus noticed that Eren was only defending without counterattacking. Khalil eventually lost control of her technique and her weapons fell to the ground, until she began to cry, saying she was only worried about him. She embraced him in tears, calling him an idiot, and telling him never never to disappear like that again. Aaron apologized for taking so long to return and said she had done well during that time. Later, Kylil warned him to be careful about the subjugation because the Deciano region had become far more dangerous. She explained that a demonoid had appeared, an existence formed through contracts with demons, with power comparable to high-level mystics, born from a corrupted heart and extremely dangerous, far beyond ordinary monsters. She said she would also take part in the mission. Aaron replied that that was true, but at that moment a mage appeared and interrupted, saying that couldn't happen, because a very important event would take place in 2 weeks. Kylil responded that her teacher had come because she was visiting her brother, who had awakened after 5 years. Then she asked if he was Aaron Ferreira, since she was the mystic of Cesar, skin a kitten. Aaron thought she looked very young and beautiful, but he had heard she was around 50 years old, so he concluded she probably used mystical arts to rejuvenate herself, which Skinna herself confirmed. When he reacted in surprise and asked if she could read minds, she explained that she couldn't, but that she was very good at reading people's thoughts, making it clear he had indeed been thinking she was too beautiful to be his sister's teacher, which was true. Kylil told him not to listen to her, saying her teacher was a total mess in everything involving mystical arts, and Skinna responded by hugging her disciple and saying that was exactly what made her special, calling her silly. She then commented to Aaron that the girl had talked about him a lot over the past 5 years, which left Kylil extremely embarrassed. The teacher then asked what he had just said, and stated that if he wanted to keep her quiet, she would have to go back to her room and prepare to return to her routine, showing a very direct way of dealing with her disciple. Aaron thought she was truly impressive, since even he couldn't handle Kylil so easily. Skinna apologized, saying that maybe that hadn't been the best first impression, explaining that to be Khalil's master one needed an even stronger will than hers. Aaron replied that it was fine, and the teacher commented that he was quite different from her disciple. Shortly after, she revealed she had brought him a gift, handing him a necklace with a crystal pendant, an artifact capable of detecting demonic energy and dangerous elements, and even detoxifying poisons. Aaron refused, thinking it was too valuable, but Skinna insisted that he accept it, saying that both she and Khalil had made it together, and that during the 5 years the disciple waited for his awakening, she had poured all her power into creating the necklace. She added that she had never seen Khalil so excited since becoming her disciple, and asked him to make good use of the gift. Aaron eventually accepted it and thanked her. Upon parting, Skinna said she was pleased, and that he was a better brother than she had expected. After she left, Aaron also felt satisfied to see that his parents were well, and that Kylil had found a good master, but he wondered where Ruru might be. Later, in the Gairun territory, at a provisional base, everyone was preparing in a war camp for the monster subjugation. When he asked about Ruru, Khalil replied that she had stayed in the duchy for a few months and then disappeared without leaving any trace. Aaron said he understood that she didn't like Ruru very much, but that none of it had been anyone's fault, only what he himself had wanted, and asked her to try not to hate her so much if they ever met again. Khalil replied that she would try. Meanwhile, people were talking about Aaron himself. The Lester twins commented that they thought he shouldn't even be there, while Martin said he had heard he had been trapped inside a mystical barrier for 5 years. Ryan claimed that was a lie and just an excuse, saying he must have been resting all that time. The twins questioned why he wanted to join the subjugation since he had no experience fighting monsters, but Martin said that if he had the same abilities, he would easily manage it. Kevin added that because of the demonoid, knights, mages, and priests had been dispatched, and even the vice-captain of the order, Sir Hill Burnett, was in command of the operation, making it impossible not to participate. Without realizing it, Kevin said all this while Hill Burnett, vice-captain of the Knights of the Twilight Order, was standing right behind him. The vice-captain apologized for interrupting, but said that since everyone was gathered, they would not be participating in the subjugation, as he would continue only with those he had brought with him. Phil questioned how he could make such an important decision alone, and Hill replied that a demonoid was on another level compared to ordinary monsters, and that many of them did not understand the true severity of the situation. He criticized the southern nobles, saying they relied too much on honor and failed to grasp the real danger, and that he would not risk the mission alongside people driven only by personal glory. His presence alone put everyone under pressure, but Aaron remained calm. At that moment, Ryan tried to pass and ended up stepping into Hill Burnett's path, who asked who he was to block him. The pressure was so intense that Ryan coughed blood and fell to his knees, barely able to move. Even so, he said he would not make excuses, that he had underestimated the demonoid, but would not repeat the mistake, and wanted another chance to join the mission. Hill observed his attitude and said that, despite everything, he could not simply exclude them after seeing their willingness to fight for the territory, only reinforcing that they must understand the gravity of the enemy. Later in his tent, Hill Burnett reviewed documents and realized that Ryan Guerin was a good soldier, but among them all he was practically the only truly useful one. At that moment, he received a visitor. Tom Miller, a wandering knight from the kingdom of Gerbera, appeared to meet Hill Burnett, who commented that it had been a while since their last meeting, and asked about his disciple, saying he had heard he was quite talented. said. Miller replied moderately that he was merely acceptable, which led Hill to question whether he was being too harsh. Since the disciple was one of the 27th generation trainees of the Grimacrono Academy, known as the Golden Generation, Miller explained that he was one of the trainees who failed to become an official knight, although he believed that even so, he would not be inferior to official apprentices, but still had a long way to go before reaching geniuses like Ilya Lindsay. Hill remarked that she was from the kingdom of Adam, and remembered she had ranked first at the academy, but refused to become an official apprentice, leaving at 14 to become an honorary knight of the Knights of the Moon, the kingdom's greatest order. Miller replied that she was an absurd genius, comparable to Ignet, and Hill said he felt envious, since in the kingdom of Hell there was no one at that level. Miller disagreed and said there was indeed someone like that, stating that his disciple had heard of a monster capable of rivaling Ilya Lindsay, someone who nearly placed second in the academy's final evaluation by a minimal margin, and who had once split the ground with his sword. Hill, surprised, asked if that student was still at the academy, but Miller said he had already left and was from the southern region of the kingdom of Hell, possibly participating in the subjugation. When Hill asked for the name, Miller revealed it was Aaron Ferreira. The next morning, the expedition set out for the subjugation, and after a long march, they paused in a clearing to rest and eat. The Knights of the Twilight Order observed the Southern warriors' training and acknowledged that, despite being showy, they were skilled, with Ryan Garoon standing out as the best among them. Phil observed that this was noteworthy, and thought that the gap between their family and the Ferreira family had widened in recent years, but that if they managed to monopolize active roles in the mission, they could strengthen the Garoon family, since Ryan was essential for that, and needed to impress the vice captain. At that moment, Hill passed by Ryan without interacting, which annoyed the young man, but he tried not to be shaken by it. However, the situation changed when Hill approached Aaron. They stared at each other in silence, until Hill informed the soldiers that he had been looking for him, saying he had heard rumors that Aaron was a lazy southern noble who had disappeared because of mystical arts. Hill was confused, thinking that he might have abandoned Kronos Academy and returned home, also questioning the use of those mystical arts, since he believed only his sister dealt with them. He then confirmed whether he was Aaron Ferreira, and said that, as the one leading the subjugation, he should be treated as a commander. Straightforwardly, Hill criticized the fact that the other youths were training hard while Aaron seemed relaxed. Aaron apologized and explained that, in his current state, training swordsmanship would not be true effort, as it would go against his heart. Some nearby people commented that it sounded like showing off, but Hill found the answer interesting and asked him to explain further. Aaron said he was there to kill the demonoid and also to increase his family's honor, but at that moment he was focused on understanding what he truly needed to do in that subjugation. He explained that, since he had no experience in missions like this, he had decided there was something more important than simply training swordsmanship, because true effort required putting one's heart into the action completely, and training without that could not be considered real effort. Hill thought he was indeed different, and at that moment a soldier announced it was time to depart. The order was given for everyone to return to formation, but Hill asked Aaron to remain by his side, as he still wanted to talk to him. Thus, they continued the march together, while Ryan silently watched everything, satisfied with how things were unfolding. But Phil said they shouldn't be so impatient, and that they could wait for an opportunity to appear, or even create that opportunity themselves. Ryan replied that he also thought sooner was better. Meanwhile, Aaron told Hill that he had a sword made from mystical arts, and Hill found that very interesting, especially since he was already armed at that moment, and thought that this boy had awakened mystical arts at such a young age, in addition to being a swordsman, which was surprising. Then he asked whether Aaron had said there was still something he needed to focus on besides training, and what exactly it was. Aaron was thinking of three things. First, he had never killed before, and wanted to prepare himself for the shock and confusion that might come after his first kill. Second, he had heard that nothing was more dangerous than the unpredictable actions of a soldier, so he wanted to avoid becoming a nuisance or a burden. Third, he was thinking about the demonic energy emanating from demonoids and their subordinates, and wanted to do what he could so others could better recognize the appearance of enemies, maximizing his senses. Hill replied that he was far more realistic than expected, and praised him, but said he should not overburden himself at the start, especially regarding the last point, since veterans and priests already handled that, and were able to detect demonic energy. At that moment, Aaron sensed the presence of an enemy approaching from behind before anyone else, a gigantic beast with long fangs and a sharp predator's gaze. Hill sensed the threat thanks to Aaron, and immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle, with the 6 families moving to the rear to protect mages and priests, while the knights engaged the enemies. Before any strategy was fully organized, Aaron rushed out alone, summoning his giant mystical sword, and with a single vertical strike, split the demonic beast in half. Everyone was shocked, unable to react, including Harun, who couldn't believe what he had seen. However, the creature grotesquely regenerated and counterattacked Eren, who blocked it, ran along its arm, and tore it off with a spinning strike, continuing the fight while Hill shouted that there were still more enemies and they needed to be eliminated. After the battle, everyone was safe with no losses, and Eren questioned what he had done and why he had acted that way, since upon seeing the giant he could not contain his anger, something he had never felt before. Hill approached and asked if he understood what he had done, and Eren apologized for acting without following orders, saying he could not control his emotions. But Hill replied that he did not need to bow his head, and that they were in a subjugation where the goal was precisely to eliminate beasts, and that he had done an excellent job helping defeat the giant quickly and keeping the operation efficient, congratulating him on his first performance. Soon after, Harun approached his son worried, asking if he was okay and if he was injured, and Eren replied that he was only stained with the creature's blood. Harun then hugged him, saying he was very proud of him. Later, Eren showed Hill an artifact he had received as a gift from Khalil and her teacher, capable of detecting demonic energy, which impressed Hill, as it seemed even more sensitive than divine artifacts used by priests. During the march, the pendant detected enemies coming from the left, and the formation was quickly prepared, with the creatures being easily eliminated by the subjugation force. Hill then told Eren that he would start trusting his words more than the divine artifacts of priests, asking him to announce aloud whenever he detected energy. Ryan was not very happy with this change. Later, at the camp, while everyone was eating and resting, the knights were impressed with Eren, who at only 21 years old already demonstrated great skill, seeming like a true specialist. While eating his soup, Eren's pendant reacted again, but this time it was not demonic energy, it was poison, and it turned completely black. He realized that someone was trying to kill him and that this was relatively common among noble families, though this time it had been done in a very direct manner. He suspected the three present families, especially Garen, but decided not to tell his father so as not to worry him. He then purified the poison and found a hidden note under the pot, indicating that someone had tried to discreetly warn him about it. Eren was surprised that someone was trying to help him, while from a distance Jack Stewart watched everything and wondered whether he was truly making the right decision. After Eren finished eating, Hill requested a duel against him, judging that he needed to see the full extent of Eren's power to better understand how it could influence the demonoid subjugation. Both prepared under the eyes of the entire camp, and Hill drew his sword, asking Eren to do the same. Eren then materialized his sword out of nowhere, which shocked and amazed everyone, who began commenting among themselves about how unbelievable it was. Hill explained that, since the duel was meant to confirm Eren's abilities, only one full power strike from each side would determine the outcome. Eren immediately accepted without hesitation, which satisfied the commander, who noticed that he had an unusual composure, like someone accustomed to facing death or something even deeper. Hill then entered his own combat preparation, almost like a bestial transformation through his ability, while evaluating the boy's spirit, which seemed unbreakable like steel, and at the same time emitted a sinister, glorious, and radiant aura. He realized that if he did not take the duel seriously, he could easily be overwhelmed by that power. As the tension rose, Hill roared like a beast, and the Knights of the Order of Twilight realized he was truly taking the confrontation seriously. One of the knights tried to initiate the procedure but tripped and fell between them, apologizing. Hill then stopped the duel and said he had seen enough, stating that Eren could act independently from that point onward without needing to follow direct orders, as he possessed sufficient skill and was close to the level of an experienced combatant. Later, while resting, Eren stayed awake thinking about what he had felt during the battle against the giant beast, and during the duel with Hill, realizing that in both moments he had partially lost control, as if his emotions had taken over his body. This reminded him of an old dream involving a mysterious man who seemed to return, now older and enraged amid a violent storm. Eren woke up early the next day and decided to set it aside, understanding that he needed to focus on the subjugation for now. Meanwhile, Ryan questioned Jack about the poison placed in Eren's soup, and Jack confirmed that he had done it, but was surprised that it had not affected him. Ryan became irritated and ordered him to increase the dose, even as Jack warned that it could be fatal. Ryan coldly told him to stop worrying about Eren and simply obey. Jack agreed, though clearly uncomfortable. At the next meal, Eren's pendant again detected poison and automatically purified it. He realized that the assassination attempts were becoming persistent, but also noticed that, once again, a hidden note had been left warning about the poison, indicating that someone was trying to help him discreetly. During the march, Hill noticed that Eren seemed deep in thought, but Eren said it was nothing important. Shortly after, the pendant detected demonic energy to the left, and Eren went alone to deal with the enemies, effortlessly destroying humanoid creatures while Hill handled the rear guard. After the battle, the knights praised Eren's performance, impressed by his strength and precision. He, in turn, realized that his senses were becoming sharper, allowing him to detect demonic energy even before the artifact itself, and he wondered if this was connected to that internal change and the mysterious dream. Meanwhile, Ryan became increasingly irritated with the situation, and questioned Jack about Eren's behavior. Jack replied that Eren's artifact not only detected demonic energy, but also seemed capable capable of detoxifying poisons. Ryan asked whether all of that was the fault of his little sister again, and concluded that the only solution was to kill the demonoid. Soon after, Hill reported that they had found an artificial cave, which was the demonoid's base, and called Aaron to advance with him. Ryan also stepped forward, volunteering to take the vanguard, and Hill accepted, but warned everyone not to let their guard down at any moment. The group then entered the cave. As soon as they went inside, they began hearing music echoing through the walls, a strangely beautiful symphony that made the environment feel too comfortable to be real. Aaron realized it was an illusion, and was unaffected, observing the others from a distance. Hill nearly fell into the trap, but recovered by releasing his lion's roar, and ordered his men to immediately wake those who had been influenced, reinforcing that they could not fall into the demonoid's temptations. The group arrived at a vast hall inside the cave, from where all the music was coming, and there they found the demonoid, a beautiful woman playing the piano. She turned her face toward the intruders, and asked whether they would like to hear another piece. She was not alone. When she stood up from the piano, she was accompanied by concert skeletons and a kind of astro-violinist. Hill immediately recognized that she was a high-ranking demonoid, whose only visible difference from a human was her red eyes, and he found it strange that she maintained such a human-like appearance, even after being infused with demonic power. Meanwhile, Ryan was focused only on proving that he was superior to Aaron Ferreira. The demonoid stated that she wanted to play them a song, but Hill told her to shut up and maintain formation. She insisted, saying her performance was renowned, and that what they had heard earlier was only an appetizer, then resumed singing with a siren-like voice that began to affect the men. Hill ordered everyone to avoid looking at her, as she was attempting to hypnotize them. Even so, Ryan rushed forward alone, disobeying formation, and was attacked by hair that functioned like whips. He tried to defend himself with his sword, but could not break through her defenses. The demonoid then attempted to counterattack again, but Jack stepped in front to protect the group and was pulled toward her. She recognized him and said it was a pleasure to meet him, stating that she did not intend to kill him, as she was a pacifist, and proposed a deal involving his life and hers, asking for a way out of there. Hill and the others refused any negotiation with demonoids, while Phil became conflicted, saying he would not let his own son die, and ordered his group to protect the young master first. Tension grew among the allies themselves, as the demonoid watched, satisfied with the chaos unfolding. Amid the confusion, the demonoid noticed that Aaron remained still, eyes closed, as if meditating. In the next instant, he moved in a single swift strike and split her in half, destroying the piano and the surrounding skeletons as well. Even as she regenerated, she realized her recovery was being weakened. She tried to use hostages as shields, but Aaron completely ignored it, cutting through her hair and her left arm, and continuing his assault without hesitation. She attempted to defend herself with a cocoon of hair and retreat, but Aaron kept pressing until he broke through her defenses. In the end, the demonoid saw her own death approaching as everything was engulfed in a bright light inside the cave. She tried to escape, but was prevented by the pressure of the battle, and was struck again by Hill in his beast-like form amid the chaos. Even so, Aaron detected her final attempt to flee, and unleashed a long-range strike that completely fragmented her, leaving nothing behind. Afterward, the Knights of the Order confirmed that the demonoid had been defeated by Aaron Ferreira. Hill said he had no words to describe what had happened, while Jack could only admire Aaron for what he had done. After that, the temporary camp began to be dismantled, and the knights were still in shock at the outcome of the battle, as Aaron Ferreira had defeated the demonoid almost entirely on his own. Many recalled old rumors about him, saying he was just a lazy noble, but that no longer made sense. It was decided that, upon returning, they would need to deal with the vice-captain, as what had happened should not have occurred that way. Later, Hill held a meeting with Phil Guerin, who tried to justify himself by saying he was not himself during the confusion, and asked for forgiveness, but Hill made it clear that such excuses did not work. Phil insisted that he had been under the demonoid's mental control and would never have acted that way under normal conditions, especially against his own son. Even so, Hill considered the explanation weak and realized that, despite everything, there was no concrete proof of the crime, leaving the situation without a clear resolution. Back home, Aaron lay in silence, thinking about the battle. He reflected that it had not been fought for his family, but simply to kill the demonoid, and that being covered in blood during combat might mean something deeper, tied to the memories and fury of the man within him. He questioned what it all meant, still confused by those sensations. At that moment, Jack Stewart visited him politely, saying he had something important to discuss about the subjugation, but first wanted to give thanks. He explained that when he had been taken hostage by the demonoid, no one cared about his life, not even the vice-captain, his subordinates, or his lord, and that he only survived because of Aaron. Aaron replied indifferently that he did not care about the hostages, and had only been there to kill the demonoid, Still, Jack insisted that he owed his life to him and revealed something more serious. He confessed that he had been the one who put poison in Eren's food. He said it was an unforgivable act, something no human or knight should ever do, and that he would accept any punishment. Eren replied that he had already suspected it and was uneasy about it, but at that moment he did not want to deal with it, asking Jack to leave. He stated that he would not let the matter go, but needed time to clear his mind first. Jack accepted, promised to atone for his sins later, and then left. Right after he left, Ruru appeared and said that nothing would change even if he kept thinking about that day all the time. Eren noticed her presence and asked if she had come back. She replied that she had only come to see how he was, but said she didn't have the right to appear before him. She explained that if she had done a better job, he wouldn't have been separated from his family for 5 years, and admitted she felt guilty about what happened to Khalil, who ended up becoming depressed because of her. When Eren tried to approach her, Ruru stepped back, telling him not to touch her and calling herself a black cat of bad luck, saying that even superstitions can become real. She opened a portal to try to escape, but Eren grabbed her and said that from that moment on, black cats would be a symbol of good luck, insisting that his belief would be stronger than any superstition. In the end, Ruru gave in and said she had missed him too. After that, Eren told her everything that had happened during the battle, and Ruru was impressed, saying that mystical arts were truly incredible and that she hadn't expected people from the academy to appear in such a way. She commented that he could now even manifest his own sword and said he had a strong affinity for mystical arts. When Eren asked how she knew that, Ruru replied that she had always been by his side, disguised as the White Kitten, and that she was also the one who sent the warnings about the poison. She then observed that during the fight against the demonoid, he seemed like a different person, and asked if something had happened to him. Eren told her everything about the dream, and the enraged man who frequently appeared in it. Ruru analyzed the situation and explained that the man seemed to harbor a deep hatred for demonoids, and that his origins might be connected to something ancient, possibly around 150 years ago, making it likely that he was tied to some conflict against demons from that period. She also questioned why Eren still cared so much about that figure, since what mattered most was that the man's will was leaving his heart unsettled and unstable. Still, Ruru said he might be affected at times and even lower his sword due to fatigue, since in the end he was human, but that this was part of the process, because afterward he could rise again even stronger. She added that if things ever became too difficult, she would help him recover, since over the past 5 years she had trained a lot and become much stronger, proudly showing it. Eren was happy to be reunited with Ruru, realizing that on his own his worries would only grow, and that it was much better to have a master he could trust, although he still had important matters to resolve, such as his promise with his master, with Ilya, and with his friends. Meanwhile, Hill was very dissatisfied upon realizing that other families seemed to be accepting the Viscount Garen's claims, even after the illegal actions committed against a horde of knights, which he saw as something being covered up in the name of the kingdom's good and the continent's peace, something he did not intend to let slide. At the same time, Phil was extremely stressed, complaining about everything, even the taste of his own tea, going so far as to throw the cup at the window and dismiss the maid, while trying to deal with the consequences of what had happened in the subjugation, knowing it had been the family's last chance and that everything had failed because of Eren Ferreira. Soon after, Hill knocked on Phil's door, questioning the reason for his anger and saying they needed to end that discussion, but Phil replied that there was nothing left to talk about. Hill then got straight to the point and mentioned hearing about something shameful that had happened during the subjugation involving the Gairun family, which had allegedly poisoned the food of the young master of Ferreira. Phil denied it and accused Hill of trying to frame him without evidence, saying it was extremely unpleasant, but Hill replied that he did have proof, and called Jack, who appeared as a witness to the incident and as someone who had confessed to the crime and would be punished for it. Phil tried to discredit him, saying he was lying and acting alone, but Jack confirmed the truth, increasing the tension even further. Hill then stated that he would make an official request to the kingdom to open an investigation, making it clear that if Jack Stewart was lying, he would have to cooperate, but if it was true, he would have to pay for his crimes and could lose everything he had built. After that, Hill returned to the settlement feeling relieved, believing he had finally resolved part of the problem, but soon decided to head to Ferreira, determined not to lose Eren and wanting to make him his disciple. Upon arriving there, he learned that Eren had returned to the Sword Academy and heard contradictory information, as some said he had refused admission, while Harun explained that he simply had something to resolve and had in fact already been officially admitted 5 years earlier. Hill realized he had arrived too late, but still praised Eren, saying he was incredible and a true treasure of the kingdom. On the way back to the Sword Academy, Eren traveled alongside Ruru, who was hidden inside his cloak, and asked if he was talking about the Academy Master Ian and whether he was really that impressive. Eren replied yes, explaining that he had one of the best skills on the continent and was the one who guided him to the right decision, being his first master and someone he deeply respected, believing he might have some advice about his current condition, even if it might not help much with his dreams. Ruru replied that this wasn't impossible, reminding him that the greatest swordsmen on the continent were no different from mystics, as they possessed unbelievable abilities and desires that did not follow logic. This gave Aaron a bit of hope again. Ruru then asked if he only had that one mystical arts master, and he said yes, mentioning his second master. After that, Ruru began preparing for the journey and entered a portal, reappearing shortly after in a stylized outfit similar to Puss in Boots, commenting that she usually didn't dress up, but when she did it was serious, telling him to just wait since they were arriving at the academy. Finally, they arrived at the metropolis of Alcantara, where the Chronos Sword Academy was located. Ruru was impressed by the magical lights in the streets and by people freely using magic. Aaron explained that the city had grown so much precisely because of the construction of the academy, and commented that the place was even more incredible than he had imagined. Deciding to first look for an inn, they went to the Sword's Cradle, where Ruru moved away a bit to explore, while Aaron went inside and noticed that despite its size, the place had a heavy, intense atmosphere, with several armed people staring at him. A large man asked if he was also a guest of the Sword Academy, and Aaron confirmed. The atmosphere grew even stranger, with comments about recruitment and challenges, while some said that anyone could accept the invitation but should not overestimate themselves. The situation escalated into an argument among those present, until the tavern keeper asked them not to mind it, and soon several people went outside to fight. When the commotion calmed down, the tavern keeper asked again if he was an academy guest, and Aaron confirmed, curious about how everyone seemed to recognize that so easily. The man replied that everyone there was gathered precisely because they were also Chronos invitees. The inn was known for hosting this type of people, swordsmen invited by the Chronos Sword Academy, and the tavern keeper asked if this was Aaron's first reception of invitees. He replied that he was not familiar with such things yet, and the man explained that the Chronos Sword Academy was a dream institution for swordsmen. Because of its fame, many invitees came, but since there were so many were dismissed immediately. This created a problem, as some swordsmen began insisting on staying at the academy gates waiting to be challenged, and groups even accused Chronos of cowardice. This led to the creation of the guest reception, an event held every 2 weeks on a fixed day chosen by the academy, allowing anyone to enter and duel. The tavern keeper explained that this was why everyone was there, as they were trying to obtain a mercenary tag. Aaron thought there was nothing wrong with that. The tavern keeper then guided him through an unexpected path down staircases leading to an underground mercenary agency, where a man greeted him asking if Edgar had brought another candidate for the test. Inside the place there was a magical measuring device, and they explained that Aaron would need to strike it with full strength using only his sword to determine his rank. When he asked if the equipment could break, the man said it was a magical tool and would not break easily, so he decided to try. Edgar confirmed to his friend that Aaron was indeed a Chronos invitee, and the two began betting on the result while offering Aaron the chance to choose a normal sword for the test. He refused and instead manifested his own sword using mystical arts, quickly focused, and delivered a full power strike to the device, which withstood the impact, astonishing everyone. The man was shocked and asked where that sword came from. Aaron explained it was a mystical art, and the weapon vanished immediately afterward. When they asked for his score, the result was 10,772, leaving everyone stunned. Although he broke a record, the highest rank he could initially receive was a silver mercenary tag, despite a performance worthy of something far greater. Later, Ruru played with the tag in the room while Aaron commented that it had been fun to earn it, and she reminded him that the next day would be the important moment. Aaron was excited to meet Judith, especially her, and the following morning he and the other invitees headed to the gates of the Chronos Sword Academy, with Ruru bright and enthusiastic. Upon arriving at the arena, Aaron noticed that Lance was there, a former classmate of his, and Ruru commented that he looked strong, which Aaron confirmed. At the center of the arena, Lance introduced himself as the opponent for the guest reception, being an official apprentice of the 27th class, the so-called Golden Generation, which caused commotion among the spectators, as many thought it absurd for a student to face invitees. Still, Lance explained that the academy wanted its apprentices to gain experience against outsiders, and that if anyone was disappointed in him, they should call a superior immediately. An aggressive-looking mercenary tried to face him, but Lance dodged easily, disarmed him in a single strike, and sent the sword flying into the stands, impressing Ruru with his strength. One by one, all challengers were defeated, showing how much stronger Lance had become through years of training. Then he looked into the stands and recognized Aaron, calling his name and asking if he remembered him, to which Aaron replied yes, saying it had been a long time. Lance asked where he had been, and Aaron said it was a long story. Lance commented that it was a shame he had not returned sooner, as he could have reunited with Judith and Bart. This surprised Aaron, as he thought Bart had given up, but Lance explained that he had returned and had even left on a training journey with Judith a few days earlier. Aaron was happy to hear this, but also realized he might not be able to meet them at that moment. Soon after, Lance challenged him to a direct duel, wanting to see how strong he had become. The other spectators did not have much faith in Aaron, having just witnessed Lance's overwhelming power, and the atmosphere in the arena grew heavy as everyone everyone waited for the confrontation between the two. But Ruru got excited and cheered loudly, saying he could do it, telling him not to hold back just because the opponent was someone he knew, and even asking him to finish him off. At that moment, Lance asked if that talking cat that speaks human language belonged to him, and Aaron replied that she didn't belong to him, explaining that she was his teacher and that she was the one who taught him those kinds of things. While he already began materializing his giant sword using mystical arts, Lance commented that it was either sorcery or mystical arts, and said Aaron was full of surprises, noting that he hadn't stayed idle over the years, and warning that he wouldn't forgive him if he wasn't good enough, teasingly calling him Blondie. The two then began their duel, with Lance's sword being lighter and faster, allowing him to open with an intense sequence of attacks. The mercenaries noticed that he was pushing Aaron backward, but Aaron still managed to block everything. At one point, Aaron managed to deflect Lance's sword trajectory despite the heavy movements, which made Lance suspicious and want to confirm something. He quickly changed his blade angle, but Aaron blocked again, making Lance ask if it was true and if he was using Bart's sword style, unable to understand how he could have learned it so quickly. But then he realized that the stance was no longer exactly Bart's, but a different variation. Aaron then completely changed his posture, showing another way of fighting and blocking differently, which made Lance even more confused, unable to understand how he had memorized it after seeing it only once. Then it was Aaron's turn to attack, and when he advanced, his heavy strike collided with Lance's long sword, driving him into the arena floor with the impact. A second spinning strike almost knocked him down completely, and at that moment Lance recognized the sword style very clearly because he had already been defeated by it before. It was Judith's swordsmanship. Even while being thrown back, Lance managed to stay on his feet, but realized he had been caught up in his own thoughts, remembering that he had never managed to defeat either Bart or Judith, and now he couldn't defeat Aaron either. He then rushed forward again with more anger, his wild attacks pressing Aaron, who realized he couldn't lower his guard for even a second. The fight continued intensely, with both exchanging high-level speed and strength, while Aaron searched for a clear opening, and Lance fought with the determination to finally surpass Bart, Judith, and now Aaron as well, constantly getting back up and trying to prove his worth. In the middle of the fight, Aaron dodged a thrust and used the opening to raise his giant sword and disarm Lance, ending the duel with his victory before hiding the sword again using mystical arts. Lance didn't get angry, he simply smiled, while Ruru cheered excitedly, saying that was exactly how it should be. Aaron then greeted him, saying it was a great match, and Lance asked what kind of training he had gone through over the past 5 years. Around them, the mercenaries stood in disbelief, unable to accept what they had just witnessed. At that moment, Ruru sensed a presence approaching and warned Aaron that he had arrived. The professor he had mentioned. Ian approached, saying that it was a sight he never expected to see, calling Aaron Ferreira and saying he hadn't imagined they would meet again, asking how he had been all this time. Aaron replied politely that he was very well, sir. Ian also noticed the presence of the talking cat, but chose not to focus on it for now, simply asking whether they had been dueling and who had won. Lance respectfully answered that he had lost this time, master. Ian was clearly surprised, saying he hadn't expected Lance to lose that day, acknowledging that Aaron hadn't been idle over the years. Aaron simply apologized for being late, but Ian said not to talk about that now, and to leave it for later, stating that at that moment, a swordsman should only speak with swords. Then he removed his cloak, drew his sword, and asked if Aaron wasn't tired of fighting, also saying he didn't remember accepting such a weak disciple. Aaron took a little while to be recognized by the mercenaries around him, but it didn't take long for everyone to realize that he was standing before Ian, the master swordsman of the Kronos Academy. Excitement quickly spread through the area, since having the chance to watch the greatest swordsman on the continent fence in person was an incredible stroke of luck. When Ian gave permission for the duel to begin, Aaron charged forward with everything he had. The old master didn't need to block the attacks directly. Instead, he redirected the force of each strike to different points, guiding the impact of Aaron's heavy sword away from himself. As they fought, he explained that Aaron's attacks were far too simple. He said it was possible to use an opponent's momentum at the moment of impact to increase both speed and power, but simple attacks were nothing more than putting strength into one's hands and hoping for the best. Even while holding back his strength, a single thrust from Ian was enough to send Aaron flying backward. The young swordsman managed to regain his balance, which impressed the master. Ian realized that Aaron had just used Bart's swordsmanship and that his level of mastery was already quite high. Even so, his combat rhythm had been completely disrupted. In the blink of an eye, the short master swordsman appeared right beside him, attacking while closing the distance. Aaron barely managed to block. Ian pointed out that the transition between his defense and offense was far too slow and clumsy. Because of that, he took a direct blow to the chest and dropped to one knee. The master explained that mastering several styles of swordsmanship meant nothing if he could not connect them naturally. A real battle was not a chivalrous duel divided between attack and defense. Everything happened at the same time. Even so, Aaron refused to give up. He charged forward once again, using the power of wind and storms. Lance watched carefully and realized that he was also using the swordsmanship of the heavens, Ilya's special technique. With light and effortless steps, Ian blocked the entire firestorm of attacks. Then he commented that it wasn't bad, but it still felt incomplete compared to everything Eren had shown so far. He asked if that was truly all he had to offer, or if there was still something else. Eren immediately understood what the master meant. He closed his eyes, raised his sword, and began to focus. The two remained motionless for several moments. As he watched the scene, Lance remembered the last attack he had seen Eren use, and felt a chill run down his spine. That strike had been terrifying. When Eren opened his eyes again, he swung his sword. The attack didn't shatter the ground or cause an immediate explosion. In fact, it merely pushed away the smoke around them. For the first second, nothing happened. The very next instant, a tremendous shockwave slammed into Ian's sword, creating a massive rupture throughout the arena. An enormous cliff-like chasm opened before everyone's eyes. The mercenaries were left speechless when they saw what happened next. To block that attack, Ian had to use an ability reserved only for true masters of the sword, an aura sword. Ian himself admitted that he had not intended to resort to that technique. He then praised Eren, saying that it had been magnificent and that he had finally found his own swordsmanship. Eren replied that he had, but before he could finish speaking, Ian interrupted him. The master said that his heart was wavering, and that this was probably what he wanted to ask about. Shortly afterward, Ian apologized to the guests and announced that the reception would end there. He thanked everyone for their understanding, and invited Eren to a private conversation in his office. Later, in the office, Ian, the Academy's vice master, Eren, and Ruru were all present. Ruru introduced herself as a master of mystical arts. The vice master also introduced herself, revealing her name to be Kara Finn, but Ian's attention was focused on something else. He wanted to hear everything that had happened to Eren over the past 5 years. After listening to the entire story about the mystical arts and the dream that continued to change more and more, the master got straight to the point. He said that he did not have a definitive solution to the problem, but he could offer some advice. According to him, Eren should leave that place. It was possible for him to continue training at Kronos, but if he could not control that man's desire whenever he encountered demonic monsters, perhaps he could simply avoid such situations. However, Ian believed that this was probably not the path Eren truly wanted to follow. There were many possible paths for a swordsman, but living while avoiding such an important part of himself did not seem right. The master explained that the world inside him was only a small part of reality. The way he perceived the world would change as he grew stronger. If his perspective changed, then his thoughts would change as well, and as a result, his heart would change too. Perhaps he would find something capable of making his sword stronger and sharper. Perhaps he would even end up wielding a completely different sword from the one he carried now. That was why Eren needed to set out on a journey and search for his own answers in the vast world beyond, without remaining bound to what he already knew. Ian acknowledged that it was not an easy decision and told Eren that he should take some time to think it through carefully. But Eren immediately replied that he did not need any more time to think. He was going. The certainty in his answer impressed Kira. Eren then continued, saying that he had spent his entire life avoiding things he did not want to do or things that terrified him. However, he no longer wanted to run away. After Eren left, Ian asked Kira what she thought of the boy. She replied that she was not sure. She considered Eren an exceptional and honorable person, but she still could not call him a true swordsman. Ian answered that she was being too harsh and asked her to give the boy some time. If he was truly the same child Ian remembered, then he was certain Eren would find the answer to his own problem. The following day, Eren said goodbye to Lance. His friend commented that it was a shame he would only be staying for such a short time, but he also took the opportunity to ask whether Eren would be heading west. As far as he knew, Judith was traveling in that direction as well. The 5 Western kingdoms were famous for their schools of swordsmanship. In addition to countless academies, they were home to renowned coliseums where swordsmen from all over the world gathered to refine their skills. In Lance's opinion, it was the perfect destination for Eren. He truly should visit the region during his journey. Eren departed, and after the farewell, Lance was approached by Kira. The vice director told him not to let his inferiority complex interfere with his growth. He needed to overcome it, continue improving, grit his teeth, and endure. Lance answered with a respectful, "Yes, vice director." When Eren returned to the city, he was stopped by a homeless man who claimed he had not eaten in a week. However, after taking a closer look, Eren realized he already knew him. The man was the Orc Seer, the very same one who had delivered the mysterious note back when he was with Marcus. Later, the orc was sitting inside a tavern devouring an enormous meal, all paid for by Eren. As she watched the scene, Ruru commented that the man looked incredibly suspicious. Eren, however, replied that he did not seem like a bad person. Even so, he could not forget that the seer had asked about his age years ago, nor could he forget the contents of that note. Those memories still troubled both his mind and heart. If the man truly was a seer, perhaps he knew something about the dream that continued to haunt him. After finishing the meal, the orc seer remarked that he finally felt alive again. Ruru asked if he had no shame at all. After all, he had just received a free meal and still looked like nothing more than a strange fortune teller who had read Eren's fortune 5 years earlier. Unbothered by the criticism, the orc said he had a small gift for the little kitty and handed her a small wooden ball. The scent was so pleasant that it immediately caught Ruru's attention. The seer explained that the wood contained ground taiho powder, a rare plant that grew only in the northwestern region. According to him, cats simply went crazy over its scent. Ruru's attitude changed instantly, and she commented that perhaps he was actually a good person. The orc burst into laughter and said that he had finally managed to appear more friendly in the eyes of the little sorceress. He then added that he intended to pay for the meal. Aaron asked how he planned to do that, considering he looked completely broke. The orc seer replied that he was an orc shaman. Compared to human shamans, he possessed far greater power, and a simple fortune reading would be more than enough to repay the cost of the food. Aaron agreed, and the orc began his reading. First, he asked whether there was a persimmon tree near Aaron's house. Aaron replied that there was not. The seer insisted that there had been one when Aaron was a child, and suggested that he might have forgotten. But Aaron continued to insist that no such tree had ever existed. The orc then declared that when Aaron returned home, he would find one. Ruru immediately said that it sounded like a complete lie, and asked him to read her fortune as well. The seer replied that it was easy. He said that she liked raw salmon. Ruru shot back that every cat liked raw salmon. The orc responded that he was not talking about cats in general, but about her specifically. Even so, Ruru remained convinced that he was a complete fraud, and stated that it was no surprise he could not even afford his own meals. The orc seer sighed and remarked that, at this rate, they really would end up believing he was nothing more than a charlatan. It was then that he decided to use his true power. His gaze changed, and he began to see beyond what ordinary eyes could perceive. As he looked at Aaron, he said that the weight in his heart was much greater than before. Something that had remained hidden in the past had now revealed itself completely. According to him, there was a massive iron stake lodged in Aaron's chest, heavy and unyielding. It was no wonder he had been going through so many hardships. However, that stake had not appeared on its own. Someone completely unrelated to him had placed it there. The orc explained that he was not using shamanism at that moment, but spiritomancy. Although he was not an absolute master of that art, he possessed enough skill to recognize something like the energy of metal. He explained that spiritomancers believed all forms of life were composed of 5 fundamental energies: earth, metal, water, wood, and fire. True harmony could only be achieved when those 5 energies remained in balance. Upon hearing that, Aaron asked whether his metal energy showed any abnormalities. The seer replied that it did. The iron stake he had mentioned was disrupting the balance of energy within him. When Aaron asked how he could get rid of it, the orc answered that it was not possible to simply remove the stake. Instead, he needed to achieve harmony. The problem was that his metal energy was far too strong. Because of that, he would need to use an incompatible energy to balance it. The orc then placed a solid piece of metal on the table and snapped his fingers. Moments later, flames engulfed the metal. He explained that fire was naturally opposed to metal. If Aaron's fire energy could balance that excessive metal energy, there was a chance of turning the problem into a great opportunity. The stake was a nuisance now, but if it were refined through fire, it could become the extraordinary sword he wished to possess. Interested, Aaron asked how he could control his fire energy. The seer replied that he needed to nurture the ember that existed within his heart. He also mentioned that this ember had not existed 5 years ago. Now it was there, small but alive. According to him, increasing the fire was like feeding a campfire with more wood. The harder Aaron worked toward his goals, and the more he moved toward what he desired, the stronger that flame would grow. Upon hearing those words, Aaron understood that if he wanted to strengthen that ember, he needed to act rather than remain still. Later, he bid farewell to the orc seer and thanked him for his advice. But before he left, the orc made an unexpected proposal. He asked whether there would be any problem with accompanying him on his journey. From what he could see, Aaron was about to embark on a long journey for the first time. Since it had been 10 years since the last time he himself had traveled across the continent, he believed he could be useful as a guide, as long as he was paid for his services. Aaron considered the proposal for a few moments and replied that it sounded like a good idea. To his surprise, even Ruru liked the suggestion. The orc responded that it was incredible. He could finally have a stable source of income. However, he made a point of saying that he was not traveling with Aaron just for the money, right? Hearing that, he was met with deadly glares from the others. He quickly explained that he also understood how rare the opportunity was to witness the growth of a promising young man. If he could be part of that journey, he would feel that his life had been worthwhile. Ruru, however, commented that if he did not do his job properly, he would not receive any payment. Ignoring the jab, the orc explained that the next city they would pass through was Denriku, a city where dozens of blacksmiths worked together, beginning with the dwarves. He was certain that place could help Aaron with his problems, especially if he visited it before continuing on to the 5 kingdoms of the west. Ruru said that Aaron did not need a new sword, but the orc explained that it was not merely about acquiring quality equipment. There was a deeper meaning in meeting those who had mastered the domains of fire and iron. According to him, watching the suffocating heat of the forges melt enormous blocks of metal and then seeing them transformed into swords could help Aaron learn to control the embers he carried within his own heart. Ruru commented that mystics did something similar. It was easier to desire something when you had a real image to associate with your goal. Perhaps they could use the process of forging a sword as part of Aaron's psychological training. The orc admitted that the idea was not a bad one. After listening to both of them, Eren decided to follow his master's advice. Thus, the group set out for Denriku. The guide found a shortcut that would allow them to reach the city more quickly. Later, already in Denriku, he was busy haggling. He asked the merchant to lower the price just a little more, claiming that he knew the rates charged by the neighboring inn. Before the innkeeper could even respond, the orc said they would return after dropping off their luggage, as he knew an excellent restaurant in the area. Later, at the restaurant, the group ordered a large amount of food. After much conversation, the orc even managed to negotiate a free beer. Watching all this, Eren thought that the man was a true master of bargaining. That night, at the inn, Ruru asked Kuvar to tell an interesting story. The orc then asked Eren if he knew who the 10 strongest people on the continent were. Eren replied that he only knew Ian, and had also heard of someone named Joshua Lindsay. Kuvar was surprised. He said that Eren was far less interested in the world than he had imagined. He could hardly believe that someone who called himself a swordsman knew so little about the continent's greatest figures. He then began explaining that most of the strongest individuals belonged to the 5 Western Kingdoms and the Holy Kingdom. The only person to break that tradition was the Academy director, Ian. According to him, among the greatest were Ian, the captain of the Holy Kingdom's White Knights, Julius Hewley, the captain of the Crimson Knights, Rigoberto Clark, the lords of the 5 Swordmaster families, Joshua Lindsay, and the orcs' great warrior Karakum. All of them were known as the strongest on the continent. However, there were probably 11 now, since Ignat had also reached that level. Upon hearing that name, Eren remembered who she was. At that moment, Ruru commented that one person was missing from the list. Kuvar agreed. He said that perhaps it was because of Ian's astonishing growth, since many people considered him the strongest swordsman on the continent. However, he personally disagreed with that opinion. In Kuvar's view, Kun was even stronger. He explained that the man had only become a swordmaster at the age of 70. Ruru commented that Kun must have been an incredibly persistent person. After all, most people had ridiculed and criticized his decision. No one in their right mind would spend their entire life trying to become a swordmaster until the age of 70. It must have been an extremely difficult journey. Even so, Kuvar explained that Kun succeeded. He never gave up and achieved the title of swordmaster at 70. Now at 90 years old, he was considered by many to be the strongest man on the continent. His story had inspired not only swordsmen, but people from all walks of life. Eren remarked that he truly sounded like an incredible person. He said he was certain that Kun had already been admirable when he was 50, even while being ridiculed by others at the time. In his view, there were many people like that throughout the world. People who continued to persevere without receiving recognition. People who had not yet bloomed, but who would one day prove their worth. He was certain they existed. Kuvar was pleased to hear those words. He agreed that there must be countless remarkable people out there, all on the verge of reaping the rewards of their efforts. At that moment, he thought that Eren was quite an interesting young man. Despite being a swordsman, his thoughts were not limited solely to the sword. He viewed the world from a much broader perspective. He truly was a fascinating young man. The following morning, the group was already near the Alhad mountain range. Cover explained that they would reach Denriku as soon as they crossed those mountains. However, they would not be able to pass through them directly because of the numerous bandits operating in the region. Even so, he told everyone not to worry. They could continue their journey alongside a merchant caravan. In addition, Eren possessed a mercenary badge, which would be a great help. When they arrived at the trade post, one of the employees was impressed to see that he carried a silver badge from Alcantara. Kuvar was also accepted without difficulty. After all, he was an orc shaman, something considered a symbol of good fortune. Any merchant group would be happy to have him with them. Suddenly, they heard the voice of a child offering her services. The girl asked people to leave their shoes, armor, or any other equipment with her. In exchange for a few coins, she would clean everything quickly. She proudly repeated that Anya did everything fast. Meanwhile, Tarhal spotted Ruru and immediately commented that she was a very cute talking cat. Without missing a beat, Ruru replied that she certainly was, and that she also considered herself very cute. The little girl then introduced herself as Anya. She explained that they could leave their shoes, armor, or anything else with her because Anya always found a way to get everything fixed up. He replied that he was fine. The girl then said goodbye, telling him that everything was alright, and that if he needed anything, he could just let her know. As soon as she left, both Eren and Ruru immediately realized that the girl was a mystic. As they continued their journey, Ruru pointed out to Kuvar that Eren was thinking too much. All anyone had to do was look at his face to notice it. Eren then decided to ask a question that had been bothering him for quite some time. He wanted to know whether he would be capable of using his sword against another person. He had never killed anyone before, but that day he felt that, sooner or later, a moment would come when he would have to raise his sword against another human being. He explained that he could imagine fighting weak people such as bandits, but he could not ignore the weight of taking a life. He did not know whether he should simply intimidate them. On the other hand, if he allowed them to live and they continued committing crimes against others, he could not consider that decision the right one either. Kuvar replied that it was indeed a profound subject, but said that Aaron did not need to worry about it right now. The conversation then shifted when Aaron mentioned that he had heard about a notorious bandit leader named Kazir who operated in that region. To his surprise, Kuvar replied that Kazir only wanted to live in peace. He and his group had been living in those mountains for 5 years. They allowed caravans to pass as long as they received a toll. According to the orc, merchants did not hire escorts to defeat the bandits, but rather to intimidate them and maintain a balance between both sides. He explained that the merchants themselves probably did not view the situation as all that terrible. Many saw the toll as nothing more than an additional travel fee. Confused, Aaron asked whether that meant criminals were taking money from merchants for no reason, and that the territories and kingdoms simply allowed it to happen. One of the escort warriors answered that they did. He explained that the profits generated by the outskirts were no joke, and that many interests became intertwined. The situation was far more complicated than it appeared at first glance. Kuvar then concluded that the world was like that. Good and evil, right and wrong, could not always be separated so easily. A short while later, the group finally encountered the bandits. The caravan leader was already prepared to hand over the passage fee, but Kazir's men surprised everyone by demanding that they leave all their cargo behind and return the way they had come. Hearing that, Ruru looked at Kuvar and asked what exactly he had said about those bandits. The merchant tried to reason with them. He asked Kazir what this meant, reminding him that they were willing to pay the toll as usual. However, Kazir coldly replied that if they did not want to die, they should leave. Unable to understand the sudden change in behavior, the merchant asked why he was acting that way. Kazir merely replied that this was how things would work from now on, and asked whether there was a problem with that. At that moment, Aaron sensed something strange. A demonic energy was clearly emanating from Kazir. Ruru noticed his reaction and asked whether it was similar to what had happened during the subjugation, as if something had suddenly changed. Aaron answered that it was. He said he could control himself because the energy was weak, but it was definitely there. Not understanding the conversation, Kuvar asked what they were talking about. Aaron then explained that it was related to the iron stake. Whenever he approached demonic energy, his emotions began to explode. An intense rage welled up inside him almost uncontrollably. He had not transformed into a demonoid, so he believed it was something different. While they were talking, one of the escort knights stepped forward. His name was Wolfgang, and he declared that they could not trust a bandit. Drawing his frost sword, he approached Kazir and stated that everything would be fine as long as no one caused trouble. He continued walking forward and said that he was certain both sides would suffer losses if they fought there. Therefore, it was best to end the matter peacefully. But Kazir merely looked at the sword and commented that it was a beautiful weapon. Then he said that he would allow Wolfgang to pass if he handed the sword over. The response irritated the knight. Wolfgang declared that a bandit should not even think about negotiating with him and that he needed to know his place. Kazir's answer came immediately afterward. Short, direct, and extremely convincing. A real hammer blow. Literally, the strike hit Wolfgang head-on, sending him flying into a nearby tree. The impact was so powerful that everyone was shocked. The merchants panicked. The escort warriors showed no desire whatsoever to face Kazir. Noticing this, the bandit declared that he had changed his mind. Now he was angry and intended to kill everyone present. That was when Aaron finally realized something important and came up with a plan. He calmly walked up to Kazir and said that he knew he was not conscious of his actions at the moment. Then he introduced himself as Aaron Ferreira, the official disciple of the 27th generation of the Kronos Swordsmanship Academy. The people around them were surprised. Some even commented that this was the famous Golden Generation. Kazir, however, mocked him. He asked if he looked like an idiot. After all, what kind of official student of the Kronos Academy wandered around without even carrying a sword? The next instant, he swung his hammer. The attack was stopped by one of Aaron's hands alone. Without showing any effort, Aaron asked where Kazir had gotten that necklace. The difference in strength was so overwhelming that the bandit fell to his knees under the pressure. As he tried to answer, demonic energy began leaking from the necklace hanging around his neck. At that moment, Aaron thought that a strong person should act like a strong person. He then materialized his sword through mystic arts. The moment the weapon appeared, an overwhelming pressure spread throughout the area, causing the ground beneath Kazir's feet to crack. The bandit collapsed in terror. His body trembled so violently that he could not even stand. He even begged for mercy. But Aaron simply approached him, removed the necklace from his neck, and confirmed what he had already suspected. That object was the source of the demonic energy. Because of it, Kazir had been acting strangely. Holding the necklace in his hands, Aaron looked at the bandit once more and asked where he had obtained it. Kazir replied that he could not remember anything. It was as if he had been in a trance. He remembered walking around while wearing the necklace, but he had no idea when all of it had started. The merchant said that made no sense at all, but Aaron believed him. In exchange, he would keep the necklace, and everyone could continue their journey safely. Kazir agreed immediately and apologized to the merchants, admitting that he had truly done something unforgivable. Later, the leader of the merchants personally thanked Aaron, saying that everyone was still alive because of him. He also promised that they would treat him as well as possible during the journey, and that he and his companions could could ask for anything they needed. After they set off, Ruru remarked that they should not have let those bandits go. However, Eren replied that they had not been like that in the beginning, and that he believed they would not cause any more trouble now that the necklace had been taken away. Ruru grumbled that they had better not cause any trouble, because next time she would break their legs. A little later, Eren decided to resume his swordsmanship training. Kuvar commented that he had looked incredibly strong during the previous fight, and that, if he had not been powerful enough to defeat Khazir, many people would have ended up in danger. Eren replied that he wanted even more options for dealing with situations like that, improving both his personal growth and his swordsmanship. While they trained, he asked Kuvar if it was true that many famous swordsmen gathered in the artisan city of Denriku. Kuvar confirmed it, explaining that duels were frequently held there, with swords forged by the city's finest craftsmen at stake. In his opinion, it would greatly broaden the boy's perspective. The news excited Eren. He took a deep breath, and the orc noticed that the flame inside him seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. His heart was burning with determination. Suddenly, Eren drew his sword, threw the necklace onto the ground, and said that they should destroy the evil artifact once and for all. But Kuvar told him to wait. According to him, it was not a good idea to destroy objects like that carelessly. He placed the necklace inside a special pouch, explaining that it could block demonic power and that they would dispose of it properly later. At that moment, Anya appeared, full of excitement, saying that it was amazing. Then she asked whether Eren would like to trade that cool sword for one of her treasures, because she wanted to give her captain a weapon like that. Eren immediately refused, explaining that he could not trade the sword and that, besides, only he could use it. Anya, however, replied that she could use it too, and decided to show off her treasure. Using mystic arts, she summoned a gigantic golden piggy bank-shaped vault. The moment it appeared, Eren sensed an absurdly powerful mystical energy coming from it. Both startled and curious, Ruru asked what the hell that thing was, and how Anya had managed to create something like it. The girl proudly replied that she had made it using the money she had earned, and a whole year of hard work. Then she insisted on the trade once again. Even so, Eren refused. Anya then said that she could still make the treasure even bigger. She placed a single gold coin into the piggy bank, and to everyone's surprise, it actually grew larger. When Ruru saw that, she immediately started urging Eren to accept the trade. Kuvar joined in as well, saying that he would probably never be able to get that much money anywhere else. Despite the pressure from both of them, Eren stood by his decision and told them to stop. Even so, he apologized to Anya for refusing. The girl did not seem offended at all. On the contrary, she replied that she would come back after some time and try again. She was certain that her treasure would become even more impressive during the journey to Denriku. After she left, Kuvar commented that she was an interesting girl. Ruru immediately agreed. Eren, however, was simply worried. Later, at a tavern along the road, Kuvar called Eren over to meet a man he had found at the bar. According to him, the fellow possessed important information about Denriku. The man explained that the city's greatest blacksmith had finally returned from his journey. His name was Vulcanus, a dwarf whose swords were so extraordinary that nearly every swordsman on the continent dreamed of owning one. He went on to explain that Vulcanus would number the swords he considered his finest creations. These weapons were known as numerical swords. Out of the 100 swords he had forged throughout his life, only 9 had been granted that title. What was even more remarkable was that there were only 2 kinds of people capable of wielding a numerical sword: swordmasters, or those destined to become swordmasters. Over the last 10 years, only 3 ordinary swordsmen had managed to use one of these weapons, and all 3 eventually reached the level of a true master. The man then revealed the main reason behind all the excitement. According to the rumors, a competition would be held in Denriku 2 days later to determine the bearer of the 10th numerical sword. The news immediately caught the attention of everyone around. Even Wolfgang, still covered in injuries, showed interest. The informant explained that he did not know many details, and that the full information would probably only be revealed on the day of the tournament. Upon hearing that, Eren remarked that many powerful swordsmen would be gathering in Denriku. Besides the opportunity to see the numerical swords, it would also be an excellent experience for his growth, so he intended to participate as well. Wolfgang replied that, in that case, he would have no chance of winning. After all, he could never defeat Eren. The young man simply responded that he was going to his room to rest because he was feeling tired and somewhat stressed. Kuvar agreed, but he sensed that something was off. Any swordsman would have been extremely excited by a story like that, yet Eren showed almost no interest. Perhaps it was simply part of his personality, but even so, he seemed different from every swordsman Kuvar had ever met. Alone in his room, Eren thought about the truth he was hiding. Once again, he had been controlled. Fortunately, everything had ended well, but he was certain that similar situations would happen again in the future. It had been quite some time since the last occasion, but he sat down on the bed and began his mental training. Using the same method he had learned in the mythical world, he visualized the enormous wall of solid metal before him, attempting to refine it with the fire burning inside him. Sometime later, the group finally arrived at the city of artisans, Denriku. The place was filled with warriors, blacksmiths, and swordsmen from every corner of the continent. As soon as they arrived, Anya ran off to meet someone she knew. The man called her Pincher, and Ruru immediately realized that he was a swordmaster. Kuvar, on the other hand, had failed to notice and was surprised, wondering whether there was still a master on the continent he had never heard of. The man introduced himself as George, and said that Anya had spoken about them quite a lot. He remarked that they all seemed just as peculiar as she was, though he clarified that he did not mean that in a negative way. In fact, he had simply sensed something special from the group. George then asked Aaron if he would mind showing him his sword. After all, Anya could not stop talking about how extraordinary the weapon was. When Aaron summoned the sword through his mystical art, George realized that it was not only the weapon that stood out. The swordsman used a special ability to examine him, causing Aaron to feel something strange. Shortly afterward, George apologized for staring at him for so long. He commented that it truly was a magnificent sword, and that he completely understood why Anya wanted it so badly. The girl immediately replied that her captain would love to have it. George agreed, but took the opportunity to scold her with a smile, saying that trying to steal other people's belongings was very wrong. Anya quickly responded that she was not trying to steal anything. She simply wanted to trade the sword for the golden piggy bank she had built after saving money for an entire year. However, George said that the sword was probably worth far more than that. Because of this, he asked her not to bother those people anymore, and also apologized for the girl's behavior. After they parted ways, Aaron commented to Kuvar that the man was incredibly strong. The two of them were also curious to find out who this Captain Anya kept talking about was. Meanwhile, several people nearby were impressed to see that certain participants had actually shown up. Among them were the twin knights Charlot and Victor. Kuvar explained that they were a very famous duo, and that rumors claimed they could even challenge a swordmaster when fighting together. That alone made it clear that the competition would be far from easy, and that Aaron should be careful. Even so, Aaron replied that he was certain George would be participating as well. To him, this was a great opportunity to learn and grow, so he intended to do his very best. Upon hearing that, Kuvar decided to give him some advice. He said Aaron could ignore him if he wanted, but he believed it was important. In his opinion, a swordsman truly needed to face strong opponents in order to grow, but he should not enter a fight thinking only about learning from his opponent. As an example, he brought up Kun and Ian. When Kun challenged Ian, he had not entered that battle thinking about learning anything. Most likely, he had entered wanting to win. He wanted victory at any cost, and it was precisely that fighting spirit that had allowed him to reach the same level as Ian. That was why, in Kuvar's view, a true swordsman should always fight with the intention of winning. After finishing his speech, Kuvar apologized, saying that he might have gone a little too far. However, Aaron replied that it was fine. In fact, he should be thanking him. He finally understood what had been missing from his path. Afterward, he returned to the inn, saying that he wanted to reflect more deeply on that advice. Alone in his room, he meditated while thinking about the idea of fighting to win. Until then, he had never seriously reflected on it. When he trained at the academy, all he had wanted was to become like the man he admired. On the other hand, his friends had always raised their swords with the desire to surpass their opponents. It was a pure desire, fueled by a strong fighting spirit. Perhaps that was exactly the feeling a swordsman was supposed to possess. Now he understood why Kuvar had given him that advice. Perhaps he had never experienced such a feeling before. The following morning, Kuvar commented to Ruru that he had probably said something he should not have. He had become too excited seeing a young man grow so quickly, and had ended up being a little greedy. Perhaps he should have given more thought to the way Ian guided his disciples. But Ruru replied that there was no problem at all. At that moment, Aaron came downstairs. She immediately noticed that something had changed about him. She said that he looked much better now. Indeed, Kuvar also noticed that the flame within the boy seemed far greater than before. Ruru then remarked that all that worrying had been unnecessary. Shortly afterward, the group headed toward Denriku Arena. The place was packed with renowned warriors, all prepared to compete in the opening match. Among them were Grosh, known as the Double Sword, and Randell, called the Single Strike. As he observed the participants, Kuvar noticed several exceptionally strong contenders. With so many powerful competitors, even Charlot and Victor were far from guaranteed victory. Soon afterward, everyone's attention shifted to Vulcanus, who had finally appeared. Using a megaphone, the legendary blacksmith said that everyone there probably already knew who he was, so he would get straight to the point. As they all knew, the prize for the competition would be the sword he was currently creating, known as the 10th numerical sword. He then explained the rules. 2 participants would enter the arena and fight. When the battle ended, the winner would remain on the field while the loser would be eliminated. If the winner chose not to continue, 2 new participants would enter to fight the next match. According to Vulcanus, however, the goal of the competition was not to find a champion. Its true purpose was to discover a spark of inspiration that would help him complete the 10th numerical sword. Therefore, the tournament would continue until he found the person he was looking for. The 2 blacksmiths standing behind him were there for the exact same reason. After hearing the explanation, Kuvar commented that it was interesting. Vulcanus had not gathered all those swordsmen simply to hand over a completed numerical sword. In reality, he was using the competition to find the inspiration he needed to finish forging it. Shortly afterward, Volcanus declared the competition open and invited the participants to enter the arena. The first to step forward were Victor and Randell, two of the favorites to claim the title. Before the match began, Randell remarked that he hated hypocrites more than anything else. Looking at Victor's smile, he claimed he could easily imagine the kind of thoughts running through that boy's head. Victor, in turn, merely replied that the veteran seemed to carry a great deal of anger within him. Meanwhile, Kuvar explained to the others that Charlot and Victor were highly respected mercenaries. They regularly took on demonoid nests for modest rewards, protected merchants in danger, and had accumulated countless heroic stories. But as their fame grew, so did the envy surrounding them. Just before the fight began, Randell asked Vulcanus a question. He wanted to know whether killing an opponent was permitted. The blacksmith replied that he did not mind, since it sounded entertaining. The only condition was that the opponent agreed. Victor immediately answered that he had no problem with it. As long as he could overcome Lord Randell, any condition was acceptable. Satisfied, Vulcanus declared that the two appeared ready and announced that the fight would begin at his signal. As soon as the match began, Randell unleashed his famous signature strike, trying to end everything with a single attack. However, when the intense beam of light disappeared, everyone was shocked. Randell's sword had been broken in half. Victor let out a sigh of relief and remarked that the attack had been truly fast. It had come dangerously close to piercing a hole through his chest. Around the arena, many people wondered what had just happened. In the blink of an eye, Victor had shattered Randell's sword. George commented that the guy was very strong enough to stand out even among experts. In his opinion, he might even rank among the top 200 on the entire continent. In any case, he asked Anya if she was certain they were the ones. She replied that the golden lines had turned red and confirmed that they were indeed the people they had been searching for. George then asked her to place a mark on them as well. Anya took out her piggy banks and complained that she did not want to spend the equivalent of 2 days' worth of savings, but she broke them anyway and guided golden lines into the minds of the two twins, marking them both. Shortly afterward, Ruru was marked as well. No one seemed to notice that anything had happened. Seeing this, Kuvar commented that he knew coming there had been a good idea. George replied that their target was the boy, not the cat, but Anya shot back that they traveled together, so it made no difference. He then asked whether one piggy bank should not be worth 2 marks. She explained that it was more difficult to mark other mystics. George accepted the answer and found himself wondering how a spoiled child like her had become a mystic. No matter how many times he watched, her abilities remained impressive. According to Anya, her power worked through a mystical piggy bank capable of granting any wish, provided the cost of the wish did not exceed the amount stored inside it. Later, Victor won another match, reaching 17 consecutive victories. Charlot asked whether there really was no one capable of defeating him other than himself. Victor replied that there probably was not. The two then wondered whether they had shown Vulcanus anything truly impressive yet, but the dwarf did not seem particularly excited by any of the competitors. At that moment, Aaron stood up and began walking toward the arena. Kuvar wished him good luck and told him to do his best. When a new challenger appeared before the twins, Charlot remarked that he would fight after him. Victor agreed, but as he watched Aaron approach, he immediately realized that he was strong. Aaron asked whether Charlot could wait a little, but he replied that it was not a problem. When they commented about the sword, Aaron answered that he had it ready. As he stepped into the arena, he thought about how he carried more than just a sword. He carried the desire to win. He remembered the day of the midterm evaluation, when he saw Ilya running ahead of him. The feeling he had at that moment was the same flame of determination he had always seen in his friends. Remembering that made his fighting spirit burn even brighter. Charlotte noticed that he wore a different expression now, one filled with confidence. As for Aaron, he decided that he would fight to win, like a true swordsman. Even Vulcanus rose to his feet when he noticed the boy. There was a blazing, radiant flame within him that caught the dwarf's attention. Then, before any fight could even begin, the blacksmith made a decision. He walked up to Aaron, raised his arm before everyone present, and announced that the owner of the 10th numbered sword would be that young man. The twins could not understand what was happening. The people around them immediately began complaining, saying it made no sense since he had not even fought yet. Vulcanus grabbed his megaphone and ordered everyone to be quiet. He then explained that the competition had never been intended to determine a winner. Its true purpose had been to find a swordsman capable of igniting a spark of inspiration. According to him, the other blacksmiths had chosen that young man as well. Without allowing any further discussion, Vulcanus declared the competition over and told Aaron to follow him. The twins commented that they had always known he was different, but they had never expected anything on that level. Aaron simply thanked them. In the audience, Randell was quite pleased to see the outcome. Later, Aaron demonstrated his sword techniques to Vulcanus. When the blacksmiths examined his sword, they were astonished. The material was unlike anything ordinary. The weapon had been created through mystical arts and possessed unbelievable durability. Vulcanus observed that not even his hammer could leave a mark on it, which made him curious about the existing marks on the blade. He wanted to understand how those marks had been made. Meanwhile, Kuvar commented that he could not believe the swordsman had to remain present throughout the entire sword forging process. It was an extremely unusual method of production. Eren himself had not known that he would need to demonstrate his spirit as a swordsman. He then asked whether he had been chosen because they had sensed the presence of that man's energy within him. Kuvar replied that it might have influenced their decision, but told him not to worry about it. He explained that he was already working on a solution to that situation, and was certain that one day Eren's flame would become strong enough to melt that iron stake. Noticing that he seemed a little discouraged, Kuvar changed his tone and said that, on second thought, such an attitude was unacceptable. After all, it made no sense to be sad after being chosen because of a sword he did not even need. According to Kuvar, they needed something far greater than that. Sometime later, Kuvar began negotiating with Vulcanus. The blacksmith asked whether he really wanted to receive the sword for free. Kuvar replied that it was not just that. He also wanted Vulcanus to produce Eren's full equipment set, forge a sword for Ruru, and allow them to observe the entire forging process. Vulcanus asked why he should accept such outrageous demands. Kuvar then decided to be straightforward and explained that he was trying to use Eren as a source of inspiration because his skills as a blacksmith had reached a point of stagnation. Vulcanus was left speechless. The other blacksmiths were as well, because Kuvar had hit the mark perfectly. He knew that Pablo and Dwanson had not produced anything for quite some time. The two had been wandering around in search of inspiration to return to work, and deep down they were simply trying to take advantage of the opportunity to use a man who had reignited that inspiration within them. Annoyed, Vulcanus asked who he thought he was to interfere in that matter. After all, the person most involved in the situation was not complaining at all. Kuvar replied that he was merely a first-class guide, nothing more than that. Sometime later, Eren and Ruru did indeed receive new equipment. Throughout the forging process, Eren remained beside the blacksmiths, observing every detail with sharp eyes. As he watched them work, he created images in his own mind. He imagined that enormous metal stake being transformed by a hammer. He wanted to break it, melt it, and forge it anew. In his imagination, he used the flames of his own heart to forge that stake. A month later, Eren commented to Kuvar and Ruru that his mental training had not improved as much as he had hoped. Even so, he felt that he was progressing little by little and continued pushing himself harder and harder. Thinking about it, he also realized that he had not encountered any swordsmen lately. Kuvar explained that most of them had come because of the numbered sword. Since that objective had already been achieved, many had lost their reason for staying in the region. Eren replied that it was a shame because he genuinely wanted to fight some of them. In response, Ruru reminded him that he had obtained a numbered sword. Kuvar agreed and told him not to be disappointed. Soon enough, he would have a complete sword in his hands. However, when they arrived at the agreed location, Vulcanus revealed that he felt deeply sorry. He admitted that he had still not managed to finish the numbered sword. He said he would need another year, but promised that he would create the finest sword of his entire life, a masterpiece far superior even to the great sword he had forged before. Eren replied that it was not a problem, and that he would wait as long as necessary. Hearing that, Kuvar complained that he was making things far too easy. In his opinion, he should at least demand some kind of signed contract. Even so, Eren insisted that it was fine. They had not come there for the sword in the first place. Before leaving, Ruru warned the blacksmiths that she was trusting them. After that, the group continued their journey to the city of Lathion, the place with the highest concentration of fencing academies. Along the way, Ruru caught a strong scent of blood. Shortly afterward, they spotted two hooded figures covered in red stains. It was Charlo and Victor. The two had just dealt with a certain individual, and in front of them they tossed a severed head onto the ground. It was Randel's head. Shocked, Kuvar asked what the hell they had done. The twins casually replied that they had merely eliminated a bandit. They explained that many people had been after Eren, and that they had worked hard to get rid of all of them. Now they wanted to be rewarded for their efforts. Then they demanded the numbered sword. Ruru replied that the sword was not even finished yet. Victor, however, claimed that they were probably hiding it with mystical arts. Kuvar asked whether they were really willing to ruin their own lives over a sword. They would not become criminals only in Denriku, but across the entire continent. Charlo thanked him for his concern, but replied that no one would suspect them. The two enjoyed an excellent reputation. They could easily invent a story claiming that a young knight had been attacked by bandits seeking his sword. By pure coincidence, Victor and Charlo would happen to be passing through the area and would try to help him, only to arrive too late to save him. Even in that situation, Eren decided to ask a question. During his stay in Denriku, he had heard countless stories about the two brothers. They were knights admired by many swordsmen because of their extraordinary achievements and years of service. Because of that, he wanted to understand why they were doing this. He said that without a proper answer, they would never obtain the sword, even if they killed him. Victor replied that the numbered sword was more important than anything else. Eren countered that it was still just a sword. He could not believe that something like that was more important than their own future. Victor then explained that a numbered sword was not an ordinary sword. It had been 30 years since they had reached the expert level, and 20 years since they had hit their limit. For decades, they had done everything they could to surpass the barrier that separated an expert from a master. They had devoted their entire lives to that goal, yet they had never managed to move forward. According to him, they were not the only ones. Countless swordsmen suffered in the same way, unable to overcome that final obstacle. People who had dedicated decades of their lives to the pursuit, carrying an enormous burden on their shoulders and enduring a pain that few could truly understand. As Eren listened to those words, he drew his sword. A tremendous amount of demonic energy began pouring from the twins. They appeared to be completely consumed by that dark influence. In response, Eren summoned the power of the man from the dreams, releasing that brilliant energy that was especially effective against demons. But before the confrontation could begin, George and Anya appeared. Without wasting any time, Anya used the power of her piggy banks to open a gigantic portal. From the depths of that portal, a new figure emerged. It was Ignet, captain of the Black Knights of the Holy Empire. Eren recognized the woman from Ilya's story. She looked at Charlot and Victor and remarked that, judging by their appearance, they seemed to have gone too far. Charlot asked why Countess Ignet had come to a place like this. She replied that there was no longer any hope for the two of them, but she would still give them one chance to say whatever they wished. The twins asked whether she intended to stand in their way. Ignet replied that this was their final opportunity to speak. Then her power descended upon everyone in the area. The demonic power within the twins reacted immediately and pushed back against that pressure, but Ignet merely said that their answer was disappointing. In the blink of an eye, she declared that she would grant them a pathetic death, and she was already standing beside them. She effortlessly blocked Victor's strike, kicked him away, and then finished him with a punch that drove him into the canyon wall. His head exploded from the impact. Charlotte was consumed by a beast-like fury, but within a single second, Ignet severed both of his hands. She remarked that it was truly unfortunate, because he no longer even looked human. A moment later, she crushed his head with another kick. Kuvar thought the whole thing was ridiculous. Even though she was a swordmaster, Ignet had killed both of them using nothing but her bare hands. At that moment, Anya approached while carrying the captain's sword and promised that she would clean it, along with her shoes. Ignet then asked George what he thought of that old-fashioned way of speaking, and whether he believed she could blend in with the other nobles of the Holy Kingdom. George replied that she had become quite good at it. But Eren asked how she had managed to do that so effortlessly. He said he was not trying to insult her. He was simply curious. He wanted to know how someone could possess enough conviction to kill another person without showing even the slightest hesitation. To him, murder was not something a human being should wish to do. He admitted that it was something he himself could not do. Ignet then approached Eren Ferreira, making it clear that she knew exactly who he was. She declared that, from that day onward, she was summoning him as a member of the Black Knights, an order directly subordinate to the Holy Kingdom of Arvelius. Kuvar was shocked, both because Ignet knew Eren and because she was trying to recruit him. However, without hesitation, Eren refused. Ignet asked what displeased him. She said that the Holy Kingdom was far better than he imagined. She tried to list its virtues, but admitted that she had never been particularly good with words. Even so, Eren apologized and replied that no matter how hard she tried to persuade him, he would not join her order. Ignet stared at him. It was not only Eren who felt that overwhelming pressure, but everyone present. She was clearly irritated, yet she sighed and said that she accepted his answer. She then explained that she had heard about a man with a piece of iron in his heart. Not just an ordinary piece of iron, but steel so refined that even the arrogant Vulcanus had been impressed by it. She said it was impossible not to desire someone like that in her organization. However, after seeing him in person, she concluded that he had not yet become the master of that steel within himself. Once again, she declared that she was appointing him as a member of the Black Knights. It was not an invitation. It was an order. Eren refused once more. Then Ignet said that he had no choice. She asked whether he intended to bring chaos to the continent by continuing to be ruled by a power he could not control. Before he could answer, Ruru stepped in. She said that he had already made it clear that he was not interested, calling Ignet a damned witch. She declared that Eren was growing stronger every day and would certainly overcome it. Ignet seemed pleased to see a talking cat, especially a black one. Ruru, on the other hand, became frightened, hid behind Eren, and told the captain to go back to her own country. Eren then explained that he was doing his very best. Ignet, however, did not believe him. Because of that, he stated that he would prove it. He would show that he was capable of controlling the iron within his heart. She asked exactly how he intended to prove that. Eren replied that he had once faced a knight of the Holy Kingdom named Hill Burnett. His fighting spirit had been as fierce as that of the demonoids. At the time, he had not realized it, but that pressure had stimulated the stake within his heart. If Countess Ignet could release a fighting spirit of that level, he would prove that he would not be dominated by it. Ignet then asked if he was challenging her to a duel. Eren formally replied that he, Eren Ferreira, apprentice of the 27th generation of the Kronos Swordsmanship Academy, was requesting a duel against Captain Ignet of the Holy Kingdom. Everyone fell silent, but Ruru immediately cheered, saying that Eren could do do it. Kuvar, meanwhile, pointed out that Ignat had slain countless demonoids throughout her life. It was highly likely that her fighting spirit was as powerful as theirs, perhaps even too powerful for Eren to withstand. Because of that, he wondered whether the boy had any sort of plan. As he gripped his sword, Eren realized that he had been feeling strange since earlier. An unusual anger burned within him. Perhaps it was because of Ignat's past with Ilya. Perhaps not. Even he did not understand the reason. Ignat asked whether he had finished his preparations and warned him that the duel would begin the moment they released their energies. She drew her sword. The instant she released her energy, Eren nearly collapsed. He endured it by using his radiant power. Ignat herself had not known that he was capable of controlling such a power. She was then surprised when she saw him close his eyes. Holding his sword, Eren began to meditate. He needed to use that emotion. He could feel it clearly. All of that anger and nervousness were being transformed into strength to hammer the steel stake lodged within his heart. The flame inside him was being used for that very purpose. At last, he finished hammering the stake and shaped it into the form of a gigantic sword. Yes, he could overcome it. His radiant power burst forth completely. Even Ignat became excited at the sight. Ready for the duel, Eren charged forward. His vertical and horizontal strikes were effortlessly avoided by Ignat, who moved with grace and agility. Even so, he continued attacking with relentless, heavy blows. Kuvar observed that Ignat had not used her sword even once. When Eren advanced with another downward strike, she finally responded. With ease, she countered with a powerful blow of her own. The boy's arms were forced upward, and a sharp pain shot through his body. Even so, he managed to reposition his sword and block the next sequence of attacks. Despite his defense, however, he was thrown backward. Still, he managed to regain his balance. But Ignat was already right beside him. She asked where he was looking, and the next strike was so powerful that it knocked the sword from his hands. Even then, while falling and nearly unconscious, he managed to grab it again and attack with only one hand. Despite that, his strike still carried astonishing power. Ignat remarked that he truly was a stubborn little bastard. Then, instead of using her sword, she drove a punch straight into his stomach. The blow sent Eren crashing to the ground, rolling several meters away before finally coming to a stop. When it was all over, George asked whether she intended to take him away. Ignat replied that he had in fact proven himself. She said that she had made a promise, and that Eren was a truly interesting man. After all, he had tried to defeat her using every ounce of his strength. Eren remained unconscious for quite some time. When he finally woke up, he was already back at the inn. As he opened his eyes, he saw Ruru and Kuvar beside him, but he also found Ignat watching him sleep. That was far too strange. She replied that she was going to take care of a few things now that he was awake. Immediately afterward, she began lifting his shirt. Ruru instantly demanded to know what that perverted witch was doing. Ignat replied that calling her a witch was quite offensive and explained that she was using holy magic to heal the injuries she herself had caused. Thanks to that, he would no longer have any trouble moving around. Taking the opportunity, Eren asked only one question. He wanted to know what the path of her sword was. Ignat replied that it was quite an unusual question. She remarked that he was an apprentice of Kronos, wasn't he? It sounded like something old Ian would say, far more profound than the sort of question a boy his age would normally ask. She then explained that her path of the sword was the path that would one day become the path of a king. Kuvar asked if she was suggesting a rebellion. Ignat told him not to jump to conclusions and said that she would explain everything, but first asked him to hand her that pouch. She then took out the necklace and pointed out that the orc knew very well that they were living in an era of peace. She explained that this was because her kingdom prohibited wars between nations. 150 years ago, 400 years ago, or even further back, archdemons had roamed the continent freely, spreading all kinds of chaos. Whenever wars broke out, the consequences were always disastrous. Even in the present era, however, the world was not truly peaceful. She admitted that she did not know how to save everyone who suffered, nor how to prevent cursed artifacts like that one from continuing to appear throughout the human world. After purifying the necklace with holy magic, she returned it to Kuvar and asked whether it would not be worthwhile to build, with one's own hands, at least one nation filled with freedom in a world like this. She explained that this very thought had been what started everything. She also assured them that there was nothing to worry about, as she intended to achieve her goal through peaceful means alone. Then she looked at Ruru and said that there was nothing wrong with enjoying the happiness she had now, but that she needed to work a little harder to protect the people she loved. Finally, she turned her attention to Eren Ferreira and asked whom he trusted. She explained that she trusted herself and possessed her own convictions. It was precisely because of those convictions that she could walk her path without the slightest shadow of doubt. Before leaving, she said that she would make the same offer when they met again, not because of the stake in his heart, but because of Eren himself. Moments later, she leaped through the window and vanished into the darkness of the night. Once they were alone again, Eren commented to his companions that Ignat had killed Victor and Charlot. At that moment, he felt that what she had done was right. The conviction behind each of her actions made it seem completely natural. On the other hand, he had hesitated. He was angry at Ignat for acting as though such things were ordinary, but he was also angry at himself for being unable to do the same. Deep down, he realized that he envied her. Later, Kuvar drove the carriage while Eren and Ruru Ruru traveled alongside him. During the journey, Eren remained immersed in his mental training. Within his mind, he continued forging that gigantic sword, hammering the steel stake with the embers of his own heart. He had not noticed any major changes since the last time. His fire seemed weaker now, as though the flame was slowly burning out. Even so, he continued hammering without stopping. Sometime later, Kuvar announced that it was already time for dinner. Only then did Eren realize how much time he had spent training mentally. Kuvar asked whether he had made any progress. Eren replied that there was nothing visible yet, but that it was fine. Ruru was completely passed out as well. Watching the little cat, Eren commented that she simply would not wake up. Kuvar asked whether all mystics trained like that. Eren replied that it depended on the individual, but that this approach worked best for Ruru. After all, she was a little cat. The orc realized that Ignet's words had affected Ruru in some way. Because of that, he suggested that only the two of them go eat. Later, they enjoyed a delicious meal prepared by Kuvar. Late that night, Eren returned to training with his sword. As he watched him, Kuvar realized just how remarkable the boy was. He devoted himself to training without wasting a single second. He had already known that Eren was sincere, but now he also saw him as a genuinely upright young man. The journey continued without incident. They would arrive in Lathian the following day. When night fell, the group stopped at an inn to rest. Eren spent some time alone, lost in thought, until he heard a familiar voice. Turning his head, he realized that it was Judith and Bart, seated at a nearby table. Surprised, Judith looked at him and asked if he was really Eren, and it was. Bart asked what he was doing there, but Kuvar told them to stop and demanded to know what they were trying to do to Eren. Ruru was also very concerned, while Judith asked if she was a talking cat. Kuvar could tell that the two of them were strong, extremely strong in fact. Eren explained that they were his friends and fellow academy students. The two then introduced themselves to Kuvar and Ruru, and Eren introduced them as his masters. Kuvar, the orc spiritist and seer, and Ruru, a master of mystical arts. Kuvar apologized for the misunderstanding, explaining that they had recently gone through some difficult situations. Judith then remarked that Eren had grown much taller, but immediately grabbed him by the neck and called him a bastard. She said he had promised to come back, yet never contacted them again. She had even thought he was dead, the damn idiot. Ruru asked if she was really sure she was his friend, and Bart wanted to know what the hell had happened to him. Eren simply replied that it was a long story. Judith said they could save that for later, and suggested they have a sparring match first. They found a secluded arena, a place that was no longer in use. Standing across from Eren, Judith asked where his sword was. Eren replied that his sword was always ready, and summoned it using mystical arts. Bart was completely stunned. Ruru said that was exactly why she was a master of mystical arts. It was she who had taught him. Judith commented that he certainly had not been sitting around doing nothing during those 5 years. Then she charged forward at an even greater speed than she had possessed back at the academy. Her power was intense and ferocious, but when their swords collided, she sensed Eren's calmness. He blocked her attack using almost exactly the same amount of force she had put into it. Bart immediately realized that Eren was using both Judith's fencing style and his own at the same time. Judith asked what the hell he had been doing all this time. Eren replied that she herself had said they should save the long stories for later. Bart then declared that he could not hold himself back any longer, and that they would all fight him at once. Even with both of them attacking at high speed, Eren managed to dodge and block their strikes, redirecting the attacks with his sword. Bart admitted that it was making him nervous. It was incredible that Eren had learned that technique after seeing it only once. Eren replied that he would explain everything later while blocking another strike from Judith, who cut in between them. A moment later, one of his aerial attacks split the arena in half. But it was not a 2-against-1 fight. At that point, it was everyone against everyone. Bart charged at Judith, and Eren took advantage of the opening to strike at both of them. Bart had to quickly jump out of the path of the giant sword. Every one of Eren's blows carried devastating force. Bart commented that he still had that same absurd strength as always. Kuvar watched in amazement because the battle was far from over, and all three of them seemed to be having the time of their lives. After fighting for a long time and finally growing tired, Judith admitted that Eren was far better than she had expected. He replied that the two of them were incredibly strong as well. Bart said that it was not over yet, and that they were only stopping for the day. Judith complained that she had only just started having fun, but Eren pointed out that the sun was already setting. She then asked him to show them that move, the one he had used during the final test. Eren closed his eyes and focused for only a few moments. Bart and Judith found that strange because the first time he had performed it, he had needed much longer to prepare the attack. Within seconds, he unleashed the vertical slash that tore a massive rift through the arena. The two remarked that it was still insane, but now it seemed much faster and more refined. Judith said that he had gone back to training himself to exhaustion once again. Eren, however, replied that it actually had not been that long since he had first managed to perform that technique. On the way back, Bart commented that he had returned to the fencing academy. Eren confirmed that he had stopped by and explained that Lance and the director had told him about the visit. Meanwhile, Ruru was talking with Judith. She said that, from what she had seen earlier, Judith was very strong, and because of that, she wanted to give her a gift. She then handed her a ruby. Judith immediately refused, saying that she could not not accept something so valuable, but Ruru replied that she had plenty of them and began pulling an absurd number of rubies out of her bag. Bart asked what was going on, since Judith normally never turned down expensive things. She replied that black cats were bad luck and that she was afraid of ending up cursed. The moment she heard that, Ruru burst into tears, ran away, and went to seek comfort from Aaron. Judith hurriedly tried to explain herself, saying that she had not meant it that way. Later, at an inn, only the 3 friends from the academy were gathered around the table. Bart commented that those two seemed like good people, the orc and the cat. Judith then slammed her hand on the table and told Aaron to spit it out already. Aaron replied that he did not even know where to begin. Maybe he should start with what had happened before he had even enrolled in the academy. So he told them everything. He spoke about the dream of the man who spent all his time swinging a sword. He told them about his training, the hardships he had endured, and finally explained the advice he had received from the director, which had led him to begin his journey. After hearing the entire story, Judith commented that he had really been through a lot. She admitted that his story had been a little irritating at first, because she had assumed he was just another one of those naturally gifted people who always seemed to appear around her. She remembered how bewildered she had been when she first met him at the fencing academy, when she learned that it was not just willpower, but also the help of that man from his dreams. She had even felt a little cheated, but thinking about it more carefully, that only meant Aaron had worked his ass off every single day. All that time, he had been fighting alone against a man who did nothing but endlessly swing his sword. In the end, Judith concluded that he had truly worked hard. He had spent years facing that man, and had continued moving forward on his own. It was impossible not to acknowledge how much he had struggled to reach where he was. Aaron thanked her for that. Then Bart commented that he had raised Judith properly, hadn't he? After all that time, he had helped shape her into a decent person. The old Judith would never have said something like that. She immediately asked if he had gone insane. Aaron noticed that Bart seemed much more relaxed than before as well. Bart then asked why Aaron did not join them on their journey, since they were also traveling the world. Aaron replied that he personally had no problem with it, but he still wondered whether everyone would get along. That worried him a little. Yet later that same night, everyone was already getting drunk together. Now this was living. As always, Judith and Bart started arguing over which of them was better. Before long, Judith was completely drunk, crying in Ruru's lap and apologizing, saying that she had never meant to say those things about her. Meanwhile, Ruru was practically being crushed by the hug and was begging Aaron for help. At that moment, he realized he had nothing to worry about. When Aaron mentioned that they were considering going to Lathion, Judith immediately told them not to even think about it. According to her, the place was awful. Nobody accepted duels there. Even the fencing academy had refused to receive them. All the famous people in the city were arrogant and would not even show up to meet them. The whole thing had been ridiculous. Kuvar asked whether they had shown proof that they belonged to Kronos' 27th generation. Judith replied that they had. Even so, people had made excuses and refused their challenges. Kuvar then explained that it was probably because of that very reason. Society had enormous expectations for the 27th generation, to the point of calling them the Golden Generation. For the fencing academy, accepting a duel against them was risky, because the institution's reputation would suffer greatly if they lost. Judith replied that it was simply cowardice. Unsure where to go next, Aaron heard Bart suggest Partisan. He had heard that it was a promising city where many free-spirited swordsmen gathered. Kuvar immediately agreed and said it would indeed be a good destination. A week later, after several excellent meals prepared by Kuvar, countless campsites organized by him, and a smooth journey, Judith and Aaron decided to duel right after eating to help settle their food. During the fight, Judith commented that he was already blocking her attacks with ease, so he must have gotten used to them. With that, she decided to summon the red aura. Ruru asked if that was an aura sword. Bart replied that it was not. Not yet. She was only releasing a small amount of aura. It was different from the aura sword of a true swordmaster. It was as if her aura had not yet taken on a definitive form. She was still practicing, but even that was enough to pressure her opponents. He explained that he had noticed this difference after learning how to use aura himself. Aaron, on the other hand, had already mastered both aura manifestation and the precise control of its application. Because of that, in his opinion, the person most likely to become a swordmaster among the 3 of them was, without a doubt, Aaron. Even so, Aaron ended up losing that duel. He admitted his defeat, and Judith celebrated, saying that she now had 9 victories and only 1 loss against him. Aaron thought that, to some extent, he had already expected that outcome. He was still far too weak. Beating them was still extremely difficult. After the duel, Bart said that now they could fight using words. He began by analyzing Judith. During the second day of sparring, she had stepped to the side when Aaron did something different and attacked first. She confirmed that she had indeed done that. Bart explained that she tended to move to the side whenever she became frustrated, regained her composure, and then launched a counterattack. It was a recurring pattern in her swordsmanship. Judith admitted he was right and said she needed to pay more attention to that. Then Bart asked whether Aaron had noticed it. He explained that this was a swordsmanship discussion. They reviewed their own duels and analyzed each other's patterns, mistakes, and strengths. Aaron replied replied that he would not be able to participate in that conversation right away. For now, he would simply listen. Even so, he realized just how much his friends had improved. It was incredible. He decided that he needed to work even harder. That night, Eren moved away from the others to train alone. When Judith noticed, she said that she would be leaving as well. Shortly afterward, Bart stood up, apologized, and said that he would do the same. Kuvar looked confused and asked if they were not even going to have dinner. Bart replied that whenever Eren made that expression, he would end up showing absurd growth shortly afterward. Judith did not want to be left behind, so she was going to train as well. Then Bart asked Kuvar whether he had ever seen that happen before. Kuvar replied that he had. Those moments when Eren became completely absorbed in his own thoughts. Bart laughed and commented that the guy really never changed. As he swung his sword alone, Eren thought that the headmaster had been right. Simply imitating someone else was insignificant. What truly mattered was understanding the core of swordsmanship. He had the vertical cut swordsmanship of the man from his dreams. He had the great sword style he had learned at Kronos. He could also absorb details from Judith's and Bart's swordsmanship. By combining all of that, he would be able to refine his own path. The next morning, during another duel, Judith immediately realized that he had become stronger once again. She complained, saying that it was cheating. Bart replied that life was like that. He had learned that after meeting Ilya 5 years ago, and now he was learning it all over again. Kuvar watched everything in silence and thought that Eren was truly incredible. Once again, he had narrowed the gap between himself and his friends. Using his clairvoyance, Kuvar also noticed something interesting. An intense fire-like energy surrounded Judith's body. People with a disposition like hers simply could not stand losing. Because of that, Judith's task would be to learn how to control the fire energy she carried within herself. 2 days later, Kuvar was even more impressed by everyone's progress. Judith once again surpassed her own limits, and impressed Eren so much that she managed to subdue him with her sword. When she won, she celebrated excitedly. Kuvar realized that the move she had just used was a direct reference to one of Eren's techniques. The circumstances that allowed such a move to work existed for only an extremely brief moment, something that could be considered pure innate talent. Judith then asked what they thought, and Eren replied that it had been amazing. He truly had not imagined that she would be able to do something like that. As he watched the two of them, Kuvar concluded that it was not merely talent, it was their devotion to winning. They could not be compared to anyone else, because they were constantly pushing each other to grow. Excited, Judith declared that they were going to crush those guys from Partizan. Meanwhile, Ruru thought that the three of them still did not seem to realize just how far they had progressed. In any case, they would find out as soon as they arrived in the city. After some time, the group finally arrived in Partizan, the promising city of the continent's western region. The streets were filled with swordsmen moving back and forth. Seeing that, Kuvar commented that there was surely a mercenary agency somewhere around there. He and Ruru headed to an inn, while the three friends went to visit the Hira Swordsmanship Academy. When they arrived, Bart knocked on the door and reminded the others that they would keep the fact that they were from Kronos a secret. An instructor welcomed them and commented that they looked far too young to be swordsmen. Before he could even ask where they came from, another person appeared. It was the academy's director himself, Hira. The three introduced themselves and thanked him for his hospitality. Just by observing them, Hira realized that they were not ordinary swordsmen. Because of that, he decided not to leave them with Instructor Kent. Instead, he asked if they had come to duel. Since the first floor was being used by apprentices, he suggested they follow him to a private training room. There, he himself would be their opponent. Instructor Kent was completely shocked by the decision. Judith, on the other hand, found it interesting. To everyone's surprise, Eren was the first to volunteer to face him. Before the duel began, Hira explained that it would be a problem if anyone got hurt during the match. Therefore, they would use wooden swords. As soon as Kent signaled the start of the duel, Hira rushed forward, intending to test Eren's true strength. However, with a single movement, Eren struck the director on the head with his sword. The poor man could not even react or dodge and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Alarmed, Judith commented that he had killed the director, but Eren replied that he had not killed anyone. Later, back in the office, Eren apologized to Director Hira, but he replied that there was no need. The fight had been fair. He then asked which academy they were from. When the three revealed that they belonged to the 27th generation of Kronos, Hira answered that it was exactly what he had expected. There was no one else like them. At first, he thought the three had come there to look down on him, but after the duel he realized he had been mistaken. They were probably just searching for strong people to train with. In fact, the answer to his doubts had become clear during the fight. Everyone from the 27th generation seemed unaware of just how strong they really were. Hira then decided to explain something important. He asked what level swordsmen normally aimed to reach. Many people would answer that it was the level of master swordsman, but reality was different. Most dreamed only of becoming specialists, since that was already an extremely difficult and realistic goal for the vast majority of swordsmen. According to him, all the academy directors in Partizan were specialists. Even so, almost none of them would be able to face the three. To be more specific, only 4 or 5 directors could duel them. Even then, they would probably lose just as he had. For that reason, the three should be proud of themselves. However, Hira noticed that Judith Judith looked disappointed. She genuinely wanted to face someone strong. That was when he revealed that there was only one person in Partizan capable of providing that challenge. Immediately, Judith asked who it was and whether he was a master. Hira told her to be patient and explained that he was not exactly a master, but he was more famous than many of them. There were around 100 publicly known master swordsmen, and that man was considered the next person likely to join their ranks, the 101st. His name was Jet Frost. Hira explained that Jet Frost would be holding guided duels at his mansion in 2 days. As soon as she heard that, Judith decided that was where they would go. When they finally arrived at the location, they found an enormous crowd. Seeing that, Hira commented that there were far too many people this time. According to him, that lazy Jet could simply accept challengers as they arrived, but instead he preferred turning everything into a grand event. Not understanding, Judith asked why he had accompanied the group there. Startled by the sudden question, Hira replied that Jet was much stronger than he was, and that dueling such a man was also a valuable learning opportunity for him. Curious, Bart asked if they were friends. Hira replied that they were. The two had been friends for nearly 10 years. In fact, he had already tried to arrange a private duel, but Jet had refused. Shortly afterward, an employee appeared to receive all the participants. His name was Glenn, Jet Frost's butler. He explained that there were more candidates than expected, and that only those who passed a test would be granted a guided duel. The test was simple. All they had to do was strike a measuring device and score at least 5,000 points. Aaron immediately liked the idea when he realized it was a magical measuring device. He remembered that the first time he had used something similar, he had scored 10,000 points. Upon hearing that, Hira became nervous. 10,000 points was not something a person should mention so casually. The participants began taking the test. Most managed a little over 5,000 or 6,000 points and celebrated enthusiastically. Then it was Hira's turn. Glenn recognized him immediately, and the director managed to score 12,000 points, surpassing his own previous record. When it was Aaron's turn, he summoned his sword through mystical arts. Seeing that, Glenn asked if it was a magic sword. Aaron explained that it was created through mystical arts, and asked if there was any problem with that. He also clarified that the sword had no special powers. It was simply extremely durable. After thinking for a moment, Glenn decided to provide a normal sword with the same shape to avoid any discussion about unfair advantage. Later, using the ordinary sword, Aaron struck the measuring device and reached an impressive 18,000 points. Next, Judith and Bart did the same. Judith scored 16,581 points, while Bart reached 16,601. The results left everyone around completely shocked by the three of them. Bart asked if they couldn't let him win just once against Aaron. The boy replied that the gap between them wasn't even that big. Then Bart commented that Judith seemed dissatisfied. She replied that she only failed to get a better score because she missed the mark in the middle. After falling behind, she once again thought she was the weakest of the three. Later, Glenn explained that since many participants had passed, the next matches would be in a 3 versus 1 format. 3 people would enter at a time, and he asked for everyone's understanding. In the end, only the 3 friends and director Hira remained. Glenn then announced that Hira would have a special duel this time. The director replied that at least he was receiving friend treatment. The 3 friends were the last to participate. Before the duel began, Bart had an idea and whispered something into Hira's ear. The director told him not to worry. Shortly after, he was already dueling his old friend Jet. Hira could barely lift his sword and was trembling from exhaustion. He admitted that he truly was no match for his friend. Jet replied that it would be strange to defeat him so easily. Even after losing, Hira thanked him for the duel and said it had been very helpful. Jet replied that it was natural, since he had been helping him all these years. Then Hira commented that only one group remained. Jet said he just wanted to finish quickly and rest. However, Hira explained that the challengers had made a proposal. If they lost, they would do anything Jet wanted for a month. But if they won, they wanted him to personally train them for the same period. Jet found the idea interesting and said that if they lost, he would make the 3 of them clean the mansion and even give Glenn a day off. Hira replied that that sounded perfect. Later, when Jet learned who the challengers were, he was shocked. He asked why neither Glenn nor Hira had said that the 3 were specialists. Glenn replied that he hadn't informed him because Hira had ratted him out, revealing that it was Sir Jet who drank the fruit wine he had been saving. Jet tried to defend himself, saying the bottle was almost empty anyway. Still, Bart thanked him for accepting the proposal. Then he introduced himself as Bart Lloyd, apprentice of the 27th generation of Kronos. Judith and Aaron also introduced themselves and said they were under his care. At that moment, Jet realized that the 3 of them were part of the famous golden generation of Kronos. As soon as the duel began, the 3 advanced at the same time. The first truly dangerous attack came from Aaron, and Jet made the mistake of blocking it. The boy's physical strength was absurd. While trying to react, he was nearly disarmed by Bart, who moved like lightning. At the same time, Judith appeared from the side, attempting a full-force strike. Fortunately, Jet was extremely fast and managed to escape the 3 of them. As he retreated, he realized they had excellent teamwork. His plan was to separate their attacks, but he barely had time to think. He had to duck to avoid a strike from Judith, use all the strength in his legs to evade a crushing attack from Aaron, and then leap away to avoid being hit by Bart. Up to that point, point, he had only been defending and exhausting himself. He hadn't even managed to counterattack. Watching from afar, Glenn commented that the three were really giving the master a hard time. Hiro replied that seeing Jet in that situation, the bet had already been worth it. Meanwhile, Jet realized that if things continued like this, he would really end up becoming the mentor of those three kids. He had no intention of allowing that, so he released his aura, which fell over their bodies like a massive weight. Recognizing their skill, he decided he would fight seriously from that point on. Bart noticed that even approaching had become difficult. Still, Judith managed to advance. In response, Jet threw his sword toward her. She blocked it, but in that instant it disappeared. Now, lighter without his weapon, he moved quickly and drew a second hidden sword. When he appeared in front of Bart, the boy couldn't even react, especially after meeting Jet Frost's intimidating gaze. A thrust stopped just centimeters from his chest. Jet declared that he was defeated. One had already fallen. Using the reflection of the blade, he noticed Eren attacking from behind. He turned his body and landed a kick that sent the boy flying. Judith tried to take advantage of the opening, but Jet jumped and appeared behind her, defeating her as well. He then declared that now there were two down. With both of them defeated, he took the opportunity to comment on their performance. He said Bart's swordsmanship was impressive for someone so young and praised his technique, but stated that he still lacked the insight to predict certain movements. Bart replied that the attack was not something that could be blocked. Jet agreed and explained that he had truly committed to that strike. About Judith, he commented that her attacks were too simple. It seemed she had forgotten to use her own body's momentum, limiting herself to merely cutting with the sword. According to him, this completely restricted the weapon's true potential. In the end, only Eren remained standing. Jet said he would let the boy attack first. Since his strikes were extremely heavy, he asked him to use his strongest attack. Hearing that, Bart and Judith started laughing, asking if he was really telling Eren to go all out from the start. Not even Hira understood their reaction. Eren asked if it was really fine, because the hall might end up damaged. Jet replied that training halls broke from time to time, and it would be fine. Then Eren said he would go all out. For a fraction of a second, he closed his eyes and focused his mind. Immediately after, an overwhelming aura exploded around him. For the first time, Jet felt fear. A cold sweat ran down his face. Without wasting the opportunity, Eren gathered all the strength of the flame in his heart and rushed forward to attack. However, before the blow could even come down, Jet raised his hand and surrendered. He declared that he had lost and begged Eren to lower his sword. Later, the three said they would be under his care from that moment on. Jet wasn't very pleased with the situation, but Hira seemed extremely proud. The next day, the real training began. In an enclosed courtyard, the three found a magic circle drawn on the ground and another on the wall. There were also two wooden platforms, one filled with stones and the other empty. Jet explained that this would be their training ground for the next month. By activating the magic circle, their bodies immediately became much heavier. It was gravity magic. He then explained that aura efficiency improved when the body was strengthened, and that aura capacity could also grow by overcoming extreme hardship like this. Their task was simple: move all the stones from one side to the other under increased gravity. They had until noon to finish. If they failed, he would assume they lacked the will to learn and would fail them. 3 hours later, Jet returned already expecting the task to be completed. However, to his surprise, the three were still carrying stones. He genuinely did not expect them to fail something so simple. It seemed he had overestimated them. Here is the revised passage. But Glenn told his master that, in fact, that was already the third time. They had finished the task before 11 o'clock. However, instead of sitting down to rest, they chose to keep training. Hearing this, Jet commented that that was bad. The three were getting too enthusiastic. Then he wondered just how far they would be able to go. On the second day of training, they underwent extremely intense physical conditioning. On the fifth day, they had to carry heavy weights over long distances. Still, Jet noticed that none of them showed any signs of giving up. At the inn, already lying down to sleep, Ruru asked Eren if they had only done physical training again. She wanted to know if they weren't fighting anymore. Eren replied that he was sure Jet had his reasons for it. Ruru complained, saying he must be a fraud. Meanwhile, Eren reflected on Jet's title, the 101st strongest swordsman. Jet himself thought he was not worthy of that title. He knew it. The eyes of those kids had not been shaped by talent alone. There would come a time for him too, a moment when he would have eyes as burning as theirs. The next morning, Jet announced that he would begin guiding each of them in swordsmanship based on their individual traits. The first was Eren. After quickly defeating him in a duel, Jet explained that he was excellent overall, but overly passive. He said Eren seemed trapped in the idea that he would always be slower than his opponents. He asked if Eren truly believed he would be dragged around from start to finish by someone like Judith, who had such refined footwork. He then explained that, although Eren was slower than her, that did not mean he should act only reactively. On the contrary, he needed to keep occupying space, as if expanding his own territory. He should fill the battlefield with his presence, and force his opponents to move according to his will. While explaining, Jet slowly walked toward Eren, wrapped in his overwhelming aura. He said that an opponent who cannot escape or counterattack will inevitably run out of options. Then he pressed Eren's sword, forcing him to step back to demonstrate the concept in practice. practice. Aaron sincerely thanked him for the advice. A few days later, he was facing Judith in a supervised training session led by Jet. After observing them for a while, the master told them to stop. He said Judith had already pushed herself enough for the day. She immediately replied that he was talking nonsense. According to her, they had barely started, and she was convinced she would win this time. With his sharp gaze, Jet said he had advice only for her. He asked her to come to his private office and dismissed Aaron and Bart, telling them they could go have lunch. While the two of them were eating, they heard an angry shout coming from the office. Shortly afterward, Judith stormed out, slamming the door shut. She passed by them like a hurricane, without saying a word. Curious, they went to ask Jet what had happened. The master replied that whenever he looked at those three, he was reminded of his own youth, of the time when simply holding a sword was fun. He had reached the specialist level at a very young age, and was praised as someone destined to become a great master swordsman. However, reality turned out to be cruel. The continent was filled with swordsmen even more talented than him. Over time, constant comparisons and competition consumed his passion. He stopped focusing purely on his own swordsmanship, and began to worry too much about others. Comparisons led to competition, and competition led to the desire to win. Perhaps everything would have worked out if he had managed to control those emotions in balance, but that did not happen. When someone is surrounded by geniuses, impatience only grows. Because of that, he advised Judith to free herself from comparisons, and from the constant need to compete. He wanted her to find the true origin of her sword, but the result was exactly the opposite of what he expected. Sometime later, Judith herself returned to finish hearing what he had to say. She apologized for her exaggerated reaction, and admitted that she knew he was not trying to mock her. Then she explained her point of view. She said it was true that those two bastards were better than her, and that she spent every day trying to catch up to them. However, unlike them, she did not pick up the sword because she liked it. She picked up the sword to survive. For Judith, competition and results had always been directly tied to survival. The origin of her determination was precisely competition itself. If she could defeat more talented people than herself, and keep pushing her own limits, then she would be able to endure any suffering that came her way. Upon hearing those words, Jet realized that she also carried within her the same burning flame he saw in the other two. A week later, it was time for their departure. The three of them thanked him deeply for all the training they had received during that month. Then Jet asked what their next destination would be. They replied that they had not decided yet. That was when Jet recommended they visit the Land of Trial. He explained that the Colosseum of the Land of Trial was the pride of the kingdom of Cagliard, one of the 5 great western kingdoms. It was a place famous for gathering exceptional warriors. However, according to rumors, the level of competition had increased drastically after the emergence of an extremely talented swordswoman, a swordswoman who also belonged to the 27th generation of Kronos. Her name was Ilya Lindsay, and at that moment, she was the absolute champion of the Land of Trial. They set off together, the three of them, already thinking about Ilya and how much stronger she must have become compared to the past. Bart commented that she had probably gotten over that matter as well, which prompted Judith to ask what matter he was talking about. Surprised, Bart questioned if they really didn't know about the disappearance of the Lindsay family's eldest son, Carl. He explained that about 5 years ago, right when Ilya returned home after the final exam, her older brother had vanished without a trace, as if he had used mystic arts. Not even the family mage was able to find him, and after 3 months of investigations with no progress, society began to question whether he had died. Following that, those who held grudges against the Lindsay family began to surface to take advantage of this vulnerability. Aaron thought to himself that he had never heard anything about it, but Bart reassured them both, saying there was nothing to worry about. After all, Ilya was the new champion of Proof Island, a position no one could reach if they were psychologically broken by the influence of people around them. Looking on the bright side, the time had finally come to pay her back for the defeat they suffered during the final exam, and Judith quickly warned that she wouldn't lose this time. They continued their journey to the city of gladiators, Azenmarkt, located in the kingdom of Cagliart. The place was bustling, packed with locals, a massive number of tourists, and unfortunately many beggars. Kuvar commented that the city showed two sides of the same coin, since Azenmarkt was known for its countless colosseums and the land of proof, making it a hub for betting and gambling, where many people ended up losing their entire livelihood. Suddenly, a street vendor approached the group, asking if they were interested in the duels, and began offering tickets for the Land of Proof Championship that would take place that very afternoon at 4 o'clock, boasting about how hard he had worked to get them. However, Aaron was faster and bought 4 tickets all at once. Once settled in the grandstand, Judith was impressed by the magnitude of the place, commenting that she had never seen such a gigantic space. Nearby, some men were heatedly arguing about their bets, and the first one immediately praised Ilya, calling her the youngest champion and the insane prodigy who had become a master swordsman at the age of 18, a detail that left Judith pensive and surprised by her friend's evolution. The event's announcer enthusiastically declared that the public had waited a long time for that moment. The challenger was the rank 2 king-level gladiator, Cedric Cooper, and the opponent would be the unbeatable gladiator, the greatest prodigy in history, and current champion. While the narration took place, the trio in the grandstand noticed noticed that Ilya was already entering the arena, emanating a powerful sword aura as she was warmly introduced to the crowd. As soon as the combat began, she closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Cedric could barely react, forced only to defend and dodge while thinking, frustrated that he couldn't even raise his own sword properly. The young woman's next strike threw him far away and damaged his weapon. Knowing his sword would shatter if it clashed against Ilya's aura once more, Cedric refused to end the duel without delivering a proper attack and lunged forward with a thrust, but the champion dodged with extreme ease. She just stared at him, aimed at his blade, and disarmed him without the slightest effort, securing the victory and leaving the poor gladiator completely disappointed in himself. Back with the group, Kuvar was impressed by the fact that the opponent had been no match for her, commenting that it was incredible to think the girl was from the same generation as them. But he soon noticed that his three friends didn't seem very excited. Aaron, visibly disturbed, announced he was going out for a walk alone, and Kuvar agreed, saying they would be waiting for him at the inn. Walking through the crowd, Aaron tried to process what he had just witnessed. He knew his eyes hadn't deceived him, and that his instinct was right. He had felt a dark energy, something very close to a demonic energy, coming from Ilya, and made up his mind that he needed to find her immediately to figure it out. But first, he needed information. Knowing that Kuvar usually found clues in more secluded places, the young man decided to enter a very suspicious-looking tavern filled with strange figures. The tavern keeper, measuring the boy up from head to toe, warned him that this was no place for just anyone, and suggested he leave if he didn't want to get hurt. Aaron calmly replied that he would pay very well for information, and asked where he needed to go to meet the champion of the Land of Proof, Ilya Lindsay. A brute at the counter overheard the conversation and said he could provide the information, but on one condition: the boy would have to win a bet against him in a game of taking turns punching each other in the face, where the loser would be whoever knocked out or surrendered first. Aaron, already anticipating that things worked in that brutal way in the city, accepted the challenge, removing his armor and his sword. The big man started by delivering a straight punch to the young man's jaw, but the newcomer withstood the impact and stayed on his feet, making the man laugh and say he would be disappointed if he went down on the first hit. However, when Aaron punched back, the force was so immense that the brute flew straight to the other side of the bar. Immediately, the man's subordinates rushed to try to wake up their boss while the surrounding patrons whispered, shocked by the fact that the kid had taken down their leader with a single blow. One of the henchmen approached Aaron, demanding satisfaction and asking how he dared do that, but an elf intervened in the argument, asking everyone to calm down because that fight wouldn't be good for anyone. The henchman, irritated, asked if the elf thought he was some kind of reporter to meddle in there, and threatened him with a beating, but the newcomer, whose name was Hin, told the man to be careful, warning him that the moment he raised his arm against a journalist, the bar would become famous on the front page of the next morning's news. Taking advantage of the henchman's retreat after the threat, Hin pulled Aaron out of that complicated situation and, once on the streets, formally introduced himself as a veteran reporter for the weekly newspaper, Arena Week, commenting afterwards that the young man looked like a swordsman due to his clothes. Aaron introduced himself, and upon hearing his last name, Hin wanted to know if he came from the West. The young man confirmed, but asked why the reporter had helped him inside, and the elf simply replied that he was free and that people should help one another. Along the way, the journalist asked if the young man was trying to find the champion as an obsessed fan, but Aaron revealed that they were actually longtime friends. The information caught Hin by surprise, as he couldn't imagine that such an unyielding champion could have friends. Aaron took advantage of the opening and asked how long she had been in the city, discovering that it had been about 2 months and that she had claimed the title of champion as soon as she arrived. Hin explained that it had been a long time since someone so powerful had appeared, and that the young woman was on the verge of breaking the record of the legendary Ignet. Aaron questioned if Ignet had also been a champion there, and the reporter confirmed, saying it was a famous story and that the entire city debated which of the two swordswomen was the most exceptional. Ignet had defended her title for 5 months, and since they were already in December, if Ilya held the position for another 4 months, she would become the greatest record holder in history. Hin guided Aaron to the gates of the mansion where the champion was staying and, as he said goodbye, thought to himself that the boy was very naive to think he would get an audience, considering that even the local feudal lord had been turned away. Aaron approached the guards, identified himself as Aaron Ferreira, and asked to see Lady Ilya Lindsay, presenting her family's platinum plaque as proof. The guard knight became visibly nervous and asked for a moment to confirm the object's authenticity. After a short wait, Ilya's personal bodyguard, Emma Garcia, appeared to assess the situation. She confirmed the plaque was legitimate, but brought the bad news that the young lady had refused to see him. Aaron was shocked and asked for the reason behind the refusal, and Emma coldly explained that the young woman was not there in her capacity as a daughter of the Lindsay family, but rather as a knight focused exclusively on her intensive training. Determined, the young man looked at the bodyguard and asked if she had actually told her friend his name. Emma replied that she hadn't, explaining that she planned to tell her about his identity once she went up to the room. Refusing to back down, Aaron ordered her to go right back upstairs immediately and explicitly say that the visitor was Aaron Ferreira. The insistence actually worked, and after a while, Emma returned and allowed him inside. From afar, afar, Hin watched the whole scene open-mouthed, wondering if the boy had really been invited in, and if he was in fact such a close friend of the champion. Shortly after, Eren entered Ilya's personal office, visibly excited about the reunion. The young woman greeted him, saying it had been a long time, and jokingly commented that she was dying to hear his excuse for such a late visit. The young man apologized, and began to tell her everything that had happened to him, concluding the story with his recent meeting with their other friends from the academy. Ilya commented that a lot had happened in his life as well, and Eren took the opportunity to mention that he had watched her fight as soon as he arrived in the city. He confessed that while he was genuinely happy to see her stronger, the way she fought seemed a bit dangerous. He admitted it might just be a wild assumption in his head, but asked if the real reason she was there wasn't because of Ignat. While he spoke, Eren could still see that bizarre shadow behind Ilya, and he noticed that the malicious demonic energy was growing larger and larger. Startled by the direction of the conversation, she demanded to know what he meant by that. Eren explained that he hadn't forgotten a single moment of the year they spent at the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, and precisely now, as they reminisced about the past, he felt even more how valuable that period was for his life, and how precious the people he met there were. He looked deep into her eyes and reminded her that she had been the first person to speak to him when he lived in isolation, besides being the one who helped him the most in training, and his most precious friend of all. The young man insisted that the final exam was already over, that she wouldn't be controlled by anyone else anymore, and that it wasn't too late to stop what she was doing, because nothing would change even if she went after Ignat. Ilya took a deep breath and replied that he was right about her not having managed to escape the opinions of others yet, but justified that it was all because of those bastards who deserved to be torn to pieces. She recalled how much she had done her best, over and over again, so that no one would slander her brother or her family anymore, and that position was the result of her effort. Emanating her powerful sword aura, she firmly stated that her own blade told her the path she had walked so far was the correct one, concluding that she wasn't wrong, but rather the old Ilya was. She then coldly asked if he had anything else to say. Eren countered by asking if she intended to keep the champion title at all costs, no matter how much he tried to persuade her. Faced with the young woman's affirmative response, the young man realized he had no other choice. He mentioned that she had around 120 days to break Ignat's record, and warned her that, whatever it took, he would take the champion title from her in the title defense match 4 months from now, promising to defeat her. Ilya asked if he had gone mad, but Eren assured her he hadn't, explaining that if he beat her in the arena, he was certain his words would be taken more seriously. Surprised by his audacity, she questioned if he really thought he was capable of winning, knowing very well that he stood no chance against her the way he was right now. The young man admitted he knew that, and for that reason, he promised to give it his absolute all. He apologized that their reunion had been filled with such tense and unpleasant conversations, but reinforced that she was still his precious friend, and that they would see each other soon. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Judith was pacing back and forth, thinking that she already knew Ilya would get stronger, but the level of a swordsmaster was too much, admitting that her friend was on a much higher plane. Even so, the redhead got fired up and shouted for everyone to wait and see, because she would crush everyone in the future. The racket ended up waking up the kitten Ruru, who woke up right as Eren walked through the door. Everyone asked where on earth he had been, and the young man laid his cards on the table, telling them about his visit to Ilya and his promise to face her 4 months from now. Ruru immediately placed total faith in her friend, but Kuvar intervened, reminding him that although he knew the young man was strong, the opponent was none other than a swordsmaster. Eren replied that the title didn't matter, as he needed to overcome this challenge and would win no matter what it cost. Judith was visibly irritated and unsatisfied with his determination, but supported him by saying that was the spirit, and since he had come this far, he had better achieve it. Right after, she announced that she would also challenge the champion, and went straight out to train, internally annoyed by the fact that Eren spoke about it so casually, as if he had no intention of falling behind at all. Bart commented that Judith had clearly been stimulated by their friend's words, but asked Eren if he already had a plan mapped out. The young man confessed that he actually had no idea what to do, that he would think about it from now on, and desperately asked for Bart's help to figure out how to defeat Ilya. Bart just placed his hand on his forehead, grumbling that everyone around him was completely insane. Later, while they were having a few drinks, Bart tried to calm him down by saying that the mission wasn't impossible, since historically, there had been incidents where swordsmen at the peak of mastery defeated swordsmasters. Kuvar agreed, saying he had also heard of such prodigies. Bart, however, warned that Eren would need to fulfill a few conditions first. The first would be an excellent sword, capable of withstanding the strikes of a sword aura, and he wanted to know how durable the young man's mystic arts weapon was. Eren recalled the words of the dwarves, and assured him that the sword would definitely not break, as it had been tested by people he trusted completely. Bart nodded and moved on to the second condition, having an original technique that was unexpected for the opponent, suggesting that in Eren's case, the vertical slash would be the perfect skill to be perfected to the extreme. He admitted it was no easy feat, but reasoned that, since it was Eren, anything was possible. Finally, the third and most important condition was to develop combat skills minimally comparable to those of a swordsmaster, since Ilya Ilya hadn't reached that position by pure luck. If Eren didn't narrow the technical gap between them, he would be in deep trouble. The young man listened intently and promised to give his absolute best over those 4 months. Suddenly, Hin appeared out of nowhere at the table, giving Bart a massive fright and causing him to spill beer all over his face. The elf exclaimed that Eren was truly incredible and confessed he knew the kid was different, celebrating that it had been worth following him, as this was bombshell news he would never miss the chance to publish. The journalist formally introduced himself to the others at the table, irritating Bart, who asked if the interloper had been eavesdropping on their conversation and what his true objective there was. Hin swore he wasn't spying maliciously, but simply had excellent hearing. He explained that he had heard the 3 conditions mentioned, but warned that they had forgotten a crucial detail: how the Land of Proof operated. The reporter detailed the structure of the venue, explaining that the stages depended on the gladiators' ranking. At the top was the Land of Proof, with the champion title. Below it was the Land of Glory, where kings and queens fought. Then came the Land of Opportunity, occupied by pawns, knights, bishops, and rooks. And finally, the Land of Beginning, home to the first challengers. Everyone who entered the Land of Beginning was guaranteed to level up through ranking battles, but Hin emphasized that only swordsmen in the top 10 of the king level had the right to challenge the champion. He concluded by saying that even if Eren qualified technically, the competition was insane, and it would be impossible to earn the right to challenge Ilya if he didn't win over the masses. Kuvar understood the scenario and commented that, besides fighting well, the young man would need to please the public and catch the city's attention. Hin flashed a wide grin and confirmed that was exactly it, as the gladiators' commercial value needed to skyrocket. Looking confidently at Eren, the journalist promised he would use all his professional skills to turn him into the biggest star of that arena. The next day, the group was already at the entrance testing grounds of the Land of Beginning. Nearby, a rival journalist watched the prodigies fight, thinking about his massive luck in witnessing the kids from Chrono's legendary 27th Golden Generation in action. He recognized Bart, who was the great promise of his renowned family, and the commoner knight Judith, who was said to be on the exact same technical level as him. Both would battle in the tests and already had their promotions to the bishop level confirmed. The journalist puffed out his chest, confident that he would secure those exclusive interviews before Hin this time. However, as soon as the young prodigies stepped out of the arena, a true mob of other reporters rushed toward them trying to get a statement, but the two simply walked straight past, ignoring all the commotion. Frustrated, the bald journalist saw one of his subordinates approach and wanted to know what was happening, since they had gone there to watch the matches of well-known gladiators named Tristan and Cherries. The nervous subordinate explained that both fights were already over and that the 2 veterans had been defeated by an unknown young boy. At that exact moment, in the adjacent arena, Eren won yet another overwhelming match with a single strike of his giant sword, snapping his opponent's weapon in half. And, as was to be expected, the one who secured the exclusive interview with the new phenomenon was Hin. In front of the cameras and recorders, the elf asked out loud if he was Mr. Eren Ferreira, and if it was true that he had been an apprentice of Chrono's Golden Generation. In the background, the crowd and other journalists began to whisper, questioning if he really belonged to that Ferreira family, while others muttered to just write everything down, since Hin wasn't one to lie. As the crowd tried to bombard him with questions, Eren remembered the valuable advice Hin had given him. In interviews, he should always look confident and excited. The young man took a deep breath, apologized to everyone, and declared that if neither Judith nor Bart had said anything, he didn't have the right to expose his friends either. Instead, he announced loud and clear his true aspiration and his commitment as a proud swordsman of Chrono. He would defeat all his enemies with a single strike on his way to the queen level. He concluded by saying that his goal there was not just training, but to prove his worth, as he was going to become the grand champion of the Land of Proof. Later, that bold statement was plastered across the front page of several newspapers in the city, highlighting Eren alongside the other 3 apprentices of the Golden Generation. In a corner of Azenmarkt, a man reading the news commented to a friend that he had never heard of this Eren Ferreira guy, questioning if he had really been part of that class, and admiring the boy's audacity to aim for the champion position. To the public, it seemed things were about to get very interesting from then on. At the group's headquarters, Hin celebrated the success with Bart and Eren, saying it had been a spectacular start and that he was already preparing to write an update article. Eren noticed the absence of their redhead friend and asked if she had gone out again, and Bart confirmed that Judith had decided to train individually from that moment on. Taking advantage of the privacy, Bart looked seriously at Eren and commented that he seemed impatient, reminding him that the young man had acted the exact same way during the interview at the Land of Challenges at the very beginning of everything. He then asked the real reason why Eren was going so far and putting himself through so much just to beat Ilya. The young man decided to lay his cards on the table and explained in detail everything he had felt emanating from the champion. Shocked, Bart asked if he really believed the girl was turning into a demonoid. Eren explained his theory that the deepening of severe negative emotions, such as inferiority or blind rage, acted as the perfect trigger for demonic transformation. He recalled that there had been moments in the past where people managed to overcome these emotions, as had been the case with Jet, but reinforced reinforced that the energy coming from Ilya was dangerously similar. He feared that if no one stopped her now, the demonic corruption would keep progressing until there was no turning back. Bart understood the gravity of the situation and agreed that, for now, it would be best to keep it an absolute secret from Judith, as no one could predict the redhead's explosive reaction if she discovered something so heavy. Knowing that defeating Ilya in just 4 months would be an almost impossible task, Aaron resolved in his mind that he would do everything within his power. It was then that the kitten Ruru intervened, questioning why he hadn't told her something so serious sooner. She pointed out that to reach that level in such a short time frame, he would need completely explosive growth, which would only be possible through the extreme use of mystic arts. Decreeing the start of a special training for Aaron, the cat ordered that, from that moment on, every time he swung his sword, he had to do so with a strong burning desire carved into his mind. Meanwhile, in her luxurious residence, Ilya was pacing back and forth, thinking obsessively about Aaron. She wondered why he was doing all this, and felt a sting of resentment, thinking that, of all people, at least he should understand her reasons and her suffering. Feeling suffocated by her own doubts, she concluded it would be best to meet with the Reverend to seek some guidance. Far away from there, following the rapid evolution plan, Aaron and Ruru were walking toward the estate of a man named John Drew, and had introduced him as the most famous and sought-after swordsmanship teacher in the entire region. As they approached the extravagant mansion, surrounded by long, immaculate gardens, the two ran into a mile-long line of warriors begging to be accepted as disciples. Thanks to Hin's influential contacts and prestige, Aaron was able to skip past everyone, and was received by a servant who accommodated them in a carriage that would take them to the main quarters. During the ride, the servant warned that the mission to hire him would be difficult, as his master was extremely satisfied with the easy life he led, and would not accept new students even for exorbitant amounts of money. Though, secretly, everyone knew the old man loved a good coin. Aaron replied that he would try to convince the man regardless. As soon as they arrived at the reception room, the subordinate stepped out to fetch the aristocrat, and the young man asked Ruru what she thought of their chances. With a sly smile, the cat guaranteed it wouldn't be hard at all, since she knew the weak spot of ambitious men very well. Seconds later, John Drew himself, the imposing Viscount of House John, entered the room, commenting that the boy was precisely the handsome young man Hin had spoken so much about. Going straight to the point to speed up business, the Viscount mentioned he was sure the young man had prepared a generous tuition fee. Ruru took the lead in the conversation and announced that she would cover all the costs herself. John Drew almost fell backward upon realizing he was dealing with a talking cat, but his real shock came right after. With a snap of her paws, Ruru began unloading piles upon piles of glittering gold bars onto the table, asking if that was a good start. The Viscount began to drool at the sight of that unbelievable fortune, but the cat didn't stop there. She kept invoking more gold, and more gold, and more gold, until she completely covered the entire surface of the furniture with a mountain of wealth. Completely hypnotized and on his knees, John Drew immediately declared that he would serve young Aaron in the best way possible, and with all his dedication. Satisfied, Ruru merely commented with disdain that that was exactly what money was for. A little later, they were already at the Viscount's private training ground, who now displayed an extremely serious and professional demeanor. He ordered Aaron to demonstrate every movement he knew, promising that after meticulously analyzing his physical capacity, his style, his battle senses, his habits, and his quirks, he would teach him in the most effective and efficient way possible. Ruru nodded, giving the green light, and Aaron unsheathed his weapon. As he initiated the movements, he deeply recalled the rigorous old training he had had with the cat in the past, knowing he couldn't lose focus for even a single second. The feeling that he needed to save Ilya had to be the most sincere and pure thing inside him. He needed to channel that powerful desire into every swing of the sword, filling every inch of his movements with that determination. At the same time, in an isolated and dark location, Ilya was visiting the Reverend, pouring out her anguish. She confessed she didn't know if everything she had done up to that moment had any real meaning or if it had been completely insignificant, admitting her deep fear of walking the wrong path. While she suffered in uncertainty, Aaron, at the training ground, strengthened his conviction that he would never give up on his goals and would save her no matter what. The Reverend, however, acted quickly to maintain his grip on the young woman's mind. Utilizing a malignant power and whispering mystic words, he ordered her not to let herself be shaken by a simple breeze like Aaron's words. But the spiritual connection and the young man's effort were so overwhelming that, at that exact second, John Drew and Ruru leaped backward, completely shocked. Aaron had just manifested his mystic arts with such intensity that, through the pure power of his desire, he was able to tear through reality and create his own isolated training space once again. While Ilya was being corrupted by the Reverend, Aaron swore he would save her no matter what. In a special space, created purely by Aaron's own desire, Ruru explained to teacher John Drew that the young man would achieve the growth he so desired inside there. She warned that no one could stop him until he decided to finish on his own. Thus, the young man spent hours and hours swinging his sword under the watchful eye of Ruru, who waited for him patiently. When she finally asked if he wasn't tired, she revealed that he had already been there for an entire entire week doing that exact same movement. Surprised, Aaron questioned if so much time had really passed, and Ruru, who thought he was conscious of the time, wanted to know if he had noticed any progress. The young man felt that his senses had improved and that everything was becoming much clearer. At that moment, John Drew approached with a document in hand, full of notes and analyses he had made about Aaron. He warned that they needed to handle the most urgent matters first, since the young man had a match scheduled for 2 p.m. that very day. Without losing any time, Aaron went to the arena to participate in his first duel as a bishop-level gladiator. The match was between Dominic and Aaron Ferreira, the ambitious swordsman from Chrono School's golden generation, who had promised to become the champion. In the packed grandstand, the public was curious, though many doubted the rumors that he won every duel with a single strike and would do the same until reaching the queen level, which seemed ridiculous to most. When his opponent approached in the arena, Aaron realized everything was very different from before. His adversary's movements seemed slow and completely predictable. With extreme precision, Aaron delivered a single strike that completely shattered the enemy's sword, seeing everything with impressive clarity. The winner was declared, Aaron Ferreira, deciding the fight with just one attack. On his way out, several journalists surrounded him, begging for an interview, but the young man only commented that it was no big deal, that he was just keeping his word, and would continue like this until reaching the queen level, leaving without saying anything else. Later, the bars were full of people reading the newspapers and commenting that Dominic, despite being the highest ranked of the bishop level, had been instantly defeated. Rumors even surfaced that Aaron had already defeated a demonoid in the past, causing his reputation to skyrocket. Shortly after, John Drew commented that he had watched the clash and discovered what was missing in the young man's style. Although Aaron's swordsmanship was extremely accurate, he needed to blend a bit of unpredictability and irregularity into his movements, promising to teach him some techniques right after. Suddenly, the instructor pointed behind the youth, asking in a panicked voice what on earth that was. But it was nothing more than a trick. He simply spat on the ground and extended his dirty hand for a handshake, leaving Aaron shocked. It was then that the young man noticed John Drew was already holding a knife very close to his body with his other hand, completely subduing him. Surprised by the speed, Aaron wondered when he had made that move and if it had been at the moment of distraction. John Drew explained that the ideal swordsmanship serves to achieve one's own goals while destroying the opponent's plans, ensuring an advantage through elaborate mental games and cunning schemes. From then on, he began teaching these practical tricks to the young man. 10 days passed, and Aaron was subjected to a very bizarre training routine, but one that worked perfectly. John Drew had attached a spiked ball and chain to the tip of his own sword and would throw that specific ball, forcing Aaron to dodge the continuous attacks. The instructor was impressed by the boy's capability, thinking about how incredible he was for absorbing all of his practical tricks in a mere 10 days, becoming much stronger than before. At night, Aaron returned to that dream space of his. It had been a while since he last saw the old man who inhabited the place, but this time he could clearly perceive all of his affection. The man looked older, as if he aged with every new dream. Focused, Aaron sat down and began to meditate right there, wanting to understand the real meaning of that dream, determined no longer to be controlled by the old man's desire and to focus on following his own path. While he meditated during his sleep, Ruru approached and was greatly surprised by the sheer scale of the young man's dedication, noticing that he was doing mental training even while asleep. The next day, Aaron won another duel with just a single strike, keeping his promise firm. He continued winning one fight after another, accumulating consecutive victories, and gaining a legion of fans who cheered louder and louder in the audience. Meanwhile, Judith just watched everything from afar. Over time, Aaron became completely unbeatable and finally reached the queen tier, paving his way to the land of glory. Commenting on the feat, Kuvar praised the boy, and Bart agreed that he had indeed become strong, but noted that Judith had just left again without saying a single word. The young woman was lost in thought, convinced that she did not lack willpower or desire, but she felt frustrated for seeming incapable of defeating that boy in any aspect. On her way, immersed in her frustrations, she ended up bumping into a hooded man. The impact knocked his book down, and Judith quickly helped him gather his things from the ground while apologizing. The man replied calmly that it was fine, but shortly after asked if she had some free time. Aaron's next duel was already against queen-tier opponents, bringing a much greater level of difficulty. The adversary managed to land extremely powerful and swift blows, forcing Aaron to do nothing but dodge for a long time, unable to find openings to counterattack. However, when the enemy leaped for an aerial attack from behind, in an attempt to end the combat once and for all, Aaron vanished from his field of vision and instantly appeared behind the opponent's back, placing his blade directly against his neck. The match was called, and victory went to Aaron Ferreira, driving the crowd wild with the young man's terrifying momentum, as no one expected him to be so unbeatable. Now, only one more battle remained for him to reach the king tier, because not even the queen tier could provide him with a worthy challenge. In the late afternoon, Kuvar and Bart toasted in a tavern on Aaron's behalf. Kuvar commented that everyone was only speaking the boy's name, and Bart added that there were already dozens of articles written about him. Kuvar then remembered that Judith had also reached the queen tier, and that her next match would be her promotion fight. Curious, Kuvar asked Bart Bart if he didn't find the young man's behavior a bit too competitive and if there might be a specific reason for it. This conversation brought back memories of the Chrono Academy to Bart, who recalled a striking dialogue with Master Ian. On that occasion, when questioned about a graduation exam Judith would take during a training session, Master Ian replied that exams were only necessary for those who possessed flaws. He looked at Bart and stated that he deemed him more than qualified, exempting him from any test. At that moment, the master officially declared him a graduate of the academy and congratulated him. While Kuvar praised the group's success, Judith suddenly entered the tavern. She had a blank, strange, and completely distant look in her eyes and went straight to Bart, asking to duel him immediately. Bart accepted the challenge, and the two were led to the vicinity of a cliff. He commented on the choice of location and said it would be good to see the fruits of her training, but deep down he grew truly worried upon noticing how strange the young woman's attitude was. Near the edge of the cliff, Judith stared at her friend and demanded that, this time, he fight her for real. Understanding the seriousness of the moment, Bart simply replied that it was fine. The next morning, in another corner, Aaron woke up feeling something strange and very different enveloping his own body. Curious, Ruru asked if it had to do with his aura, questioning if he hadn't been able to see it before. The young man explained that he could feel it to a certain extent, but he lacked the ability to see it clearly the way she did. Ruru found that excellent, and commented that he was only able to visualize his own energy now, because his senses had drastically improved. The conversation was interrupted when one of John Drew's subordinates came running to warn him that his next match had already been scheduled for the following day, but confessed that the real problem was the opponent's identity. On the day of the match, the arena announcer called for the attention of all ladies and gentlemen to announce the main event. It was time for the current strongest rookie and the star of the Chrono Storm, Aaron Ferreira, to duel against the female gladiator who had been promoted to the Queen tier just the day before. She had issued a direct challenge with her blazing spirit, also being a swordsman from Chrono's golden generation, Judith. In the audience, Bart watched everything with a deeply worried look. That would undeniably be an inevitable battle, charged with pure emotion between two prodigies of the same era. Before they began, Aaron looked at his companion and asked her what she was planning to do. Judith replied instantly that her intentions were obvious. She wanted to fight him, surpass him, and after that challenge Ilya. As soon as the match started, the young woman advanced like a beam of light cutting through the arena, while Aaron thought to himself that she could defeat him if she were truly capable. However, Judith was already feeling the crushing weight of his pressure and resolute desire, for the young man had absolutely no intention of losing there. The beginning of the fight was completely dominated by Aaron. Judith could barely find any room to strike back. The young man's blows were incredibly fast, a clear advantage due to his sword being lighter, and he was masterfully applying all the practical tricks he had learned from John Drew, mixing smoke, speed, and precise feints. Aaron delivered a direct attack that Judith managed to block, but the force of the impact violently threw her backward. The crowd was stunned by the demonstration of power, and Bart, watching it all, realized she was being completely subdued. Without giving her a break, Aaron advanced again. He was far too strong, making Judith wonder in desperation what on earth he had been doing during all that training time. She realized her own sword would go flying if she didn't step back, swallowing hard as she noticed the gap between them was still gargantuan. Thinking about what she needed to do to win, she decided she would attack relentlessly until he grew tired, striking fiercely like a true beast, exactly as her natural style dictated. However, in one of her decisive attacks, Aaron disarmed her with precision, ending the battle and being declared the grand winner. Later, in a sort of press conference packed with journalists, a reporter named Hin asked Aaron if, now that he had finally reached the king tier, he was thinking of stopping. The young man firmly replied that his goal had not changed and would not disappear, and that he would not stop until everything was accomplished, assuring that he would defeat anyone who stood in his way. As he stepped down from the platform, Ruru congratulated him on his promotion, but Aaron quickly wanted to know where Judith was. Bart explained that she had vanished as soon as the fight ended because she was a bit upset, suggesting that the best thing to do was to give her some time. 2 days passed, and Judith still hadn't shown up at the inn, leaving Bart seriously worried. He knew she had suffered a bitter defeat to Aaron, someone she considered her equal, and he was certain she had tried to win with all her might. Thinking about how unstable and gloomy she had looked on the day of their duel, Bart recalled Aaron's warnings about the risk of a demonoid transformation, and decided to look for her around the city. He ran through various corners, checked the arena's training zone, and found no sign of her. Already exhausted from so much running, he remembered the training ground in the forest where they had dueled, and wondered if there was a chance she might be there. Meanwhile, in the forest, the Reverend watched the girl from afar, and recalled the exact moment he had made a dark proposal to Judith. Bart began to approach slowly, while the Reverend thought it was a true shame he hadn't managed to lure another soul into his sect, since Judith had categorically refused his offer because she had more important things to do. The hooded man vanished into the shadows, leaving the young woman alone. She was sitting on a rock near the cliff, weeping bitterly. Between tears, she vented to herself, admitting that from the very first moment their swords crossed in the arena, she knew she wouldn't be able to defeat Eren. She kept trying to catch up to him, but she felt he grew more distant with every step, creating a terrible frustration that made her feel completely useless. Observing that scene, Bart smiled faintly and thought to himself that she would never change. He remembered when Master Ian had told him that he didn't need a graduation exam at Chrono. On that day, Bart himself had insisted on taking the test and asked to postpone his graduation because he wanted to set out on a journey to find and accompany Judith. In an old conversation with Kuvar, Bart had confessed that he found something much more important than swordsmanship itself, and that was why he hadn't been dedicating himself so much to training. He had chosen to focus his life on protecting Judith, no matter what happened along the way. Later, at the challenge arena, Eren spent his time watching the King Tier matches intently. Some people in the crowd thought about approaching him to ask for an autograph, but hesitated upon seeing how concentrated he was. The young man meticulously analyzed every movement, noticing that all the gladiators of that tier fought by using their aura visibly, emanating an energy that surged around their shoulders and arms whenever they moved their swords. He tried to decipher the pattern of that energy so he could use it too. As soon as one of the combats ended, Eren noticed that the gladiator in red possessed a much larger amount of aura, yet had still lost, concluding that the real secret of the fight lay in how the aura was applied, not just the amount. Walking back through the city, Eren reflected that he needed to master that aura application as quickly as possible if he wanted to close the vast gap between himself and Ilia. Suddenly, Bart appeared by his side and asked if he had also gone to watch the duels, commenting that the King Tier fights were on a completely different level. Eren agreed, saying the matches served as an excellent reference, and took the opportunity to ask how Judith was doing and if she had returned yet. Bart reassured him, sharing that she had come back a few days ago and was already doing much better. Relieved, the young man promised to stop by the inn soon to visit her. At that moment, Judith stepped out from behind the shadows. She had been walking with Bart, but had hidden as soon as she saw Eren approach. The young man asked why she was hiding, and visibly flustered, she fired back saying she wasn't hiding from anyone. She had just gone to the restroom and was already leaving to train, adding that they could call her if there was any emergency. Watching her hurry away, Bart thought to himself that it would still take a considerable amount of time for her to fully recover. Back at John Drew's training ground, Eren began to practice and realized that concentrating his aura on the part of the body he wanted to strengthen at the exact moment of the movement was something he had been doing completely naturally from the very beginning. Now that he had a clear mental image of this process, the execution didn't seem so difficult. The only problem was that he didn't know exactly what kind of exercise to do to evolve, since the concept of aura application was far too abstract. Ruru approached and asked if he was going to watch the main duel of the day. Eren smiled, scooped up the kitten into his arms, and said yes, assuring her that he would take her along with him. The arena was completely packed for the February champion title defense match. The invincible champion and master of swordsmanship, Ilia Lindsay, was about to face the veteran Grayson, a feared rank 4 King Tier gladiator. Eren adjusted himself in his seat, focusing on every single detail of the stage. Thanks to his sharpened senses and the new vision he had awakened, he could perfectly see the flow of Ilia's aura. The pattern was very similar to the one he used in his own vertical strike, with the major difference being that she could maintain that expanded energy infused into her sword the entire time. However, abruptly, upon turning her gaze toward the stands exactly where the young man was sitting, Ilia completely dispelled the aura from her sword. The people in the crowd began to wonder about the reason behind that, and a man quickly confirmed that the rumor was indeed true. From that point on, the champion would no longer use aura. Since there were rumors that countless gladiators could match her solely on pure swordsmanship, she simply declared that she would no longer use her aura sword. Seeing that, Grayson questioned if it was nothing more than pure arrogance, but she promptly replied that of course it wasn't. The duel then began. Even without the use of aura, her strikes were decisive and extremely fast, showing that everything was very different. Eren noticed this change immediately. Before, at the moment the swords clashed, the aura would strengthen only the necessary parts of the blade. However, in that next strike, he realized that Ilia Lindsay had redirected the attack, concentrating her aura precisely at the defining point of her movement. Grayson was on a completely different level in terms of proficiency in aura application, utilizing the smallest amount possible to achieve maximum efficiency. Yet, even so, Ilia Lindsay managed to scratch and lacerate his body with her swift blows. Grayson was already at his absolute limit, as she proved superior in everything, be it speed, energy, or strength. The gap between the two was enormous, making him wonder if things would be different if he were younger, and if he would have stood a chance at winning. It was precisely at this moment of distraction that his sword was snapped in half, decreeing the end of the duel. Ilia Lindsay masterfully defended her title as champion, and Eren could not take his eyes off her the entire time. 3 days later, Kuvar asked why Eren was so anxious to meet with this Grayson guy. The young man replied that he just wanted to ask ask him a favor, though he wasn't sure if he would be heard, since he was going to his house without even announcing himself. Kuvar tried to reassure him, telling him not to worry because he and Grayson were good drinking buddies. Since the man was a true maniac for alcohol, it would be enough to just drop a little drink on the table for him to loosen his tongue and talk. However, as soon as Aaron approached the place, he felt a distinct demonic energy in the air. Kuvar entered the residence completely worried, and upon reaching the training area, they caught Grayson being consumed by a malicious aura, undergoing a clear process of demonoid transformation. Noticing their presence, the possessed man commented that he didn't recall inviting anyone. Kuvar was in shock, unable to believe his friend had turned into a demonoid, but Aaron calmed him down, saying it was fine as he hadn't fully transformed yet. It was then that Kuvar noticed Aaron's energy suddenly changed, shifting from being like raw steel to becoming something much denser and more refined. It seemed the young man was perfectly controlling the energy within himself, polishing that piece of metal in his heart. Grayson glared at the youth and asked what the kid wanted there. Aaron replied that he had heard the people of Eisenmacht loved gladiatorial fights and gambling, and proposed a challenge where the loser would have to grant the winner's request. Finding the proposal interesting, Grayson accepted, making it clear that what he wanted was the boy's life. He stood up crying blood, unleashing brutal strikes like those of a wild and totally uncontrolled animal. Despite the madness, he was still extremely powerful, causing his irregular swordsmanship to twist like a snake. Aaron held his ground, blocking the attacks with his sword, even though it was a difficult task. Fortunately, with his newly enhanced perception, he could see the flow of the enemy's aura, anticipating Grayson's feints and true intentions. The young man's counterattack was so powerful that it completely blew open his adversary's guard, nearly disarming him. Next, Aaron defeated Grayson, leaving the man confused and wondering how he was being suppressed by a kid, since he couldn't win even with the borrowed power of a demon. The demon continued to whisper in his ear, demanding more power, which made Grayson bleed even more as the demonic energy took over his body. Facing the danger, Kuvar shouted for them to dodge, but Aaron countered, telling him not to worry because he had no fear of malicious energy. The young man's light, unlike his opponent's, was bright and pure. He confronted the infected and corrupted opponent, but his final blow was not directed at Grayson's body. Instead, it was meant to shatter the blade from which all that demonic energy emanated. The sword broke, releasing the evil that was sealed inside, and Grayson finally returned to his senses, ending the combat with his weapon destroyed. With only a very faint flame remaining inside his chest, Grayson thanked the boy, relieved that he could now die as a human being thanks to that help. Kuvar noticed the man's flame was fading and lamented, knowing he wouldn't last much longer. Aaron, however, refused to accept that, and guaranteed he would not die. The young man recalled that he had watched his fight the previous day and had been very excited to battle him, because he wanted to become strong in that very same way, given how incredible the veteran had proven to be. Aaron expressed his gratitude for having had the chance to witness that kind of swordsmanship, and suddenly, his own powerful flame joined the one in Grayson's chest, reigniting the will to live in the man's heart. The youth then reminded him that the wager stated the loser would grant the winner's request, and revealed that his wish was for Grayson to keep moving forward on his path, showing incredible battles to the people. Later, already outside the residence, Grayson expressed his gratitude once more, and Aaron just showed his happiness that he had returned to normal. Kuvar commented that he had also felt a bit of demonic energy in the sword the gladiator was using and asked where he had obtained it. The man explained that he didn't remember very well, because the weapon was already in the center of the hall when he returned home, and that he simply couldn't break free from that foul emotion after he gripped it. He revealed that he planned to go to the temple to confess his sins as soon as his body was fully healed, cleansing all the remaining evil from his heart. Kuvar thought to himself that his heart already seemed completely clean and free of any impurity, but preferred to just suggest that they have a drink together once he got better. On the way back, Kuvar remarked to Aaron that Ignat's words had come to his mind, recalling that first it was Kazir, then Charlot, Victor, and now Grayson. Just as she had said, peace had been broken long ago. His companion also took the opportunity to ask if Aaron didn't have other unfinished business with Grayson, and the boy replied that it wouldn't be a good time, as the man needed to focus on his recovery. He admitted that earlier, he had fought solely with the thought that he didn't want to lose to a demonic energy, but a great internal shift had happened before he even realized it, because deep down, he wanted to save Ilya Lindsay with that power. Hearing this, Kuvar reflected on how the boy carried a unique anti-demonic energy, capable of purifying and granting the flame of life, imagining that if his own master saw Aaron, he would certainly react in a very funny way. When they finally arrived at the inn, Bart was arguing with Judith, insisting that she shouldn't skip meals under any circumstances. The young woman replied that she was fine but questioned why he had been so grumpy and cranky over the past few days. At that moment, Aaron approached Judith, greeting her and saying it had been a while since they last saw each other. Feeling a bit awkward, she agreed and asked asked Bart why he hadn't told her what his friend had been up to. Bart brushed it off, commenting that it was strange how it had suddenly gotten so hot, and left to order a drink to cool down. Shortly after, he returned, asking how the young man had spent those days, and if his training was going well. Eren replied that, in fact, things had been a bit stagnant over the last few days, admitting that controlling aura wasn't as easy as he had imagined. Judith found his answer strange and wanted to know what he meant, asking if he had never learned aura application before. The young man explained that he hadn't, revealing that it had only been a few weeks since he was able to see aura for the first time. Incredulous, she questioned what he had been using to fight until now, and Eren simply commented that he had only been training based on what he felt. Hearing this, Bart blurted out that the kid was a complete absurdity, while Judith grumbled that he managed to be annoying in any situation. Bart then explained that at the Chrono Swordsmanship School, they only learned the theory of aura application in the second half of their education, and even then, only a select few students could put the learning into practice. Since Eren had manifested aura right during the final test, it was clear he was a natural talent. Feeling challenged, Judith stood up and warned that she had no choice but to teach him Chrono's aura application, alerting him that he would have to keep up with her pace, which he readily accepted. Later, in that field by the cliff where she loved to train so much, Judith explained in detail that there were a total of 6 concepts of aura application. The first was accumulation, which consisted of gathering a mysterious power within oneself. Then came reinforcement, which released this accumulated power, followed by hardening, necessary to withstand the recoil of the reinforcement itself. The fourth concept was clarification, used to sharpen all senses, and the fifth was focus, which served to direct the aura exactly where desired. Lastly came the manifestation of all inner power. She highlighted that the vertical slash mainly utilized the concepts of focus and manifestation, 2 essential pillars for creating an aura sword, though the other 4 were also fundamental, as the harmony of all 6 concepts was the ideal condition. Eren began to use his vertical slash as a reference, knowing he could create aura swordsmanship if he maintained his focus on it. The first step, therefore, would be to increase his proficiency in aura application, and reinforce the basic concepts. A month later, the young man was meditating again in John Drew's field, accumulating energy and focusing it throughout his body. Once the ideal amount of aura was concentrated, he would need to direct it all to his hands. He tried to manifest the power into the blade, but once again, all he saw was smoke, leaving his aura with a purely misty appearance. It was as if the sword itself was absorbing all the energy, leaving nothing for him. Somehow, he also noticed that his weapon seemed a bit larger than before. Suddenly, Hin approached to announce that the young man's next match had finally been decided, and that his opponent this time would be none other than Ricardo Pinto. Hin informed him that the adversary was a former champion of the Proofland, and one of the most powerful experts in the place. Although he wasn't at the same peak as back then, he had definitely returned with an even more incredible weapon. Ricardo, who was the son of Harrison, another great swordmaster, had inherited the first numbered sword of Vulcanus. Hin warned that this time the fight might not be easy at all, but Eren just smiled and replied that a wielder of a numbered sword was the perfect opponent, guaranteeing that he would win no matter what. Later, the atmosphere was tense as the announcer declared it the greatest clash of the king level. On one side, the returning champion Ricardo, and on the other the great undefeated supernova Eren Ferreira. Ricardo commented that he had already heard about the boy, and noticed he really was the gladiator in the spotlight, and highly popular, mentioning that there were several spectators betting on the rookie's victory, though he warned that the boy would need to train a lot to truly compete. Ricardo's stance, along with his blade, demonstrated an impressive power, but Eren countered by saying they would only know the result once they crossed swords. The young man advanced rapidly with his giant sword, proving to be even faster than Ricardo, who also used a large-scale weapon. As blade clashed against blade, the veteran noticed that Eren was shockingly strong, displaying an aura sword with flawless concentration and an advanced level of application. Ricardo had to admit to himself that the boy wasn't all talk. The two delivered an incredible match, filled with decisive, powerful, and intense blows, creating a battle worthy of the top. Watching it all, Ilya Lindsay hadn't expected Eren to already be carrying all that power. The announcer screamed at the top of his lungs, saying that the audience already expected that kind of skill from Ricardo, the former champion, but that Eren Ferreira, defying his 40-day absence, was fighting on equal footing against the legend. Ricardo began to grow irritated, thinking that the damn kid had been persistently targeting only his sword since the beginning of the match. Eren kept striking his opponent's weapon without stopping, and seemed completely unfazed in terms of energy, demonstrating all the stamina in the world, as if he were betting he could break a legendary numbered sword. In the stands, Bart commented that the boy was actually thinking of going against an aura sword if he could destroy his rival's numbered weapon. Realizing the intention, Ricardo infuriated and questioned how he dared try to break his relic, accepting the challenge right after. Both began to deliver brutal blows trying to destroy each other's weapon, in an exchange of impacts so intense that Eren's feet even sank into the arena floor. The young man's next strike ended up opening Ricardo's guard a bit, and he began to be severely pressured. Even while while wielding a numbered weapon. Eren maintained his focus, thinking that regardless of the adversity he had to overcome or the opponent he needed to defeat, he would win anyway, because he would work hard to stand ahead of her, of Ilya. With relentless determination, the young man's next attack finally cracked the blade of the numbered sword. Ricardo began to give way as his weapon shattered, and Eren concentrated all of his aura into one last blow to disarm his opponent once and for all. The impact was devastating, and one of Vulcanus's famous numbered swords ended up completely shattered by Eren Ferreira. With that overwhelming result, the next month's battle was officially decided. The April Champions match would be between Ilya Lindsay and Eren Ferreira. Later on, the young man was already training again, trying once more to accumulate his aura, but he noticed with frustration that the energy had been absorbed by the sword yet again. Judith approached and asked if he was trying to achieve aura swordsmanship, and he confirmed that he had been trying for days but that it was simply too difficult. She gave a provocative laugh and replied that it wasn't an easy task and that he wouldn't be able to form it in just a few months, teasing him by asking why he didn't just make a normal aura sword if he disliked the difficulty so much. Eren complained, saying she was being mean and asking her to stop making fun of him. Meanwhile, at Ilya's residence, her assistant Emma Garcia watched her mistress train with an intensity never seen before. The champion was truly pushing herself, spending an entire week training without even sleeping. At the end of that same day, Eren also found himself completely worn out by exhaustion, questioning whether he would truly be capable of making Ilya Lindsay return to the way she used to be. Seeing the doubt in the young man's eyes, Judith ordered him to stop being anxious, stating with absolute certainty that the answer to that was already obvious as hell and written all over his face. Judith finally opened her heart and confessed that she had been quite upset with him recently. She explained that the young man had been growing stronger at a simply inexplicable pace, to the point of being able to control aura better than she could, calling him a true monster of a kid. Even so, she admitted she couldn't hate him, and said she was certain Ilya Lindsay felt the same way. She commented that even though her rival didn't exactly know what was going on, because it was Eren doing this, everything would be fine, since the young man sincerely cared about others more than anyone else. Then, she gave him a hard slap on the back, telling him he just had to do his best, and if he did that, he wouldn't need to worry about anything else. That night, Eren went to bed knowing his match would take place the very next day, sincerely hoping to perform well against the champion. He ended up returning to his recurring dream, where he stood in front of the old man swinging the sword, and noticed that the old man had changed a bit. That intense rage, though smaller, seemed sharper and more controlled, showing that he was calmer. However, instead of remaining in the center of the yard, the old man stepped out of his position and walked up to Eren, staring deeply into his eyes to tell him something. Unfortunately, the young man woke up right before he could hear the man's words. Finally, later on, the dream stage of Gladiators, the Land of Proof, hosted the clash that absolutely everyone had been waiting for, the April Champions match. On one side, the rising rookie of the king level, the true eye of the storm and supernova, Eren Ferreira. On the other, the most powerful swordswoman in the entire Land of Proof, the invincible swordmaster and current champion, Ilya Lindsay. The entire crowd was anxious for the dispute, aware that the throne could only belong to one of them from then on. As soon as the fight began, Ilya Lindsay didn't give her opponent the slightest chance to blink and charged with everything, forcing the young man to block the initial attack with the side of his giant sword. Her speed was terrifying, appearing behind him in the blink of an eye, but Eren, even while carrying that heavy blade, managed to keep up with the pace and defend just in time. The spectators in the stands could barely track the movements with their eyes, so fast did the combat unfold. When the young man tried to counterattack, she dodged backward like lightning and immediately closed the distance again, exploiting the gaps between his strikes. Bart noticed what was happening just in time, realizing that she was applying aura manifestation directly to her feet, condensing the energy before releasing it to boost her speed with instantaneous bursts. It was a technique of extremely high difficulty, but Eren held firm against all impacts and, showing great resolve, delivered a powerful strike that pushed the champion back. He didn't stop there, and continued pressing her with heavy blows, making the sound of clashing metal echo throughout the stadium. It was the first time that the arena witnessed Ilya Lindsay being pushed back and forced to block an attack on the defensive, raising suspicions among the crowd that her reign might actually fall that day. However, the warrior prepared a technique that Bart knew all too well, unleashing the famous sky swordsmanship of the Lindsay family, which created a literal storm in the form of a concentrated tornado. To everyone's surprise, Eren had also mastered that movement and returned the blow in kind, completely neutralizing her gale. Shocked, Bart asked if he had really used the sky swordsmanship, and Judith commented that the son of a bitch was simply insane. When the dust and wind cleared from the center of the arena, the perplexed young woman asked how that was possible, but Eren only questioned how much longer she intended to take, demanding that she show her aura sword soon, otherwise he would end up breaking her weapon. Ilya Lindsay felt heavily pressured, and amid the announcer's screams declaring it unbelievable, the champion finally unleashed her aura sword after so long, indicating that the duel was truly about to begin. However, there was a special person watching everything from the stands. The Reverend, who had been following following the warrior's journey throughout all this time. In the arena, Eren was shocked by the energy he saw inside his opponent, a clear, dense, evil energy, and narrowly managed to dodge the massive blow that followed. The arc formed by her aura was so devastating that the young man would have been completely disintegrated had he not deflected in time. He still managed to recover to exchange a few more blows, leading Judith to comment from the stands that she didn't think he would be able to defeat her, though Ruru immediately contested her, guaranteeing that he would indeed succeed. The young man continued the exchange, enduring the heavy impact as he always did, spinning his body and using the weight of the giant sword to open cracks in the arena floor. The audience watched in a trance, commenting that both were far too strong and that the fight was insane. Ilia Lindsay could hardly believe she was facing such difficulty against an expert, and she set it in her mind that she needed to end this as quickly as possible, fearing that any sign of weakness would leave her vulnerable to criticism. Bart noticed the shift in her posture and commented that the young woman was growing impatient. Ruru knew very well that the opponent was superior in terms of pure skill, but Eren had been holding his ground perfectly thanks to his rigorous training and the immense strength he carried within himself. More than that, he seemed even stronger because he was directly facing the evil energy that inhabited her, becoming the true arch-enemy of that corruption, as if the boy were the exact opposite of that darkness, light itself. The warrior's body was no longer handling the pace well, due to accumulated stress, leaving her increasingly possessed and corrupted by evil. Even so, she kept fighting, unleashing blows that, despite being incredibly powerful, no longer affected the young man. He stood resolute and fearless, thinking about how grateful he had always been for what she had done for him in the past, knowing that if she hadn't extended her hand first, he would never have made it this far. At a critical moment, he thanked her in his mind, and dodged a blow that would have certainly killed him right there, understanding that this time, it was his turn to help her. It was at that exact moment that Eren's true sword finally revealed itself. He managed to break through that shell that had been absorbing all the concentrated aura, and finished forging the steel stake within his heart once and for all. Utilizing the fire of his own will, the young man gave life to a sword of pure light, causing the spectators in the crowd to barely see anything due to the intense brilliance emanating from the weapon. Impressed, Judith let out a shocked curse, while Bart confirmed with certainty that it was a perfect aura sword. The young man's strike created a tremendous explosion of light that engulfed the entire stage, and as soon as the flash faded, everyone present realized that Ilia Lindsay's sword had been snapped right in half. The winner of the great clash was Eren Ferreira, cementing himself before the eyes of the world as the bright new champion. Ilia fell to her knees on the ground, feeling an enormous void and thinking that everything had truly ended, not knowing exactly what to do from then on. It was in this moment of despair that Eren Ferreira approached and illuminated her path. Feeling a bit awkward, he extended his hand and said it was a little embarrassing to say this right after such an intense battle, but he really wanted them to make up. With a silly smile on her face, Ilia accepted the gesture and held his hand, while the people around them commented in wonder that they were witnessing the birth of a true new champion. Right at that time in the stands, the Reverend stood up in a hurry and ended up bumping into a man, spilling all of his beer. The guy tried to start a fight, but he was completely dazed and paralyzed by the demonic power emanating from the Reverend, instantly forgetting what he was about to do. As he walked away, the Reverend thought that it was all a pity, but the truth had become clear beyond belief. That kid, Eren, was a human with a rare anti-demonic energy, and this sparked a deep interest in him. He now wanted to find out at all costs who the young man truly was. Later at the inn, Bart was focused on reading the newspaper, and commented to the group that some objections had been raised regarding Eren Ferreira's rise as champion. The text stated that it was irrational to allow the use of a mystical art sword that changed shape in the middle of combat, and there were already talks about the need to organize a rematch. However, all this controversy was put to an end because Ilia herself publicly stated her stance, making it clear that she accepted the defeat regardless of how the sword had affected the match. With that, it was official that a new champion had been born in the land of proof. Hearing this, Judith let out an indignant curse, commenting that the whole situation became even more absurd the more she thought about it, because what the kid had done simply didn't make the slightest bit of sense. Bart immediately told her to give up trying to understand, saying that he himself had already washed his hands of it. Meanwhile, Kuvar reflected in silence on how incredible the boy was for achieving something many believed to be impossible. Eren's unyielding tenacity toward his goal, and his courage to face the enemy, had transformed him into a completely different person from when they first met. He had grown so much, though that look of his always brought a slightly bittersweet feeling. Wanting to change the subject, Bart asked what had happened to his longsword. Eren replied that he had checked on it earlier, and it still remained in that same mystical form, confessing that he also had no idea why it had changed out of nowhere. Kuvar suggested that it probably had something to do with his dreams, and Eren agreed, revealing that for this reason, he would like to ask a specific person about it. Curious, Ruru questioned if it would be that man from his dreams, and the young man confirmed it. Judith found it strange and asked if that was even possible, or if the man had ever spoken to him before. Eren explained that he had never actually talked to the figure, but he believed it would work because he felt the man was trying to reach out to him. A week passed, passed, and Ilya was hosting Aaron at her house. The young man arrived carrying a beautiful bouquet of Adonis flowers and gently asked how she was feeling and how her recovery was going. After chatting for a bit, she noticed he seemed to be on his way out and asked if he was already leaving. Aaron replied that he hadn't decided on a final destination yet, but he thought he would be departing in a few days, taking the opportunity to ask what she intended to do from now on. Ilya confessed that she didn't know either, because it was only after the fight ended that she realized how far she had gone down the wrong path. The goal she was chasing was far too high, and now that the direction she had faithfully followed her whole life had vanished, she felt in total darkness, not knowing where to go. It was then that Aaron made a sincere invitation and asked her to come with him, explaining that he was in the same boat, still a bit lost on what to do and where to march, but that he kept moving forward because there were people who believed in him. He assured her that her case was exactly the same because he believed in her, and he was certain she would be fine if she accepted the invitation. A bit moved by his words, Ilya accepted and agreed to set off together with the group. However, as soon as they returned to the inn, Bart crossed his arms and said he was completely against the idea, questioning who Aaron thought he was to go around recruiting new people for the group on his own. Aaron just countered by asking if they weren't all from the same generation and therefore friends, not understanding the resistance. Bart then stared at Ilya and asked her to be completely honest about whether she truly considered him and Judith as companions, or if she strictly trusted only Aaron. Judith chimed in, calling Bart insensitive toward women, but he argued that since they weren't true companions yet, this would be the first step to getting closer, as sharing deep secrets would bind the group once and for all. To break the ice, Bart himself started by exposing someone else's secret, revealing that Judith believed in Santa Claus until she was 14 years old. He let it slip that back during their time at the Chrono School, there was a period where she went months without uttering a single curse word, and acted extremely well behaved, all in the hopes of getting a present from the jolly old man. As soon as she realized her public humiliation was complete, Judith lost her patience and delivered a massive punch right to the middle of Bart's face, calling him a son of a bitch, and telling him he should talk about his own secrets instead of exposing others. Right after, she looked at Aaron and ordered him to share a secret of his own, that very instant. That same night, Aaron fell asleep and returned to that familiar setting of his dream, where the old man continued to swing his sword without stopping. This time, determined, the young man demanded to know who he was, why he kept appearing in his thoughts, and what he had been trying to say before. In response, the elder simply pointed toward the center of the yard, where Aaron's new weapon was driven into the ground, gleaming with an intense light. The youth asked if he was also a genuine swordsman, and realized he would only get answers if he defeated him in a duel. Aaron unsheathed his sword and charged, but the old man deflected the strike with overwhelming power. The elder's technique was extremely powerful, blowing the young man far back. While recovering from the impact, Aaron declared aloud that he knew very well how hard that man had worked to achieve such strength, and guaranteed that he would exert just as much effort to reach that level. In a swift movement, Aaron's strike of light caught the master off guard and ended up snapping the opponent's blade. Defeated, the old man finally uttered his last words, saying that from that exact moment on, he would be cheering for Aaron, and then simply vanished from that spiritual world. Aaron woke up startled in his bed, and the next morning, he told his friends everything in detail. Judith found the story confusing and wanted to know what it meant for the old man to be cheering for him, questioning if that meant he was watching over the boy. Aaron admitted he didn't know for sure, but he was certain those were the words used before the man vanished like smoke, leaving a strange feeling in the air that he would never appear again. Taking advantage of the moment, Kuvar suggested that the group's next destination could be Drukali, an orc city located far to the northeast. He explained that it was his homeland and the place where his former teacher lived, the strongest shaman of the entire tribe, known to all as the Wise Grugar. Being such a powerful mentor, he would certainly know how to help Aaron unravel the mystery surrounding the man from his dreams. Judith and Bart saw no issue with the trip, and she even added that she would love to travel in the company of the two strongest people she knew. Ilya also liked the idea of being able to do something to help Aaron, while Ruru got all excited, saying she had never visited an orc village and that it would be incredibly cool. The next day, preparations were complete, and everyone was ready to depart. Before climbing into the carriage, Ilya said a warm goodbye to Emma Garcia, promising that she would return one day, and asking her to send her love to her parents. Emma smiled back, telling her not to worry about anything, and wished the entire group an excellent and safe journey. Only as they were pulling away, did Ilya realize a small detail, and mention to the others that in the rush of leaving, she had completely forgotten to say goodbye to the priest. Emma Garcia, however, explained that the Reverend had already left the city a few days prior, claiming he had something very urgent to resolve. Unable to say goodbye to him, Ilya departed anyway, while Ruru shouted for everyone to take care on the road. With the news that the Grand Champion had left, the people of the city wasted no time and began fighting for the vacant title, causing the arena to return to its eternal cycle of brawling. Along the way, the group decided to take a break to prepare lunch. While they were setting up, Bart mentioned to Kavar that once they resumed the trip, he would take over driving the carriage. Surprised, Kavar wanted to know if he had caused any trouble as the driver, but Bart reassured him, explaining it wasn't that at all. He just wanted to help because he saw how hard his friend worked being the guide all the time. Judith agreed and announced that today's lunch would be on her. Sometime later, she returned, serving what looked like pure charcoal on everyone's plate. Aaron stared at it and asked, innocently, if it was actually edible. Trying to save the day, Ilya announced she had prepared some soup. However, when everyone tasted it, they discovered the damn thing tasted like poison from how bad it was. The shock was so great that almost everyone spat it out at the same time. The sole exception was Aaron, who proved to be truly strong by swallowing the liquid without a single complaint. Startled by the collective reaction, Ilya asked if her soup was really that poisonous, all while Judith, completely unfazed, kept chewing on that charcoal she called food. Seeing the culinary disaster, Kovar decreed that from then on, the food would be his responsibility and told the two of them to stay far away from the kitchen, though they could help if called upon. At the end of the day, the group set up camp. Ilya took advantage of the free time to train a bit with Judith, while Bart relaxed by collecting some flowers to make a crown and place it on Ruru's head. Nearby, Kovar just watched the flames dance over the campfire, his expression so distant that Aaron quickly noticed something was wrong. When questioned, Kovar admitted he was deeply worried about returning to his hometown, revealing that he had left there in the past, leaving something unfinished. He confessed that he felt like a coward for not having the courage to go back there alone, which made Aaron realize this was the real reason his friend kept wandering aimlessly across the continent. Feeling guilty, Kovar apologized for wanting to return home using his companions as support, calling himself pathetic. Aaron countered immediately, reminding him that it was he himself who had suggested going to Drukali first, without the others minding at all. The young man assured him that the person who had gathered the true courage to change was Kovar himself, who emotionally thanked him for the words of support. The next day, after packing everything to leave, fate played a trick on them. Bart, while trying to control the carriage, ended up breaking the vehicle's wheel. Luckily, a group of merchants appeared on the same path. Using all of his charisma, Kovar introduced himself, and the merchants were happy to help, offering the travelers a ride. As everyone was introducing themselves, the youngest merchant became intrigued, commenting that he had already heard those names somewhere before. Midway through the journey, Ilya began to show visible nervousness. Noticing her friend's tense expression, Ruru wanted to know what was happening. Ilya explained that she was thinking about what she would do from then on. Although she felt much lighter than before, she still wasn't entirely sure if she was truly improving. With her peculiar wisdom, Ruru advised that if there was too much on her mind, the best thing to do was simply not to think, as overthinking only generated anxiety. The cat suggested that in moments like this, it was better to just let things flow to calm the mind, telling Ilya to imitate her and just zone out in the breeze. Judith looked at the scene without understanding a thing and asked what kind of crazy technique that was. Right at that moment, the older merchant jumped in surprise as he finally remembered where he recognized the group from. He asked if they weren't the prodigies of the golden generation of the Chrono Academy, but soon convinced himself he was mistaken, saying that such incredible people would never be in such a remote area, and that, looking closely, everyone there had a completely foolish look on their faces. Little did he know that the group was merely following Ruru's advice. Everyone completely relaxed in the breeze. The moment of peace was short-lived. Immediately after, the merchant shouted for everyone to wake up because they were facing a dangerous group of bandit orcs. He recognized the leader at the front, an orc with a striking tattoo known for being capable of any atrocity. Without giving any time for talk, the bandits advanced ready to kill, and one of them lunged to destroy the merchant's carriage. However, Aaron acted quickly and sliced the attacker's body in half with his sword. The other swordsmen in the group also did their jobs masterfully. With swift movements, the orcs began to be decapitated one by one. Ilya finished off the enemies without any difficulty, moving so fluidly that she seemed to be dancing. Seeing that scene, the younger merchant became absolutely certain that they were indeed the warriors of Chrono's legendary golden generation. Despite Aaron and the others defeating their opponents with ease, the number of enemies was overwhelming. Seeing blood splattering everywhere and realizing the blood rain of the massacre he was causing, a cruel doubt struck Aaron's mind, who caught himself thinking in horror that he was taking lives. Noticing his hesitation, Bart asked if he was okay or if he had been wounded. Aaron replied that he was unharmed and understood that it was not the time to hesitate, for if he did not kill, he would end up dead. Determined to turn the tide, the remaining bandits warned that they would take the fight seriously. The leader of the criminals grabbed one of his own allies, crushed his head to extract the blood, and utilized a magic forbidden in that region, causing his own body to turn completely red and strengthened. The orc leader charged fiercely, shouting that he would finish them all off, but something heavy abruptly blocked his path. A colossal hammer was thrown with such force right into the villain's chest that it pinned him crushed against a nearby stone wall. The person who had thrown the weapon was at the top of the valley. It was another orc, imposing in his golden armor, who leapt from above straight at the bandit leader, decimating the enemy instantly. He raised his massive axe and ordered his warriors to attack, causing several other heavily armed orcs to descend the valley to eliminate the rest of the outlaws. Impressed, Bart asked who those new warriors were. Kovar, with his eyes cast down, explained that those were the legendary orc warriors of Drukali, and that the man in the lead, wearing the golden golden armor, was the former clan chief, a powerful spiritualist listed among the 10 strongest in the entire continent. His name was Karakum, and he was also Kuvar's father. As soon as they finished wiping out the bandits, Karakum walked imposingly up to his son. Showing no affection, he ordered Kuvar to leave immediately, saying that this was the last chance he would give him as a father, demanding that he depart and never set foot on that land again. Kuvar countered, saying he couldn't do that because he desperately needed to speak with Tarakan. Karakum, however, rudely cut his son off, stating that he knew very well that this meeting would not happen, and repeated the order for him to leave the premises right then and there. Unable to watch his friend be humiliated, Aaron stepped forward and begged the chief to please wait, arguing that his son had gathered an immense amount of courage to manage to come there, and imploring him to at least consider the request. Karakum looked at the youth with contempt and wanted to know who the boy daring to interrupt him was. The young man formally introduced himself as Aaron Ferreira, Kuvar's friend and apprentice. The old warrior replied dryly that the matter strictly concerned their clan and lineage, and was not something an outsider or intruder should interfere with. Aaron stood his ground, declaring that because Kuvar was his teacher and friend, he was no stranger, and was determined to carry that weight alongside him, willing to do anything to help him. Karakum smiled sideways and accepted the challenge, saying the little swordsman would have to prove his words through strength. At that exact moment, he hurled his heavy warhammer at the boy. Aaron displayed his absurd reflexes by managing to block the impact and deflect the weapon away, but Karakum was already advancing fiercely with his second weapon, a swift axe clearly imbued with a powerful combat aura. The veteran chief unleashed a rapid sequence. Even though he missed the initial axe strikes, he used his other hand to magnetically pull the hammer back, delivering a cross strike that sent Aaron flying. Despite the violent impact, the young champion managed to stay on his feet, steadying his stance and blocking the heavy onslaught with his glowing sword of light. Karakum was genuinely impressed to see the kid manage to take and block his heavy attacks like that, even when he coated his own weapons in a thick layer of aura. It was clear that Aaron was properly utilizing his energy, though the old chief still didn't think the boy would last long at that pace. And he was right. After a few minutes of intense trading of blows, Karakum delivered a precise movement and managed to disarm Aaron. Axe in hand, the orc leader declared that the combat had come to an end, and ordered the young man to give up, moving in to finish it. To the veteran's absolute surprise, Aaron simply extended his hand and summoned his glowing sword back, which materialized in his palm in the blink of an eye. Karakum stepped back, wondering if the boy was actually a mage, and finally recognized his opponent's true worth. He admitted aloud that he knew it wouldn't be easy to defeat Aaron without going all out, and therefore warned that he would begin using even more of his overwhelming strength to put an end to it once and for all. The chief issued an ultimatum, promising that if they left at that exact moment, he could forgive them. It was then that Ruru abruptly interrupted the confrontation, shouting that she wasn't going to just stand by and watch without touching the old man again. Under everyone's astonished eyes, the little cat underwent a stunning mystical transformation, assuming a very small human form, yet adorned with wings and horns that looked like those of a dragon. Ruru herself looked to the side, a bit confused by her own appearance, complaining that she preferred fluffy wings instead of those strange, hard things. Karakum instantly realized he was dealing with a powerful mystic creature. Without wasting time, the small creature shot a gigantic fireball at the orc, but her aim was off. The knights watching everything from the back had to hurriedly dodge, screaming and asking what the hell that was. The explosion on the horizon was absolutely colossal, creating an immense crater deep within the valley. Shocked by the damage, Ruru commented softly that she shouldn't exert herself like that because the power was a bit too strong, leaving Judith and Bart completely open-mouthed, unable to believe the level of destruction the cat possessed. Taking advantage of the opening, Kuvar stepped forward and begged everyone to please stop fighting. He faced his father and emotionally confessed that he still didn't know if the choice he had made in the past to leave was right or wrong. He explained that every time he heard rumors that Drokali was safe, he thought it had been good to depart, but deep down he always felt there could have been a better way to resolve things. The orc admitted he had lost many nights of sleep because of this and that. Recently, he realized how much he missed that place where his father, his younger brother, and his tribe lived, confessing he had been an unfaithful son. After 17 years away, he bowed his head and offered his formal greetings to his father. Touched by his son's sincerity and respect, Karakum finally relented, sheathed his weapons, and said they could all talk things over more calmly inside the castle. After the dust settled, and Ruru returned to her usual kitten form, Aaron picked her up and asked, intrigued, what that whole transformation was about. She replied coyly that she had been training hard to be able to protect him. The youth insisted on knowing if that creature was her original form, but the cat explained that it wasn't exactly, revealing that she had only transformed into that to strike fear into her opponent. Immediately afterward, she was overcome by a heavy sleep and fell fast asleep in his arms. Seeing everyone's exhaustion, Ilya commented that it would be a good idea for everyone to go to sleep as well, since they would need to wake up very early to continue their journey the next day. Later that night, however, Aaron couldn't fall asleep and stood up, watching from a distance the place where they were burning the bodies of the bandit orcs. Bart calmly approached and asked if he was having regrets about the massacre. Bart gave Eren some advice, warning that much worse things could happen in the future, and that he needed to be a bit more assertive about it. Bart reinforced that as long as the youth was alive and could hold a sword, he could never hesitate, even though all of them now had blood on their hands. Carrying that weight was the common duty that united the swordsmen of Chrono. Hearing his companion's mature advice, Eren absorbed the words and finally understood the reality of his journey. After a few more days of traveling along the road, the group finally reached their destination, the magnificent and imposing city of the Orcs of Drakali. They were very warmly received by the local residents, but before they could do anything else, it was announced that Kuvar would need to undergo a rigorous official entry inspection. Judith grew worried and asked her friend if he would really be okay with that, and the Orc smilingly assured her that yes, there was no reason for concern. She still grumbled that she found the inspection a bit excessive, but Bart made sure to explain that since Kuvar was the crown prince of that place, he had to take responsibility and go through the protocols. At that moment, one of the court servants politely approached and asked the travelers to follow him, informing them that Lord Tarakan was already waiting for them. As they walked through the corridors, Judith whispered to Bart, asking if this Tarakan fellow was Kuvar's younger brother. Bart confirmed this and added that he was the current chief of the tribe, mentioning rumors that among the rougher orcs of the region, he managed to be the most aggressive of them all, recommending they stay a bit alert. However, when the office doors opened and they entered, they found a Tarakan with a super calm and civilized posture. He cordially introduced himself and thanked the group for bringing his older brother back safely. Bart became pensive, whispering to himself that the leader seemed quite different from the terrible rumors. Wanting to clear things up, Eren asked about Kuvar's inspection, and Tarakan guaranteed that the young man didn't need to worry, as his brother had passed with total safety and was now just sorting out the rest of the bureaucratic administrative processes. Taking advantage of the moment, Tarakan asked the youths what they knew about the actual political situation in Drukali. Eren admitted they didn't know the details and wanted to know what was truly happening. The current chief sighed, saying he didn't even know where to begin explaining that long story. He revealed that the Grand Chief, their father, had 2 wives in the past. The official wife, who was Tarakan's mother, was unable to get pregnant for a long time, which caused her to give up on having a child. During that time of frustration, the chief's second wife gave birth to Kuvar, who naturally grew up and became the legitimate heir in everyone's eyes. However, in the year Kuvar turned 10, Tarakan ended up being born to the official wife, and that was when political chaos erupted in the tribe. The powers and alliances of the clan began to divide drastically into 2 factions. One side supported the newborn Tarakan, arguing that he was the heir because he was the son of the first official wife, while the other side continued to support Kuvar, who despite being the oldest and already acting as prince, was the son of a concubine. Although the 2 brothers maintained a good personal relationship, the tension between their political supporters was extreme and nearly caused a civil war. In the end, Kuvar decided to leave the city 17 years ago, solely to put an end to that dispute and save his people. Tarakan continued his explanation, saying that now, after nearly 2 decades in which both political sides were reluctant and locked, Kuvar had finally returned. The current chief proudly pointed out that his older brother had certainly gathered a lot of courage to return, revealing that Kuvar had said he would no longer be afraid of running away from problems. Tarakan looked at Eren and assured him that thanks to the time his brother spent traveling with the young man and the others in the group, he had become someone much more determined, and he made sure to deeply thank the youths for that. As a gesture of gratitude, Tarakan announced that he would like to present them with gifts and, shortly after, guided the group to the legendary Drukali treasure room. The place was simply stunning, a gleaming arsenal where hundreds of rare weapons shone under the lights. Eren was fascinated to see the entire hall filled with combat relics, and Ruru was even more marveled by the glint of the gold. Tarakan commented with a smile that Kuvar himself had left specific weapon recommendations for each of them, and asked if they would like to see them. He approached a pedestal and presented the famous twin swords, Yin and Yang, one with a light blade and the other with a dark blade. The chief explained that one of the swords carried an icy cutting energy like shadows, while the other possessed a warm devastating energy like the sun itself. They were also popularly known as blue and red. Naturally, Judith felt an immediate attraction and took the red sword, while Bart stepped forward and gripped the blue one. The moment they wielded the weapons, the color of the blades resonated intensely with their bodies, glowing brightly as if perfectly synchronized with their battle auras. Pleased with the outcome, Tarakan smiled and commented that the twin swords had just revealed their true forms to their new owners, concluding that there was definitely an excellent reason why Kuvar had recommended those exact weapons to the 2 friends. Bart asked if it really wouldn't be a problem for them to take such precious items, but Tarakan reassured him, saying that the swords themselves had chosen them, so they had nothing to worry about. Ruru also wanted something, but found everything too heavy and ended up choosing a scepter. However, something specific caught her and Eren's attention at the same time, a mysterious necklace that drew the boy in without him knowing why. Ruru mentioned she felt a very good energy coming from the object, and Tarakan explained that the ancient item had belonged to an incredible summoner in the past, which was why he wouldn't recommend it at first. However, However, since they couldn't ignore that mystical connection, he allowed them to take it. Curious, Judith wanted to know what Ilya had chosen, and the girl showed her a dagger. This seemed unexpected to Judith, who thought her friend would choose something more imposing, but Ilya confessed that she still didn't know what kind of sword truly suited her or what she actually liked. The next day, the group reunited with Kuvar. A worried Ruru asked what they had done to him while he was suffering alone, but Kuvar explained that Tarakan had already clarified the entire situation to him. He also brought new news, revealing that his mentor, who was already very old, had passed away a year ago. While it wasn't a complete surprise, the deceased shaman had left a letter predicting that Kuvar would bring the youths there. The letter contained a riddle that Kuvar himself couldn't solve, but he warned that if they deciphered the answer, they could discover what the master had prepared for them. Aaron showed himself ready for the challenge. Later, the four youths were training intensely, as it was the only thing they knew how to do well, drawing the attention of some curious orcs passing by. The natives whispered that these were the humans brought by Kuvar, and began to recognize them by the fame of their lineages, identifying Ilya as a member of the prestigious Lindsay family, and the blue-haired youth as a bearer of the blood of the Lloyd family warriors. Aaron was seen as a nobleman, though not as grand as the Lindsays, but the mood grew tense when one of the orcs pointed at the red-haired girl, stating loudly that she came from a very poor family. The group clearly heard the provocation, and Bart tried to calm things down, asking to let it slide, because starting trouble could put Kuvar in a difficult position. Judith replied that she was restraining herself for that very reason. A week passed, and the crowd watching the training sessions only grew, with the orcs commenting among themselves, in their own language, that the commoner human girl wasn't half bad with a sword. Already exhausted from being talked about behind her back, Judith sighed and demanded they stop, challenging them to settle the matter in the arena once and for all. The warriors infuriated, asking if she was looking for a fight, and she didn't hesitate to call them idiots and fools in the orc language itself. They were stunned by how she knew their tongue, unaware that she had asked Kuvar to teach her the local insults. Judith continued to provoke them, calling the warriors cowards and daring them to fight, until an imposing man approached, interrupting the argument. It was Gant, the vice commander of the Red Axe Battalion, and Bart immediately remembered that he was one of the 3 dangerous individuals Kuvar had warned them to watch out for. Gant declared that the girl had insulted the entire orc race, and that, as a warrior of Drukali, he would not tolerate the affront, demanding she pay the price for her words. Judith told him to stop bickering, and snapped back, saying that before talking about honor and lineage, he should take better care of his own subordinates, as the behavior of those soldiers was what truly shamed their people. She then proposed that the two of them fight to see who the real warrior was. Gant called her arrogant and assured her he would make her regret it, but he was interrupted by a desperate subordinate, warning that the deceased Grugar had appeared at the temple. Astonished, Gant questioned if the shaman had come back to life, and rushed to the location with the others, finding Kuvar standing before what appeared to be the spirit, or a hologram of Grugar. Seeing the crowd arrive thinking it was a resurrection, Grugar himself asked everyone to calm down, explaining he was only there to speak with his long-lost disciple and thank the noble guests, ordering everyone who hadn't been called to leave. With only the group of friends remaining, the old master thanked them for bringing his disciple back, and turning to Aaron, got straight to the point, stating he would reveal the meaning of his dreams. He confirmed that the mysterious man in the dreams was in fact Aaron himself in a past life, but explained he would need some time to prepare the full revelation. To ensure no one got bored, he had prepared a gift that needed to be discussed with Tarakan, asking them to summon the tribal chief. Later, after speaking with the shaman's spirit, Tarakan gathered the youths at the training grounds to announce that the gift was the divine technique of the 5 elements, a valuable aura heritage passed down among the elite warriors of Drukali. However, Halapa, the commander of the court faction, and a high official of the tribe, firmly opposed the decision. He questioned why such an important choice was being made unilaterally, since the greatest warriors of his people had sacrificed their lives over centuries to create the essence of that spiritual technique, and he refused to hand it over to newly arrived humans. Tarakan argued that, in the past, heroes from other races had also shared knowledge with the tribe to bring prosperity, but Halapa countered, saying those heroes of old had proven themselves to be true warriors, unlike the current youths. He could accept that the 2 swordmasters and the descendant of the Lloyd family were qualified, but he categorically rejected the red-haired swordswoman, claiming she had not proven her worth, did not come from a noble family, and had insulted the tribe. Bart intervened, calling for honesty and reminding everyone that the orc warriors themselves had insulted Judith first, but Halapa ignored him and formally requested a meeting with the tribal council to decide the matter. Left with little choice, Tarakan accepted the commander's request, but warned that he would not tolerate injustice, and demanded that Halapa bring his honorable warriors to speak the truth at the assembly. The tribal chief then apologized to the guests for the inconvenience, and asked them to wait for a moment, leaving the group alone. Downcast, Judith lamented what had happened and apologized to her friends, saying it was all her fault for not enduring the provocation and causing causing trouble for everyone. Aaron found her reaction strange, jokingly asking if that was really Judith and what they had done to her for her to be apologizing like that. Later, Tarakan returned with the verdict and explained that he had heard everything from Commander Halipa. As the representative of his people, he apologized for the situation and revealed that, after the council meeting, a decision had unfortunately been made. Although he deeply regretted it, the girl's qualifications had not been recognized immediately, but she would still have a chance to prove her worth if she passed the warrior's judgment, an ancient custom of the tribe. Without hesitation, Judith accepted the challenge and tried to reassure the group, reminding them that Master Gruger had said this was a gift for all of them, meaning the test wouldn't be something impossible to overcome. Early the next morning, an immense crowd of orcs gathered at the arena to watch the spectacle. The warrior's judgment was a brutal test that demanded raw strength and peak skill, in which the challenger had to fight using only their body and defeat the tribe's 3 greatest warriors, one after the other. Confident, Judith entered the arena believing she would earn that recognition, while Ruru cheered with all her might from the stands. The first opponent to step forward was none other than Gant, and the hostile crowd began to boo the human, shouting for her to get out. Gant puffed out his chest, saying he would show her what a true warrior was, and Judith prepared to see what he was made of. However, the moment the big man lunged forward in an attempt to grab her, he took a violent punch straight to the jaw, making him bite his own tongue and bleed instantly. The girl's subsequent strikes were so fast he could barely keep up, and she even taunted him, saying he should try harder so he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of his friends. The vice commander tried to retaliate with wide, heavy punches, but missed them all, allowing Judith to nimbly close the distance, appear behind his back in the blink of an eye, and lock him in a tight chokehold, asking with disdain what a true warrior was. Out of breath, the orc quickly lost his strength and was slammed face first onto the arena floor, leaving the spectators' jaw dropped at how easily a human had defeated an orc in hand-to-hand combat. Celebrating her swift victory, Judith mocked her opponent's weakness, receiving enthusiastic shouts from Bart, who cheered from afar. The second judgment was up to Garen, who entered the arena criticizing Gant for talking too much and acting carelessly, promising that a real fight would begin now, to the applause of the crowd, who were certain of his victory. As soon as the match began, Garen vanished from everyone's sight and, in a fraction of a second, reappeared with his fist fully imbued with aura, delivering a direct punch against Judith's chest, which she managed to block using her supporting arm. The warrior warned that this confrontation would be very different from the last, as he did not care for games and would go all out against her. Watching intently, Aaron and Bart realized the danger, noting that the amount of aura spread across Garen's body was simply overwhelming. They knew that although raw power did not determine the winner, their friend would face serious trouble from then on. The opponent's attacks were swift, forcing Judith to dodge by millimeters while getting grazed, suffering greatly from the massive reach disadvantage against the giant's long arms. In a clever move, Garen feigned a punch and connected a powerful knee that, even though blocked, nearly threw the girl out of the arena bounds. Maintaining the pressure with quick, confusing feints, the warrior simulated punches to land heavy kicks and, after calling her pathetic, landed a clean blow that sent her straight to the ground, making her spit blood. Victorious, he declared that she had only won the first fight out of pure luck, stating that the limitations of her birth were real and that everyone should accept their place in the world, hoping that this defeat would serve as a lesson to correct her loser's arrogance. Instead of being disheartened, Judith told her opponent to shut up with a curse word, which left Garen deeply insulted. The warrior unleashed a sequence of powerful kicks, but the young woman managed to dodge the second movement and trapped his leg on the third attack, immediately retaliating with an aura-charged headbutt right into the opponent's stomach. The blow left the big man completely breathless, and with his guard wide open, clearing the way for Judith to unleash an incredibly hot, flaming punch, revealing that her own aura contained the energy of the fire element. From afar, Master Karakum watched the scene impressed, wondering how that human could manifest such power without having access to the divine technique of the 5 elements. The brutal exchange of blows continued, with the girl's burning fists scorching Garen's skin, while Karakum observed that the spirit of fire was the most difficult and dangerous element to control, capable of harming the user themselves if not used correctly. Acting like beasts in combat, Judith showed she did not perfectly master that energy and was in fact sustaining the extreme heat with her own body, burning herself inside and out as she delivered flaming kicks and punches to her opponent's face. In that moment of extreme pain, she knew she would be lying if she said she didn't feel envious of her companions. Deep down, she didn't blame her commoner origins, but she secretly coveted Bart's freedom, Aaron's unyielding spirit, and Ilya's natural talent. However, she did not hate herself for having this feeling, as she realized that this inferiority complex was her true fuel, the burning desire that drove her to grow and keep her stubbornness alive. Hearing the shouts of support from her friends, who urged her to finish finish off her opponent once and for all, Judith accepted that she would continue to feel envious of them, for it was this eternal pursuit that moved her forward. Concentrating all her determination, she delivered a devastating flaming punch right to the pit of Garen's stomach, knocking the warrior unconscious and ending the second judgment as the great victor. The crowd was in complete shock, stammering that it was impossible, but they soon began to console themselves by remembering that the feared Frieren was still in reserve to avenge their fallen comrades. However, before the next warrior could step into the arena, he was interrupted by his own father, Commander Helepa, who decided to take her son's place in the final combat. Seeing the new opponent enter and knowing her friend's exhausted state, Eren thought worriedly that, under her current conditions, Judith would stand no chance against the faction leader. Even exhausted and wounded, Judith called her rival to fight, but to everyone's surprise, Helepa declared that fighting would not be necessary, as the tribe had already lost that dispute. The commander explained that seeing such an invincible fighting spirit and a flame that refused to die out was proof enough of the worth of a true warrior, formally accepting defeat and recognizing, before everyone, Judith's merit and honor. A week later, with all the youths already recognized as capable apprentices, the most important orcs of the tribe gathered. The shaman of Drukali, Gorha, explained that before learning the divine technique of the 5 elements, they needed to go through the ceremony of the 5. He pointed to an urn in front of him, a relic passed down from generation to generation among the shamans, and detailed the process. They simply had to place their hand inside, pull out a formless energy, and throw it to discover which type of spirit each was compatible with, which would facilitate their learning from then on. Judith was the first to try. She placed her hand in the urn, actually felt something tangible, and upon pulling it out, threw the energy, manifesting an immense tornado of fire that reached the heavens. Surprised, she asked if she had done it right, and the impressed shaman replied that it was the greatest fire he had ever seen in his entire life, confirming what he had suspected since the judgment. She had a perfect attunement with the fire spirit. Right after, Eren Ferreira also threw his energy and manifested fire, but in a completely different way. His flames created a blade from a stone on the ground. Observing the scene, Karakam thought to himself that this was the kind of fire capable of melting metal, as the element on the ground had been refined, showing that the boy had not only manifested metal and fire at the same time, but had also transformed the metal into a completely new shape. Impressed, Gorha asked the youth if he had already studied the spirits, and Eren explained that Kuvar had taught him a bit of the theory and that he also already used mystical arts. The shaman grew pensive, amazed by the fact that the boy could use the spirits just by having heard the theory, finally understanding why Grugar wanted to pass the technique on to them so badly. With her usual competitive nature, Judith made a point to brag, saying that her fire had been bigger, and Eren just calmly agreed, letting her win the argument. Watching from afar, Bart felt a great sense of relief. Ever since the events in Eisenmarkt, the girl had been quite downcast, and seeing her finally find her own path filled him with pride, even thinking her smiling expression was quite cute. The problem was that he ended up thinking out loud and actually saying it, which made Ilya immediately ask what he had said, leaving him embarrassed, trying to bite his tongue at the last second and stammering to explain that it was all just a misunderstanding. The next to undergo the test was Ilya herself, whose attribute also revealed itself to be fire, only much brighter and more radiant than the others. The only one who broke the pattern was Bart, who manifested the water attribute. Satisfied with the results, the shaman commented that everyone there possessed immense energy and that their mutual coexistence would cause them to evolve greatly, while Karakum declared that he would make it a point to teach Eren personally. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a messenger bringing a word from Grugar himself. The leader had finished preparations to reveal the boy's past life and requested Eren's urgent presence at the top of the mountain. Later, the group gathered in a courtyard displaying a large ritual circle drawn on the ground, with 6 stones positioned in the middle, 5 for the humans to lie down on, and a smaller one for Ruru to sit on. Grugar explained that everyone there would meet the man who had been disturbing Eren's sleep, questioning if the youth minded sharing that intimate experience with his friends. Eren assured him it was fine, and shortly after, Judith wanted to know exactly what they needed to do. The answer was simple. As soon as they lay down, in the very next second, Grugar's power caused them all to fall into a deep sleep, diving together into a shared dream. Inside the dream, they saw the memory of a lord named Karen Winker, who was walking accompanied by his guards to confront an enraged crowd of peasants. The people gravely accused him of trying to abandon the territory while the region was surrounded by demons, shouting that the lord's own son had been possessed by a creature of darkness that had been murdering the town's residents. To the citizens, the ruler was a coward fleeing to save himself, who had likely sold his people out in exchange for some evil pact. Faced with the rebellion, Karen finally broke his silence, admitting he had been selfish to try to leave in secret, and warning that he would tell the whole truth, even knowing they would hardly believe him. The story had begun a week earlier, shortly after his son's birth. The baby had been born not breathing, and a demon resembling a bizarre clown appeared in the room. The creature asked if the man wanted to save the child, and placed the family's lives in his hands, demanding he choose between the survival of his wife or the newborn. Outraged, Karen questioned why he should accept such an absurd order, but the clown revealed that the presence of the monsters there was no coincidence. He himself had cursed the baby and lured the beasts to the village, forcing the man to accept his fate and choose who would die. In that moment of desperation, Karen's wife, determined to save her son, handed the baby into her husband's arms and voluntarily walked to the window, throwing herself to her death before he could stop her. To make the tragedy worse, the demon collected the woman's soul while laughing, claiming that Action had broken the rules of the game since the choice had not been made by Karen. Smiling, the clown proposed a new dilemma, saying that this time it would be easier. The father would have to choose between his own son's life or the survival of all the territory's inhabitants. Finishing his account to the old man leading the protesters, Karen bitterly explained that on that cursed day he had lost both his wife and his son, and that his flight was, in truth, the only way to protect the village, since he himself carried a terrible curse and did not know what else might happen if he remained there. Without asking for help or accepting interruptions, he turned his back and left on foot. During the long walk along the deserted road, the clown demon continued to follow the man, taunting him by commenting on how ungrateful the people had been to cast out the ruler who had done so much for them. The monster tried to stoke Karen's fury, asking if he didn't feel like killing them, so they could experience the same pain of losing a family, and even offered a new deal to turn him into a powerful demonoid, to take revenge on everyone. Karen, however, completely ignored the provocations and kept walking in silence. Frustrated by the man's coldness, the clown complained that he was boring, assuming he had chosen the wrong person, and that it would have been better to take his demon army to another territory. Hearing this, Karen stopped, looked the creature dead in the eye, and asked if all of that had been a planned scheme from the very beginning. Laughing, the demon confirmed it, revealing that the man had never been cursed, and that it was all just a game. Outraged upon realizing his life had been destroyed out of pure caprice, Karen demanded to know what he had done wrong, and the clown mocked him, replying that he had done it simply because he was bored and happened to see him, viewing the encounter as a twist of fate. Before vanishing into thin air, the creature warned that if the man wanted a reunion, he should look for him at the peak of the southern mountains. Overcome with hatred, Karen swore to himself that there would be no forgiveness, and that he would hunt the monster until the end of his days to kill it. Time passed within the vision, and the setting shifted to a new distant village where Karen had initially been well received. He had purchased a piece of land and carried his sword with him, feeling relieved that the rumors of his past had not reached this place. He intended to use this isolation to train, recover his strength, and prepare for the final confrontation. He began striking the air daily in that empty courtyard, while the local residents observed him from afar, whispering among themselves that he didn't even seem all that skilled at swordsmanship. Among the onlookers, the man writing the diary reflected that, despite the lack of refined technique, the swordsman demonstrated an implacable determination that could only stem from a deeply tragic history. Karen continued his wandering journey, persisting in his daily training wherever he went, but tragedy seemed to stalk him. Wherever he arrived, the terrible rumors eventually caught up. People began spreading word that he was possessed by a demon, and fearing for the safety of their own families, all the masters and knights flatly refused to teach him the art of swordsmanship, isolating the man under the weight of a curse he had never chosen to carry. So, he kept swinging his sword. As time went on, dark figures, distorted visions, illusions, and the worst nightmares of the people who had died began to manifest before him, pointing fingers and cruelly blaming him for the entire tragedy. Without letting himself be shaken, Karen Winker firmly kept striking with his blade at the spirits, corpses, and ghosts that surrounded him. Amidst the chaos of that illusion, he even saw the faces of his own beloved wife and his late son, a painful sight that, instead of tearing him down, only fueled him with an even more overwhelming hatred, driving his arms to keep swinging the sword without pause. When day broke again, he no longer had the slightest clue how much time had passed since the beginning of that trance, but time had now become completely meaningless. The only thing that mattered was focusing on his training. It was precisely at that moment that a little girl from the village timidly approached and asked if he wasn't tired, holding out her hand to offer him a flower. The girl's father appeared right after, scolding his daughter and asking what she thought she was doing, reminding her that one shouldn't enter someone else's space without permission. However, the father stopped abruptly upon noticing something unprecedented. For the first time, the mysterious man swinging the sword was genuinely smiling. Upon receiving that innocent gesture from the child, Karen felt a deeply familiar feeling blossom in his chest, the same unconditional devotion he used to receive from his parents when he was younger, the loyal and warm support of the people who lived in his old territory, the embrace of his loving wife, and the love for his dear son. That comforting emotion, which he hadn't experienced in so long, brought a refreshing clarity to his mind, allowing him to achieve a holistic and absolute focus on swordsmanship. He continued to swing his blade, cutting through heat, cold, and absolutely any barrier that stood before him. Despite having found this new inner strength, he continued on his path, still under the shadows cast by the demon, constantly plagued by those terrible nightmares that blamed him for escaping alive, and called him a coward responsible for the disaster. Amidst the torment, Karen reflected that, at first, he thought those apparitions were sent directly by the demon itself, but he eventually realized that he was the one swallowing and manifesting manifesting his own negative feelings of hatred and rage. Understanding that it was all right now, and that he could finally move forward, the swordsman felt the real power right in front of him and unleashed the true strength of his sword. The strike he delivered didn't just cut through the physical plane. The blade ripped through darkness itself and tore open space-time, creating a rift that teleported him directly to the exact location where the clown demon was at that very moment, trying to ruin the life of yet another innocent victim. Startled by the sudden appearance, the clown fearfully questioned how he had managed to do that, and Karen replied coldly that as long as the creature continued with its evil tricks, things would no longer go the way it wanted. The monster tried to retaliate immediately using all of its demonic power, but Karen's sword was relentless, cleaving it in half in a single movement. Unable to believe that a mere human was cutting through darkness itself, the clown hastily resorted to an escape ritual to manage to flee, closely pursued by the warrior. However, Karen's body eventually reached its absolute physical limit, and he fell heavily to his knees, driving his sword into the ground so as not to collapse completely, for he could no longer bear the weight of that terrible burden. Even though he had forged an incredible technique and a blade capable of cutting through darkness, he had not been able to definitively punish the demon. Knowing that it might be a futile act, he gathered his last remaining strength into a fervent prayer, begging for his desire and his strength to be sent forward and inherited by someone else in the future. As soon as the vision dissipated in the ritual courtyard, Grugar took the floor and explained that hundreds of years ago, in order to fight against the clown demon that had emerged in the world, Karen Winker had wielded the sword completely alone and accomplished all those unbelievable feats. He then revealed that the person who had inherited all of that determination and power was none other than the youth standing before them, Aaron Ferreira. After absorbing the impact of that profound revelation, the boy walked over to the orc training grounds and stood in silence, merely admiring the golden sunset on the horizon. Bart approached calmly and asked if his friend already knew what he intended to do from then on, and Aaron frankly admitted that he still felt quite confused by it all. Bart agreed that a revelation of that magnitude was certainly not easy to accept, commenting that he sometimes found himself thinking back to the period when they attended the Swordsmanship Academy together. Sincere, he confessed that back then, he felt a bit of hatred toward Aaron. Though he knew there was a natural difference in talent between himself and Ilya, it was very hard to accept when he saw how gargantuan the distance separating him from his friend actually was. During all that time, while Bart consumed himself internally, Aaron improved his performance at an insane pace every day without the slightest intention of bothering anyone. The moment he was overtaken, Bart felt a genuine resentment, as if the entire path he had traveled up to that point had been completely in vain, believing he would never be able to rid himself of that bitter feeling. Everything changed when Aaron himself told him once that he only felt truly alive when he was holding the sword, a phrase that made Bart reflect on what was truly most important in his own journey. He realized that his life as the future head of the Lloyd family, alongside his role as a friend and family member to those he loved, held a much greater value than swordsmanship itself. Taking advantage of the moment of confidences, Bart mustered up the courage and openly admitted to Aaron that he liked Judith. He pointed out that the girl was hell-bent on becoming the best swordsman on the continent, a lonely path that led to nothing if one didn't reach the absolute top. Knowing that every moment of her life would be an exhausting and grueling battle, his wish was to stay close by to support her through every hardship, because seeing her happy after achieving her great goal was all he wanted most. Finishing his train of thought, Bart advised his friend to do exactly what his own heart told him, choosing the path he considered most important to follow with determination, as he was certain Aaron wouldn't regret it. Aaron smiled and sincerely thanked him for the valuable advice. The next day, Aaron was already in the courtyard to train directly with Master Karakum, kicking things off with a practical sparring match. The powerful orc warrior ordered the youth to attack first, and the initial strike delivered by Aaron came with overwhelming power. Blocking the impact, Karakum thought to himself that this onslaught was completely different from when they had first fought, being perfectly able to feel that the fire inside the boy's chest had fused into a single refined energy. The master asked aloud if the memories of his past life had brought some glimpse that made him change his mind, and Aaron replied firmly that he now knew exactly what he wanted to do. He desired to wield his sword not just for the love of his family and friends, but to build a world where many people could be happy. Karakum blocked the next strike with force and countered, saying that this was a gargantuan ambition, much greater than simply desiring to become the best swordsman, because what the boy was describing was the true path of a hero, something that not just anyone could say, let alone achieve. The orc sternly questioned whether the youth understood the real weight of his words, and Aaron guaranteed that if what he desired meant treading the journey of a hero, he would do so with the greatest pleasure. Although Karakum kept blocking the attacks consecutively, each clash of blades generated brutal impacts in the arena. The master praised the young man's blatant courage, but pondered that courage alone was not enough, asking if he was aware of the size of the responsibility and the crushing burden he would need to endure to stay on this path. In response, Aaron delivered a strike of such magnitude that it tore a deep crack in the arena floor, arguing that all the great swordsmen he encountered always told him the same thing, but that a true warrior spoke spoke through his own sword. The boy explained that this decision had not been made simply because of Karen Winker's memories, but rather because it was a dream rooted deep within his soul, thanks to all the experiences he himself had lived up to that point. He guaranteed that even if he had never seen that past life, he would have eventually chosen the path of a hero, as that was his desire and his promise. He then asked to be trained based on that conviction, and Karakum smiled defiantly, accepting the request and stating that he would thoroughly exhaust him in training with the utmost satisfaction. 4 months of intensive and extremely rigorous training passed, and the 4 young apprentices were once again gathered before the shaman. The spiritual leader thanked everyone for their dedication in persisting until the end, especially praising Bart's progress. He highlighted how impressive it was that Bart had managed to master an attribute so completely different from the rest of the group, since the water spirit and natural synastry suited his personality much better. To demonstrate the results of that period of effort, Bart extended his hands and managed to create a perfect sphere of water, while also masterfully controlling a few strands and waves that floated around him. Next, the shaman evaluated Judith, who continued to channel all of her intensity exclusively into the fire spirit in an extremely concentrated manner. He warned the girl that she was rejecting the other elemental energies and that if she kept focusing only on the flames, her own body ran the risk of being consumed by fire. However, the young woman shot back confidently that it was fine and that she was now perfectly capable of enduring the heat of that internal flame, admitting practically that she couldn't even feel the other elements to begin with. The next to demonstrate his abilities was Aaron, who manifested a bright, radiant fusion of metal and fire, showing 2 spirits working in perfect harmony. Despite the beauty of the technique, the shaman pointed out with some concern that the young man's energy was unfortunately flowing upside down. He explained that the divine technique of the 5 elements normally dictated that flames should rise from metal, whereas in his case the flow was incompatible with the fire directly controlling the metal. The spiritual leader recommended caution, warning that if the heat of the flames increased too much, he would urgently need the water element to contrast and balance the energy. Finally, when evaluating Ilya, the shaman noted that there were no major visible changes over the last few months, and that she had grown only a little. He calmed her by saying there was no need to worry, and that she should just continue following her own path, since the girl really hadn't shown many practical results in controlling the spirits during that period. The following day, while Judith trained hard in the courtyard, Bart and Aaron stood a bit further away, merely observing her movements. Breaking the silence, Aaron suddenly commented that he intended to stay in the village for a few more days, which led Bart to ask directly if his friend was saying that because he was worried about Ilya's situation. Aaron replied that concern for their friend was indeed one of the reasons for his stay, but explained that he had no intention of returning to the Swordsmanship Academy at that moment, as he needed to find something very important before taking any other step. Curious, he turned the question back to the 2 of them, wanting to know what their plans were. Bart revealed that he and Judith would return to Chrono to finally seek their official graduation. Aaron lamented slightly, commenting that it was a shame to see them going down different paths, but Bart reassured him, guaranteeing that this separation would only be for a time, and that everyone would meet again soon. As night was already falling, he noted it was time to head back to the dormitory, and walked away to fetch Judith, who was still training hard in the courtyard. Wielding her completely flaming sword, Judith delivered concentrated strikes, while reflecting on the vision they had experienced during the ceremony. She thought to herself that she had felt that exact same sensation before, in Aaron's past life. That man's relentless tenacity was the kind of monumental strength someone could only obtain by giving up their own life and working hard for one single exclusive goal. In her obstinate mind, she was certain that if she could achieve even half of that legendary warrior's power, she would be victorious, promising herself she would push herself to the limit from then on. Her thoughts were interrupted by Bart, who appeared in the courtyard inviting her to a duel. He argued that it had been quite a long time since they last measured their strength, and that this would be the perfect opportunity to check the results of their 4-month training. The girl accepted immediately, and upon her very first strike, the impact was so brutal that it nearly destabilized Bart's stance. Surprised, the young man commented that she was certainly very different, and Judith smiled provocatively, saying that he had chosen the completely wrong person to duel, for she was literally on fire. Judith's spiritual fire began to burn with an overwhelming intensity, emanating a heat so extreme that it completely overpowered the water element controlled by Bart, vaporizing his attacks in a matter of moments. In a swift move, she used the force of her flames and managed to completely disarm him. Although she was focused on the fight, the young woman grew visibly worried upon seeing the power of her own attack, but Bart just joked, replying that he had almost been fried alive, but that he was fine. Relieved, Judith hastily justified herself, guaranteeing that she hadn't done it on purpose, and that she would never truly wish to hurt him, asking him to trust her. It was precisely in this moment of vulnerability that Bart broke all formality and openly confessed his feelings right then and there, saying in no uncertain terms that he liked her. Overcome by a monumental wave of embarrassment, the girl's face turned completely red, and not because of the heat of the flames. Not knowing how to react to that flood of emotions, she ended up delivering a straight punch right to his face. Massaging his sore face, Bart Bart complained, asking why she had done that and if she had finally lost her mind, to which Judith shot back irritably that he should thank her for it not being a fire-infused punch, calling him an idiot. The young man maintained his serious demeanor and stated that it wasn't a joke, for he would never play with someone's feelings like that. Confused and cornered, she only repeatedly questioned the reason behind it, wanting to know why she of all people had been chosen. Bart smiled faintly and commented that she asked too many questions, explaining next that he found everything she did beautiful. The cute way she looked when she laughed, when she was joking around, when she talked to Ruru, or even when she dedicated herself entirely to training. Shocked by the direct compliment, she stammered, asking if he truly thought she was beautiful, and Bart, flustered, asked her to stop asking so many questions, seizing the moment to turn the tables and ask what she, after all, thought of him. While the romance unfolded in the courtyard, Ruru was in another part of the village, concentrating all of her strength to try and decipher the mystical energy of the necklace Eren had recovered. Having no idea how to activate the artifact, the small creature tried everything, transforming herself and using each of her tracking and analysis spells geared toward that function. 3 hours passed in a continuous effort until she finally gave up, completely defeated by the necklace, which didn't react to absolutely any of her spells. Exhausted, she concluded that the best thing to do would be to ask Shaman Gorha to teach her the basic fundamentals of spiritmancy. When Eren returned and found her in that state of technical knockout, he found the scene amusing. Later, while they were preparing for bed, the young man brought up a conversation, asking if his friend remembered when they had encountered the legendary Ignet. He recalled that the last time they saw each other, the powerful warrior had said that on their next opportunity, she wouldn't make a proposal for the metal dwelling within him, but rather an invitation for Eren himself to formally join her elite group. The youth then questioned what Ruru thought of him now, asking if he would finally be able to stand before such an imposing figure with his head held high and full of pride. Ruru smiled and replied that she already knew the answer to that question very well, knowing that her friend had already made a firm decision regarding his next destination. At the same time, Ilya was also spending a sleepless night, pacing back and forth as she tried to find her own purpose. She questioned herself internally if she was making the right choices, repeating to herself that there was no need to be so obsessed with progress or the past, and that it would be best to forget all of that once and for all. However, the striking figure of Ignet continued to haunt her thoughts, leaving the girl frustrated by not knowing what direction to give her own life. Her dilemmas were interrupted when Eren approached calmly and asked if she had a moment to talk, causing her to pause her nightly training. Ilya took advantage of the approach to ask how his days had been and if his spiritual energy was flowing well, and the young man replied simply that everything was going perfectly normal. As they talked, the young woman felt that immensely comforting energy that Eren naturally exuded. Being near him brought such a great sense of peace that all of her worries and problems seemed to evaporate completely, making her think that if there were no obstacles in the world, she would stay by his side forever. Breaking the silence, Eren revealed that he needed to find a specific person, and that he had already decided on his next destination precisely to go meet her, Captain Ignet Crescentia. He recalled that in the past, he felt a deep envy toward that woman because he thought she possessed a determination that he lacked, which caused him to lose control of his own anger and show a weak, shameful side in front of everyone. However, he guaranteed that he was different now, and that he finally felt he could face her with total pride. Unsure of what the impacts of that decision would be on his friend's life, Eren looked directly at her and asked if she would like to accompany him on that journey. Ilya felt the weight of that internal conflict, for that was exactly the moment she had been trying to avoid at all costs. She didn't have the slightest confidence to stand face to face with Ignet, and realized she had been running away the whole time, just out of fear of trembling before her rival. Understanding that if she didn't face that trauma head-on, nothing in her life would change, she took a deep breath and accepted the invitation, guaranteeing that she would accompany him. The next day, there was an air of farewell in the village, with Judith and Bart ready to hit the road back to the academy. Emotional, Judith hugged the small cat-like creature and confessed she would greatly miss Ruru, who calmly replied that it was fine and that everyone would see each other again soon. Eren stepped up to wish his friends a safe trip, telling them to stay safe on the road. The warrior Kuvar approached as well, and in his expressive way declared that he would immensely miss both youths. Noticing a strange vibe in the air, Eren pulled Bart and Judith aside and asked if something had happened between them, as both seemed strangely distant and awkward around each other. Covering it up terribly, Judith stammered, saying she had absolutely no idea what he was talking about, and that nothing at all had happened, hurrying to say goodbye so they could get into the carriage, which departed shortly after. With their friend's departure, the remaining group immediately returned to their intense training routine. Eren continued his high-level duels against Master Karakum, Ilya focused on manifesting and refining her latent spiritual power, and Ruru dedicated herself to spiritmancy lessons with Shaman Gorha, even though her uncontrolled spells almost ended up blowing up the entire courtyard from time to time. A few more months flew by in the midst of this arduous routine, until the moment came for the second part of the group to set out on their journey. The massive orc warrior looked at the youths and commented that their time had come, admitting with a heavy heart that it was a shame to see them go, finding it very strange to have to part ways with Eren and his companions after spending so much time living together. The young man assured his mentor that he would also miss him dearly, and the warrior recalled the strong desire the youth had shown during his training with Karakum, earnestly holding him to that promise to change the world. Eren confessed that he actually felt butterflies in his stomach, for although he had chosen his path with absolute conviction, he sometimes doubted whether he was truly capable of achieving such a colossal goal. With eyes full of admiration, the orc assured him that he would undoubtedly succeed, explaining that the boy possessed a truly special gift, the innate power to make everything around him shine, and to deeply transform the people who crossed his path. The master confessed that the only reason he himself had managed to stop wandering aimlessly after 17 years of isolation was thanks to Eren's presence, who had been both his apprentice and his teacher. Looking into the youth's eyes, the warrior proudly stated that the young man was already his personal hero, and that therefore he was entirely certain of his success. Moved, Eren thanked him immensely for the advice and words of encouragement, promising that he would do his absolute best to be called a hero by everyone. With hearts full of determination, the three companions, Eren, Ruru, and Ilya, adjusted their luggage and forged ahead toward the horizon. On the way back to the Chrono Academy, silence dominated the carriage, cradled by an air of shyness. Moments earlier, Bart had asked one of those sudden questions he usually blurted out of nowhere, and Judith's response had been an uncertain, "I don't know." Her reaction made the young man sink into his thoughts, regretting having rushed things and believing he had ruined everything. But Judith, noticing the awkwardness, tried to ease the tension by saying she would answer later, which ended up wrapping the two of them in an inevitable romantic atmosphere. Seeking to get closer, Bart gathered his courage and sat next to her, receiving a surprised look and a question about what he was doing, but he quickly secured her permission with a simple request to stay there, and so they continued their journey for the rest of the way. The next day, the carriage finally crossed the gates of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, marking the return of the youths a year and a half after the start of that long expedition. The calm of their arrival, however, was abruptly interrupted when the ground shook under a catastrophic sound coming from the training yard. Nearby, Ian questioned why they wouldn't end the duel, doubting there would be a conclusion even if they continued. The master swordsman she was talking to assured her that if they kept fighting, he would eventually win, but he agreed to call it a day, lightheartedly challenging her to cut him in half next time to prove her worth. This man was Kun, the swordsmanship master considered by many to be the greatest swordsman on the continent, a reputation that made Bart question whether the title was truly deserved, while Ian remarked with admiration that he still had a long way to go before reaching that level of skill. The Academy's director showed immense satisfaction upon seeing the group back, but Ian immediately noticed the obvious evolution in the young men, realizing that the most striking transformation had occurred in Judith. As soon as Kun laid eyes on her and recognized her progress, he didn't think twice and invited her to be his official apprentice. Meanwhile, in another part of the region, the driver Joseon presented his work with extreme courtesy alongside his colleague Egg, pretending to be just a dedicated driver. In reality, Joseon operated as the leader of a dangerous, disguised band of thugs, whose scam consisted of luring wealthy travelers, driving them to an isolated hideout under false pretenses, and letting his subordinates carry out the robbery, a tactic that until then had never failed. When new sheep about to fall into the trap approached, the bandit greeted them, saying it was an honor to serve such distinguished guests, having no idea that fate had put Eren and Ilya in his path. Observing the elegant attire and the aura of pure nobility surrounding the duo, the fake driver celebrated internally, thinking that the profit from that robbery would secure his gang's livelihood for weeks. The charade began to crumble at the very first campsite of the trip, when Eren and Ilya volunteered to light the campfire. Seeing the young woman draw her own sword to gather firewood, Joseon tried to intervene helpfully, warning that such a delicate weapon might not work, and offering to lend his axe. The warning died in his throat as soon as Ilya chopped down a sturdy tree with a single, clean strike of her sword, slicing the trunk into perfect little pieces right after. Completing the display of unusual skills, Ruru, the talking cat traveling with them, used mystical arts to snap her fingers and ignite the fire, leaving the robber in utter terror, wondering what kind of kids they were. The bandit's terror was cemented the following day when he decided to watch a sparring match between Eren and Ilya. The sight of Eren pulling a gigantic sword out of nowhere almost made the driver's heart stop, and the impact of the youth's first blows, which generated actual explosions of energy in the air, nearly gave the poor man a heart attack. At that moment, Joseon completely abandoned the robbery plan, well aware that facing that duo would mean the certain death of his entire gang. Even with the plan cancelled, the journey followed its scheduled route, and the group made a stop precisely at the tavern that served as the criminals' hideout. Concerned, Eren asked if there was any problem with stopping at that location, and the driver quickly lied, saying everything was fine and that he was just going to check the availability of vacant rooms, though he was actually running to restrain his men. As soon as he entered, his subordinates approached armed to begin the heist, but they were caught off guard by their own leader, who ordered them to stay away from the clients and delivered a harsh slap to the face of the nearest accomplice, whispering and pleading for them to get the hell out of there, for God's sake if they wanted to stay alive. Upon his return, Joseon was greeted with praise by Ilya, who thought it was amazing how he had scared away those supposed bullies. The driver tried to act modest, saying it was nothing special, but Ruru insisted he deserved a reward for his heroism, and handed him 2 mice made of pure, solid gold. With a small fortune in hand, the man prepared a banquet fit for royalty for the group, including a special fish for the talking cat, who was delighted with the service. The exaggerated effort made Eren question if the driver wasn't overworking himself, but the reformed bandit assured them, with the utmost respect in the world, that he would continue to serve the clients with all his dedication. A few days passed, and Joseon's physical fatigue was evident, but the satisfaction of carrying a pouch full of gold coins made up for everything, allowing him to consider abandoning the life of crime very soon, though he still wanted to accumulate a little more money. It was during one of those breaks on the road that he noticed a moment of greater intimacy between the youths. Eren was talking warmly to Ilya, trying to comfort her regarding her worries, and even placed his hand over hers, leaving the young woman visibly shy. Hidden in a bush, the driver followed the scene with curiosity, surprised to discover that romantic involvement, but his anticipation was broken when Eren abruptly stood up and suggested they go rest. Outraged by the young man's lack of tact, Joseon cursed him in his mind, but he ended up losing his balance and tumbling out of the bush, catching the attention of Eren, who noticed the spying. Shortly after, Ilya walked away to be alone, shaken by her companion's attitude. Noticing the young woman's distance, the driver asked if the warrior was not going after her, receiving the reply that she needed space to process many recent events and that it was best to leave her alone, which led the former bandit to conclude in frustration that the boy was incredibly dense. Later on, when the camp was already properly set up thanks to the driver's agility, a conversation between nearby travelers caught Ilya's attention. The men were talking enthusiastically about the discovery of the greatest dungeon of the century, an ancient site dating back to the times of the Dragon King and filled with precious treasures. The account indicated that the kingdom of Calvin had attempted to seize control of the place as soon as it was discovered, but faced heavy political pressure from the neighboring kingdoms of Palanque and Labat. To avert an all-out war among the 3 powers, the Holy Kingdom decided to intervene and sent its own order of knights to mediate the conflict. Interested in the story, Eren approached and asked the men which military force the Holy Kingdom had sent to the region. One of the travelers replied that, being swordsmen, the youths would certainly know the group, revealing that it was the Black Knights, led by the feared Ignat Crescentia. The mention of the name caused Eren to exchange a knowing look with Ilya, as both knew right then and there what their next destination would be. The young warrior then questioned the man on how to join the expedition. The older traveler looked at him with suspicion, warning that the boy seemed too young and probably unprepared for the dangers of a mission of that magnitude, emphasizing that safety would not be guaranteed. Sincerely thanking him for the concern, Eren maintained his firm posture and assured him that he would be fine. Impressed by the young swordsman's honest and resolute gaze, the man relented and gave the final instruction, explaining that if he was truly determined to go, he should travel immediately to the kingdom of Calvin, whose strike army was short-handed, and accepting the recruitment of mercenaries. Sincerely and politely thanking the travelers for their guidance, Eren said goodbye, and a few days later, the group was already crossing the borders of the bustling city-state of Calvin. It was there that Joseon said his final farewell to the youths, but not before catching a true glimpse of extremely powerful people walking around the region, figures with auras so overwhelming that they were not even known to the world yet. The former driver clearly realized that if he continued to act as a criminal at that level of danger, his fate would be certain death, making the firm decision to abandon robberies forever from that moment on. Without knowing it, Eren had already secured his first major victory before the mission even began, having cured a man of a life of crime, and demonstrating that he was already walking, with firm steps, the true path of a hero. Meanwhile, in an imposing military office in Calvin, the vice commander of the local knights, Amira Shelton, was about to snap out of pure indignation. She ranted against the rival kingdoms, cursing the damn people of Palanque and Labate, who were determined to conquer the dungeon and had sent their best strike forces to the site. Among the fearsome adversaries were Perry, the renowned court wizard of Labate, and Savion, the legendary swordmaster of Palanque. To make matters worse, the Holy Empire had also decided to involve itself directly in the dispute, and if things continued at that pace, all the riches and secrets of the dungeon would be taken by the other nations. Aware of the disadvantage, the vice commander knew she urgently needed to recruit an elite mercenary capable of fighting toe-to-toe against these monsters. At the peak of her worries, guards knocked on the door and announced that the new mercenary candidates had arrived. Desperate for results, Amira Shelton inquired if they were truly skilled and made a point of evaluating them personally, running straight into Eren and Ilya. The vice commander introduced herself brusquely, demanding to put formal introductions aside to test their capabilities immediately, as she did not want them wasting her time. Ilya accepted the challenge with utter serenity, took a deep breath and invoked her aura in the blink of an eye, charging with such absurd speed that she nearly cut the officer's neck. With fluid movements, the young woman effortlessly evaded all of poor Amira Shelton's desperate counterattacks, finishing the combat with a strike so swift that the vice commander could not even see the exact moment she was disarmed. Utterly shocked by the crushing defeat, Amira Shelton retrieved her weapon and asked which kingdom the prodigy came from and what her name was, receiving the answer that she was Ilya of the prestigious Lindsay family from the kingdom of Adam. Later, alone in her office, the vice commander could barely contain her happiness, convinced that the heavens were finally on her side for placing the genius Ilya Lindsay in her ranks. In addition to her, the reports pointed to the presence of Aaron Ferreira, the legendary boy who had become a sword master precisely after defeating Ilya herself. With a duo of that caliber fighting for Calvin, victory against the other nations seemed guaranteed, although the young Lindsay's presence also brought some concern. Knowing that Ignat would be on the other side, the officer feared that rivalries and purely personal motives could negatively affect the group's performance, deciding that she would watch the girl's behavior very closely. Having finished her most urgent matters of the day, the strong vice commander decided to relax and began knitting a piece decorated with kittens, when, out of absolute nowhere, Ruru materialized inside the office. The talking cat asked curiously if the woman could teach her to knit as well, nearly giving the officer a heart attack from the scare. Stunned, Amira Shelton asked if she wasn't Aaron's pet, and if she by any chance actually spoke, moving from shock to deep admiration in a matter of seconds, since she secretly loved felines and could not resist petting the visitor. Ruru accepted the affection and commented that she liked the vice commander because she reminded her of one of her old friends, a subtle resemblance that appeared mostly when the woman got angry, but she quickly demanded to be taught how to knit right away. The officer tried to argue that it would be a rather difficult task for a cat that lacked thumbs, but Ruru solved the problem immediately by transforming into her bizarre humanoid form. Even without being a mage, Amira Shelton could feel the pressure of an incredibly overwhelming magical power emanating from the creature and agreed to give the knitting lessons, imposing only the condition that it remain an absolute secret, as she needed to maintain her public image as a strong and ruthless vice commander, and not an old lady who spent her time knitting in her room. With total tranquility, the mystical creature assured her that the woman did not need to worry, as she was excellent at keeping secrets. A few days passed, and the military contingent finally positioned itself within the territory of Labate, where Amira Shelton gathered the group to explain that there was still some time left before the official start of the expedition, leaving everyone free to enjoy themselves and rest in the city. She warned them, however, that on the following evening there would be a grand banquet with all the members and leaders of the participating nations, making everyone's attendance mandatory. The officer made sure to include Ruru in the invitation, insisting that she attend in her humanoid form, and revealing that she had already prepared a beautiful, pompous dress for the occasion. After receiving their instructions, they took their leave, and later on, Aaron withdrew to focus and refine his power in isolation. He reflected on how his fighting spirit had been responsible for controlling the blazing fire within him until then, a force very similar to the fury he had felt in the past due to his deep envy of Ignat and a burning desire to surpass the figure of that man from his dreams, the warrior Karin. However, the young man decided that he no longer wanted to walk his path based on these negative sentiments, opting instead to focus on his final achievement from his past life. The desire that had ignited from the regret and suffering of yesteryear, now transformed into pure goodwill directed toward this world, would be the fuel that would drive him forward from that point on. In the midst of his deep meditation, the swordsman noticed he was being watched and calmly asked the intruder to show himself. A disguised man emerged from the shadows and asked, surprised, at what point the boy had noticed his presence, completely astonished to hear from Aaron that he had been aware of his existence for about 20 minutes. The stranger praised the youth's sharp senses, confessing that he was trying his absolute best to completely conceal his presence, and questioned whether the boy was a mage or a swordsman. The blonde youth politely introduced himself, but the man did not recognize the name, deducing that he was one of the mercenaries hired by Calvin. Apologizing for the intrusion, the man said goodbye and walked away, impressed by the fact that such a young man could detect him even while in a meditative trance, concluding that he would need to bring him to his side within the dungeon. That mysterious man was none other than Sevian Virox, the great sword master of Palanque. As soon as he reunited with his subordinates, the leader immediately ordered them to investigate all the personnel from Calvin's group and bring back a detailed report. Later, one of his knights returned with the complete list of names, and Sevian Virox immediately noticed that Ilya Lindsay was among the recruits. To him, there was only one reason that could justify the presence of the Lindsay heiress there: Commander Ignat Crescentia. The veteran thought to himself that despite being a formidable swordsman, the girl still acted on pure emotion like a child, her heart deeply affected by the defeat suffered at the Land of Proofs. He also recalled that the champion who had defeated the young woman in the tournament was one of her schoolmates, and that both had set off on a journey together. Putting the pieces together, he realized that this unusual boy was the very same blonde youth he had just met in the forest, smiling as he noted that this expedition would be far more interesting than he had anticipated. The next day, the doors to the sumptuous banquet hall opened, and Gregory Griffin, the supreme commander of Calvin's Knights, was discreetly talking with his vice commander about the new mercenary swordsman who had joined them, as well as the temporary absence of the Holy Kingdom's delegation. Amira Shelton replied that the holy forces were about to arrive and that deliberately failing to appear at the start of the banquet, where all the kingdoms gathered for the first time, was a clear political demonstration to display power and superiority. At that tense moment, the imposing Perry Martins, the feared court wizard of Labate, approached with a cynical smile to greet them, commentating provocatively on the rumors that Gregory was so desperate for military support that he had resorted to hiring mere mercenaries. The commander of Calvin maintained his posture and firmly shot back, telling his rival not to worry, as his men would not hinder the progress of the expedition. Seeing the spark between the two leaders, Savio Virox intervened peacefully, saying that enough was enough with the provocations and reminding Perry that this was an environment meant for all kingdoms to gather in perfect harmony. Attempting to break the ice and visibly excited, Gregory Griffin pointed toward the entrance of the hall and announced in a loud voice that his elite mercenaries had arrived to join them. All eyes turned to the door, witnessing the triumphal entry of Aaron, Ilya, and a little child dressed in extremely pompous and flashy clothes, who was actually Ruru's human form. Upon fixing his eyes on the small girl, the shrewd Perry felt a shiver run down his spine and thought to himself that this supposed child carried an absolutely surreal and terrifying amount of magical power, also noticing small, discreet wings and horns, which led him to immediately conclude that this mysterious girl was by no means a normal human being. Observing the restrained reaction of the crowd, Amira Shelton concluded with satisfaction that, as expected, all eyes and attention had focused on Ruru's imposing presence, meaning that no one there would dare ignore Calvin's military strength from that moment onward. Throughout the corners of the hall, the people around murmured incessantly about the newcomers, certain that the young warrior was indeed the famous Ilya Lindsay. Among the cynical whispers, many speculated that she had joined the expedition motivated solely by a massive obsession to avenge her own brother against Ignet. Hearing the malicious rumors, Aaron looked at his companion, internally wishing that she was doing well and could withstand that pressure. To his utter surprise, however, Ilya let out a loud, unexpected swear word, complaining with deep irritation that those people never left her alone, and that all of it was just too annoying. The young man and the cat Ruru froze in absolute shock at the reaction, since the heiress of the Lindsay family never used that kind of vocabulary in her daily life. The change in the young woman's posture was the fruit of a valuable piece of advice received a year and a half earlier at the Orc training grounds. At that time, Judith had noticed how deeply frustrated her friend became with the malicious comments of others. The redhead explained that since people would react cynically either way, trying to impress them was a waste of time. The secret was simply to stop bottles things up inside and curse back to feel better. Since Ilya had absolutely no idea how to say a swear word, Judith had commanded the training with shouting, encouraging her to speak louder and keep cursing until she freed herself from the anguish. Back at the banquet, Ilya realized that speaking her mind actually worked, and finding the experience much better than she had imagined, she wondered why everyone in the hall had stopped to stare at them. Still dazed by his friend's outburst, Aaron merely followed her in silence. At the main table, Commander Gregory Griffin watched the scene with a smile, commenting that she was a girl of great vigor, before taking center stage to formally welcome all those present, thanking them for the union of the kingdoms and declaring that they would make this expedition an absolute success. The formality of the speech was abruptly interrupted when the ground began to shake violently and a massive mystical portal tore open right in the center of the dining tables. From the gleaming armor and pompous style, it became clear to everyone that the delegation from the Holy Kingdom of Evilels had arrived. Marching out of the magical rift came the imposing Black Knights, and finally, the feared figure of Ignet Crescentia emerged. Right behind her, the Knight George grumbled under his breath to the mage Anya, calling her an idiot for creating the portal inside the hall instead of outside, to which the young woman replied, somewhat clumsily, that it had clearly been a miscalculation, as her original intention was to open the passage in the courtyard. Demonstrating a surprisingly respectful demeanor, Ignet stepped forward and offered a sincere apology for the disrespectful entry and the offense caused by her subordinate's mistake. The commander of Calvin readily accepted the apology, assuring her that he didn't mind and that the troop had provided a rare spectacle. The leader of the Black Knights explained that despite the apparent rudeness of retiring so early, her entire military order was exhausted, having marched there immediately after completing previous missions, and requested permission to head straight to their quarters. Surprised at not knowing about the group's prior operations, Gregory Griffin promptly ordered someone to guide the holy warriors to their rooms. Before leaving, however, Ignet excused herself for a moment and walked with determination toward the Calvin table. To everyone's surprise, she completely ignored Ilya's presence, without so much as glancing at her, and stopped directly in front of Aaron, firmly commenting on how much the boy had changed since the last time they met. The sudden movement put the leaders on high alert. Amira Shelton wondered in intrigue what the commander wanted with the young Ferreira, while Savion Virox questioned whether the two already knew each other from before. Ignet confessed she hadn't expected such rapid growth from the blonde youth, and demanded to know exactly what had happened to him during that that time. The mere presence of the warrior emanated a ferocity so overwhelming that it psychologically pressured everyone in the hall. But Gregory Griffin noted with admiration that the young mercenary did not flinch for a single second under his rival's fierce gaze. Faced with Aaron's resolute silence, the commander smirked and warned that since he wouldn't tell his secret, she would be watching him much more closely from that moment on, subsequently withdrawing with her men. As the holy group walked away, Anya spotted Ruru and tried to approach her cheerfully to say hello, expressing how much she missed her and commenting on her friend's new humanoid form. The mystical creature, however, coldly turned her face away and told the mage not to speak to her, bitterly remembering the day Anya had opened the portal that brought Ignat to trouble Aaron in the past. Desperate at the rejection, since she considered the cat her first and best friend in the world, Anya begged for forgiveness and promised never to repeat the mistake. Still irritated, Ruru replied that the mage should think very carefully about her own actions next time, leaving the poor girl so upset and desolated that she collapsed face first onto the floor in sheer disappointment, forcing George to pull her up by the arm. The knight glanced at Ferreira and reflected on the 18 months that had passed, concluding that the rumors about the boy becoming a master swordsman were entirely true and that such a growth rate was insane. Later that same night, Aaron found himself alone in the garden, sitting on the same stone bench and immersed in his own thoughts. He realized with pride that, unlike in the past, he could now confront Ignat's overwhelming presence without trembling or faltering, which gave him a very good sense of progress. At the same time, the young man understood that to make his new ideals of goodwill a reality and ensure his dreams weren't just fantasies, he would still need much more power. Driven by this renewed determination, the blonde drew his sword and began to train tirelessly under the glow of the full moon, unaware that the same night sky was being observed by other leaders of the expedition. A few days later, with all preparations finalized, the armies gathered before the immense ancient structure to begin their advance into the dungeon. Before the invasion, Amira Shelton took the lead to outline the expedition's strategy, explaining that the site had two distinct entrances and that the military contingent would be split into two simultaneous attack fronts. Expedition Team 1, tasked with invading the east side, would be composed of the allied forces of Labate, Palanque, and Calvin, operating under the direct command of Sir Perry Martinez. Meanwhile, Expedition Team 2 would be formed entirely by members of the Black Knights, with the relentless Ignat Crescentia as their absolute commander. In the middle of the announcement, the more observant soldiers noticed that the veteran Sevian Virox displayed an unusually dejected and shaken demeanor. The reason for the master swordsman's low spirits dated back to a strategic meeting 4 days prior, in which the leaders decided who would command the teams. On that occasion, Ignat had made clear her desire to lead the second front, triggering strong opposition from Sevian. The argument eventually escalated into a direct duel of strength, the result of which was a miserable and crushing defeat for the Palanque veteran, revealing a terrifying gap in power between the two. Assessing the political and military landscape of the expedition, the mage Perry Martinez thought to himself that the Holy Commander's demonstration of strength had only served to cement respect for the decision. He knew that as long as Ignat was around, trying to compete directly with the Holy Kingdom would be foolish for any nation. Therefore, his plan focused on ensuring that Labate won the internal prestige dispute against Calvin and Palanque. Judging by Sevian's shaken psychological state, the mage concluded he did not need to worry about Palanque, leaving only the young prodigies recruited by Calvin to be neutralized. Shortly after, Team 1 positioned themselves before the immense entrance A of the dungeon. Noticing the evident nervousness of his vice commander in the rear, Gregory Griffin approached and quietly asked Amira Shelton to calm down, reminding her that an officer must never show anxiety before their subordinates. Giving the signal to start, Perry Martinez ordered the advance and marched into the darkness. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold and took his first steps, the mage realized with a start that he had been completely separated from the rest of the army and was entirely alone. The realization that the magical structure had isolated them made the commander of Labate smile, viewing it as a trial at the very beginning of the mission. He knew he was not dealing with an ordinary labyrinth, but rather the ruins of an ancient Dragon King temple, places known for testing the character of those who invaded them. In that sudden and deep darkness, the true challenge consisted of keeping a steady mind and not being dragged down by an infinite amount of doubt and anxiety, requiring the invader to forge ahead with absolute confidence, at the risk of being swallowed by the gloom and losing their way forever. Arrogantly, the mage thought that this first psychological barrier would surely leave several stragglers behind right at the starting line. In another isolated section of the same area, Sevian Virox also found himself confronted by the mysterious divine trial. Before his eyes, the darkness took shape and projected a realistic and terrifying vision of the old civil war he had fought in, bringing to light the ghosts of that dreadful conflict. The veteran, however, did not allow himself to waver and refused to fight the phantoms, repeating to himself that it was nothing more than an illusion created by the dungeon to weaken his resolve. Concentrating his willpower, the warrior marched firmly through the images of the past until he found an opening of light, emerging into a vast central hall. Upon crossing the exit of the illusion, the swordsman from Palanque ran right into Perry Martins, who was already waiting there. To the surprise of both, however, Sevian was not the second to overcome the trial of darkness. Sitting comfortably in the center of the hall, the young Ilya Lindsay and the creature Ruru had already completed the trial long before them, and were waiting patiently, leaving only the question of where young Aaron had stopped in his own test. Perry Martinez thought Savian Virax was shocked by the situation, but the truth was that he too was completely speechless. It was stunning to think that the first person to beat the trial and earn approval had been Ilya Lindsay. That day back in the banquet hall, he had seen with his own eyes how Ilya was completely ignored by Ignet. It almost looked like she had been utterly snubbed, yet the girl hadn't changed her posture one bit. After a while, most of Calvin's people had managed to get through, but not everyone shared the same luck. What worried the group most was the fact that Aaron remained trapped inside. Given this, Perry Martins warned that they could no longer stand around waiting, and needed to move immediately. After all, this was a trial granted by a merciful god, and the people swallowed by the darkness did not seem to be badly harmed. Gregory Griffin agreed, commenting that he could not jeopardize the group. Ilya, however, asked them to believe in Aaron a little longer, explaining that the core point of that trial was precisely to conquer all doubt, anxiety, and distrust through faith. To her, relying on oneself was not enough. The trust of others was also fundamental at that moment. Perry Martinez replied that it was an excellent point, but reinforced that they could waste no more time. It was at that exact moment that Aaron emerged from the darkness, wielding his glowing sword. He apologized to everyone for the delay, explaining that he had a problem to resolve. Most incredibly, he did not pass alone. He brought with him all the others who had been left behind. About 2 hours prior, one of the soldiers had become completely lost in the darkness, unable to see or hear anyone else, until he fell and felt as though he were drowning. Suddenly, the soldier saw a light and felt safe, overcome by a deep sense of peace and comfort. When he came to, he was facing Aaron, who was extending a hand to help him up. As the soldier explained all this to Gregory Griffin, recounting how everyone managed to escape the darkness, Amira Shelton grew pensive, wondering if the youth had actually intervened in a divine trial. Gregory Griffin told her to speak softly and mentally, admitted he had never heard of a human capable of interfering in such a thing. To him, Aaron was certainly a special boy, possessing an aura that illuminated everything around him, and an energy he had never felt in any other swordsman. He also noticed that Perry Martinez looked bothered, which made sense, since the boy had just accomplished something unbelievable. From that moment on, people had no choice but to admit that the entire group was now centered around Aaron Ferreira. Trying to regain control, Perry Martinez ordered everyone to prepare quickly to continue the expedition as soon as possible. Savion Virax also alerted his men, saying they didn't know what might appear ahead, and that everyone should be extremely careful. They pressed on and immediately faced a few creatures, which were vanguard golems. The mages, along with Perry Martins, attacked using fire magic, but the assault had little effect. However, when they concentrated their fire directly on the cores located in the golems' heads, the strategy worked perfectly. Savion Virax, using all his brute strength and his cavalry lance, managed to defeat the creatures with great ease, as did Aaron and Ilya, who also seemed to have no difficulty at all. In the end, everyone made it out safe, and continued advancing down the path. After walking a bit further, Perry Martins thought to himself that they had managed to overcome all 5 security battles. They were in a very good rhythm, but he couldn't shake off a bad feeling. His fear was confirmed as soon as they reached the next chamber, making everyone turn pale. They found themselves standing before an altar surrounded by pillars that were completely packed with bones, giving the distinct impression that a terrible massacre had taken place there, and that everyone had decomposed in that very spot, piled up by some extremely evil and dark force. Obviously, those who lacked sufficient mental fortitude were completely shaken by the scene. It was then that a malicious laughter echoed through the environment, and a portal of demonic energy appeared out of nowhere. From within it, a voice emerged, saying it could never have imagined they would come there of their own free will, ironically thanking them for making the job easier. The creature was the clown demon itself, who warned that it would repay that gift with the death of everyone. Just the laughter and the mere presence of the monster were enough for everyone to feel the pure evil in the air. That dark energy spread through the group instantly, leaving everyone paralyzed by fear and anxiety, consumed by a flood of negative emotions. The demon began to torment them and, using its powers, pulled a few nights without Savion Virax being able to do absolutely anything to stop it. Laughing hysterically, the clown demon tore off the head of the first soldier and commented on how incredible it found decapitation magic, ordering everyone to applaud the show. Even while watching his own men die right in front of him, Savion Virax was completely frozen in terror and could not move, just like the others, because of the ferocity of the malice the demon emanated. But there was an exception. The hero of the golden sword advanced determinedly toward the monster. Aaron was the only one capable of breaking the paralysis, and was already drawing his gigantic sword. Seeing this, Savion Virax wondered how the youth could march against the demon without showing the slightest hesitation. The demon bellowed at him to stop, threatening to kill everyone if he continued. But Eren paid no heed and kept moving forward because he knew full well it was just a bluff. The monster then hurled the soldiers, and Eren dodged the attack, mentally lamenting that he could do nothing for them at that moment. He asked for forgiveness in his thoughts, recognizing that his actions were temporarily harming the group, but made it clear to himself that he would not back down and was acting with the firm determination to face that responsibility. With a precise movement, the clown demon's sphere of concentrated power was sliced in half by Eren's radiant sword. The slash was so powerful that it destroyed not only the sphere but also the stone slab in the center of the chamber and the clown demon's own hand. Eren did not waver for a single moment before the creature, and the clown, furious and surprised, wondered if that was the famous sword that cuts through darkness, calling the boy a cursed brat. Determined to retaliate, the demon decided to focus on killing the rest of the group and unleashed a literal rain of demonic needles upon them. However, Ruru acted quickly and used her magic to protect their allies, shouting to Eren that she would handle the defense there while he took care of finishing off the demon. Eren thanked her for the support and continued advancing without stopping, nullifying and cutting through every skill the demon tried to use. As the combat progressed, the clown began to notice something familiar and realized that this was the very same sword of that cursed man from the past. Under the pressure of Eren's attack, the mist of malice that was suffocating the group began to weaken, allowing Ilia to finally break free from her trance. Perry Martinez was shocked to see that she had recovered before any of them, but shortly after, he and Savian Virox also managed to regain their movement. Meanwhile, Eren, moving like a bright and swift comet, struck the demon relentlessly with his sword. It was then that the clown finally remembered who it was dealing with, recognizing the name Karen. In an act of pure desperation, the monster concentrated so much of its power that it triggered a gigantic explosion inside the room. But suddenly, a portal opened amidst the chaos. It was Anya, who was trying to atone for her past mistakes. That portal, as expected, brought Ignet and her Black Knights, who arrived attacking the demon with absolutely all the strength they possessed. The impact was so brutal that the clown was practically pulverized by the warrior's overwhelming power. Everyone present was incredulous at the unbelievable strength Ignet displayed. The Black Knights quickly moved in to clean up, but she ordered everyone to stop immediately. The demon was not actually dead. That puddle of bizarre demonic blood scattered across the floor began to churn, and within a few seconds the clown demon completely regenerated. Without wasting time, both Ignet and Eren lunged at it simultaneously, but the clown did everything it could to escape, engulfing the entire room in total darkness filled with shadows. Meanwhile, Karen Winker remained completely lost amidst the shadows. He felt that a long time had passed inside there, though he no longer had any idea how long, tirelessly hunting that demon without fully understanding what had happened. His perception changed when an intense light emerged in the middle of the darkness, and Eren called out to him. Confused, Karen questioned who the youth was and how he knew his name. Eren explained that, with the help of a friend, he was able to see the memories of his past life and revealed that he was the reincarnation of Karen himself. Impacted by the revelation, the warrior deduced that he was dead. He recounted that he had traveled for quite a long time after his departure, but from a certain point onward, he was no longer able to see the village where he lived, the castle, the city, or the territory where he had grown up. Eren then explained that that land had disappeared hundreds of years ago, and that his family, the citizens, and their descendants were no longer there. However, he emphasized that those he needed to protect were still alive. Next, the youth summoned his Sword of Light, making Karen realize that a splendid young man had inherited his will. Comforted, he said that he could now rest in peace, and asked the boy to take over from there on out. At that moment, Eren's blade looked completely different, and not just the blade, but also his heart, as if everything had transformed into a single element. In the final instant, while the demon desperately tried to escape, Eren delivered a precise strike, cutting through light, darkness, space, and time exactly as Karen would have done, forcing open the clown demon's gate and calling upon his predecessor for strength to finish off the monster. Finding itself cornered, the clown tried to negotiate and asked the boy to listen to it, but the youth had no reason to yield. The demon argued that his friends were trapped in the darkness and that he should save them, claiming that no one else there stood a chance of survival and that the boy needed to be careful. In reality, the monster thought that, being human, the youth would hesitate and it would manage to buy time to flee. However, Eren countered, saying that the attempt to use underhanded methods would only benefit the demon itself, and warned that it would not work on him. In the meantime, Ignet also managed to enter the area of darkness and questioned the boy about how long he had been there and how he had managed to reach the demon before her. She thought that, although Eren remained weaker than her, it was an undeniable fact that he had reached the demonic source first. Shortly after, Ilia also managed to arrive at the location. Ignet asked what had happened to those youths since the last time they saw each other, but Ilia reacted with disdain, finding amusement in the situation because she knew her rival thought she wouldn't be able to make it. Ignet felt a bit awkward at the response and cut the subject short, saying she would ask ask about it another time, as the priority now was to finish off that bastard once and for all without giving him any openings, proposing they attack together. The clown demon fell into despair and realized he would not get out of there safely if they killed him. He glared at the three of them, and in an extreme act, tore off his own mask, promising he would kill everyone there, as he initiated a self-destruction process. A brutal explosion began to form, making everything around them tremble, but Ignat ordered the others to stay back, and blocked the shockwave using her sword along with the power of the Holy Empire. With the snap of energy, the dome of darkness cracked and shattered completely. Ignat finished the block heavily injured but remained standing. When Eren asked why she had done that, she simply replied that she didn't know, cursed, and fell unconscious immediately after. Suddenly, the warrior's mind was transported to her past, back when she was one of the few people capable of working to feed the street children. She remembered when she promised them that she had secured a job with Grandpa Jack, and that, because of this, everyone would have 3 meals a day from then on. However, the next day, she was informed that she could no longer work because the shop had been robbed again and was in no condition to operate. Ignat found that situation terrible and realized that, due to the Civil War, jobs were becoming increasingly scarce, and that it would be impossible to take care of everyone that way. The turning point came when she received a letter of recommendation for the Chrono Academy due to her great skill as a swordsman. Knowing that becoming a talented warrior would allow her to earn a lot of money, she decided to leave. Her friends showed that they would miss her dearly, but she promised she would return, and because of that promise, she exerted herself more than anyone else, becoming unbeatable and being considered a true monster at the academy. A year later, she fulfilled her promise and returned to her homeland, but found the village completely in ruins. One of her old friends appeared and explained the tragic situation, recounting that the children there had been taken away or had died. Desolate, Ignat wondered what the point of all her effort was, if she had been useless in the end. Noticing that her friend and the other survivors were wearing new clothes and armor, she realized they had stolen all of it, but decided not to blame them, knowing they must have gone through terrible things and that nothing would ever be the same again. She simply wished them a good life and departed, thinking that if those people had lived in a better environment, they wouldn't have changed like that, which awakened in her the desire to change the world to ensure something like that never happened again. Later, when she had enough renown, Ignat gathered several mercenaries, many of whom had participated in the final evaluation of the Chrono Academy, and proposed creating a group. Her idea was not just to make money, but to use their strength to make the world a better place. The initial plan was to make the group's name known by visiting and defeating noble families, and as they gained reputation and increased their number of allies, they would monopolize the continent to ensure no one underestimated them, using all that influence to change society. However, one of the people in the group opposed it, arguing that if they went to the Holy Kingdom, they would lose their rights and receive exhausting obligations. The mercenaries reinforced that they didn't care about honor, as they liked money and only wanted to survive. Since almost everyone shared the same thought, Ignat decided to leave alone, wishing the others a good life. She held no grudge against the comrades who were satisfied with the present, as she believed she had enough power to change the world on her own, without needing anyone's support. In the middle of her solitary path, she ended up meeting Jord and Anya, who decided to join her cause, even though she was already completely accustomed to being alone. Even so, in her deep thoughts, the demon's voice used to echo, asking what would be left for her after doing all that, and asserting that the only thing she would obtain by going so far would be a mere nation under her control, with nothing beyond that, ending her life with no one by her side. In the memory, Ignat replied to the creature that it knew nothing, and that, if she were afraid of such a fate, she would never have started walking this path. With this firm conviction in mind, Ignat finally awoke from her unconscious state. Jord and Anya helped Ignat up as soon as she regained consciousness. Still a bit dazed, she asked how long she had been unconscious, and Jord replied that it had already been 2 days. He calmed her down by saying that the expedition group had suffered no more casualties. However, due to the posthumous curse left by the clown demon, a heavy barrier had formed at the location, leaving everyone trapped inside up to that moment. He also recounted that some soldiers were almost swallowed by the total darkness, but Eren managed to act in time and saved everyone. Hearing the account of how the manifestation of the youth's aura and the extension of his will could affect and protect everyone beyond himself, Ignat finally understood what had happened. The real reason that made her throw herself toward the demon to defend them was because, deep down, she fully trusted that boy. She knew that if it were Eren, he would be perfectly capable of protecting everyone. Not only that, but the memory of the radiant smile he carried on his face made her remember her own past life. Back when she was still happy, determined to resolve the situation, she ordered Jord to assemble all the members of the expedition group, recognizing that in her current weakened state, it would be far too difficult for them to escape from there without help. Jord found this extremely unusual, as she almost never asked anyone for help. Later, with everyone properly gathered before the barrier, Ignat took the floor and explained that, as they all knew, in order to leave that dungeon they needed to rid themselves of that blockage. Since she currently lacked the strength to do it alone, She announced that she would be recruiting helpers right then and there. She explained that the most effective power to break a demonic curse was divine power, and although she was hesitant to teach such a thing to foreigners without proper care, she guaranteed there would be no problems if she passed her power to them herself. Therefore, from that moment on, she would teach her very own secret swordsmanship technique. The revelation left everyone in shock. The technique in question was the legendary hero's sword, a style that many heroes of the past had utilized, and which allowed even people who did not possess innate divine power to use it to exterminate demons. The idea that she would teach something so valuable and rare threw the group into a frenzy. Amira Shelton became quite excited and guaranteed she would give it her best, a sentiment shared by all the others, who could hardly wait to begin learning. Seeing the positive reaction, Ignat commented that it was great and that, to increase the chances of success, she would allow everyone to try to learn, extending the invitation even to Ilya and Aaron. Hearing this, Amira Shelton wondered to herself what Ilya would do, since learning the swordsmanship of her greatest rival could deeply wound her pride. To the surprise of some, Ilya responded with a sincere smile, saying she would do her best, and Aaron agreed immediately after, stating he would give his all to help break the curse. Ignat then began the lessons by explaining in detail what demonic energy was, as the group needed to understand the nature of the enemy to learn the technique that combated it. She detailed that demonic energy is a purely destructive darkness that attempts to persuade and corrupt humans, while divine power is the opposing energy, capable of overpowering it because it carries a belief that shines so radiantly that demons become completely incompatible with it. However, she highlighted that human will itself can also substitute for God's blessing. The power of the heart, especially a guardian will that intensely desires to protect the world, is capable of manifesting this energy. To do this, it was necessary to position the sword in front of the body, establishing it as if it were one's own domain. This was the essence of the sword that protects the world and shatters demons. As expected, several people began to face great difficulties in training. George thought to himself that it obviously wouldn't be easy, because even if they understood the basic theory, making one's own will complete an actual sword formation was something completely different. However, shattering all expectations, Aaron managed to execute the movement perfectly in the blink of an eye, leaving George utterly speechless. The youth asked if that was already the hero's sword, and Ignat confirmed it, mentioning that, personally, she preferred to call that style the sword of the heart. They remained confined inside that place for a long 3 weeks, a period during which Aaron and Ilya became the standouts of the training, being in fact the only ones capable of manifesting the sword of the heart during that time. George noticed that although Aaron had been the only one to execute it immediately at the start, Ilya was demonstrating an simply incredible growth rate shortly after, perhaps due to the innate talent of the prestigious Lindsay family or some other special reason. Meanwhile, Ilya herself reflected on the process. She felt she did not possess that grandiose desire to protect the entire world from demons, but she understood that the crucial point was the guardian will that brought the sword of the heart to the surface, and her personal will was to protect tooth and nail those she valued, especially Aaron. Even before the group could try using the new technique to break through the blockage on their own, someone began hammering on the barrier from the outside. Suddenly, the structure gave way and a platoon of shining knights entered the chamber, all wearing imposing white armor. The man leading the squad looked at the warrior and commented, relieved, that she was alive. Ignat responded immediately, begging forgiveness for not being in presentable condition before the commander. That man was Julius Wheel, the renowned commander of the White Knights of the Holy Kingdom of Avalels. Thanks to the providential arrival of these reinforcements, everyone was finally able to leave the dungeon and return to the main camp of the expedition group, located in Labat. Even with everyone exhausted from the journey, Amira Shelton took command and ordered everything to be organized quickly, explaining that as soon as the commander's meeting ended, they would return to their territory. She thought with relief about the fact that thanks to the reinforcements, they were able to make it out of that dungeon alive. But a nagging doubt persisted in the back of her mind. It was staggering to think that the warriors sent as reinforcements were all sword masters. Furthermore, the knights who came along with Julius Wheel did not seem to be ordinary white knights. They looked more like a secret, highly trained group that the Holy Kingdom kept hidden. The fact that they appeared right there, in the demon's lair, was clearly no mere coincidence. Later, in a formal meeting with all the leaders of the group, Julius Wheel explained that since the dungeon was the demon's rightful home, there would be no separate government reward for invading that place. However, he announced that, as the person in charge of bringing the reinforcements, he himself would pay a fixed and generous amount to everyone present, under one condition: no one was to mention absolutely anything about what happened inside the dungeon. Perry Martinez evaluated the proposal and thought that if rumors about the events in the dungeon spread, they would cause widespread chaos across the continent. So, although he didn't know the exact value of the compensation, he decided he obviously wouldn't refuse the deal. Yet, what intrigued and worried him the most was the mystery behind those troops. He recognized some familiar faces around there and began to wonder why there were paladins present, who according to historical records, should have died many years ago. What exactly was the Holy Kingdom planning? Bringing back people who were theoretically dead? A week after the incident, Aaron Aaron was still completely puzzled by it all. He couldn't shake from his mind the exact moment the clown demon was about to self-destruct, remembering with admiration the powerful figure of Ignet stepping in front of the danger without any hesitation. He felt guilty for freezing in terror at that crucial instant, concluding that he was still too weak and needed to evolve much more. While lost in these thoughts, Mr. George approached and said he was precisely looking for him. He explained that he knew it was a sudden request, but he needed the young man to accompany him to a specific place. George revealed that Commander Ignet had formally recommended Aaron and Lady Ilya to join a subjugation group. There was a high probability that other demons were hiding in various corners of the continent, and a special group would soon be formed to hunt and defeat them. To make matters worse, the results of the Divine Kingdom's investigations reported a strong possibility that the clown demon itself was still alive. Because of this, Aaron and Ilya were led directly into the presence of Ignet and Julius Wheel. The commander introduced the two youngsters to the officers as the knights she had recommended from the Kingdom of Hail. Ilya was surprised and wondered internally why Ignet had recommended her, given that the warrior hadn't even looked her in the face during all that time, and now, out of nowhere, took such an action. Upon the introduction, one of the paladins stood up from his chair and commented that it wasn't as if they didn't trust the commander's word, but they needed additional verification, asking the two youngsters to follow him because the officers wanted to see their combat skills in practice. Later, the bald paladin positioned himself firmly in the center of a testing arena, surrounded by all the other spectators. He first faced Aaron and asked if the young man had any questions before they began the duel. Aaron calmly replied that he would only like to know the elder's name. The man introduced himself as Quincy Myers, but firmly warned the boy not to go around spreading his name. Watching the scene, Ilya searched her memory and recalled that Quincy Myers was the former commander of the Crimson Knights, and that she had heard rumors of his passing 10 years ago. Pausing to analyze the situation more closely, she noticed that all the figures who came along with the relief army were very old men, leading her to conclude that, most likely, everyone there was a paladin who had been declared dead in the past. Quincy Myers announced he would leave the first attack to the boy, giving the green light for the duel to begin as soon as he was ready. The moment Aaron summoned his gleaming sword, the surrounding paladins immediately praised it, commenting that it was an excellent weapon. After all, for a young man of only 23, manifesting an aura sword of that quality was impressive. However, everyone there knew that aura alone would not suffice. To be accepted by that group, Aaron needed to show something more. That was when he summoned the Sword of the Heart. Looking around, the young man realized that all those paladins were extraordinary and outstanding individuals, and at the top of this powerful group stood Ignet, exuding absolute confidence. Determined not to be left behind and wanting to reach their level, Aaron called upon the flame of his heart with the fixed thought that one day he would defeat Ignet. With this, his sword ignited even further, creating a massive fire through the 5 elements technique. Even Quincy Myers was impressed and realized he would have to go all out to face that. But before the worst could happen, Julius Wheel ordered the duel to stop immediately. When Quincy Myers questioned the reason for the interruption, Julius Wheel explained that he too must have noticed that no one would escape unscathed if they tried to stop that sword, making the clash unnecessary. He praised Aaron Ferreira for his great work and exemplary weapon, an opinion soon shared by the other paladins, who commented they hadn't seen something so magnificent in a long time. However, Ignet cut the mood by reminding them that the verification process was not over yet, as Ilya also needed to take the test. The mention of her name made the paladins anxious, as everyone expected a great show from the descendant of the Lindsay family. Ignet continued, publicly giving her vote of approval to the girl and stating that she already qualified as a great swordsman for conquering the demon's darkness in the dungeon and learning the hero's sword. But the compliment had the opposite effect. Ilya was in total shock and, without saying a word, ran away crying. The paladins were left baffled, wondering if they had stared at the girl too much, but they soon realized who was actually to blame for that psychological trauma. Meanwhile, Julius Wheel approached Aaron to give him the cold hard truth, warning him straight to the point that he was not allowed to join the subjugation group. He admitted that the young man's potential was remarkable, but explained that this squad did not accept people based solely on promise. Since the youth had come this far, Julius Wheel decided to lay his cards on the table and revealed that they were, in fact, a secret purification squad, composed of knights officially retired or declared dead. Their mission was to defend the world from demons in the shadows, because if humanity panicked upon discovering that the creatures prevailed, the dimensional crack between the realms would open again. Due to this secrecy, the group had to be narrowed down only to the elite of the elite. Quincy Myers even added that, even if they decided to open more slots, figures like Caricum of the West, the members of the 5 great swordsman families, and the 3 patriarchs of the Lantel Kingdom would have absolute priority in recruitment. Aaron then questioned questioned if he would be accepted if he became strong enough, never to be defeated by evil power, but Julius Wheel pressured him with an overwhelming energy, warning him not to delude himself, as the group's goal was to nip evil in the bud before it grew. Even while struggling against that hard-to-resist pressure, the young man heard from the leader that one single chance remained. He would have to find a man named Kun. If Eren could earn his recognition, whose evaluation criteria was extremely strict with anyone, the squad would reconsider the decision. Julius Wheel ended the conversation, saying that the rest depended solely on the boy's own choices. Outside, Ilya sank into disappointment for having fled once again. She had been trying to convince herself since the banquet hall that she no longer cared about Ignat's opinion, but it took just a single sentence for her to break down. She felt that all her effort to pass the approval and cut through the darkness was merely a desperate search for recognition from someone who didn't even care about her. However, right at that moment of deep sadness, her father appeared. After so much time apart, Ilya could finally throw herself into his arms, receiving the comfort that everything would be alright. Back in the hall, Joshua Lindsay himself, lord of the renowned family and Ilya's father, entered the room and greeted his old acquaintance Julius Wheel. He mentioned he had heard his daughter went through a rather unpleasant situation there, and although he had many questions, he preferred to leave them for later because he wanted to speak specifically with Eren. Julius Wheel agreed, since he had finished his business with the young man, and the lord ordered the youth to follow him. As soon as the two walked away, Julius Wheel commented to the others that Joshua had found out his daughter witnessed a powerful demon, which would complicate things considerably. He breathed a sigh of relief that Eren had drawn the lord's attention, as the man was a famously overprotective father, and no one there wanted to face his wrath. Walking alone with the boy, Joshua Lindsay broke the ice by asking if he knew who he was speaking to. Eren promptly confirmed, treating him with utmost respect as the lord of the Lindsay family and Ilya's father. It was then that Joshua fired the ultimate question, saying he had heard rumors that the young man had a very close relationship with his daughter, leaving Eren completely embarrassed and not quite understanding what kind of relationship his father-in-law, meaning the lord, was referring to. Joshua Lindsay continued to put the young man against the wall, saying he had heard that 4 of them were traveling together, but now only the 2 of them remained. In an intimidating tone, he demanded to know what his plan was with his daughter, and what he intended by traveling alone with her. Nervous, the youth replied that it wasn't like that at all, and that he hadn't planned anything, but the lord cut him off immediately, telling the boy not to try any cheap tricks with him. Eren insisted he was telling the truth and would never do such a thing, but the situation only worsened when Joshua asked, ironically, if the boy was calling his daughter so repulsive that he had never even thought of anything with her. Desperate, Eren denied it and tried to understand why he was receiving such treatment, until he found himself forced to hastily draw his sword to parry a real strike from the lord. Joshua merely commented that, speaking like that, the young man sounded even more guilty. From then on, Eren began to struggle to endure the extreme pressure and speed of the attacks, realizing the man was far too strong. To avoid being cut in half, the boy had to unleash a massive slash at the ground just to reposition himself. It became clear that this was no longer practice or an etiquette duel. Joshua Lindsay was trying to kill him. All this fury had an explanation that began 2 weeks ago, when the lord discovered his daughter was in danger. One of the Lindsay family subordinates had placed a blood tracker on the young lady, and Ilya's color had turned black on the map, a clear sign that she had crossed paths with a demonic presence. Worried, Joshua ordered the coachman to drive as fast as possible. Upon arriving at the Lebate territory and going straight to Perry Martinez's office, he learned that everyone had escaped the dungeon safely. Perry even commented that, seeing the lord come in person, the rumors about how much he loved his daughter must be purely true. In her corner, Emma Garcia recalled how much Joshua had opposed the young mistress's decision to train on her own, since, after the disappearance of his eldest son, he had become overprotective and extremely sensitive regarding Ilya. Perry Martinez continued to praise the girl, calling her a great swordsman, and saying that, with a reliable mythical cat by her side, there was nothing to worry about. When Joshua asked if he was referring to her friends, Perry revealed that, in truth, the only one who remained by her side the entire time was a boy named Eren Ferreira. The lord almost had a fit and demanded explanations from Emma Garcia, asking if she hadn't said there were 4 people traveling together. She confirmed they were, but explained they must have split up afterward. Joshua's mind exploded at the thought of a boy and a girl traveling all alone, and he swore he would get a hold of that damn Eren. And that was precisely why, in the present, the lord was thrashing the kid. Eren could do nothing but defend himself and block the attacks, knowing he wouldn't be able to turn the tables that way, yet finding himself totally cornered. Joshua Lindsay acknowledged that the young man possessed a skilled sword and was hiding his true depth, so he challenged him to give his best to block what was coming next. He unleashed the legendary sky swordsmanship, and in an attempt to survive the impact, Eren used the exact same technique, causing the 2 attacks to cancel each other out in the middle of a giant tornado. Seeing this, Joshua grew even more furious and asked if the boy had also charmed Ilya into stealing the family's secret technique, charging in for a strike with clear intent to kill. The next blow triggered a massive explosion, and when the dust settled, Eren lay completely unconscious at the bottom of a crater. The Lord muttered to himself that perhaps he had gotten a bit carried away. Right when Ilya came running in, desperate and crying, asking what her father had done to the young man, Joshua tried to play it down, pretending it was just an etiquette duel, but his daughter shot back instantly, saying that it was pure violence. Surprising everyone, Eren managed to stand up on his own, saying he could walk, and even thanked Joshua Lindsay for the duel that had taught him so much. Displaying a foolish determination, the young man apologized for his boldness, but asked if he could request another etiquette duel in the future, explaining he had a very strong reason to need to evolve. Under the pressured stares of both Ilya and the boy himself, Joshua ended up accepting, saying he would be his opponent as long as they were there, and that they would duel again that evening. Then, the Lord told Emma Garcia that he was going to rest and would leave her to look after Ilya. As he walked away, he reflected that, in the end, it was thanks to Eren Ferreira that his daughter had improved so much, internally admitting that the young man was kind, polite, and talented. But a father's pride spoke louder. He thought to himself that he wouldn't recognize him as a genius so easily, and that he would make the boy's life a living hell during training. Meanwhile, far away from there, in a dark clearing inside a deep cave, the clown demon was trying to recover his strength. He finally managed to retrieve his magical mask and began planning his next moves, remembering that the black-haired girl from the Holy Kingdom was extremely dangerous for having survived his destructive attack. Knowing that the paladins would start moving soon, he realized he needed to return to the netherworld to warn others of his kind. Suddenly, a mysterious figure entered the cave, warning him that he could not go back now. Startled, the clown reacted by questioning how a human had entered there, but he soon felt the energy and realized the creature was also a demon. He already knew there were others of his race disguised in the world of men, but he didn't expect to encounter one there. When asked what the newcomer wanted, the demon known as the Reverend ordered the clown to stay away from the Holy Kingdom for a while, explaining that the commotion he caused would make the church turn the entire continent upside down, which ended up disrupting his own plans to cultivate humans in the shadows. The Reverend's ultimate goal was to transform the world of men into the netherworld itself, and he was already executing it. The clown gave a sarcastic laugh, asking if he was trying to repeat the same tragic fate of the demonic Dragon King, pointing out that those ambitions were too obvious and would have a predictable end. However, the Reverend shared a memory directly into the clown's mind, making the clown grasp the grand scale of the plan and instantly change his stance, apologizing for mistreating such an important guest and revealing that the Reverend was a special demon who hadn't even been born in the netherworld. A week passed, and Eren's body was still covered in wounds and bruises. The day before, he had achieved an unprecedented feat, lasting more than 30 minutes in direct combat against Joshua Lindsay. Although he was visibly stronger and more agile than on the first day of the thrashing, he set it in his mind that he couldn't get complacent with that pace of evolution. His goal for that day was to endure at least 1 hour more than the previous session. Yet, upon arriving at the large forest clearing they used as a training ground, the young man was faced with a completely different scene. Ignat was positioned in the center of the field, about to begin a heavy sparring session against the patriarch Joshua Lindsay. As soon as the two lunged at each other and initiated the combat, Eren was left in complete shock, barely able to follow the movements with his eyes, as the strikes from both were terrifyingly fast. Even with all that speed, Joshua Lindsay managed to block every onslaught from his opponent, instantly retaliating with a precise kick that sent Ignat flying. Giving her no time to breathe, the Lord seamlessly followed up the movement into a sky swordsmanship tornado, which tore through the clearing's ground and pursued her relentlessly. Demonstrating absurd reflexes, Ignat managed to run around the devastating technique and unleashed several other strikes in sequence. Watching it all from the sidelines, Eren noticed that the female warrior was using her own offense as her defense. At that moment, both masters held their ground firmly while throwing violent flurries of attacks in all directions, but the clash ended with Ignat's inevitable defeat. Completely exhausted and barely able to move, she drove her sword into the ground to support herself, and Joshua Lindsay asked if she had learned anything from that beating. With her usual poise, she replied that unfortunately she hadn't, which prompted the Lord to offer to keep striking her until the lesson sunk into her head. Ignat shot back, saying that if he insisted, she would hold her ground. It was then that Joshua Lindsay completely ceased his power and confessed that, this time, he could only watch the combat. He revealed that even though he had seen his own son fall into absolute despair after facing Ignat in the past, he had been unable to offer him a single word of comfort. The Lord justified that he believed the young man would rise again on his own, and therefore, he preferred silence. Now, he tormented himself thinking thinking that if he had just said something simple, perhaps Carl wouldn't have disappeared into the world. Admitting that he lacked courage back then, Joshua commented that, as ridiculous as it seemed, he felt he could only tell that secret to her, and asked if she had anything to say about it. Ignat recalled that when she was younger, she lived with her friends in an abandoned house. After sharing her painful story, she was extremely honest and declared that she held no opinion regarding Carl Lindsay and would not change her stance from then on. However, she pointed out that the Lord deserved to know that the kind of person his son showed himself to be was precisely what motivated her to keep living. Hearing that, Joshua noticed that Ignat's eyes, voice, and posture were completely different, understanding the very good reason why she had ascended and grown at such an astonishing pace up until then. Next, the Lord turned to the young spectator and asked if Aaron Ferreira also had something to say. The boy was confused, but Joshua demanded that, since he had overheard their family troubles for free, the least he could do was share something about himself. Curious, the patriarch demanded to know everything: how he became a swordsman, the reason he had come this far, and why he was glued to his daughter. Even a bit awkward due to the fact that Ignat was also listening, Aaron opened his heart and shared his entire journey of overcoming adversity, the exact same way he had already told his closest friends. By the end of the tale, Ignat finally understood the reason why Aaron managed to evolve so fast and break through barriers that no one could overcome alone. His secret lay in the precious bonds and genuine relationships he cultivated. Realizing she had been turning a blind eye to her own squad companions, Ignat's mind expanded, and she finally achieved her long-awaited aura awakening right then and there. Aaron noticed that his words ended up influencing his rival, which meant the power chasm between the two had grown even wider, but he resolved in his mind that he would not lag behind by any means. Joshua Lindsay congratulated the warrior on her awakening, and Ignat seized the moment to summon Aaron, ordering him to join the subjugation squad within 3 years at most. The young man stood his ground and guaranteed he only needed 1 year, as he would earn Koan's recognition within that time frame, and return to the group. That same night, in his room, Joshua Lindsay reflected on the shocking events of the day, in disbelief that Ignat had awakened her aura just by listening to someone else's story. He was certain that she and Aaron would become monsters of power in the future, but the thought soon brought back the memory of his missing son. The Lord wept alone, lamenting that if Carl were there, he would be just as incredible as those prodigies, and desperately wondered where the young man could be. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, and he quickly wiped away his tears upon seeing it was Ilya, as he did not want to show any vulnerability that might make his daughter even more anxious. The girl entered determined to ask for advice, venting that she realized she had been influenced by other people's opinions until now, and that she wished to stand on her own 2 feet, but did not know where to start. Joshua Lindsay comforted his daughter, and explained that she was confusing things, as no one needs to walk completely alone to forge their own path. He reinforced that human beings are social by nature, and that living in isolation is impossible, but the great secret when interacting with the world was to keep the focus on herself. The Lord took the opportunity to mention he had learned through Perry Martens that the young woman had cursed at the nobles who were defaming her name. Ilya became incredibly awkward and embarrassed, but her father reassured her by saying he wasn't scolding her, but rather praising her attitude. He explained that those criticisms were not said for her own good, and asked if she had learned anything useful from the gossip. Given his daughter's negative response, Joshua concluded that those words were completely useless, and that the right thing to do was simply to ignore them. On the other hand, he warned that there is advice coming from people close to her, like Aaron himself, which is spoken purely for her well-being and makes her reflect and evolve, and those should indeed be accepted with humility. Ilya absorbed the lesson, understanding that the path ahead would depend solely on her own decisions, and thanked her father immensely before rushing out of there in a flash of clarity. She realized she would no longer take others' criticisms or the pursuit of Ignat's recognition seriously, for she realized there was someone much more important in her life at that moment, and felt an urgent desire to tell Aaron how she truly felt. The girl ran to the training ground and found the young man still practicing. Seeing her approach all shyly, Aaron sheathed his sword and asked what was happening, leaving Ilya completely paralyzed with nervousness. She began to worry if she looked strange or disheveled from running, and when the young man asked if everything was all right, she hesitated and just said she wanted to see him because they hadn't run into each other over the last few days. She merely changed the subject by asking if his duels against her father were going well, receiving a positive response from the young man. The next morning, the groups finally gathered to say their goodbyes. Anya asked Ruru if the kitty was still mad at her, but the magical feline replied that she wasn't, and that they would always be friends. Radiant with happiness, Anya picked up the cat and began spinning her in the air. Meanwhile, George said goodbye to Aaron, letting her know they were leaving right then and not knowing when they would see each other again. Ignat also approached to talk about the deadline, mentioning that 3 years would be a good amount of time, but he replied that he had only promised 1 year to improve his skills. Ignat then commented that Kun is not an easy person to deal with, and although she has never met him in person, she has heard many things about him. According to information from the Holy Kingdom, Kun is currently at the Chronos Swordsmanship Academy, and that is where he can figure out what to do from now on. While they were talking, Ignat ended up up getting too close to Eren, and Ilya did not like that at all. Noticing the tension, Ignet asked if Ilya also wanted to do or say something to her. Without hesitating, Ilya replied that she did, warning her that next time they will have a duel, and Ignet agreed with no problem, accepting the challenge. A few days passed after the farewells, and the insane training routine continued, with Eren taking another massive beating from Joshua Lindsay on the battlefield. The boy ended up completely losing his balance on the final impact, and as he advanced, the Lord thought furiously that he had seen the scene from that night. The patriarch was furious because he found out that the only reason his little daughter had run out in the middle of the night was to see Eren, and he swore internally that he would never forgive the rascal for it. It was for this reason of pure paternal jealousy that Joshua Lindsay was beating the crap out of the poor kid with increasingly violent and brutal attacks. Despite the immense struggle, Eren mentalized that this was a unique opportunity for evolution, and that he couldn't waste it under any circumstances. Noticing the young man's resilience, Joshua asked with a challenging smile if he could handle an even rougher level, and since the boy confirmed he could, the Lord prepared the definitive strike of the celestial swordsmanship, making it clear that if Eren didn't block that onslaught perfectly, he would die right there. The conversation was getting intense, but Ilya interrupted, saying that it was already too much. Joshua Lindsay commented that Eren himself wanted it, didn't he? Eren in truth got a bit nervous about the situation, and Joshua Lindsay calmed things down, saying it was fine and that they could take a break. While the young man drank almost all the water from his canteen to recover, Ilya took advantage of the moment to ask if Eren wouldn't like to visit her family's estate. They were going to return soon. After all, they couldn't stay in that place forever, and he was still going to train for a whole year. She insisted, saying that dueling with her father would help a lot, and asked why he didn't come along. Suddenly, a voice from above warned that this wasn't going to happen. The one who said that, riding a creature, was Khalil Ferreira, Eren's sister. It really had been a long time since she last appeared. Still watching the girl mounted on the beast, Joshua Lindsay thought to himself that it was a griffin, and that therefore the girl must be a mystic. Khalil got down from the griffin and ran to hug her brother, saying she missed him so much. Ilya, however, was quite bothered by the scene and wondered who that girl was, being close enough to hug him like that. It was only when Eren explained she was his younger sister that Ilya's expression changed, and she became much happier. Everyone introduced themselves, and Khalil kept it real, saying she came all the way there because her dummy of a brother hadn't set foot at home in 2 years, and that he should have visited his family at least once. Being honest, Eren replied that he had already decided on his next destination, and would be heading to the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, as he heard that Kun was there. He explained that, even though he couldn't be recognized right now, he needed to prepare. Ilya lamented a little, realizing they were going to drift apart for a while. Khalil noticed the vibe and thought about how close that girl seemed to her brother, and though she wasn't sure what was going on, she accepted his decision since there wasn't much she could do. Then, she asked for a moment alone to talk in private, and dragged him away. When he explained the whole story, Khalil was shocked to learn that he had encountered a demon of that caliber in a dungeon, and thought about how much he had gone through. Ruru approached and asked for forgiveness, confessing that the reason Eren had been trapped in that barrier was her fault, but reminded them that they had already made it out of there without leaving anything behind. Khalil comforted the little creature, saying that she had taken good care of her brother all this time and that it was all right. With everything resolved, the sister announced that she had already decided to travel along with him, and asked if he would have the nerve to say no to her. Eren replied that it was fine by him, leaving both Khalil and Ruru very happy to be reunited. Before they departed, Ilya made Eren promise that he would visit her no matter what, threatening that if he didn't go, she would find a way to track him down just to bother him. Eren felt a tightness in his chest, that strange sense of loss from separating from Ilya after spending so much time together seeing her smile, but he replied that yes, he would see her again. The Lindsays departed first, and Khalil announced that they could hit the road as well. Eren, all excited, asked if they were going to ride the griffin, thinking it would be the absolute coolest, but his sister rained on his parade by saying no, they were going to walk and take it easy, since it was their first adventure together. He was a bit shocked by her answer, and she quickly asked if he was dissatisfied with something. Eren quickly denied it, reassuring her that he was enjoying the trip very much, while Ruru thought to herself in silence that Khalil could be quite terrifying when she wanted to be. A few days later, while they were walking, Khalil mentioned she was curious about something and asked why he wasn't wearing the necklace she had given him. Eren thought the item was tucked away, but upon checking his bag, he saw that the necklace was broken. He explained that the jewelry had shattered after the confrontation with the clown demon because the demonic energy was simply too strong, and apologized for breaking the present. Khalil brushed it off immediately, saying it wasn't his fault but the demon's, and added that the necklace he was wearing now was also very good and would help him. Eren thanked her for understanding, and she joked that he should have told her that sooner. At night, they stopped in a city and stayed at an inn. In his room, Eren began to concentrate and meditate, remembering the words Joshua Lindsay had spoken to him before departing. The man had warned him to be careful not to be snuffed out by Igne's fire. Since Eren's motivation was to catch up to her, she was the very force that made him grow, and because of this feeling, his fire was stronger than anyone else's. However, However, the warning was clear. If he couldn't control that strength, he would end up taking a massive blow, being burned and swallowed by his own flame. Focused on this, Eren continued his deep meditation. He had already forged his mental sword and was already holding it, but he felt it was much hotter than last time, with the flame growing bigger and bigger. He knew full well that if that flame grew too large and he lost control, he ran the risk of becoming a demonoid. He needed to manage the fire, and for that he needed the energy of water. Using the power of the 5 elements, he acted exactly like a blacksmith, trying to cool his blade with water, but the internal heat was so absurd that the water energy vaporized the moment it came into contact with the heat. He realized he needed to cultivate water energy very quickly to create a perfect balance and forge a new blade, but the flames inside him began to flicker intensely, giving way to a dark energy that started to form. At that exact moment, Kyle entered the room and asked if he had been meditating that whole time, scolding him to take it easy. Eren thanked her for the advice and thought that he really shouldn't rush, needing to take it one step at a time, just as he always did. Little did he know, however, that right behind his back, his own shadows were twisting in a bizarre way. After a few more days of traveling, they finally arrived at the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. As soon as he stepped foot there, the crowd welcomed the young man with the greatest affection in the world, shouting Eren's name and commenting that it had been way too long since they last saw each other. People began asking if it was true that he had become a master swordsman and wanted to know the reason he had returned to the academy so out of nowhere. Eren explained he was there to find Kun, since he had heard he was around those parts. One of the students explained that Kun had left the place with Judith a few days ago, since she had become his apprentice. Another swordsman joined the conversation and asked if they remembered when they used to travel together with Judith and Bart, revealing the massive piece of gossip that the two of them, out of nowhere, had started dating. Everyone wanted to know what had happened and if Eren knew anything, but he, surprised, merely asked if the two were really dating, letting them know he knew absolutely nothing about it. In the middle of the uproar, Ian appeared, asking what all that commotion was about. Upon locking eyes with the visitor, he smiled and said it had been quite a long time since they last saw each other. Eren approached to tell his story, and Ian understood that the young man had come there to find Kun, deducing that he was in the middle of training to calm his flames. Eren confirmed it, calling him schoolmaster, and confessed he could feel the flames inside him growing at an alarmingly fast rate. Ian reassured the boy, saying that wasn't actually a problem. He explained that he understood the fear of being swallowed by one's own fire, as there had been countless people who felt shame due to over-competitiveness and ended up destroyed by that feeling, but he guaranteed that Eren was not the type of person who would lose himself like that, and that he was doing a great job. However, the headmaster knew that this still wasn't the answer the young man was looking for. Ian looked to the side and asked if the little girl there was Kilael, commenting that he had heard she was an exceptional mystic, to the point of being able to summon the legendary Griffon. Finally, the headmaster changed the subject and asked if they could ride the Griffon to go to a certain place, as they needed to move out right away. Kylo replied yes, of course, and announced that they would leave immediately. And so, finally, the group took flight aboard the Griffon, soaring through the skies until they reached a lake located very close to the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. Ian, demonstrating his teachings, explained that this was the exact place where the young man would learn the energy and swordsmanship of water. To begin, Ian decided to give a demonstration. He drew his sword and utilized his flawless swordsmanship, recognized as the most powerful in the entire continent. With a precise movement, the dance of his blade cut the entire lake perfectly in half, opening a gap so impressive that people could walk through it as if it were a bridge. As the walls of water crashed back into place, Ian looked at the young man and asked if he had been able to see what exactly had been split in two. Eren promptly replied that he had split the lake, but the master countered, saying that if so, he still hadn't understood anything. He explained that the young man needed to understand the feelings of the water and discover what actually needed to be cut to achieve that swordsmanship. Ian added that all of this might seem vague and abstract at the moment, but guaranteed that he would be able to see the truth as soon as he began training. Determined, Eren steeled himself and promised he would train with his full focus on that. The young man began exercising in the exact same manner, trying to cut the water day after day. When he delivered his first strike, the result was completely different from what Ian had shown. After all, the man was the headmaster of the academy and the most powerful master swordsman in the world. But Eren did not lose heart, for he truly wanted to understand the concept behind that strength. He kept trying without stop. The next day, the most he managed to do was raise a pillar of water from the impact. Ian appeared shortly after and asked if he had spent the entire night swinging his sword, wanting to know if there was any progress. The young man confessed he still hadn't succeeded, and the headmaster commented that this was to be expected, as it was far too difficult a task. To better illustrate, the master offered to demonstrate once more. He drew his sword and, in a subtle manner, merely tapped the surface of the lake lightly. This time, the water did not split in half. All he did was practically wet the blade. Ian asked his student if he thought that strike had been different, and Eren replied yes, since the lake had remained intact. It was then that the headmaster clarified a crucial point. The movement shown the previous day and the one just now were exactly the same, and he had cut the very same same thing. Aaron grew pensive, insisting in his own mind that he had seen a difference, and realized he needed to find the key point, whatever connected those two vastly different reactions from the lake. Noticing the young man's agony, Ian advised him not to get impatient just because he didn't comprehend the mystery immediately, and told him to take it slow. The master also let him know that he would need to depart and would not be present for the next few days. Aaron accepted the headmaster's departure, knowing that he was withholding certain explanations for a good reason, precisely so that the learning would come through the practice of training. As he walked away, Ian thought to himself that he already knew Aaron wouldn't grasp the technique quickly. After all, he himself had taken over 30 years to understand the secrets of water swordsmanship. At the same time, even knowing it was a contradictory thought, he rooted from the bottom of his heart for the young man to break through that barrier and not give up. 4 days later, training hard in another corner was Headmaster Ian himself. Earlier, Kira Finn, the vice principal of the academy, had delivered a letter sent by Avelius, and through it he had learned of a demon's recent rampage. The headmaster knew well that his own generation still had the strength to stop a demonic threat, but the current situation did not allow them to live at peace. Legendary warriors like Julius Wheel, Quincy Myers, and Karacum were already very old, which meant that soon, the full fighting capacity of the continent would be cut in half. Fortunately, the new generation possessed several prominent students, but the time they had to grow stronger was short. Suddenly, in the middle of his reflections, the headmaster was struck by a surprise attack from Kun. Ian recovered from the impact and asked if the man didn't even give a warning anymore before attacking. The warrior replied that if the headmaster was going to train in that area, he should know that sooner or later he would end up dueling him. The master smirked and guaranteed he would teach the man not to try and defeat him with an ambush, and Kun shot back, saying he was precisely waiting for that. The duel continued intensely, with Ian taunting his opponent, asking how long he would remain fixated and obsessed with him. Kun retaliated by throwing a heavy kick straight at the headmaster's arm, asserting out loud that he would chase after him until the day he became the strongest in the entire continent, and that he would never stop. The man advanced with everything to close the distance, forcing Ian to attempt a counterattack, but it was the headmaster himself who had to dodge at the last second from a strike that ripped a deep fissure into the ground. Surprised by the evolution, the master commented that the man was far more violent compared to the past. Kun didn't miss the chance to provoke him, saying that perhaps the headmaster was just getting too old and bald. Laughing at the audacity, Ian warned that he would start fighting a bit more seriously then, and at that exact moment, he invoked his perfect swordsmanship, unleashing his powerful sword aura. Kun watched the energy rise, and commented that no matter how many times he saw that technique, it always felt unpleasant to face. Right after, Ian's next massive strike slammed into the ground with such force that it created a gigantic crater in the battlefield. Kun thought that it was a condensed sword aura with incredible pressure, and that taking such an attack head-on would be too much even for him. He found himself cornered against a tree right after Ian had practically cut down the entire forest with a single strike. Even so, Kun managed to dodge and tried to counterattack, but Ian remained completely unscathed. Realizing he wouldn't win at this rate, Kun channeled his own aura, becoming as fast as lightning to close the distance and strike from behind. Yet Ian still managed to follow him with his eyes and dodge the blows, perceiving the lightning strikes as nothing more than simple sword attacks. Ian actually thought that it was an incredible speed and that he would only be able to defend, but he knew full well that there is always a way to overcome an opponent. After sharpening his precision and heightening his senses, Ian aimed at the exact same spot and blocked the attack, but Kun was focused on ending the fight right then and there. Ian noticed that Kun was calm, and that look on his opponent's face showed that his own plan would fail. If Kun managed to change the trajectory of his sword at that very instant, it would mean he was going for his neck, and any slip-up would be fatal. However, at the exact moment their swords clashed, Kun's blade shattered. Ian then asked why he hadn't changed the trajectory, since if he had aimed for his neck at the last second, he would have won. Kun replied that the person he wants to defeat isn't an Ian who would fall for something so weak. He had figured everything out and questioned if the old man was thinking about something else while fighting, making it clear that he didn't want to duel someone whose mind was elsewhere. Later, as the sun was setting, Ian explained the whole situation to Kun, who commented that he would never have imagined the great Ian thinking about something like that. He advised his friend to believe in young Aaron a bit more, as he had recently realized that worry and anxiety do nothing to help when a student is growing. To him, simply staying by the youth's side, waiting and watching, would already become a great strength, since the best thing a teacher can do for their student is to believe in them. Ian agreed, saying that it was true, and thanked Kun for the advice, thinking to himself that seeing this caring side of him must be because of Judith. Kun immediately told him to shut up up and called him a fool. Ian walked away thinking that while the student believed in the teacher had ended up not believing in the student, forgetting the most important part. He wasn't sure how long it would take the boy to learn water swordsmanship, but if it was Eren, he would be capable of it, so he decided he would believe. However, when Ian returned to the lake, he came face to face with a demonic sphere. Judging by the sheer amount of energy there, he thought it was definitely a full-fledged demon. Suddenly, someone appeared riding a griffon, warning him that he couldn't cut through that veil. She herself wasn't sure what had happened, since the sphere had appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the lake. That was when Ruru warned that the most important thing was that Eren was inside, and if Ian cut the sphere, he might end up killing the boy. Eren had been training in the water when he was caught by it, and now he found himself face to face with the clown demon, who asked if the brat had already forgotten about him. A few days ago, Eren Ferreira was training the same way as always, feeling the heavy burden of not having evolved at all over the last 2 days. That lack of progress felt terrible, and his frustration grew because he couldn't understand the director's words. Not knowing exactly what to do, he refused to lose heart so early, and pushed through 2 more days of intense training, but the result was the same. He simply could not cut the water. Feeling that he couldn't keep wasting time if he wanted to learn water swordsmanship quickly, Eren considered looking for a different method. However, the moment he was overcome by all that haste, anxiety, and nervousness, his own shadows revolted and contorted once again. He ended up caught in a dome of demonic power and suddenly found himself face to face with the terrible clown demon. Surprised, Eren questioned if the villain had truly survived, and the demon mocked him, saying he would certainly remember him for being so emotional. Eren lunged forward, trying to slash him and demanding to know his plans, but the demon vanished like smoke, telling his pal to calm down and explaining that, unfortunately, he couldn't kill him in there. That bizarre place had been shaped by Eren's own desire and evil intentions, which meant it would be impossible to escape if the clown were killed. It was then that Eren noticed a heavy rain beginning to fall inside the dome. The clown announced the start of the challenge, warning that if Eren satisfied his desire and learned water swordsmanship, victory would be his. However, if the time limit ran out, he would die a painful death, slowly drowning in the storm. The demon proposed a test between desire and evil intention to see which was stronger, promising to watch from afar and wishing the young man good luck. Strangely, that whole situation brought a sense of calm to Eren, who chose not to focus on the danger. He reasoned that if half of that space was the result of his own desire, then there was no better place in the world to finally master water swordsmanship, and so he resumed his training. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, the atmosphere was one of pure concern. Kiriel helped evacuate everyone near the lake and asked an ally if the barrier remained the same. He confirmed there were no visible changes, and confessed he finally understood why he couldn't sense the demonic energy. The structure didn't depend solely on the demon, but rather on Eren's own desire. Kiriel feared the young man might go through that again and end up hibernating inside, but Ruru intervened, telling her not to worry, as Eren was much stronger than before, and for some reason she was certain he would make it out quickly. On the inside, Eren kept trying to strike the water without success, only managing to raise large pillars from the lake. The water was already rising past his thighs, but he refused to give up, trying again and again. Time was running too fast, and the water level rose to his waist, causing the young man to lose himself in his thoughts and doubt whether he was truly capable of fulfilling the task. Realizing the danger of wavering, he took a deep breath and calmed himself, knowing he had no time for that kind of doubt. As the water rose, the clown demon watched intently, thinking that only a little more was needed. The monster's plan depended on Eren being consumed by negative emotions like anxiety and restlessness, as this would make the burden even heavier, forcing the boy to fall into despair and sleep forever in that suffocating hell. When the water reached Eren's chest, a massive wave hit him dead on, knocking him under. He tried to fight his way back to the surface, but the water pulled him down with force. Even knowing he couldn't die there, the young man was completely submerged. The clown celebrated, thinking the boy had finally lost consciousness and that the darkness would devour him from the inside, without a chance to fight back. In the pitch blackness, seeing absolutely nothing, Eren wondered if this was his end, until he spotted one last light and managed to pull himself up. The clown was shocked to see him regain consciousness, and Eren immediately snapped that the story of drowning was a massive lie. Questioned by the demon on how he had figured it out, the young man explained that, since this place was created in part by his own desire, the only possible action there was to summon his sword and strike. In other words, the space existed to help him achieve his goal, allowing him to interact with his evil intentions without them truly being able to hurt him. Even though it was much harder underwater, Eren kept swinging his sword, focused on the fact that his body was the only thing he could truly control, and that was enough. The clown sneered at his effort, saying he was persisting in useless actions that wouldn't wouldn't change a thing, but soon began to notice that his own mask was crumbling and weakening. At that moment, Eren remembered a similar experience from his childhood, when he lost his mother and was overcome by a sadness so deep that he couldn't get out of bed. Back then, he tried to escape reality by seeking a deep sleep, creating a mystical trap where he suffered for days, frustrated by swinging his sword 1,000 times and seeing no improvement. The clown realized, in desperation, that the boy's negative emotions were vanishing. Eren explained that he never gave up because he understood that success wouldn't come without hard work. The light he saw when he was nearly unconscious reminded him that even when gripped by fear and unable to see a path or hope, he kept fighting simply because he believed in himself. The demon, now on the verge of disappearing, screamed in despair that the young man would never be able to cut water, no matter what he did. With absolute clarity, Eren replied that the villain was wrong, for he had finally understood that the real thing to be cut wasn't the water, but his own obsession. Ignoring the clown's screams of denial, Eren delivered the definitive strike, shattering the barrier and parting the lake in two, right at the moment the sun gleamed across the waters. Upon leaving the barrier, Eren ran straight into Ruru and Kiriel, who rushed to hug him, calling him an idiot brother for making everyone worry. Ruru, in good humor, joked that only Kiriel had doubted him, as she herself had trusted the young man the entire time. Next, Ian approached and noticed that something had changed in the youth, asking if he had finally learned water swordsmanship. Eren admitted he wasn't sure, but his chest felt much lighter. Later, he explained everything that happened in detail to Ian, who deduced that the space shared with the demon might have some connection to the young man's past life, though there was no point in obsessing over it now. Ian then handed the graduation medal to Eren, who reacted with modesty, saying he still had a lot to learn. The master comforted him, stating that he was more than qualified, and that graduation was just a new beginning, giving him the right to exchange knowledge as an equal with other graduates of the academy. This meant Eren now had the right to meet Kun, a warrior of the same caliber, and Ian assured him that the man would certainly recognize his worth. Shortly after, Kylil began to guide Eren to meet Kun and Judith, a close friend of his. On the way, the young woman wanted to know what this friend was like, and Eren explained that although she could be a bit rude at times, she was a very important person who always supported and believed in him, assuring Kylil that she would like her. As they approached the location, the two spotted the training from afar and were shocked. Kun and Judith were violently trading blows while cursing at each other with all their might. Eren found the dynamic bizarre, and Kylil confessed to being afraid, especially when Judith turned toward them with a demonic expression, looking ready to kill. Startled by the aggressive reception, Eren wondered what madness this was. All that intensity came from a training session that had begun days ago, when Judith fell to her knees on the ground, exhausted, and Kun questioned if she was already tired after so little. The veteran master demanded that she use her passion for the sword and her desire to defeat her rival as fuel, pushing for the will to become the best in the world. To taunt her, Kun pointed to himself, showing that he wasn't even tired thanks to his infinite will to win, boasting about being nearly 100 years old, and yet exuding far more energy than the young woman herself. Kun continued to unleash furious strikes, screaming at the top of his lungs for that damn Ian, that bald son of a bitch, to drop dead already. Intrigued by the chaotic scene, Judith questioned if he really kept shouting like that during training, and if it yielded any practical results. The veteran assured her that it helped immensely, and told her to feel free to do the same, explaining that people like them, who possessed a shitty personality, needed to resort to this method to catch up, even if just barely, to those bastards born with pure talent. He encouraged her to use her anger, envy, and feelings of inferiority toward her rival, but to transform all of it into fuel for her own benefit. Immediately, Judith's mind turned to Eren, her eternal rival. She vented with indignation, recalling that annoying bastard always disappeared, and whenever he returned, he was even stronger. No matter how hard she pushed herself to catch up, he had already pulled ahead again. Kun loved her attitude and urged her to curse the boy, prompting Judith to let out a choice string of profanity against Eren. The master fully agreed, calling him a total son of a bitch, and decreeing that from that moment on, whenever the boy's name was mentioned, they should refer to him that way. Motivated by the veteran, the young woman continued to curse her rival with utter fury. That was why, when the real Eren finally showed up at the scene, Judith lunged at him with intent to kill. Caught by surprise, Eren managed to summon his sword just in time to block the violent onslaught, and asked what on earth was happening. Judith told him to shut up and declared that she would never stop until the day she finally defeated him. She struck out in a fury, driven by a blind desire to win, careless of the price she would have to pay to achieve that goal. However, the intensity of the attack began to worry Kun, who noticed the girl's fire energy increasing drastically. Judith's next flaming strike came in the form of a massive, overwhelming arc. Eren sensed the danger of that attack and knew that without an aura sword, it would be almost impossible to defend himself. Even so, using all his skill, he managed to block and deflect the strike with such force that it not only neutralized the impact, but also sent Judith flying, leaving her unconscious on the ground. Kun praised the young man's performance, impressed that he hadn't slipped up his defense despite fighting against an aura sword, and also celebrated Judith's development, noting that practical practical experience always surpassed theoretical training. The veteran started to thank the boy using the agreed-upon insult, but quickly corrected himself and called him by his name, admitting that thanks to that demonstration, he had managed to define the perfect method to train the young woman. Faced with such an eccentric attitude, Eren thought the master was quite different from what he had imagined. Meanwhile, Ruru rushed over, deeply worried, to check on Judith's condition. Kun tried to calm them down, reassuring them that the girl wasn't fragile and would be fine, which triggered an outraged reaction from Khalil, who called the veteran a lunatic for acting with such disdain. Wasting no time, Khalil administered first aid with the help of Ruru, who transformed into her human form to carry their unconscious friend. Khalil announced she would take the young woman inside to rest on a bed, and Kun merely mentioned that the cabin was unlocked, grumbling afterward about how frightening that child was. Eren proudly defended his companion, explaining that she was his sister, leading the master to acknowledge that the girl had a strong personality. With no further distractions, Kun changed his tone and asked if they should get down to business right then and there. Knowing that Ian had already anticipated the entire situation, and aware that the youth sought his recognition, the veteran cut to the chase and challenged the boy, tauntingly asking if he was scared. Eren firmly replied that he felt no fear at all, and that he was in the master's hands. Instantly, Kun summoned his aura sword and bolted toward the young man like a literal bolt of lightning. The speed was so immense that Eren could barely track the movements with his eyes. He had to exert all his physical strength and balance just to block the initial impact, and tried to follow up with an aerial counterattack, only to be brutally beaten back. Internally, the young man was awed by Kun's overwhelming rhythm, which broke his posture by attacking the exact instant he tried to swing his sword, leaving no visible opening. In that suffocating moment, Eren recalled Ian's teachings on how water swordsmanship was an art focused on refining one's inner self. If he could create perfect harmony between the energies of fire and water, he would be able to maintain calm and rationality in any scenario. Controlling his breathing, he understood that he couldn't be impatient or hyper-focus on matching his opponent's raw speed. He needed to tune in to the fluid feeling of water. Kun suddenly materialized behind the youth, commenting that he expected nothing less from an apprentice of Ian, but taunted him by adding that, for someone seeking recognition, he still had a long way to go. However, as the veteran closed in to strike, he was taken aback to see Eren's aura flowing exactly like water, nearly getting caught by a powerful counterattack that tore up fragments from the ground. From that point on, Eren began wielding his blade with extreme vigor, delivering strikes that, while not the fastest, made up for it with devastating power. Kun was impressed by the boy's cleverness in using the impact on the ground to create openings to attack, concluding that the young man far exceeded all expectations. The master analyzed that, besides his obvious talent with metal energy, the boy carried an incredible fire energy and, above all, a water energy that perfectly mirrored Ian's, something far too profound for a child to comprehend so easily. The veteran finally understood why he was Judith's rival, recognizing that although the path chosen by the boy was much more difficult, his skill level was indisputable. The intense exchange of blows stretched on until nightfall. Outside the combat arena, Khalil watched exhaustedly, asking if the two were still training, and Ruru confirmed with admiration, highlighting that they were incredible for spending all that time fighting without a single pause. The clash only stopped when Eren finally dropped to his knees, completely out of breath. Kun sheathed his sword and declared an end to the day's activities. Even though he was exhausted, the young man insisted he could still keep going, but the master told him to stop talking nonsense, reminding him that it was his job to judge the boy's limit. The veteran praised Eren's rare ability to synergize multiple types of aura, but issued an important warning. There was a specific weapon that geniuses like him and Ian would never be able to copy: the pure flame used to suppress an opponent. Khan explained that the flame Judith carried was becoming sharper by the day because of the sacrifice and pain she accepted to bear during training, guaranteeing that the peak she would reach at the end of that journey would be on a completely different level, and that the day would surely come when Eren would lose to her. With absolute humility, Eren agreed that Judith's flames were unique and impossible to replicate. He acknowledged that his friend was different from him, who had the privilege of growing up surrounded by mentors guiding his steps, and confessed that, even at that moment, he did not feel superior to her. His only goal was to maintain his position and do his best never to become a burden. Hearing this, Koln let out a curse and joked that the young man managed to be truly annoying with all that modesty, taking his leave right after. Eren thanked him deeply for the duel, and before leaving, the master handed him a special kind of coin, warning him that if the young man showed that object, not even the bastards of the kingdom would have the courage to kick him out of any place. With this gesture, Kun made it official that the boy had done remarkably well and was properly recognized. A short while later, Judith finally woke up from her faint. She met up with Ruru, spoke briefly with Khalil, and was soon approached by Kun, who wanted to know if she could move yet. The young woman assured him she would return to training immediately, needing only a quick chat with Eren before getting back to work. The master dismissed his student, commenting that the young man was already done for the day and that she could train as much as she wanted, which made Judith think that deep down, even that rough old man had a gentle side. As soon as they met, Eren opened up up and recounted his entire experience inside the barrier. Intrigued, Judith asked if he had truly faced a demon connected to his past life, and the youth pondered that it might be so, but he wasn't entirely sure, since demons were creatures known for deceiving people. While the two talked, Ruru closely analyzed the young man's necklace, commenting with conviction that the object had certainly been of great help throughout the ordeal. Setting her own problems aside for a moment, Judith commented that Aaron Ferreira had gotten remarkably strong and was entirely different from how he acted back in the Drukali days. Just thinking about how much he and Ilya had evolved in the meantime made the young woman feel excited to continue her own journey. Curious, Aaron changed the subject and asked her to share a bit of her own story, mentioning he had heard a rumor that she and Bart were dating. Surprised, Judith wanted to know how he had found out, and the young man revealed that their classmates at the Swordsmanship Academy had spread the gossip, wanting to know the details of how it all happened. Judith grumbled that the people at the academy loved to gossip about unnecessary things, but she eventually gave in and explained that it all started a few months ago when Bart asked her out. On that occasion, a few nosy students were hiding and eavesdropping on the conversation. Bart had reminded her that she herself had said she wouldn't have much free time from then on, since she would begin training with Master Kun, and since he also needed to return to his own territory, the two wouldn't see each other for a long time. Therefore, with quite a bit of shyness, he asked her out to go grab something to eat together. The crowd lying in wait went wild over the invitation, and Judith ended up accepting. The next day, the two went on a date to a considerably formal place, where they watched a live musical, attended a ball, strolled through the city, and dined at fine restaurants. At the end of the night, while sitting very close to each other, Bart asked if she had enjoyed the outing, and she replied that it had been nice. The atmosphere turned intimate, but shyness locked them both in place. Hidden nearby, Bart's friends were watching the whole thing from the best seats in the house. One of the brats yelled impatiently for him to just kiss her already, while the other told him to shut up because the two were about to hook up. Sensing the tension, Bart asked if he was making Judith uncomfortable, and she denied it. The young man pressed on, asking if she didn't feel the same way about him, but the truth was that Judith found everything so embarrassing that she simply couldn't speak. Angered by her own freezing up, she lost her patience, grabbed Bart by his clothes and silenced him with a massive kiss once and for all. Among the hidden audience, celebrations erupted. One friend was ecstatic, another could barely look out of sheer embarrassment, and the third almost dropped his jaw in shock, only to be silenced immediately by his large companion. After the kiss, Judith ordered Bart to simply confirm everything she said from that moment on, warning him that she would find a way to sneak away from training once she got on the teacher's good side. She demanded that he meet with her without fail and take her to nice places, since she would be spending her entire life doing nothing but training. Finally, she demanded that he train hard upon returning home, threatening to destroy him if he wasn't much better by their next meeting. Even though he was confused by her intensity, Bart agreed to everything. After wrapping up the explanation, Judith snapped at Aaron not to ask for any more details, and the young man thought it best not to push it. Taking advantage of the closeness, the girl decided to ask for a favor and wanted to know if their griffin was fast. Aaron confirmed it was, and Judith asked if he could deliver a letter to Bart. The boy readily accepted, saying it would be great, and that he would take the opportunity to say hello to his friend. The next morning, Aaron expressed his gratitude for the hospitality of providing a place to sleep, and Kun shrugged grumpily, saying it didn't matter, and telling the brat to get lost already because it was time for his morning training. Ruru said goodbye to Judith, saying they needed to see each other again, and the young warrior agreed, though she knew she would have very little free time. Before they left, she told Aaron to brace himself, warning him that he would be surprised by how fast she would catch up to him. The young man replied that he would be eagerly waiting for that day. After a final farewell from Kun, who just told them to leave already, the group took off flying aboard the griffin steered by Khalil. During the journey, the young woman confessed she felt a little hint of envy toward Judith, and that she would also like to find a boyfriend. Aaron asked if there was a specific type of man she liked, and she described that she was looking for someone pure and reliable. Then Khalil returned the question, wanting to know if Aaron had anyone in mind he would like to date. At that exact moment, Ilya's image spontaneously flashed through the young man's mind, and he himself couldn't explain why. After a short flight, the group finally reached the Lloyd territory. The place was incredibly lively, bustling, and peaceful, with everyone showing great joy in the streets, which set this city apart from all the others they had visited. They decided to stop first at a local tavern to get something to eat. Inside, Aaron spotted a visibly drunk man sporting a massive fake mustache, and ended up recognizing the figure. Suspicious, he wondered if that bizarre fellow was Bart, who looked more like a crying plaza baby in that state. Noticing the visitor's presence, Bart panicked, knowing he couldn't be seen in that deplorable situation, and tried to play dumb, saying he didn't know any Bart. Aaron countered instantly, pointing out that the young man himself had just let Judith's name slip, and Ruru exposed him, stating they knew very well it was him, and that the lie was blatant. The noble tried to sneak away, but completely changed his stance and came running back the moment Aaron announced he brought a letter sent by Judith. Bart asked emotionally if she had truly sent it, making Khalil think that the young man was completely different and far less imposing than she had imagined. It was then that Lance, who was also in the tavern, approached and greeted Eren, celebrating how long it had been since they last saw each other. Noticing his presence, Khalil found the young man quite cute. Eren took the moment to officially introduce his sister Ruru to both Lance and Bart. The young Ferreira wanted to know if Lance had already graduated from the academy, and his friend explained that he hadn't yet, currently being in his probation period. Noticing the commotion in the bar, Bart suggested they finish their conversation at his family's mansion, promising that, as the young master of the Lloyd territory, he would treat them as precious guests. Later, already settled into the massive residence, the group gathered around a lavish table to eat. Eren resumed the topic with Lance, asking if he had come to that territory specifically to prove himself, and his friend explained that his goal was to understand the organization of the Lloyds, so he decided to stop by there before completing his graduation from the academy. Next, Eren spoke with Bart, who had already removed his comical fake mustache disguise. The young master explained that his parents were not at the estate at the moment, and would likely only return during the evening. Eren praised the ruler, commenting that Bart's father seemed to be a fantastic lord, since it was the first time in his travels that he saw subjects so genuinely happy. Proudly, Bart confirmed that his father was incredible, and that the territory's success was entirely due to him. Shifting the focus of the conversation, Bart mentioned he had heard the news about Eren's evolution, and challenged him to a duel to test his skills. However, Lance was quicker and asked to cut to the front of the line, insisting he wanted to duel first, to find out just how strong the swordmaster had truly become. Seeing the direction the conversation was taking, and noticing that Ruru was already showing a lot of fatigue, Khalil asked to be excused first. Bart promptly reassured them, guaranteeing that comfortable rooms were already properly prepared for both of them, and that they didn't need to worry about a thing. Later, at the Lloyd Mansion's gigantic training field, Lance was already positioned and ready for combat. He charged forward, knowing full well he wouldn't be able to defeat the swordmaster, but his goal was to hold out for as long as possible. However, just by drawing close to Eren's blade, he was struck by the impact of a frightening aura. With a massive effort, Lance managed to dodge the first strike, but had a tremendous amount of difficulty blocking the second. The physical clash was brutal, and the young man realized with astonishment that Eren wasn't even using his aura. He was already absurdly strong through pure physical power alone, standing at a completely different level from the last time they had faced each other. Scared by that colossal gap, Lance wondered how his friend had managed to evolve so much and so quickly, and ended up asking to stop the duel right then and there, admitting defeat by recognizing there was no way he could go toe-to-toe with the swordmaster so easily. Bart watched the scene and thought his ally had given up far too easily, but he immediately stepped into the arena, announcing that he would step forward to avenge Lance's defeat. He questioned if Eren was ready to keep going, and the youth confirmed right away. As soon as the duel resumed, Bart displayed his classic lightning-fast rapier swordsmanship, unleashing sharp and extremely dangerous thrusts. Eren managed to dodge the first onslaught, and knowing his opponent's style well, preferred to hold back his counterattack to prepare a more precise strike. However, Bart surprised him by fighting back with a gentle water spirit, forcing Eren to respond by combining his fire and metal energies. To Eren's shock, Bart began to deflect absolutely all of his attacks with impressive mastery, as if the fluid water energy was absorbing the impact of the blows and redirecting the force elsewhere. Eren felt that he wasn't striking Bart's body, but rather colliding against literal walls of water. Proud of the result, Bart taunted his rival, asking if he was frustrated and what he thought of that new technique he had been testing out, making it clear that he hadn't been slacking off while they were apart either. Watching from the sidelines, Lance was marveled by the young master's performance. He himself had been dominated in just a few of Eren's strikes, and could barely handle the pressure, which made him reaffirm that Bart possessed a unique talent he would never be able to attain. Despite the formidable defense, the new technique demanded too much of Bart's physique, and before long he began to show extreme fatigue, completely exhausting his aura reserves. Spotting the opening in his friend's guard, Eren acted fast. He ducked and delivered a precise low sweep, disarming his opponent and sending the rapier flying from Bart's hand. Out of breath, the young master joked that Eren was a true monster for possessing an aura that seemed infinite, attacking without stopping for even a single second. In response, Eren just smiled and extended his hand to help him up, praising the water technique and saying it was really cool. Bart, playfully narrowing his eyes, asked if his rival was trying to fish for details just to steal his move again, jokingly guaranteeing he would never reveal the secret. The lighthearted moment was interrupted when one of the Lloyd family servants suddenly appeared on the training field, bringing urgent information for Bart regarding the Lord. As soon as the young master excused himself to answer the call, Lance approached Eren and confessed he was very happy they had come. He explained that it had been a long time since he last saw Bart smile so spontaneously, revealing that his friend had been very downcast and discouraged over the past few days. Lance contextualized that as soon as he officially returns to his duties, Bart will become extremely busy, since taking on the role of a great lord is an incredibly heavy burden. He concluded by saying that the greatest obstacle the young master needs to overcome right now to prove his worth is precisely the leader of the family, his own father, Philip Lloyd, the imposing lord of the entire Lloyd territory. Before, the Lloyd territory was considered one of the most prosperous in the entire continent. This prosperity arose in a short period thanks to innovative tax reforms and flexible diplomatic policies implemented by Lord Philip Lloyd, who was therefore recognized as the best leader in the family's history. Meanwhile, Bart Lloyd, Philip's son and the young master of the territory, grew up under constant surveillance, since one day he would inherit those lands. Lance explained that it was precisely because of this attention that he used a disguise at the restaurant. Since he was being closely watched, he needed to hide his identity, and he also asked Aaron not to tell anyone that he had revealed this. Shortly after, Bart received his parents, and Philip mentioned that he had heard his son was with some guests. Bart replied that he was and that he would make the introductions later. When everyone finally gathered at the table, Lance, Aaron, and Ruru met Philip, who said that his son had spoken a lot about them and had wanted to meet them for quite some time. However, after that, an awkward silence took over the table, and Ruru commented that things felt a bit strange. Philip simply replied that they needed to get to know each other better, and told them to enjoy the meal. Then he snapped his fingers, and several dishes of food and countless bottles of alcohol were served. 2 hours later, everyone was completely drunk. Lance was already talking non-stop. Aaron could barely stand and looked like he was about to vomit. Seeing this, Ruru commented that drinking made everyone so happy that she would also try to endure it. However, shortly after, she ended up vomiting as well. Noticing Aaron's condition, Philip asked if this was his first time drinking. Aaron replied that he had tried it a few times before, but never in such large quantities. He then asked permission to step outside and get some fresh air. Meanwhile, one of the girls present was already dragging Lance out for a walk. Philip decided to accompany Aaron, while Bart's mother went to rest, leaving her son alone. Even so, Bart was happy, because he finally had the opportunity to read the letter that Judith had sent. In the letter, she said it was a bit embarrassing to write like this, since it was her first time doing so she asked him to ignore any mistakes. She then said she had been training almost to the point of death with her teacher. Although it was extremely exhausting, it was also very fun. In the end, she asked if everyone there was doing well too. Meanwhile, outside, Philip observed the landscape beside Aaron and asked if the territory wasn't beautiful. He then commented that he had heard from Bart that Aaron carried a strong conviction and wished to change the world. Aaron confirmed this and explained that it was precisely the reason he had started wielding a sword. Philip replied that this was admirable and said that, looking at him, he was reminded of his own youth. Back then, he was also completely focused on fulfilling his dream of creating a territory where no one would suffer. However, he asked an important question. He said that when someone pursues a great dream, they can become so consumed by it that they stop seeing what is around them, and when that happens, they may end up losing something even more valuable than the dream itself. So he asked Aaron if he had perhaps forgotten something while being so focused on something else. Aaron could not answer. Noticing this, Philip apologized in case he had put too much pressure on him. He then asked if he had truly rested in recent days. Aaron replied that he had been trying to take it easy. Philip said he believed him, but still asked if he was really sleeping well. While he was in that territory, he could rest without worries. He even joked that he didn't want to brag, but he paid special attention to guest rooms. He asked Aaron to relax and reflect on their conversation, because it would certainly help him in many ways on his path. After all, it was advice from a man who had already achieved his own dream. Aaron agreed and returned to the room, which was truly extremely luxurious, with a huge bed. Lying there, he began to think about Philip's words. He still could not answer that question. Perhaps he really had forgotten something important. So he decided to simply rest, remembering when he had obtained the water sword. At that time, he was able to abandon a meaningless obsession. Perhaps, if he did the same now, he would find the answer he was looking for. While sleeping, he returned to Karen Winker's training field, but when he turned around, he did not find his master. Instead, he only saw himself swinging the sword endlessly. Shortly afterward, he woke up from the dream and wondered if he had finally graduated from Karen Winker's teachings. Even so, he continued training every day. However, little by little, he realized an uncomfortable truth. That was no longer real training. He was not focused solely on achieving his dream. Deep down, he was still trapped by the fear of never being able to reach it. These negative feelings remained exactly the same as the day he was caught in that water trap. Nothing had changed since then. That was what he needed to let go of. Only then did he begin to understand more clearly what Philip meant. He really needed to take things more calmly. At the same time, Bart also remembered the duel he had with Grandmaster Ian. After the fight, he said he had learned a lot, but Ian asked if there was any reason he was not truly focused on improving. Since learning that mana application technique, he had barely made any progress. He said Bart had talent, and that, if he got his head straight, he could easily surpass the level of an expert swordsman. Then he asked why he had stopped evolving. Bart replied that he had realized something during that journey. For him, becoming a good lord was far more important than reaching the highest possible level in swordsmanship. While continuing his training, Bart also remembered when he returned home. Many said he had become a handsome young man, but they also commented that his mission would not be easy. After all, he was now the interim lord of the Lloyds, a territory that was extremely prosperous and difficult to govern. The problem was that no one treated him as a true lord. Whenever he said he was in charge, people simply ignored him and replied that it was better to wait for the real lord. The nobles understood that he still needed to earn everyone's trust. There was not much he could do, since he had spent too much time away from the territory. Many had already expected this to happen, and also believed he would never be as competent a lord as his father. That frustration pushed him to train with even greater intensity. The next morning, Aaron barely managed to wake up properly, since he had practically not slept. For him, deep rest had never been an easy task. At that moment, Bart appeared in his room and said that his father had told him about his situation. He had not rested or enjoyed the trip at all so far. Aaron replied that he was fine and that thanks to Philip's advice, he already felt a bit better. Bart smiled and said it was obvious just from his expression. After all, it was clear he had spent the entire night thinking about it. People like Aaron could not simply be left alone in a room. So that day, Bart himself would take care of him. He only asked him to finish getting ready because he would be waiting outside. Later, Bart took Aaron to ride a horse for the first time. Bart told him not to be afraid because he would give him the gentlest horse he had. During the ride, he also told him to stop thinking about everything for a moment and simply enjoy the experience. Alongside Ruru, Aaron had a wonderful ride that lasted until sunset, admiring the entire landscape. The next day, Aaron went out for a walk with his sister. It had been a long time since they had shared a moment like that. The following day, it was Ruru's turn, and they also had a lot of fun together. Then, on the next day, Bart's mother invited all the guests to attend an orchestra performance. While listening to the music, Aaron realized how soothing it felt. If it had been the Aaron of before, he would have been unable to focus only on the performance, but now he felt much lighter. He finally realized that not everything needed to revolve around productivity all the time. It was then that his consciousness sank into his own mental world. Before him appeared a huge abyss from which a dark, evil energy was leaking. That was his mental realm. Deep within his mind lay that emptiness, where all the negative emotions he had accumulated from anxiety and fear of failing to achieve his dream were trapped. A black energy kept gathering endlessly. Suddenly, a massive amount of water began to fill that abyss. The water washed away all that dark energy, carrying off every trace of that darkness. His mind was finally cleansed and at peace. When Aaron woke up, he realized he had actually managed to sleep. Bart commented that he had finally woken up and joked that he probably experienced the performance in a different way. Aaron apologized and asked if the performance had already ended. Bart replied that it had, and that because of him, he had even asked the theater manager to wait a little longer before leaving. Then he asked how he was feeling, because he seemed different. Aaron replied that he genuinely felt much lighter. His mind was clearer than ever. Bart was happy to hear that. At that moment, Aaron realized something without anyone needing to say a word. He could feel all the kindness and goodwill of the people around him, so he thanked everyone for everything they had done for him. Because of that, he understood how much those people truly cared for him, and so, he promised he would never again neglect those beside him. Bart simply told him to stop saying such cheesy things. It was then that Aaron felt something. A powerful demonic energy had appeared nearby. Shortly after, they were all flying over the territory on Khalil's griffin. While in the air, Aaron was able to locate that demonic presence coming from behind a mountain range. Upon checking an item he carried with him, Philip became extremely concerned. He then asked everyone not to repeat anything they were about to hear. He explained that months earlier, he had been summoned by the royal family due to a call from the Holy Kingdom. At that time, he had been informed that a demon had appeared again on the continent. Several kingdoms and important nobles requested his assistance, and it was during that mission that he received a vial of holy water. Philip showed the small tube and explained that normally the water had a blue color. However, it changed color when it detected demonic energy. Now, the liquid had turned completely crimson black. That meant the presence came directly from a true demon. It was not a threat they could handle on their own. The correct action would be to immediately send a message to the Holy Kingdom. But Aaron said he would go first. He would face the demon himself. Then he asked if that demon wore a clown mask, because that was the characteristic of the creature that had appeared before. Surprised, Philip asked how he knew that. Aaron replied that he had been present during that incident and had been directly involved. He still remembered the demonic power that disturbed the minds and bodies of everyone around him. Waiting for the Holy Kingdom to arrive would be dangerous, because many things could happen in the meantime, so he would leave immediately to defeat the demon. Hearing this, Bart decided to accompany him. He said he would never let Aaron face a demon alone. Besides, this was happening within Lloyd territory. As the young master, it was his duty to protect those lands with his own strength. Aaron agreed and asked Philip to use the time to send a message to the Holy Kingdom. Then Bart ordered Lance to escort his father safely. Thus, Aaron, Bart, and Ruru set out to confront the demon. As they advanced, Kyle noticed that Lance was trembling with nervousness. Lance himself could not understand how those three could run toward a demon without showing the slightest hesitation. While they moved forward without fear, all he could think was that he was a coward. Following the trail of demonic energy, Aaron ran straight toward the cave from which it was emanating. Before entering, he warned Bart that if the situation became truly dangerous, he should escape immediately. Meanwhile, Deep inside the cave, the demon devoured everything around it. Rocks, the environment, and even human beings disappeared before it. The creature said it needed even more humans to satisfy its hunger. Soon after, it sensed that 3 people had invaded its territory. That pleased it, as it meant more humans to devour. Aaron knew exactly where the demonic energy was coming from and dashed toward it at extreme speed. However, he ended up passing through one of the cave's corridors and became trapped in an isolated area. Without wasting time, he summoned his luminous sword and destroyed the wall in front of him. But when he crossed through, he realized the space had completely changed. Bart and Ruru had disappeared. In reality, the two had been separated into another part of the cave. Aaron could still hear their voices, but he could not see them. That place functioned like a massive labyrinth created by the demon itself to separate and confuse its enemies. Realizing this, Ruru said she would go look for Aaron, but Bart stopped her. He explained that if they split up, they would end up isolated in the same way Aaron had been. They could not fall into the demon's trap. Hidden, the demon smiled and praised them. It had not expected them to understand the rules of its domain so quickly, but it no longer mattered. The moment they entered that cave, they had already fallen completely into its hands, so it decided to begin the hunt. Its first target would be the blonde boy who was alone, but suddenly, it noticed something unexpected. Aaron was cutting through the entire cave like a beam of light, destroying every wall in his path. Surprised, the demon realized that Aaron had found its location. It said the boy was quite bold. At that speed, he would reach it soon. Still, it believed the swordsman was a complete fool, unaware of the trap it had prepared. As Aaron approached, the demon lifted a gigantic boulder and hurled it directly at the wall he had just passed through, trying to crush him in one strike. The demon thanked Aaron, saying he had made things easier by coming here, but it did not even finish speaking. In a single strike, Aaron tore off its left arm with a massive slash that cut through the cave floor and split the enormous boulder in half. Shocked, the demon asked if it had truly been cut. It admitted Aaron was strong, but it could not even finish its sentence. In the next instant, Aaron surged forward again and split it in half with his sword of light. The demon did not even have time to beg for mercy before being completely torn apart. While fighting, Aaron felt his body much lighter. Perhaps it was a consequence of what had happened in his mental realm. Now he could finally face the demon without hesitation. However, seconds later, the stone body began to regenerate completely. The demon laughed and said it was useless. No matter how many times it was cut down, it would keep regenerating endlessly as long as it remained inside that cave. Without showing any concern, Aaron beheaded it again, cutting through its mouth in the process. Then he declared he would cut it down as many times as necessary, tens of thousands of times if needed, until it turned into dust. The demon simply could not react. Aaron was as fast as a beam of light, tearing through the entire cave while destroying everything in his path. Each strike removed more of its stone body, preventing any complete regeneration. For the first time, the demon fell into despair. It could not believe a human of that level existed. It also realized it was impossible to deceive Aaron, who passed through every wall without slowing down. While trying to rebuild itself, its body kept shrinking more and more. With no alternatives, it decided to create a clone to mislead Aaron, while the real body took another path. That was how it found Bart and Ruru. Taking advantage of the opportunity, it formed a gigantic stone hammer and tried to crush them by surprise, welcoming them and bidding them farewell at the same time. However, the attack was blocked by Ruru's magical barrier. Feeling the demon's presence up close, Bart trembled. That was the monster that had spread fear across the continent, the true root of evil. When Ruru's barrier finally broke, the demon advanced with enormous stone claws. Bart managed to protect Ruru with his sword, but ended up receiving a cut on his face. The demon praised his agility and then spat a massive burst of magma. Bart was only saved from being burned to ashes because Ruru managed to protect him in time. Angry, the demon told the girl to get out of its way. Then it slammed the ground violently to distract her. When she moved forward, she was caught mid-air. Even after creating another magical barrier, she was thrown against the ceiling and pinned by a massive stone pillar. The demon was surprised that she was still breathing. It commented that it was a bit weakened because of that blonde boy. At that moment, Bart tried to attack it from behind, but the demon simply told him to relax before delivering a punch so powerful that it made him cough blood. Now only the two of them remained. Lying on the ground, Bart thought that Ruru had been injured because of him. Without Aaron, he did not even know if he would be able to defeat that demon. Even so, he knew he had to keep fighting. When it advanced again, the demon saw something inside him, a massive negative energy hidden in his chest. Then it began to use illusions. First, it took on Philip's appearance and said that Bart would never be like his father. Confused, Bart ended up seeing his own father in front of him saying those words. In the next instant, he took another solid punch. Even while staggering, he realized it was all an illusion created by the demon to shake his mind. Furious, he asked how it dared to use his father's face like that. His next strike barely managed to scratch the stone body. The demon then began to laugh. It said Bart couldn't even cut it and would never be able to compare to the blonde boy who had entered the cave with him. Right after that, it took on the appearance of the academy director and stated that Bart would never achieve anything with his swordsmanship. It said that was exactly why he had run back home. The demon revealed that it could see his true thoughts, those hidden deep in his heart. In other words, everything it said was the very truth Bart was trying to hide. Deep down, he believed he was nothing more than a failure. Noticing that those words were having an effect, the demon landed another kick to his face. It said that while traveling with his friends, Bart had noticed the huge gap between them. That was exactly why he abandoned his old dream and found a convenient excuse to return home. Bart denied all of it, but the demon continued, saying that when he returned to the territory, he felt completely lost. During his childhood, he had always received affection, attention, and acceptance from everyone around him. However, when he came back, everything had changed. Now there were enormous responsibilities on his shoulders as the young master of the Lloyd family. The expectant gazes were completely different from when he was a child. Faced with that gigantic wall, he instinctively realized he could never overcome it or accomplish anything truly meaningful for the territory. Those words hit Bart hard. He fell to his knees as he was consumed by dark energy. Crying, he admitted he was afraid. He knew he might never be the best at anything. He feared the expectations placed on him. For a moment, he wanted to give everything up. Seeing that darkness grow, the demon smiled in satisfaction. The more suffering Bart felt, the stronger it became. Its body grew even larger. But at that moment, Bart finally lifted his head. He realized he couldn't do that. Since he was young, he had always lived surrounded by the same smiling residents of that territory. Even as the years passed, those people remained the same. It was precisely for them that he decided to return home. The world he wanted to protect was that territory. So it didn't matter how many times he was tested. It didn't matter how much humiliation he had to endure. He would overcome it all. Sensing that determination, the demon realized the darkness inside Bart was disappearing. At the same time, Aaron destroyed the demon's clone and opened a path at high speed toward the location. Desperate, the demon decided to kill Bart before it was too late. But when it tried to attack, Bart reacted first. With a precise strike, he tore off the demon's stone arm. The creature was completely confused. Just moments earlier, Bart could barely scratch it. Bart replied that he could never give up. No matter where he was or what he was doing, there would always be people trusting and believing in him. Because of them alone, he couldn't stop here. Enraged, the demon responded by spitting another burst of magma. This time, however, Bart raised a powerful wall of water that completely blocked the attack. Even so, the demon insisted that he was on the verge of collapse and was fooling no one. It said it would be better to give up resistance and accept death. But Aaron was already cutting through the path toward them at insane speed. When the demon moved in to devour Bart, the young man closed his eyes for a moment and made his decision. No matter the size of the challenge ahead, he would overcome it. His sword shone intensely, transforming into a beam of light wrapped in water's power. In a single strike, it completely pierced through the demon's body. The creature was pulverized. At that moment, Bart understood one thing: he would never abandon himself again. The demon regenerated, but was immediately struck by a heavy blow from Aaron. Meanwhile, Ruru finally woke up and managed to free herself from the stone pillar. The demon tried to escape in an increasingly smaller form, but ended up trapped by the magical barrier created by Ruru. Then Aaron and Bart advanced at the same time and delivered a simultaneous strike. Their combined auras annihilated the demon once and for all, and Bart could hardly believe they had actually managed to win. Aaron then congratulated the new master of swordsmanship. However, the demonic energy still lingered in that place. Only the demon's head remained, along with the remnants of its malevolent power. Even so, it called the three of them idiots and asked if they truly believed they could escape from there. According to it, their insecurity would make them feel what it was like to be in hell. Ruru explained that it was a post-death curse and that the darkness was about to swallow them for eternity. But Aaron drove his sword into the ground and used his anti-demon power, his divine power, to absorb all that darkness. In doing so, he created a dome that protected the three of them. Ruru explained that this was the demon's final lingering will. As long as it wasn't destroyed, no one would be able to leave. Then Aaron said that the one who needed to resolve it was Bart. He revealed that there was a sword technique he had learned from Ignet during the battle against the clown demon. It was the hero's sword, a skill capable of confronting demons. With it, Bart would be able to destroy the curse, and Aaron began explaining how the technique worked. The demon mocked them, asking if they really intended to train at a time like that. To it, they had all gone insane, and now it only wanted to see how long they could endure. Time passed. Bart struggled greatly to learn the technique, and Ruru commented that 10 days had already gone by. Bart realized that maintaining aura continuously consumed his body heavily. Even Aaron wouldn't be able to do it forever, so he needed to learn quickly. After calming himself, Bart started over again. He thought of his desire to protect his family, his territory, and his friends. He also remembered his wish to protect his girlfriend. It was through that determination that he managed to invoke the flame of the heart, the blue flame. At that moment, the demon sensed that cursed energy and realized it could not allow that sword to touch it. In desperation, it tried to flee from those idiots and ended up releasing the three of them from the curse. But as its head drifted away, something captured the demon. demon, and all that remaining darkness disappeared forever due to a spell. Then Aaron and Bart realized that the ones who had appeared were the demon subjugation group of the Sacred Kingdom. Quincy Myers ordered Aaron Ferreira to step forward and asked if he was aware that his actions had violated the Sacred Kingdom's directives. Aaron replied that he was, sir. Even so, Quincy said he had still acted with confidence and arrogance, without understanding the impact his actions could have on the entire continent. Aaron apologized, but explained that he could not stand idle knowing he had the power to face the demon. He said that even if he could turn back time, he would make the same choice and enter the battle again to subjugate the demon. The priest commented that this was pure arrogance and stated that, if not for their arrival, the demon's remnants would have escaped. But Quincy interrupted the discussion. He drew his sword and said that if that was truly Aaron's answer, then he would have to prove it in practice. The two clashed forward, and Quincy struck his sword against Aaron's, saying it was time for the boy to prove his worth. Quincy's attacks were far faster, and Aaron could barely react. Still, he released his aura to break the blade, lighten his sword, and create distance. Then a slash shaped like a star nearly tore off Quincy's arm, and he realized that most swordsmen avoided that technique because it was extremely difficult and consumed massive energy. Yet Aaron unleashed another aura burst as if it meant nothing. Quincy then spun his sword again and released his own aura, destroying parts of the cave. He asked if that was all Aaron had and told him to show a skill worthy of his ambition. Using the smoke created by Quincy's own attack, Aaron appeared by surprise and nearly struck his head with an extremely fast blow. Despite using a heavy sword, the attack blocked by Quincy destroyed the cave wall and opened a huge crater in the ground. At that moment, Quincy realized Aaron's power far exceeded his expectations. The boy's vertical slash was too dangerous, so he chose to create distance, understanding he could no longer rely on blocking alone. But in the blink of an eye, Aaron had already closed the gap again and delivered a powerful strike that slammed Quincy into the cave wall. The members of the Sacred Kingdom were completely shocked. Even so, Quincy smiled and said it wasn't bad at all. It had been a long time since his blood had burned like that. He spun his aura blade in his hand like a toy, showing complete mastery of the technique. Then he cut down all the surrounding rocks to break free and attacked so fast that Aaron could barely react. He was disarmed, and all of Quincy's strikes were not only fast but also heavy and devastating. Aaron couldn't maintain his balance and realized that if Quincy truly wanted to, he would have already been defeated. It became clear that there was still a long way to go. Still, Aaron summoned his sword again, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and decided he would not give up. He would take one step at a time. Then he charged again and delivered a powerful vertical strike. Quincy blocked it but was forced to step back. Seeing the boy's smile, he finally recognized his determination and declared that Aaron would, from that moment on, join the subjugation expedition. The priest questioned the captain, asking if that decision was not too hasty, but Quincy replied that everyone had seen Aaron defeat a demon and witnessed the power he displayed in that duel. He said he would personally speak with the commander and officially recognized Aaron Ferreira as a true master swordsman. Before leaving, Aaron thanked him but asked for forgiveness. He wanted to postpone joining the expedition because he realized something was still missing in him. When he arrived in that territory, he noticed he had been neglecting the people around him in pursuit of his own dream. His family, who believed in him and waited for him during the time he was lost. His friends, who always supported him and gave him courage when he was still a mess and making many mistakes. He realized he had neglected those precious people and understood that before leading the charge to save the continent, he needed to become a good son, a good friend, a good brother, and a good student. Only then could he become a warrior, capable of defeating demons. That was what he needed to do to achieve his dream, to open his heart to those he valued. Then Aaron made a vow. He planted his sword into the ground and knelt before Commander Quincy Myers, asking for more time. He swore on his sword that he would return stronger and more worthy of that position. When Bart returned, Philip hugged him tightly and cried with emotion, saying he had always known he would succeed and that he was incredibly proud of his son. Bart simply thanked his father. Meanwhile, the priest asked whether Quincy Myers had already made his decision. Quincy replied that it was not right to praise great ideals while losing sight of the present. Even God would not want his children to walk through suffering. He also understood the severity of the situation, since during the investigation they discovered that the clown demon's puppet and other demons were spreading across various parts of the continent. If Aaron Ferreira joined the expedition, they would be of great help, but the current forces were still sufficient. Because of that, he decided to trust the boy and his words that he would return even stronger and more worthy. Later, Bart Lloyd went to meet the people of the Sacred Kingdom. He asked Quincy Myers for combat training, if it was not inconvenient. He said he understood he was not among the Academy's best, and knew the request might be difficult to accept. He also did not dream of joining the subjugation expedition, but he wanted to have enough strength to protect his territory and his people in unpredictable situations. While waiting for reinforcements from the government, he wanted to do everything he could to prepare against a possible demon attack. Quincy Myers knew Bart was an extremely important figure, destined to lead that territory. He had also heard that Bart had reached master level during the battle against the demon, so when Bart asked to be trained, Quincy agreed and said he would be at the training hall, but but asked him to bring Aaron along. The three gathered, and Quincy Myers explained that he would demonstrate the sword technique of the Sacred Kingdom. There was no need for them to feel intimidated, because now that both had reached mastery, they would develop their own styles and decide for themselves which techniques they wished to follow. The technique he was about to show could only be used by those who mastered aura. The Knights of the Sacred Kingdom were able to convert divine power into aura, and because of that, they could use far more aura than swordsmen from other kingdoms. Then he created a gigantic sphere of concentrated aura and explained that, with a large amount of aura as a base, it was possible to condense that energy around the sword and materialize it into any desired form. Aaron immediately remembered that Ignat had done exactly that during the fight against the demon. Quincy Myers continued, saying that when firing this materialized aura, depending on the amount of energy, it was also possible to reshape it or extend it to form an aura barrier as a defensive technique. Depending on the variation used, it could completely change the course of a battle. If they were interested, they should try to reproduce the technique immediately, starting by concentrating aura at the tip of the sword. Soon after, Aaron, using the hero's path or sword of the heart, was already able to concentrate aura at the tip of his sword, but he still couldn't do anything beyond that. If he wasted even the smallest amount of energy, the entire technique would collapse. That was exactly what happened with Bart, who fell to his knees upon realizing how incredible the aura consumption was. Concentrating aura at the sword tip was already extremely difficult, but he forced himself back up and tried again, determined to succeed. Meanwhile, Lance was in a bar, drinking a little while, thinking that even Bart had become a master swordsman, while he was still just a chrono apprentice. During the fight against the demon, he had been the only one who froze completely. He found that pathetic and hated that part of himself with all his strength. The vice principal had already told him to stop feeling inferior, but it was very hard to escape that feeling. Then Khalil approached to help him. She sat beside him and said she hadn't seen him since that day, so she was worried. Lance replied that nothing had happened, he just needed some time alone to think. Khalil commented that sometimes talking to someone about your problems could help. Then she held his hand. Lance became very shy, and she admitted it was probably obvious on his face. She said it was the first time she had done something like that, so she didn't have much experience, but she wanted to get to know him better and understand what he was thinking. The next morning, the Sacred Kingdom group was quietly leaving when Quincy Myers noticed that Lance had trained until late at night. It was because Khalil's words had shaken him. She said there was nothing wrong with being born with or without talent, because everyone carried some inferiority complex, and everyone lived with some sadness in their hearts. That was how people kept living and overcoming difficulties. She was sure he had already been through a lot to reach this point, and if it was hard to move forward alone, they could face everything together, just like he had shared his feelings with her that day. Khalil's words comforted Lance greatly, and he continued training, gathering his courage once more. Seeing him, Quincy Myers commented that this generation was truly full of talented people. Later, Kyle said she would finally return home with her brother, and was sure their parents would be very happy. However, he replied that before that, he intended to visit the kingdom of Adam in the south. He wanted to see Ilya again. During the farewell the next morning, Bart told Aaron to prepare himself, because from that point on even he would struggle to keep up. He would continue training and improving himself even further. Lance also said goodbye to Khalil, and the two departed riding a griffin. During the journey, Khalil commented that it was unexpected. Who would have thought Aaron would want to see Ilya before anyone else? He replied that after returning, he wouldn't be able to leave the territory for a long time. Besides, he had made a promise to her. Perhaps it was also because of the special connection he felt between them. He simply couldn't stop thinking about her and wanted to understand what he truly felt. Soon after, they arrived at the kingdom of Adam. Kyle commented that the place was much larger than she had imagined. Aaron explained that many people were entering the city and that they would have to wait in line. At that moment, a man stepped out of one of the carriages and said that this was not a place for vagabonds like them. After all, it was the birthday of Lord Joshua of the Lindsay family, and it was the first time in 8 years that outside guests were allowed to visit the estate. Entering in such a disheveled manner would be a huge act of disrespect. Kyle did not like his attitude, and asked who he thought he was to speak that way. The man replied that just by looking at their clothes, it was clear they were nobodies. The commotion drew the attention of several people. Among them was the swordsman Joseph, director of the Joseph Academy, who recognized the young man as Bill Stenton, the eldest son of the Stenton family, famous for causing trouble wherever he went. He remarked that it was unbelievable to see him stirring up trouble right on the Lindsay estate. Bill then looked at Aaron and felt like he had seen him somewhere before. At that moment, Joshua Lindsay himself appeared to resolve the situation. As soon as he saw Aaron, he asked what he was doing there. Bill Stenton was completely shocked to realize that it was Aaron from the Trial Lands. Joseph also immediately remembered the Trial Lands champion, the swordsman who had defeated Ilya. Aaron simply wished Joshua Lindsay a happy birthday, but the Lord replied that he already knew very well why he had come. If he wanted to see his daughter, he would first have to prove how much he had improved. Shortly after, everyone gathered in the Lindsay family's vast training field. Joshua wasted no time and immediately wanted to begin the duel. As soon as their swords clashed, a massive crater formed on the ground, leaving Bill Stenton Stanton completely terrified. Everyone realized at that moment that Aaron had also reached the level of a master swordsman. When Joshua Lindsay unleashed the heavenly swordsmanship tornado, Aaron did not respond with the same technique as before. Instead, he cut through the tornado using water swordsmanship, redirecting the remaining wind. Joshua noticed that the boy had finally found his own rhythm and had grown significantly. Because of that, he decided he could not hold back and said he was certain that this still was not everything Aaron was capable of. Even while struggling to advance through the violent winds, Aaron managed to block the next strike. Still, Joshua Lindsay criticized his countermeasures, saying they were just as sloppy as before and that he still saw no significant improvement. In his opinion, Aaron barely reached the level of an expert swordsman. Even the spectators felt those criticisms were too harsh. Still, Aaron humbly agreed, apologized to the Lord, and said he would try even harder. Seeing that reaction, Joshua Lindsay thought he had come to dislike the boy even more, because he simply did nothing that truly annoyed him. So he decided to pause the fight. He said he had heard that Aaron's attack, when not under pressure, was completely different, and asked to see it. Aaron thought that was the best strike he could currently perform. If that was what the Lord wanted to see, then he would show it, but he asked him to be careful. Joshua replied not to worry, and told him to begin. When Aaron concentrated his aura, the amount of energy released was so immense that even Joshua Lindsay felt fear. He realized he would not be able to defend that attack with a normal guard, but he also could not retreat at that moment. For the first time, he felt genuine apprehension and responded with heavenly swordsmanship. The spectators ran away, realizing the impact would destroy everything around them. Joshua Lindsay's aura surged forward like a blade capable of cutting anything in its path, while Aaron executed his famous vertical strike. The moment the two attacks collided, the training field was completely destroyed. When the smoke cleared, Joshua saw Aaron lying on the ground and realized he might have gone a bit too far. Still, he remembered he had held back at the very last moment, so he was certain the boy was alive. Perhaps he should even praise him next time. At that moment, Ilya arrived asking what had happened. She wanted to know why her father had used heavenly swordsmanship and immediately noticed Aaron lying on the ground. Joshua Lindsay replied that it had only been training and commented that Aaron was truly amazing, as he had improved greatly. But Ilya did not accept the explanation. She asked why he would use the first form of heavenly swordsmanship in a simple training match. Joshua tried to reassure her, saying he had held back at the last second and that the boy would be fine. However, Ilya ended the conversation immediately and rushed to carry Aaron to the infirmary before the situation worsened. After that, Joshua Lindsay apologized to the guests, saying that as Lord, he regretted causing such a disturbance in front of them. Joseph replied that there was no problem at all. In fact, he considered it an honor to have witnessed a battle of that level. When Bill Stanton returned to his quarters, he could not stop thinking about the fight. In his opinion, the battle had been incredible. Both had already reached master swordsman level, and simply watching the duel had taught him a great deal. He now intended to use the opportunity to strengthen relations between the Stanton, Lindsay, and Ferreira families. Meanwhile, Aaron, still unconscious, dreamed that he was surrounded only by darkness. Gradually, he remembered that he had fainted during his confrontation with Joshua Lindsay's swordsmanship. To him, fainting in a training match was practically the same as dying in a real battle. Even though it was only practice, he still needed to improve a lot. Then he remembered that this had already happened before, during his fight against Ignet. Without realizing it, he ended up saying that name out loud. Upon hearing it, Ilya immediately asked, "Ignet?" Right away, Aaron realized the problem. He had accidentally mentioned another girl's name. Ilya also noticed that she lost control of her expression for a moment, but quickly composed herself and asked how he was feeling. Aaron replied that he had only been unconscious for a short time and was already fine. Ilya apologized for what had happened and also for her father. Aaron replied that it was fine, since it had only been training. Then Ilya mentioned that she had also heard about Kiliel and Ruru. They were heading to his territory, weren't they? Still, she did not expect him to come see her. She thought he would simply forget about her. Then she asked why he had said that name. When he woke up, he had been saying Ignat's name. Aaron explained that a long time ago, he had fainted while fighting Ignat. Since the fight against her father had been very similar, he had unconsciously said her name. Upon hearing this, Ilya replied that it was nothing then, and felt relieved. In any case, since he was already awake, she had to leave. She wanted to talk more, but she was busy because of the many guests. After the banquet, they could talk properly. Aaron agreed, and as he watched her leave, he thought he was very happy to see her again. However, it seemed like she had already moved on, and that was a shame. Shortly after, Kiliel arrived running and asked what had happened with Ilya, wanting to know what Aaron had done. He replied that he had done nothing, only talked to her. Kiliel then explained that he had just crossed paths with Ilya, and she looked in a terrible mood. When Aaron explained exactly what had happened, Kiliel put a hand to his head and said that out of all possible names he could have mentioned, why did it have to be Ignat? He asked why he was so stubborn. At that moment, Ruru smelled something delicious. She ran to the window, where the aroma was coming from, and became excited upon realizing it was her favorite fish. However, it had all been Bill Stenton's trap from the beginning. He thought she had fallen for it perfectly, and asked if she was the mystical cat Ruru. Since there was so much food, he asked if she would like to join him. Ruru accepted immediately and started devouring the fish. While she ate, Bill Stenton made a small request. He said he wanted to apologize to Lady Khalil for what had happened earlier, and also formally introduce himself to Aaron. He then asked if there was any specific gift Aaron would like. Ruru replied that he didn't actually need any gift. What he truly needed was to make Ilya happy, because she had been quite upset. Thus, Ruru led Bill Stenton to Aaron's room. There, he formally introduced himself, and mentioned that he had heard about the small misunderstanding between Aaron and Ilya Lindsay. He had also heard that Aaron was looking for a way to apologize, so he decided to help. Khalil asked why Ruru had told him all of that. The cat, now huge from eating so much fish and even glowing from being so full, replied that she thought they needed help. First, Bill Stenton apologized for his rude behavior earlier. Khalil found it strange and asked why he was doing this out of nowhere. He explained that he wanted to take the opportunity to build a good relationship with Aaron. Khalil commented that he was being overly honest. Bill Stenton replied that he was known as the troublemaker of the Stenton family, but he had never been expelled because he had an incredible talent for surviving and getting by. Because of that, he asked them to leave everything to him as he was confident. Khalil was completely speechless. Without fully understanding, Aaron asked what they should do. Bill Stenton suggested that he take the opportunity to improve his appearance. He said his clothes were not very appealing. Khalil immediately complained, asking if he was criticizing Aaron's clothes again. Bill Stenton apologized for his earlier rudeness, but admitted that even though he regretted how he had said it, he still believed his opinion about the clothes was correct. Khalil said he was extremely shameless. Then Bill Stenton explained that in 2 days there would be a tournament in celebration of the family head's birthday, followed by a grand ball. Since most of the attendees would be very particular about appearance and clothing, attire and accessories would draw a lot of attention. If Aaron showed up elegant and well-dressed, any minor misunderstanding would be easily ignored. He then assured them to leave everything to him, because he would make Aaron dress in the most fashionable way in the entire southern region. Aaron accepted the proposal, and Bill Stenton told him to go to his room immediately. Meanwhile, Ilya was still somewhat disappointed. She kept thinking about how Aaron had insisted it was nothing, and wondered if he had really said Ignat's name. In front of the mirror, she decided she might as well dress up a bit more for the ball. At the same time, Aaron was training dance with Bill Stenton, and nearly fell to the ground every moment. Bill Stenton kept catching him and telling him to try again, saying that for heaven's sake, he couldn't trip over his own feet while dancing. Aaron never imagined he would also learn to dance, and kept wondering why Bill Stenton was trying so hard for Ilya's sake. 2 days later, the ball finally began. Joshua Lindsay commented to his wife that he only wanted a quiet birthday, but ended up with a huge banquet instead. She replied that it had been a long time since they had a celebration like this, and told him to put a smile on his face. When Ilya entered the hall, everyone was impressed. She looked beautiful and dazzling. Joshua Lindsay smiled proudly and said it was exactly what he expected from his daughter. Soon after, a noble tried to approach her for a dance, but as soon as he met Joshua Lindsay's gaze, he immediately gave up. His wife begged him to smile a little. Still, Joshua Lindsay replied that ordinary men would not even get close to his daughter. Then Aaron appeared, well-dressed and elegant. He drew everyone's attention in the hall. At that moment, he finally understood why Ilya kept appearing in his thoughts from time to time. He understood why that short conversation had left a void, why he wanted to see her again, and why he had dedicated himself so much all this time. Then Aaron walked up to Ilya and politely asked if she would dance with him. In that instant, he realized the truth. He truly liked Ilya. The two began to dance, and the entire hall watched them. The scene was beautiful, and many people commented that life was unfair because the two of them looked too good together. Bill Stenton asked Khalil how she liked his masterpiece, and said that the great Lord Aaron Ferreira had undergone an incredible transformation. Khalil replied that he had always been handsome. Ruru also approved of the result, and said that, from a cat's perspective, Aaron looked much more stylish. Meanwhile, Joshua Lindsay was trying to control himself, repeating to himself that it was only a dance and meant nothing. During the dance, Ilya asked why he had decided to do all this so suddenly. She said he felt different from usual and much more handsome than before. He quickly became flustered and commented that it wasn't as if he hadn't already been good-looking before. Aaron simply smiled and replied that he was happy to hear that. Ilya began to wonder whether Aaron had really gotten dressed up just for the ball, or if he had actually done it to impress her. Right after the dance, she had to return to receiving guests, since she was also one of the hosts of the party. Meanwhile, Aaron realized that everything felt different. A few days earlier, he only saw Ilya as a friend. Now, however, he wanted to be closer to her. His mind was a complete mess, so he decided to go outside to breathe on the balcony. He had barely arrived when two girls approached him, competing over who would speak first. They complimented his appearance and asked what his type of woman was. Meanwhile, Ilya's mother told her daughter to go talk to Aaron, saying she would take care of Joshua Joshua Lindsay herself. Ilya replied that her mother was misunderstanding everything and that it wasn't like that. Still, her mother insisted, saying someone might steal the boy from her, and told her to go immediately. Ilya went looking for him and found him on the balcony surrounded by the two girls. She thought it was normal enough. After all, who wouldn't be drawn to Aaron's looks? At that moment, the two girls were still waiting for his answer about his ideal type. Aaron replied that he liked someone who was skilled with a sword. He said that if he could be with a woman like that, he would be very happy. The two girls were disappointed and complained that he could have come up with a better excuse. Then Ilya appeared. She said she didn't know he was outside. Aaron replied that he had just come out for some air. Ilya commented that she was also a bit anxious, since it had been a long time since she had attended a banquet with so many guests, and it felt somewhat uncomfortable. Then she asked if he wanted to spar for a while. Aaron replied that he didn't mind. When he commented about their clothing, Ilya said they were both swordsmen, so it wouldn't be a problem. Soon after, she led him to the training building. While the two of them trained, Kyleel, Ruru, and Bill Stenton were hiding in the bushes, watching from afar. Kyleel asked why everything between those two always ended up in swordplay, and commented that the people from the Chrono Sword Academy were completely insane. Bill Stenton replied that their progress was a bit frustrating to watch, but that everything would be fine. It was a mood only the two of them could understand, something outsiders would never grasp. 3 days later, they were still training. Even after exchanging many blows, Aaron was thrown backward. Still standing and holding his sword, he thought that Ilya had become very strong. She had truly managed to overcome everything that had happened because of Ignet. Moreover, she was smiling and genuinely seemed to be enjoying the training. Suddenly, Ilya landed a kick to Aaron's face and knocked him down. She asked if he wasn't falling too often lately, and commented that he seemed very distracted. Then she suggested they stop for the day. Slightly embarrassed, Aaron agreed and admitted she might be right. Inside, he thought this was a problem. Ever since he realized his own feelings, just seeing Ilya's smile made him completely lose focus. Then Ilya mentioned that he would be leaving the next day and that it was his last day there. She said it was a shame. Aaron thought that he still couldn't say what he felt, even though this was his last chance. If he confessed and got rejected, their friendship might become awkward. The rejection itself wasn't the issue, but he didn't want to walk a different path from hers and lose the bond they had built. Even as he tried to gather the courage to say something, he froze. Before he could speak, Ilya suddenly hugged him tightly and thanked him for keeping his promise to visit. She said that because of him, those days had been a lot of fun. Aaron simply replied yes. Then Ilya said it was time to prepare for his departure. However, before he left, she warned him that he would be in big trouble if he made her wait too long. Aaron understood exactly what she meant, and deep down, she also knew exactly what he meant. As they said goodbye, he promised himself that the next time they met, he would be an even better version of himself. The next morning, everyone gathered for the farewell. Joshua Lindsay told them to leave quickly and stop dragging things out, since they were busy people. His wife immediately told him to shut up. Before leaving, Aaron told Ilya that he would see her again. She smiled and replied that, of course, she would be waiting for that. While they traveled over the territories on a griffin, Ruru suggested they stop in another city along the way. Aaron thought it was a good idea and said they could take the opportunity to buy gifts for his parents. During the journey, he reflected that he was finally going home. The people he had neglected the most during all this time were his parents. While traveling across the continent, he had not spoken to them even once. Now he intended to repay all the love they had always given him. When they arrived in the territory, Marcus was busy coordinating knights, guards, and staff. One of the guards tried to inform him that the young master had arrived, but Marcus told him to stop making excuses and keep working. Only then did he realize who was actually there. Emotional, Marcus ran to hug Aaron. He said Aaron looked incredible and that he could never have imagined how much he had grown. Aaron asked if he was doing well. Marcus replied that he was, and mentioned that Aaron's parents were currently at the estate. Aaron then asked Marcus for a bit of his time, because he had prepared some gifts for his parents and wanted him to take a look first. Marcus said that was no problem, and added that the best gift had already returned home. At that moment, Volcanus appeared in a rage, shouting that he had finally found that brat. Aaron asked why he was there. Volcanus replied that it had been over a year since Aaron last came to pick up the sword he had commissioned. Marcus explained that in fact, Volcanus had arrived in the territory the previous month and had been waiting for Aaron ever since. Not giving him a chance to make more excuses, Volcanus demanded a proper explanation. Aaron simply replied, completely embarrassed, that he had forgotten about the sword entirely. Volcanus said it was fine. Since Aaron was being honest, he would let it slide this time. Then he thought that, since he had made that sword for this kid, he couldn't hand it over to anyone else. He then revealed the sword on the spot, and asked what Aaron thought of it. It was Volcanus's 10th numbered sword. It was a large sword, exactly the kind Aaron liked to use, with intricate patterns and a solid build. It was truly beautiful. Ruru said it was impressive, but she still preferred Aaron's mystical sword. Volcanus replied that was ridiculous, since that sword definitely couldn't surpass surpass his. But Ruru explained that Aaron's sword had evolved. When Aaron showed it, everyone was stunned. The two blacksmiths assisting Vulcanus said the sword was incredibly elegant and unlike anything they had ever seen. It was perfectly balanced and harmonious, a rare creation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a sword of the generation. Seeing this, Vulcanus was completely shocked. He became so overwhelmed that he fainted. His assistants quickly asked for him to be taken to his room. Aaron offered to help, but Marcus told him to leave it to them and reminded him that he still needed to see his parents. When he returned home, Aaron announced that he was back. He immediately apologized, saying he wasn't sure if they would like it, but he had brought some gifts. However, Emilia didn't care about that at all. She simply hugged him tightly, saying she was happy he had returned safely. Harun Ferreira also welcomed him with pride, saying he had done well. Emotional, Aaron realized he finally understood what Marcus had meant. That was the best gift he could have given his parents. 3 days later, Vulcanus's assistants knocked on his door, but there was no response. It was the first time he had isolated himself like that. Inside, Vulcanus was drinking while reflecting. Forging swords had always been his life. It was his only talent. After failing at many other things, he believed that as long as he could keep forging swords, he could endure the heat of the forge. All his sweat and effort were rewarded the moment he completed a new blade that had always been the meaning of his existence. He had spent his entire life pursuing that dream, but the golden sword changed everything. The 10th numbered sword he had worked so hard to create was completely overshadowed. All the swords he had ever made lost their brilliance in front of it. The moment he saw the golden sword, he realized how insignificant he was. He thought he was finished and wouldn't be able to continue. At that moment, Aaron entered the room, saying he had come at the request of Vulcanus's friends. Vulcanus told him to leave. Seeing him in that state, Aaron realized the situation was far worse than he had imagined, and that he needed to do something. Vulcanus insisted on being left alone, but Aaron reached out his hand. During his travels, he had learned that he could influence others with his aura, not to harm them, but to transmit energy and shift their emotions. When he touched Vulcanus, he asked him not to be afraid. He said Vulcanus had already created countless incredible swords and truly believed he would create even greater works in the future. He asked him to hold on, for himself and for everyone who wanted to see him well. Aaron's words had an effect. Vulcanus felt his mind grow lighter and clearer. A new desire emerged within him, even stronger than before. He then asked to remain in the territory and dedicate the rest of his life to forging swords there. Aaron immediately accepted. Sometime later, everyone was working in Vulcanus's new forge. Marcus commented that it was incredible. He said Aaron had managed to convince Vulcanus to stay in the territory, and that at this rate, all the great masters of the continent would eventually gather there. Khalil found it so impressive that she suggested organizing a major event. She asked what he thought about holding a special lecture on his swordsmanship to bring people from all over the kingdom of Hale together. Marcus said it was an excellent idea. Khalil added that if he felt pressured, he didn't have to accept. But Aaron liked the proposal. He said he would do everything he could to help his parents, his family, and the territory whenever he was there. After all, at that moment, he was not only a master swordsman, he was also the eldest son of the Ferreira family. Several days later, the event was held and drew a massive crowd. At last, the kingdom of Hale had a master swordsman. Many commented on how impressive Aaron was for reaching such a level in his early 20s. Aaron stepped onto the stage, thanked everyone for their presence, and explained that he had thought carefully about what he wanted to share. He then summoned his mystical sword and said he would demonstrate everything he had learned from beginning to end. The audience became extremely excited, finally about to witness his true power. He explained that everything he would present was related to the sword. He said the foundation of any movement was properly using multiple muscles at once to perform precise actions. While watching, a hooded man thought he finally understood what kind of person Aaron was. Unlike many young prodigies, he showed no arrogance. That pleased him. Before ending the lecture with a sword demonstration, Aaron decided to ask the audience a question. He wanted to know why each of them did what they did. And for those who wielded swords, he asked why they continued to walk such a difficult path. He said that in the beginning, even he could not answer that question. Because of that, he urged everyone never to stop reflecting on why they wielded the sword and chose to live as swordsmen. He explained that the sword, willpower, conviction, and desire were all connected. When he found his own answers, he became stronger and more determined. He encouraged everyone to keep thinking about it, saying that if they never gave up that search, they would one day find their true purpose. After finishing his demonstration, raising dust and intense flashes of light with his sword strikes, Aaron ended the lecture. The audience responded with thunderous applause. The hooded man thought that, in the small kingdom of Hale, a true master swordsman had finally emerged. To him, that boy was the kingdom's new hope. Among the crowd, many wondered if he was truly the former idle noble. Everyone was shocked by how much a person could change. Ruru said everything had been incredible. Harun Ferreira recalled the time he had seen his son lying in that bed and could hardly believe everything that had happened. Emilia said exactly what he was thinking. Later, Aaron asked Khalil how the lecture had gone. She replied that it had been amazing, and that she never imagined he would perform so well in front of such a large audience. At that moment, the hooded man approached through the corridors. He said said the lecture had left a very deep impression. Then he formally introduced himself as Oswald O'Donnell, leader of the Twilight Knights of the Kingdom of Hale. He explained that he had come only to deliver a message directly to the master swordsman Aaron Ferreira, sent by the king himself. The Kingdom of Hale was a small nation located in the central region of the continent. Compared to the great kingdoms, it could not compete in size, wealth, or military power. For the past 300 years, it had survived thanks to its allies. The alliance between Hale, Sorin, Quillen, and Bizard existed because the four kingdoms were too weak to face the continent's chaos alone. This alliance had been formed long ago. After peace came to the continent, each kingdom worked hard to strengthen itself, trying not to fall behind its allies, be ignored by the great nations, or even be conquered. But the King of Hale was not the only one making moves. At the same time, someone arrived at the Slyke family estate in the Kingdom of Lantel. It was Kyle Murdoch, Duke of the Kingdom of Bizard. He did not want to be in that gloomy place, and had only come because of the banquet that would be held in a few days. As Bizard's representative, and due to the sacrifice of the princess for the small nation, he had decided to fulfill his duty. He walked through corridors surrounded by hooded mages. Even opening doors required the use of strange magic, and the person who received him, though not showing much enthusiasm, was a man surrounded by luxury and numerous women. Kyle Murdoch introduced himself, and greeted Ifrin Slick, the Archmage of Lantel. Lantel was the Kingdom of Magic, a powerful nation that almost rivaled the Holy Kingdom. It had gained its strength through extremely powerful high-ranking mages, and the enormous profits from selling magical equipment. Despite its reputation, the high-ranking mages of Lantel were known for living in seclusion and rarely leaving the kingdom. However, one event had changed that. It was the arranged marriage between Archmage Ifrin Slick and the Princess of the Kingdom of Bizard. Many saw this union as Lantel's plan to further consolidate its influence in the central region of the continent. Ifrin Slick remarked that he had heard a young master swordsman had appeared in the Kingdom of Hale. He also heard that this year's banquet would be held there, and asked if that was the reason for Kyle Murdoch's visit. Kyle confirmed that it was. Ifrin Slick then stated that the Kingdom of Bizard, now tied to Lantel, could not afford to lose prestige because of a mere child. He then commented that it had been a long time since he last went out into the outside world. Kyle Murdoch, surprised, asked if he intended to go personally. Ifrin Slick asked if he was questioning his decision. Frightened, Kyle quickly said no, and explained that his presence would be greatly helpful. Satisfied, Ifrin Slick said they would meet again at the Hale banquet. As he left, Kyle Murdoch thought the conversation had gone better than expected. Still, he knew Ifrin Slick was one of the most dangerous people in Lantel, and that it might be better to prevent his direct involvement. However, he also knew that no one was capable of stopping that man. At that moment, the princess was still under Ifrin Slick's control, and because of that, Kyle Murdoch could do nothing. He deeply regretted being unable to protect that smile once again. He didn't even get the chance to greet her. In silence, he asked for forgiveness for being such a useless servant. Later, in the presence of the Ferreira family, Oswald O'Donnell explained that, as everyone already knew, the banquet of the four nations would soon be held in the Kingdom of Hale. He said His Majesty had high expectations for the event, and had therefore ordered Lord Harun Ferreira, Sir Aaron Ferreira, and the mystic Kylale to attend and honor the banquet. Harun Ferreira thought it had all happened much faster than he had expected. He knew the king would use Aaron's reputation, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. Aaron replied that, with his father's permission, he would attend the banquet. Kylale also expressed her desire to go. Given that, Harun Ferreira agreed. Oswald O'Donnell was satisfied, and informed them that he would personally return on the appointed day to escort them to the capital. Sometime later, Aaron visited Vulcanus's forge. He said he wanted to give gifts to people he deeply cared about, and asked if Vulcanus could forge a few more swords. Vulcanus complained, saying he had already made a numbered sword specifically for Aaron, and now Aaron still wanted him to make swords for other people. When Aaron entered the forge, he was impressed. Since returning to work, Vulcanus had already forged countless swords. Even so, Aaron explained that he wanted a very specific sword. There was someone who had left a deep impression on him, and although all those swords were incredible, he wanted one made especially for her. Right away, Vulcanus realized what was going on, and said that Aaron was in love. He then agreed to the request but set one condition. He needed to meet the person in order to create a perfect sword for her. Embarrassed, Aaron replied that this would be difficult, because she lived very far away. Vulcanus then suggested that he write a letter, pouring all his sincerity into it. Later, Aaron struggled greatly to write that letter. He had already crumpled more than 10 sheets of paper and still couldn't decide how to begin. From that day on, he became much more careful about how he expressed his feelings toward Ilya. Then he remembered Vulcanus's words, that sincerity must come from the heart. With that in mind, he finally wrote the letter, putting all his true feelings into it. Several days later, it was time to depart for the banquet. Aaron, Harun Ferreira, and Khalil said their goodbyes to Marcus and Amelia, who would remain in the territory. Before leaving, Khalil asked Ruru to take good care of Engdu. Curious, Ruru asked if that was the griffin's name, and said she thought it was cool. Marcus asked if she would also stay in the territory, but Ruru replied that she needed to deliver a letter from Aaron and still had another stop to make before returning. She left alone, riding riding the griffin. While checking the letter, she read the travel plan. First, she would go to the kingdom of Adam to deliver a gift to Bill Stenton. Then she would head to Ilya, and perhaps even visit Kuvar. During the flight, Ruru ended up taking on a different form. She thought she had always believed she was just a cat, but those wings and strange horns were clearly connected to her lost memories. Perhaps this journey was also an opportunity to learn more about her past. At the same time, she realized that if she recovered her memories, she might end up drifting away from Aaron, and she didn't want that to happen. Later, Ruru finally found Ilya and said it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Ilya was completely shocked to see her arrive suddenly on a griffin. Ruru explained that she had come to deliver a message from Aaron. At that moment, Joshua Lindsay asked what that brat wanted this time. Ruru replied that she also had a gift for him. When he unwrapped the sword, Joshua Lindsay said he wouldn't be impressed by a mere sword. However, as he examined it more closely, he became completely stunned by its quality. Ruru explained that it had been forged by Vulcanus. Upon hearing that name, Joshua Lindsay was shocked. After all, that was the legendary master craftsman responsible for the numbered swords. Meanwhile, Ilya quickly read Aaron's letter. As soon as she finished, she broke into a wide smile, immediately changed her clothes, and announced that she needed to travel to the kingdom of Hail. Without wasting time, she grabbed Ruru, mounted the griffin, and flew off at high speed. She simply couldn't wait any longer to see Aaron. For most of the journey, the two remained silent. The situation was somewhat awkward. At one point, Ilya commented that she might have gone crazy. She thought she had acted too hastily, and imagined what people would say if they found out she was flying desperately toward the Ferrera territory. And worse, what would happen if they discovered she liked Aaron? When they finally arrived at the territory, Marcus met Ilya for the first time, and asked if she had come to visit young Master Aaron. Unfortunately, she explained that he had already left for the capital. Ilya let out a quiet sigh, thinking she had already expected that outcome. At that moment, Bart was also there. Ruru asked what he was doing in the area, and he replied that he was traveling on business and had decided to stop by to visit Aaron. Noticing Ilya's presence, he asked if she had also come to see him. She immediately became flustered. Bart found her reaction strange, and commented that she looked like someone who had been caught in the act. He quickly understood the situation and teased that things had already progressed quite far. He added that Aaron really was something else. Embarrassed, Ilya insisted it wasn't like that at all, and tried to cover it up by saying she simply wanted a duel. Sensing the tension, Ruru told Marcus to quickly run away from there. Bart only smiled and warned Ilya not to let her guard down, because Aaron was no longer the same as before. After that, he accepted the duel. Ilya said she had no intention of going easy on him. Meanwhile, Oswald O'Donnell was explaining to the Ferrera family that they would soon arrive at the capital. He also briefly outlined the schedule for that year's banquet. After the formal greetings, once all the kingdoms were gathered in the hall, a simple hunting tournament would be held. Despite its name, it was merely a traditional event in which each king shot arrows at targets. It symbolized the official beginning of the banquet, after which the celebration would continue into the night. Oswald O'Donnell also asked whether they should leave Lance alone, even if only as a precaution. But suddenly, the carriage came to a stop. The bridge leading across had been destroyed. Oswald noted that it had still been intact when he passed earlier. Kylale said they couldn't use Engdu because he was with Ruru. Still, Oswald explained that he knew another route, and if they left immediately, they could still arrive in time for the hunting tournament. Meanwhile, in the castle of Hale, everyone was worried. The king of Hale believed something must have happened and decided to send someone to investigate. He also mentioned that he wanted to proudly showcase the new master swordsman to the neighboring kingdoms, but they could no longer delay the event. Despite his anxiety, he gathered everyone for the hunting tournament. Thus the kingdoms of Hale, Sonin, Quilin, and Bizard were assembled. The soldier of Hale knew that all of them had brought troops to display their military strength, but the one that drew the most attention was the Slick family's entourage. Their carriage was enormous, practically a limousine among carriages, surrounded on both sides by rows of mages. The king of Sonin wondered how they had managed to bring it there, while the king of Quilin realized that everyone pulling the carriage was a mage. In his opinion, it could no longer even be called a carriage. The sound of the horn signaled the start of the hunt. In the distance, Oswald O'Donnell heard it and realized they had finally arrived. But at that moment, he came face to face with the archmage stepping out of the massive carriage, which was filled with women, including the princess of Bizard. The soldier of Hale thought it was already disrespectful enough for him to appear dressed like that, but arriving in such a manner made it even worse. Oswald said the situation he had feared most had come to pass. That man was Ifrain Sleek, the archmage of the Sleek family from the kingdom of Lantel. The king of Hale grew concerned and asked if this would cause problems. The soldier told him not to worry. At that moment, the hunt had already begun. The king of Hale was slightly late, as he had barely practiced archery. Before he could act, an arrow pierced a boar and killed it instantly. The one who had fired it was Ifrin Slick. The soldier of Hale was furious. From his perspective, the archmage had completely ignored the host's turn, despite being only a guest at the banquet. The act was extremely rude and disrespected not only Hale's traditions, but also those of the other kingdoms. Even the king of Bizard could only endure the situation in silence. Another boar came running, and Ifrin Slick was already preparing another arrow. That was when Aaron ordered him to stop. He explained that this was an event hosted by another kingdom, and that it seemed the Archmage did not understand the rules. Still, he said he would personally clarify them. Aaron explained that the tournament existed to strengthen friendship among the 4 kingdoms. Because of that, it was not a competition. There was a rule determining each kingdom's turn to act, and the first was always the host, the King of Hail. He added that he was sure everyone would overlook Ephraim Sleek's mistake, even if it was a foolish one, and asked the Archmage to lower his bow and show respect. Ephraim Sleek asked if he was the famous Aaron Ferreira. Aaron confirmed that he was. The King of Hail then realized that the young man was the master swordsman Aaron. Just by looking at him, Ephraim Sleek could sense a different kind of energy. In his view, there was a reason the boy had reached such a high level at such a young age. He commented that the Ferreira family was quite unusual, and that a true miracle had been born within what seemed like an ordinary family. He also said the King of Hail should be proud of him, and admitted that after meeting him, he even felt envious. Then he asked if Aaron would like to go to Lantel. Aaron immediately refused. Ephraim Sleek said it seemed he had not understood the proposal. Then he snapped his fingers, and both of them were trapped inside a massive magic cube. Khalil asked what was happening and tried to approach, but the mages of Lantel formed a barrier. One of them explained that the Archmage wished to speak with Aaron privately and asked for their understanding, assuring them that nothing bad was happening. Oswald O'Donnell said it was best to observe for now, as acting at that moment would be dangerous. Inside the cube, Ephraim Slick explained that he wanted to talk without all those gazes around them. Moreover, that space was completely soundproof. Aaron asked what he wanted to discuss. The Archmage then made an offer. He said that Lantel was not composed only of great mages. Although there was still room for improvement, the kingdom's swordsmen were also very powerful and had 3 masters. Even so, they wanted more. The goal was to create a new great swordsman family, capable of rivaling the 3 most powerful families of Lantel. According to him, Aaron was the perfect person to occupy that position and begin a history even greater than that of the 5 noble families of the West. Ephraim Slick explained that many geniuses had appeared throughout history, but none had managed to found a great family, not for lack of talent, but because of the environment they lived in and the people around them. In his view, things would be different in Lantel. He said Aaron should leave that small and noisy kingdom to spread his wings, and that he didn't need to worry about what would happen afterward, because Lantel would take care of everything. Even so, Aaron maintained his answer. He refused Lantel's offer, and further demanded that Ephraim Slick apologize to the King of Hail and to his father, the commander of the army. He also stated that the Archmage could not pretend he didn't know the rules. He would never allow anyone to disrespect his nation, his family, or the people around him. Ephraim Slick asked what would happen if he simply refused. Without hesitation, Aaron responded by challenging the Archmage to a duel. Ephraim Slick replied that he didn't know what Aaron was thinking. He said that the boy had never left that small kingdom since childhood and didn't understand anything about what Lantel was like, as if he didn't truly know what he was talking about. At that moment, Aaron remembered Judith and the advice she had given him, realizing it was time to use it. He then asked provocatively whether Ephraim Slick was afraid. With that, Ephraim Slick shattered the magic cube and reacted angrily, asking if he had gone mad. He accepted the duel and said that Aaron would regret making that challenge. Everyone around was shocked by the situation, and the King of Hail panicked. Later, everyone went to the foot of the hill where the duel would take place, watching from a distance, already expecting things could go wrong. The King of Hail commented that they were in a complicated situation and that, regardless of who won or lost, they didn't know how they would handle Lantel's possible reaction. The soldier tried to calm him, saying that Lantel would not waste time on a single duel, and that Master Ferreira was not someone who acted recklessly. Therefore, all they could do was trust him. Harun Ferreira was also visibly worried. Then Ephraim Slick declared that they could begin. As soon as the duel started, Aaron closed his eyes. Ephraim Slick interpreted this as provocation and became even more irritated, thinking the boy was arrogant to begin a duel like that. He decided to act quickly, believing he needed to show the danger of giving a mage time to prepare. He already had a plan prepared. Beneath the carriage there were several magic circles, and he could control everything from that distance. He drew all the mana stored there, and tried to use one of his most dangerous spells, an extremely powerful mind control technique, intending to dominate Aaron. However, at the moment he launched the attack, Aaron, still with his eyes closed, waited for the exact timing. When the magic approached, he dodged with precision, closed the distance in a single movement, and struck immediately afterward. The impact was so strong that it created a massive explosion on the hill. In a single strike, Aaron split the mountain in half and defeated Ephraim Slick instantly, leaving him completely humiliated and unable to react. Without paying any further attention to his opponent, Aaron simply turned and left, ending the duel, since he considered it already won. Harun Ferreira watched in shock, unable to believe whether that was truly his son. Shortly afterward, Aaron went to the King of Hail, planted his sword into the ground, and knelt formally, introducing himself as the eldest son of the Ferreira family, swordmaster of the Kingdom of Hail, and apologizing for causing that situation during the sacred day of the 4 kingdoms. He explained that he could not ignore the disrespect shown toward his family and his kingdom, as it affected respected everyone present there. Even while acknowledging Lantel's strength, he said he could not allow the history and customs of the Four Kingdoms to be disrespected. Harun Ferreira was moved and blamed himself for not being more present in his son's life. In response, Eren pulled his sword from the ground and said he would take full responsibility for everything that might happen after that duel, ensuring his nation would not suffer any consequences. He swore upon his sword, his heart, the honor of being a swordmaster, and his family. Harun Ferreira felt proud seeing his son's growth. The hunting competition of the Four Kingdoms came to an end. The Kingdom of Blizzard apologized for failing to prevent what had happened, and the mages of Lantel left early from the banquet. The soldier of Hail thought that perhaps, after that day, there would never again be a banquet among the Four Kingdoms. Later, the King of Hail was visibly excited, excessively praising Eren and drawing everyone's attention, while some asked him to maintain proper decorum. Oswald O'Donnell commented that the king had truly been impressed by Master Ferreira, especially after seeing him defeat Archmage Ephraim Slick in an instant. Even he could not fully measure Eren's level of power, which, despite having become a swordmaster only recently, was already at an intermediate level, or even higher. That night, Ephraim Slick was far from satisfied. Enraged, he said that Eren had humiliated him, and that he would not let it end like that. Consumed by rage, he used dark magic despite the cost it would have on his body, even coughing blood, yet still forcing his power onward. He then released a cursed soul toward the banquet building. However, the magic never reached its target, as Eren intercepted it mid-air with his bare hands, immediately sensing the malevolent energy within it. Even without being able to clearly see its source, Eren realized the energy was extremely dangerous and aimed at his father. Surprised, Ephraim Slick asked how he had managed to hold back a spell like that. At that moment, the 5-element necklace Eren had obtained in the Orc Kingdom reacted and caused the malevolent energy to vanish. Sensing the origin of that magic, Eren did not hesitate. He moved in instantly, destroyed part of the structure where Ephraim Slick was located, and cornered him with his sword. Even seeing that his enemy was enveloped in demonic energy, Eren understood that he had not fully transformed yet, but he was still extremely dangerous. He then concluded that he could not allow him to live. Desperate, Ephraim Slick begged for forgiveness, saying he would never appear before him or his family again, pleading to be spared just this once. And Eren became enraged at not having been able to kill him on the spot, saying that such tricks would not work, not on him, nor on anyone around him, and that the next time he caused trouble, he would die. Then he left the carriage, wondering if that truly had been the best he could do. Such a pathetic threat. He himself did not know whether he would be able to punish a human, rather than a demon. Some time ago, Karakum had told Eren that walking the path of a hero was not easy, and that he needed to be prepared to kill anything in a world where many people lived happily, because of course demons would try to destroy that. And he had even asked whether he would be prepared to kill humans as well. Eren then thought that if he had not been able to stop Ephraim Slick's magic, his father would have been in danger. Even so, he had hesitated because the man was human. At that moment, if the man had not begged for his life, he did not know whether he would have been able to kill him. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of the continent, in the Gabir forest, a gigantic boar-like monster was destroying everything in its path. In truth, it was a demon that had possessed that body. It had already grown massive and was even hungrier, wanting to devour endlessly. But the clown demon prevented it from leaving the forest. He said that the damn Holy Kingdom was hunting demons, and that they would all be in danger if it left at that moment. He also said that when the time came, he would allow it. The boar monster tried to fight back, but the clown simply blew its head apart and called it a damn idiot. He even found it convenient, since getting rid of it was almost a blessing, so he devoured part of its body to recover his strength. Shortly after, he received a letter from the Reverend. The clown became irritated, asking if he was joking around while everyone else was working, calling him an idiot. But he said that now he had finally started acting, and that he probably thought he was just a puppet. However, he promised that the day his body recovered, the first one he would devour would be the Reverend. Early the next morning, the Ferreira family was returning to their territory. Eren was still thinking about that night and felt he could not let it end like that. He should go back and finish the job, but at the same time, he did not know if he could take on that responsibility, since it might put his family and the Kingdom of Hal in danger, so he decided not to tell anyone. He thought that if it were Ignet, she would know what to do. At that moment, Kyleel asked where he had been the previous night. He replied that he had gone out to clear his mind and apologized. She told him to inform them next time, but he decided it was better not to say anything so as not to worry the others. Harun Ferreira then turned to his son and asked if he wanted to get married. Eren was confused. Harun Ferreira explained that even His Majesty had commented that, if he had a daughter, he would introduce her to him. In addition, he had received several marriage proposals from the kingdoms of Sonin and Quilin, but had rejected them all because the most important decision was his son's, and he asked what he wanted. Since Eren did not respond, Harun Ferreira realized he already liked someone and asked if it was the daughter of the Lindsay family. Khalil commented that his father had figured it out too quickly. A few days later, they finally arrived at the Ferreira castle. Marcus welcomed them, saying they had returned at a good time because there was a guest for the young master. But before he could finish speaking, Bart began calling out, "Ruru!" Ilya burst through the door, knocking everything aside in her path, and threw herself onto Eren. He asked why she was there. She replied that he himself had said he wanted her to come. He realized she was drunk and could smell the alcohol. Bart also appeared, completely intoxicated, saying they had been unable to stop her. Ilya, already heavily intoxicated, grabbed Eren's face and told him to look only at her, nearly fainting from drinking so much. Frieren commented that she was much more intense than he had heard. Kalail said this was a problem and told Eren to take her to her room to recover, since they would later need an emergency family meeting. In the room, Khalil commented that it had basically been a public declaration while she was drunk. When she woke up, she would be extremely embarrassed. Bart admitted part of the blame and asked if Eren would still hesitate again. He replied that the next day he would confess to her. The next morning, Ilya Lindsay woke up remembering everything and panicked, saying she needed to escape. She almost tried to jump out of the window, but someone knocked on the door, and she froze in fear. The person who entered was Ruru, now dressed as a maid. Ruru said that Lord Eren Ferreira wanted to spend some time alone with her that day. Ilya asked if that was true. Ruru confirmed it, and asked if she accepted the invitation. Ilya wondered if he was talking about a date, and found it strange that it came so suddenly, maybe because of what had happened the day before. Still, she decided not to refuse and said yes, adding that she would take a bath and get ready. Later, she was trying on dresses and shoes while Ruru said she looked great, and encouraged her to go for it. Afterwards, Ilya met Eren, who was also well dressed. He thanked her for coming and commented that it had been a while since they had seen each other like this. He complimented her dress, saying it suited her, which made her shy and flustered to the point of stuttering, thinking she was acting a bit silly. When she asked where they were going, Kylale appeared with the griffin Engdu, which was in miniature form, and said she would be responsible for transportation that day, organizing everything properly, and asking Engdu to fly as smoothly as possible. During the flight, Eren said he wanted to go somewhere a bit far away, and asked if she was comfortable. Ilya realized how attentive he was, remembering how she had traveled like this before on griffins, but now everything felt different to her. They crossed beautiful landscapes and arrived at the independent city of Cervantino in the kingdom of Gerbera. Eren explained that a festival was taking place there that would last until the last day of autumn, which was why they had come. The place was full of life, with music, dancing, theater, and even street artists drawing caricatures. When night fell, they had dinner by candlelight. When the waiter approached with the menu, Ilya immediately recognized that it was Bart in disguise with a fake mustache. He tried to deny it, saying it wasn't him, but Eren immediately confirmed it and called him by name. Later, when Bart returned to where the production team, Kylil and Ruru was, he asked how they had found out. While Kylil reacted calmly, Eren apologized, saying they had insisted on coming, but Ilya said it was fine and thanked them for the day. She explained that she had rarely had opportunities to enjoy festivals due to family matters and training. Before, she was more closed off, afraid to open up or show her feelings, but that had changed after meeting Eren, and that day had been really fun. Suddenly, a sound caught their attention, and Eren pulled Ilya outside, where they arrived just in time to see the festival fireworks. Under the illuminated sky, Eren confessed, saying he liked her, not as a friend, but as a woman. He said she was the first person to approach him when he had no one, the one who smiled at him even when he failed to keep his promise, and that he truly liked her. If she felt the same, he wanted to stay with her forever. Ilya finally returned his feelings, and the entourage finally arrived. Wasting no time, Khalil asked what they were waiting for, and told the two of them to just kiss already. Completely flustered, Eren replied that she was his little sister, and that she shouldn't be saying things like that in front of her brother. Taking advantage of the moment, Ilya kissed him on the cheek and said they could head to the carriage now. Watching the scene unfold, Bart complained that he was being left out, and that it wasn't any fun. Deep down though, he was just missing Judith. After that, everyone finally returned home. Meanwhile, in a ruined village, the purification team continued searching for the holy water, but so far they had found no trace of it. One of the messengers arrived with a new report from the 3rd unit. Just as in the western region, every trace of demons had also vanished completely from the south. Quincy immediately understood what that meant. If they were all moving at the same time, then an archdemon had to be directing the ordinary demons. The prime suspect was still the clown demon. Even so, something else was even more concerning. They couldn't detect any demonic energy whatsoever. There was a demon capable of completely concealing that energy, making the situation extremely dangerous. The next day, Bart decided to tease Eren by asking how it felt to finally have a girlfriend. Eren immediately turned bright red with embarrassment. Bart then joked that if he didn't want to answer, he could always ask the person standing right beside him instead. Before he could continue, Eren had already drawn his sword for yet another duel, sending Bart running while being chased by his friend. Watching the two of them, Khalil sighed and remarked that it was only the 2nd day of their relationship, yet they were already back in the training hall. They really were two sword-obsessed idiots. Even so, she knew the reason her brother had grown so quickly was because he had friends who trained just as hard alongside him, so she had no complaints. A month later, Bart was saying his goodbyes. He was going to visit his girlfriend, and confidently declared that everyone should just wait and see, because one day he and Judith would surpass everyone else. It might not happen anytime soon, but that that day would definitely come. While traveling, Bart once again felt that familiar impression. Both Eren and Ilya were improving at an astonishing rate, especially Ilya, who had already become far stronger than the last time he had seen her. In the past, that would always stir feelings of inferiority inside him, but now things were different. At last he had managed to leave those feelings behind. Suddenly, something shot past him at incredible speed, kicking up a powerful gust of wind. Bart looked around in surprise, wondering what it had been. Could someone really have created that wind? They could. The one running at that unbelievable speed was Joshua, completely frantic with worry. It had already been a month since Ilya had left home. He trusted that blonde young man, but he still needed to see with his own eyes that his daughter was safe. Without slowing down, he reached the Frieren territory. Thanks to his false identity, he passed through the gates without any trouble. Now all that remained was sneaking into the Lord's castle, though he still had no idea how he was going to accomplish that. Since he was exhausted from the journey, he decided to rest at a nearby bistro. As he ate, he took a deep breath and looked around the territory. It was small, but remarkably peaceful. In his opinion, it seemed like a wonderful place to live. Not long afterward, another man sat down at his table and commented that it really was an excellent place. The food was good, the prices were fair, and he asked if he could join him. Joshua replied that he didn't mind, but explained that he wasn't talking about the bistro. He meant the territory as a whole. Compared to the others in the region, this was undoubtedly the best one. The man asked whether he was a traveler. Joshua answered that it wasn't difficult to tell. The guards' equipment was well maintained, the roads were in excellent condition, and the citizens all seemed carefree. Everything pointed to a lord who governed his land exceptionally well. The man smiled and replied that, as one of its citizens, hearing such praise made him very happy. He then bought Joshua a drink, and the two shared a toast. A short while later, however, Joshua overheard a conversation at another table. Several people were talking about how the young Lord Frieren was dating Ilya Lindsay. The moment he heard that, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted in complete outrage, demanding to know how that was even possible. As if fate itself were mocking him, the couple walked into the bistro at that exact moment and found themselves staring straight at the commotion. That was when the man finally revealed his true identity. It was Harun, wearing a wig as a disguise while holding Joshua back to keep him from charging forward. Completely confused, Ilya asked whether that was her father. Even more bewildered, Eren accidentally addressed Joshua as his father-in-law. Harun had no idea who they were talking about, while Joshua immediately demanded to know who had just called him father-in-law. Realizing the situation was only getting worse, Ilya said she had no idea what was happening, but that they should probably leave. Eren agreed and politely remarked that it seemed his father-in-law was busy patrolling the territory, so they would come back another time. Playing along, Ilya added that the two of them seemed to be getting along just fine, and that it really was best to leave them alone. After the couple left, Joshua and Harun simply stared at each other in silence for several seconds. In the end, Joshua apologized for causing such a disturbance. Harun replied that it was no problem at all, and suggested they simply have another drink together. Joshua accepted the offer without hesitation. Meanwhile, Ilya was still surprised that her father had shown up there of all places. Eren asked what they should do, and suggested that perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to make their relationship official and ask for her father's blessing. Ilya laughed and said he had just acted like a total mama's boy. Sometime later, Joshua returned completely drunk alongside Harun. He explained that he was simply an overly worried father who cared deeply about his daughter. Harun replied that he understood that feeling perfectly, since he had a daughter of his own. As Joshua watched Ilya smiling beside Eren, he found himself wondering when the last time had been that he had seen her smile like that. Ever since the incident at the family estate, she had never again shown such genuine happiness. At that moment, he realized that his obsession with protecting her might have ended up confining his daughter more than helping her. As Joshua approached, Eren immediately introduced himself with the utmost respect. Joshua, however, simply asked him to take good care of his daughter. Eren sincerely thanked him for his trust and promised that he would do everything in his power to protect her. The next morning, Joshua Lindsay and Ilya were preparing to return to their territory, while Harun Frieren promised that he would visit next time. Joshua Lindsay replied that he would be welcome anytime, and Ilya told Eren to take care of himself until they met again. Meanwhile, Khalil lent them the Griffin, since they had arrived in less than a week with her support. During the flight over the territories, Joshua Lindsay apologized for making everyone return so early. Ilya replied that it was fine, since both she and Eren had decided to focus on individual training for now, because learning her family's sword techniques was very important, and Ilya agreed with that decision. At night, still during the journey, he thought that he had learned a lot, and realized how much he had been losing over time. Understanding understanding that his obsession with the future and with Ilya's safety came from the guilt he carried about his son, and that now there was something he needed to leave behind. When they finally arrived, Ilya asked who that person in front of the gate was, and quickly realized who it was. After they got off, Joshua Lindsay commented that he didn't remember them being that close to just show up like that, while she politely replied, "It's been a while, Lord," and introduced herself, asking for guidance. Joshua Lindsay said it was a terrible day for that, and that he wasn't in the mood, but he still decided to take everything to another place, and Ilya asked permission to watch the duel, which was granted. Later, at the training field, everything was destroyed once again, and Ilya noticed that her father was even using the first technique of the celestial swordsmanship, showing that the fight was serious. At that moment, Ignet advanced like a red lightning bolt so fast that Ilya could barely follow, while the two fought on a completely even level. The clown demon watched and commented that it was impressive, saying they fought as if they wanted to kill each other, and questioned whether it was really safe, since Ignet might end up killing her father, calling Joshua Lindsay kid, while Joshua himself observed in silence. The duel ended with Ignet on the ground, kneeling, and Joshua Lindsay saying that it was enough for today and that she was not in a condition to continue. She thanked him for the lesson, sir, and he warned her not to return to his lands without a serious reason again. Then Anya opened a portal, and Ignet left immediately. Ilya felt a bit sad about what she saw, while the clown coldly commented that they should have cut her throat. The Reverend opened another portal so they could leave quickly, even though the clown wanted to stay longer. That night, Ilya trained non-stop, unable to get what she had seen out of her mind, impressed by her father's oppressive sword and killing intent, also noticing that no matter how strong the wind against Ignet was, she still stood without being easily defeated, much stronger than she had imagined. While observing, Joshua Lindsay thought that perhaps it had been a mistake to let her watch the duel, and Ilya wondered if she was feeling jealous of Ignet, sensing that she might want the same firm and unshakable attitude. But then she realized there was something more important to her than that. She understood that she wanted someone she could trust, and also wanted to become that kind of person for him. At that moment, Joshua Lindsay realized in shock that she was entering a kind of enlightenment in the family swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Bart was almost arriving, thinking she would be surprised to see him as a swordmaster, and imagining her reaction. But when he arrived, he noticed something strange, since the place that should have been a mountain was now just huge craters. Kun appeared and greeted him, saying it had been a long time, reminding him that he had promised to visit twice a year but had taken longer than expected. Bart explained that he had undergone an important development. Curious, Bart was taken by Kun to where Judith was training inside one of the craters. He proudly said he had become a swordmaster and asked for a hug, but she simply turned away, saying it was annoying and that she still couldn't achieve her goal of becoming a master. She then asked to test her strength, telling him not to hold back. Bart accepted the challenge, but soon ended up on the ground, confused about having lost to an expert. While Judith asked if he was distracted, he replied that it shouldn't have happened, since he had trained a lot. Judith noticed his state and tried to cheer him up. After spending the day together, Bart left again, while Kun found his quick departure strange. Judith explained that he had something urgent to do. Kun commented that he was strange, but Judith said the training was helping a lot, and stated that if she continued like this, she would become even stronger, surpassing Ilya, Bart, Aaron, and even Ignet, whom she considered incredible. Kun realized that the duel against Ignet had really affected her, and asked why she wanted to become so strong. She replied that she wanted to be like him, capable of defeating anyone. He then said that maybe that was not what she truly needed, reminding her that he himself had abandoned everything for power, but was not even sure if that was the path he truly wanted. He advised her not to sacrifice her relationships, and to keep growing without losing what was important. Judith replied that he was acting strange, and returned to training, while Kun realized she had not really listened to everything, and thought that he himself had also changed after living with her. At that moment, he coughed up blood again, something that had already been happening before, and the Reverend, observing from afar, noticed that his father was becoming increasingly thin. Meanwhile, Bart had returned to the Chrono Sword Academy, and was in Ian's office, asking to receive personal tutoring from him, since he needed further development, and had personal reasons to grow stronger. He recalled what Judith had whispered into his ear, that if he won next time, he could do whatever he wanted, which made him even more determined to train non-stop and become stronger than ever. Ian agreed to help him with some advice, but warned that he would now also have to participate in Yahello, and even asked if he wanted to go along. Later, Ian met with Ignet, who seemed to be facing combatants from across the continent. Meanwhile, Aaron was also continuing to train alone, completely focused. He realized it had been a long time since he trained like that, and felt he needed to take advantage of this moment of solitude to evolve, since everyone around him was also pushing themselves, including Khalil, who had recently left with Ruru to search for something important, giving him more time to train. He reflected that he needed a stronger and more resilient mind in order not to hesitate against enemies next time. After an entire year of training, he received an invitation to the Hero Festival, in a context where demons had gone into hiding, while monsters and demonic beasts began appearing more frequently, spreading fear across the continent. Facing this crisis, the Holy Kingdom Subjugation Squad gathered in the capital to discuss strategies, worried that if a long war against demons broke out and key figures disappeared, the new generation would not be able to protect the nation. In this scenario, a memorable duel took place in the training field of Avelios, where Julius Wheel faced Ignat, colliding like two great pillars of the Holy Kingdom. The duel was intense and initially one-sided, with Ignat being pressured, but she continued to rise again and again until she finally raised her sword of light, representing hope amid the continent's growing fear. This moment ultimately inspired the creation of the Hero Festival as a symbol of resistance. Afterward, Eren asked Marcus to keep the invitation in his room and returned to training without hesitation. That night, in deep meditation, he entered his mental space, a stone island surrounded by turbulent waters where his sword existed. Reflecting on all his growth, he realized he had learned to control his internal energies, using fire to handle emotional tension, water to tame his emotions, and earth to stabilize his mind. All of this year-long training had the purpose of wielding his sword for the world and fulfilling his promise of becoming a hero. The next morning, Eren received an unexpected visit from an elder of the Holy Kingdom's purification group, who explained that he had been the only one to respond to the invitation. The elder asked if Eren was hesitating because he did not know what to expect from a blind old man, but still stated that he wanted to see him participate in the tournament. The elder recalled Eren's sword, saying it burned with an intensity capable of devouring everything around it. He stated that even without seeing clearly, he felt a fervor impossible to forget, concluding that Eren's sword could bring hope to the world, and that he needed to be brave and raise that light once again. Convinced, Eren decided to accept the invitation and depart. Vulcanus quickly prepared his belongings, saying he wanted to accompany him to see the world, help at the festival, and seek inspiration for his future numbered weapons, as well as observe swordsmen who fought demons and monsters. The next day, the two were already on their way, and Eren decided to travel on foot this time. Vulcanus commented that he always walked without issue, but asked if Ruru would not be coming along. Eren replied that she had left the territory months ago, though she had left a subspace bag for him to store what he needed, and promised she would return, which he chose to believe. At the first campsite of the journey, Eren observed how much the world outside the territory had changed in just 1 year, finding cities with a heavy and depressing atmosphere. Vulcanus commented that many things had changed, but that a hero could still change everything. It was then that a group of adventurers appeared, saying they had seen the campfire and approached. Their leader, Aiden, introduced the group, Kenan, Giovanni, and Jack, showing their mercenary badges and stating they were not dangerous. When Eren and Vulcanus introduced themselves, Vulcanus complained that they should have used fake names, but Eren said he had forgotten. The adventurers immediately noticed their poor acting, saying they had already seen many imposters trying to pass themselves off as him. Aiden commented that this was already the 6th fake Eren Ferreira they had encountered, though this one at least got the hair color right. However, there was still a crucial missing detail. No one would believe it without the presence of the magical black cat Ruru. Hearing this, Eren simply told Vulcanus that they might not believe them anyway. Vulcanus replied that it wasn't that bad, and then Eren, pretending casually, introduced himself as Eren. While continuing the journey with Eden's group, later Jaren questioned why they should keep traveling with them. The leader explained there was no reason not to take them along, since they didn't seem to have bad intentions, and if left alone they would likely not survive in such a foreign territory, especially in these dangerous times where humans needed to help each other, particularly when heading toward the same destination. Suddenly, Jaren ordered them to stop after noticing skeletons ahead. Aiden's group took the front line and managed to deal with them without much difficulty, until several of them suddenly rushed toward Giovanni. At that moment, Aren, without hesitation, brought down his blade and destroyed all the skeletons alone, leaving Aiden completely shocked. He even commented that he wasn't bad at all and asked where he had learned swordsmanship. Eren casually replied, asking if they would believe him if he said it was at the Chrono Sword Academy, which made the group remark that he even copied Eren's fighting style, showing dedication. However, Jaren remained suspicious of him. The journey continued through a dangerous region, with creatures spread everywhere due to the demons. Aren ended up fighting and defeating monstrous wolves, orcs, and goblins that appeared along the way. Aiden commented that he was out of the ordinary, with excellent skills and no fear of monsters, although he still found his way of speaking about his origins strange. Jaren, on the other hand, remained wary. Later, the group set up camp, and she chose to isolate herself, which drew attention from the others, but they decided to respect her space. During the camp conversation, the topic shifted to the Hero Festival. Giovanni wondered who might win the tournament, while Vulcanus mentioned hearing about Cameron Ray from the Ray family, one of the 5 great noble families, saying he had strong chances due to his youth and overwhelming strength within the under-16 tournament rules. Aiden confirmed that he was indeed powerful, but Giovanni questioned whether the winner might end up becoming something like the commander of the Black Knights. There were also rumors that the festival existed to showcase Ignat's power. Kanan disagreed, saying that a young fighter defeating experienced masters was not that simple, and that veteran warriors from the south still had a major advantage. The group then entered a debate, mentioning names like Gerard the Southern Tiger, Gerard and Jaquan, all experienced masters, reinforcing that age wasn't everything. They then asked Eren who he thought would win. He replied that, from what he had seen while traveling with them, people like Ignat Crescentia, Ilya Lindsay, Bart Lloyd, Judith, and Aaron Ferreira were extremely strong. However, he quickly backtracked, saying he was joking and only knew swordsmen under 20, so he didn't know anyone else. Eden commented that he was being very convincing, almost too convincing. The group continued traveling, and by morning they reached near the Tamor forest. Giovanni explained that they would normally just pass through, but now demonoids were present in the area, making everything more dangerous. Nearby, there was also a large merchant camp belonging to the Wise Group. Vulcanus explained that they were one of the most renowned trading organizations on the continent, known for their wealth, grain distribution to the poor, funding education for those without access, and also for supporting heroes with weapons and equipment in the fight against demons. The leader of this merchant group was Gale Wise, the eldest son of the Wise family and a half-elf, which left Jaren visibly shocked upon noticing his presence. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kun was arguing with Judith, saying he would not go to the hero festival. She retorted that his only disciple was going to an important tournament, and he wouldn't even bother to watch. He replied that he wouldn't have reached where he was if he had done things like that. She called him stubborn as a mule, and he responded harshly, telling her to go do whatever she wanted. This irritated her, and she asked for at least a word of encouragement. He replied even more directly, telling her to go and give it her all without caring about anything else. Even so, Judith smiled and said she would bring the trophy back, asking him to take care of himself. After she left, Kun began coughing blood again, realizing his condition was worsening and that he needed to do something before it was too late. He then returned to training with even greater intensity. In the midst of this, he remembered an ancient time when Ian was still younger, explaining that after reaching the highest level of swordsmanship, it was possible to obtain a new body and escape aging. A second chance of sorts, something Kun had always questioned whether it was worth risking one's life for. Later that night, someone approached unnoticed, Carl Lindsay. He said he had come to learn from the strongest sword, Sir Kun. Kun replied that he had long abandoned that name, although he had heard of Carl and his return to the scene. Carl then drew his sword, covered in a demonic aura, and moved to kill him. But Kun blocked the attack and said that someone claiming to come to learn looked more like an assassin, and if it was a fight, he should put his life on the line. The battle began at high speed, with Carl keeping up with Kun's movements, striking with near dance-like precision, and even switching hands mid-attack. He released a destructive aura that culminated in a strike powerful enough to explode part of the forest around the training field. Kung, although managing to block it, was almost caught off guard by the boy's speed. Carl pressed forward with great ferocity, making Kung realize he had underestimated his opponent and that it was strange to have his life threatened by someone so young. He then counterattacked using his lightning aura, grabbed Carl's arm, and delivered a kick to his face, sending the boy flying backward. Carl rolled across the ground, slammed into several trees, and was thrown against the earth again, but he kept fighting back regardless. His attacks carved massive rifts into the surroundings, while Kun continued to pressure him with extreme speed, not even using his sword. Despite the constant pressure, Kun observed that the boy never stopped counterattacking, which revealed terrifying talent. Quan then landed a heavy punch and sent Carl flying. He approached with his sword and commented that it was a shame to waste abilities of that level, saying someone like him should be in despair at facing an impossible barrier. He told him there was no need to continue and that he could simply run away. Speaking from his own experience, as someone who had once reached rock bottom, Quan said he still believed that with effort and persistence, it was possible to change one's fate, even though he had only reached master level late in life. He decided to spare the boy for the moment, and said he would pretend nothing had happened, asking only that he disappear and at least explain why he had tried to kill him. But Carl didn't respond and used a smoke bomb to create a distraction, nearly hitting Kun with a heavenly sword tornado, which Kun barely managed to evade. That made him realize something was wrong. Kun then sensed a different presence in the boy's technique. Noticing a dark rift and an unusual aura, he concluded that Carl was directly using demonic power and insisted that he abandon that negativity and start over, saying it was not too late. Carl replied coldly that there was nothing wrong with achieving the power he wanted. The fight continued, with Carl using the heavenly sword again while Kun dodged and tried to close the distance. Kun noticed the boy could barely control himself and was being driven by his emotions. During one intense exchange, Kun was struck after a brief opening and coughed up blood. Carl followed up with a devastating blow that obliterated everything around them. Even so, Kun remained standing, though he had lost his right arm. Carl was shocked, but decided to go all in on a final attack. The battle continued at high speed, with near simultaneous strikes and wind slashes surrounding Kun, who kept reacting despite his injuries, while Carl acknowledged his strength even without an arm. In the middle of the fight, Kun was struck again after another opening and also lost his other arm, yet still did not give up. He held his sword with his teeth and charged at Carl's neck, but Carl blocked the attack and said it was a shame things had come to this, stating that he would put an end to his suffering. With a kick, Carl sent Kun crashing back into his destroyed cabin. Looking at the ruined place, Kun remembered Judith, who always complained and repaired the roof, and thought she would be furious. He also reflected that he might have been wrong not to visit Kirafin again, as his strength began to fade. Outside, Carl realized it had been a close call, and that if Kun hadn't been sick, he wouldn't have been able to win. But then Kun reappeared, still standing despite having no arms, shocking Carl with his absurd level, even though he was already heavily weakened. Kun then said that Carl might be immortal in some way, and immediately broke his blade. The boy sensed the strange aura around him and wondered if this was the final stage Ian had mentioned, remarking that this encounter didn't feel like a coincidence. At that moment, Carl revealed that what Kun was doing with his aura was regenerating arms again, as a manifestation of something internal, and asked if he knew about the two wolves that live inside every person's heart. Meanwhile, Eden's group, along with Eren and Vulcanus, was still at the Wise merchant camp. Eden explained that after crossing the forest they would be safe, since they would join a caravan heading to the Holy Kingdom, which would take about a week. Jaren was visibly irritated and moved further ahead. Eren noticed she had been in a bad mood since the encounter with the merchant group, and asked if something had happened, but Eden cut the conversation short and avoided the topic, simply asking everyone to prepare. He made it clear they could not discuss anything involving Jaren, who stayed isolated and silent, waiting for time to pass, as she was also a half-elf. Days later, the group began complaining about their assigned tasks. Kenan complained about being on watch for several nights in a row, while Giovanni talked about the constant placement of his tent. Kenan said they were being treated like slaves, until Eden tried to calm things down and decided to resolve it by speaking directly with Lord Wise, believing it was just an organizational issue that could be fixed with a conversation. Wise said he was busy and would pass on the message later, but Eren stepped forward and asked to speak with Lord Wise in private, introducing himself as Eren, a member of Aiden's traveling group, saying he had something important to discuss. The guard reacted angrily, saying those troublesome people had all shown up at once, and the commotion drew the attention of the entire camp. Broody Sharper, a swordmaster in Wise's service, came out of the main tent, but soon after, Gale Wise himself appeared and granted them entry. Inside the tent, the group stood before Gale Wise, a half-elf. After hearing their explanation, he said many people had unexpectedly joined the journey, forcing changes to the plans and causing problems, and he apologized. Aiden calmly replied that there was no need for discomfort, and simply thanked him for listening, while Gale Wise stated he would register the issue and take steps to prevent it from happening again. Meanwhile, Eren, still under the name Eren, noticed a strange chest beside Gale Wise, but quickly looked away and said it was nothing, simply thanking him for resolving the matter. When the group returned, Eden mentioned that Gale Wise had apologized and been left speechless, but Giovanni sensed something was off. After talking with other members of the camp, they discovered that Eren's behavior resembled Eren Ferreira's, which caused part of the camp to start disliking him. Meanwhile, Eren was meditating in the forest, trying to stay calm, when Jaren approached him to apologize. She said that the problems and negative comments from the group were her fault, and that her relationship with Gale Wise wasn't good, which seemed to be affecting the entire atmosphere. She warned that if things continued like this for a few more days, nothing good would come from staying in contact with the merchant group. However, Eren replied that it was fine, saying he had already been bullied when he was younger, and even ran away out of fear at the time, not realizing that problems would still follow him even if he tried to escape. He explained that those experiences helped strengthen his heart to face difficulties, thanked her for her concern, and said he would be able to handle the situation without any issues. Jaren then asked if he was really Eren Ferreira. He answered yes, but immediately corrected himself, saying that at that moment he was only Eren Pereira, since he wanted to maintain his disguise. She commented that he barely reacted when they faced the monster, and now seemed nervous, suggesting he should perhaps reveal his identity. However, he asked her not to, explaining that he just wanted to travel in peace without being recognized. She replied that it must be hard to be a famous person, and agreed to keep his secret. Even so, she asked what had happened between her and Gale Wise, but he said he couldn't tell her because it would put him in danger. When Eren insisted that he might have reasons to know, Edan interrupted the conversation, ordering everyone to gather quickly, as they had received evacuation orders due to the appearance of a demon. The group rushed together while Gale Wise interrogated survivors about demons in the forest. They confirmed it wasn't just one, but several. This led Broody Sharper to report that 4 specialists were in the reconnaissance team, while Gale Wise ordered the survivors to be treated and assessed the situation as critical. He concluded that they could not rule out the presence of demons, and that it might be necessary to request help from the Holy Kingdom, as the region seemed isolated and dangerous. Meanwhile, Eren asked where the demon-like creatures were, until one of the guards pointed at him and called him an imposter. At that moment, Eren returned Vulcanus' sword, asking them to take care of it. Jaren asked if he intended to reveal himself, and he replied that he would, since exposing his identity was now more useful. The guards accused him of lying, but he summoned his light sword and introduced himself as the swordsman Eren Ferreira, stating that he had experience defeating demons and would face them immediately, asking only for their location. Gale Wise was impressed, and the guards reported that the enemies were in the forest ahead. Eren then departed at extreme speed, like a bolt of lightning. Gale Wise decided to act immediately, stating they could not rest until they understood the level of the threat. threat. Although he would not force anyone, he formed a group to follow the hero and assist in the mission. Meanwhile, in a nearby castle, a demonoid servant presented captives to his queen, saying he had failed to capture all the humans in the forest, but had still brought a significant number, including ordinary swordsmen who could be turned into useful soldiers for the army. The demon queen observed with satisfaction, noting that her number of subordinates was increasing. She declared that she would create her own kingdom and strengthen her secret forces right under the Holy Kingdom's nose. She ordered the prisoners to be taken to the torture chamber, but considered devouring one of them first, until a powerful vibration shook the castle. A demonoid rushed to the entrance with its blades, but Eren broke in, smashing the door down. The creature attacked but was immediately blocked and decapitated in a single motion. The queen asked who he was, but immediately sensed that his power was dangerous, and fled through the roof, promising revenge. However, Eren closed his eyes, concentrated his aura, and released a cutting force that struck her directly, destroying the queen and all her subordinates, including demonoids and monsters. Most of the area corrupted by darkness was purified by Eren's power, while Wise's group also contributed using their stock of holy water to cleanse and stabilize the territory. Gale Wise personally went to the castle's basement and found not only humans but also imprisoned elves. Meanwhile, the others were shocked that Eren had defeated everything alone, reinforcing the idea that he had already been regarded as a genius years ago. Kennen noted that he seemed like a completely different person, while Aiden felt relieved that the misunderstanding had been resolved, though he still wondered about Jaren's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Jaren had already infiltrated the castle. She recalled her past, when she worked alongside other elves, and a conversation with her superior about how the elven population had been decreasing in several regions, especially after many began forming relationships with humans through the Wise Merchant group. This raised suspicions about disappearances, and those concerns only grew after her older sister went missing. That event pushed Jaren to investigate the group on her own, against her father's wishes, who feared losing her as well. Over the years, this only strengthened her suspicions. 7 years after those memories, Jaren finally decided to act and invaded the castle with ease. She distracted a guard with a stone and knocked him out, eventually reaching the location where Gale Wise was. She broke the door open using fire magic, and found elves being subjected to a strange and cruel process, involving a magical flower. Without even turning around, Gale Wise said he already knew who she was and had been expecting her for a long time, making it clear that he was aware of her arrival. Jaren demanded that he stop and asked about her sister, but she was affected by the flower's scent and fell to her knees. Gale Wise coldly explained that the smell caused initial pain, but the body would eventually adapt, and questioned why she had come without protection. As she began to lose strength, an unexpected surge of energy helped Jaren regain partial control. At that moment, Eren calmly entered through the door, leaving the guard frozen in fear. He passed by without intending to harm him, telling him not to move, and instructed Jaren to step back. He continued walking toward Gale Wise without hesitation. When Gale tried to restrain him, he was struck by a quick blow. Eren realized that the energy he had felt upon entering was coming from the flowers, understanding they were being used to manipulate minds. But his 5 elements necklace had neutralized their effect. Broody Sharper drew his sword to protect Gale Wise, but Eren was already prepared. Gale Wise tried to justify the situation, speaking of laws and punishments within the Holy Kingdom of Avelios, claiming he could not be judged outside its jurisdiction and that everything should follow proper rules. Eren simply agreed to take him into custody and bring him there, completely disrupting the expedition and shocking everyone. Jaren then explained to Eden and the others that the atrocities of the Wise Merchant group had finally been exposed, while Eren escorted Gale Wise toward the Holy Kingdom. Along the way, Gale Wise tried to provoke him, claiming he had powerful contacts across the continent and within Avelios, implying that Eren would be unable to act against him, and that Eren was the type to follow rules too strictly to act outside them. Upon arriving at the Holy Kingdom of Avelios, the atmosphere impressed everyone, with the white palace and stained glass reflecting the grandeur of the place. Gale Wise mocked the situation, believing it was all a performance, until important figures began to appear and the situation shifted. Quincy Myers recognized Eren and confirmed that he had recently defeated a demon, praising his swift action and stating that it helped the kingdom prevent greater threats. Eren stated that he still had matters to resolve regarding Gale Wise, but Quincy replied that the kingdom itself would handle it and that Eren should speak directly with royalty, as the Holy King of Avelios wished to meet him personally. This visibly unsettled Gale Wise, who realized the situation was slipping out of his control. Shortly after, Anya received Eren and opened a portal, stating it led directly to the audience chamber, allowing him and his allies to pass through. The group was impressed by the magic, while Quincy calmly observed Gale Wise being taken under guard. After stepping through the portal, Eren arrived in a grand audience hall where the Holy King of Avelios was already waiting, showing interest in meeting him due to his reputation. Eren then directly explained the entire situation involving the Wise Merchant group and Gale Wise's suspicious activities, while the king replied that he was already aware of part of it and that the case was not entirely unknown within the kingdom. Eren questioned the Holy King about why no action had been taken taken against the wise merchant group. The king responded that the decision was made in the name of continental peace. Aaron countered, saying the group brainwashed innocent elves, destroyed their minds, and sold them to human nobles while expanding their influence, asking how such things could be ignored. The king explained that the group made large annual donations and was one of the main organizations supporting the continent's economic stability, stating that given the current financial situation, it was impossible to fully ignore their influence. Aaron acknowledged their power but insisted that no amount of value justified ignoring elven suffering, saying that sacrificing lives for benefit was equivalent to making a contract with a demon. The king replied that this was only Aaron's perspective, and that few shared it, as the continent was full of people willing to kill to survive. He asked whether, by Aaron's logic, everyone would be equivalent to those who make demon contracts. Aaron said his words were being distorted, until the king ordered him to respond directly, what the solution would be in such a chaotic world. Aaron admitted he did not know the answer, saying he had been thinking about it for a long time but still had no solution. He said he hoped the king would be the one to find that path. This was interpreted as provocation, but Aaron clarified that he was not trying to impose his will, only acknowledging his limitations as someone young and inexperienced. He asked that the wiser ones take responsibility, while he would do what he could. He then declared that he would win the hero tournament and show his abilities to the entire world, hoping to influence people's hearts and erase fear, saying that this was all he could do at that moment. After that, Aaron was taken by a staff member to the tournament competitors' dormitory, where he rested for a short time while still reflecting on whether he had made the right choice. Soon after, someone knocked on the door, and he found Judith and Bart outside. Bart, excited, was holding 2 mugs of beer and said there was a festival happening in the Holy Kingdom. Judith noticed Aaron looked downcast and suggested he was alone because Ilya hadn't shown up. Aaron denied it, but Judith commented that he was clearly depressed, while Bart agreed in a teasing way. They decided to go to the festival together. Judith mentioned she also needed to stop by an herbal market to buy medicine for her master, as his cough had worsened. The festival atmosphere contrasted sharply with the recent tension in the kingdom. Meanwhile, in a separate event that had taken place 2 weeks earlier, Kun's cabin had been completely destroyed, and a large demonic summoning circle had been formed. His confrontation with Carl had begun intensely, with Kun speaking about the idea of 2 wolves inside the human heart, one of pure energy and one of negative energy, saying that whichever one is fed becomes stronger. The fight escalated rapidly. Carl was overwhelmed but continued resisting while accumulating demonic energy, forcing Kun to push the battle to its limits, fully aware that his own body was being consumed by the power he was using. The clash became brutal and direct, with decisive blows and Carl's gradual transformation into something increasingly demonic due to uncontrolled regeneration. At the critical moment, the demon restrained Carl with chains, and a figure known as the Reverend appeared before him. Carl felt a strange sense of familiarity, even though he did not recognize the man. The narrative then shifted to a distant past, where Kun trained obsessively to surpass Ian, dueling him repeatedly without success. Ian, however, acknowledged his progress and once mentioned the creation of a sword academy. Even after years, Kun continued training without feeling he had improved enough, trapped in comparison to Ian and consumed by doubt. Eventually, his negative energy was exploited by a demonic entity that promised to help him achieve what he desired most, offering power in exchange for acceptance, while his will was gradually corrupted by darkness. When Kun tested the demon's power, he realized it was truly extraordinary. He felt that the power now belonged to him, allowing him to do whatever he wanted, even become the strongest. He began using it, declaring that no one would ever look down on him again. At that moment, Ian reappeared, commenting that the academy had already been completed long ago, and that Kun had never shown up. Kun replied that he had been planning to visit him soon and suggested they duel. During the duel, Ian managed to block Kun's attacks but quickly realized his opponent had become significantly stronger. Kun told him not to hold back and unleashed his aura sword, striking Ian with such force that he was sent crashing through a tree and knocked unconscious. Kun celebrated, believing he had defeated Ian, but soon realized his friend had been badly injured by the confrontation. The demon then said he could grant even greater power, but Kun refused, saying he did not want it if it meant seeing Ian in that state. At that moment, he understood that what drove him was not inferiority or envy, but something deeper that had always pushed him to surpass Ian. He realized that, in the end, it all felt meaningless. With that realization, the demon weakened and fled. Kun decided it no longer mattered, because what he truly wanted was to find himself. He then approached Ian, joking that the great Ian had fainted, but Ian replied that he was only pretending to make him feel better, calling him an idiot. Even so, Kun said the duel didn't count and declared that one day he would defeat Ian properly with his aura sword. Meanwhile, Carl Lindsay began to realize who the Reverend from before really was. He had thought the man died when he left his body, but now he was back, stronger and different. The Reverend said he had worked hard to reach that point. Carl also sensed the presence of a black wolf. He heard a voice telling him not to think it was over. Even weakened, he fell to his knees, and the black wolf told him to rest in peace. Soon after, Carl Lindsay was placed at the center of a demonic circle and underwent a transformation. The clown demon waited eagerly to absorb absorb that power once the process was complete, believing he would become twice as strong. But the energy was so overwhelming that it overflowed the circle. Neither the clown nor Carl could withstand the pressure. The demons were suffocated, and the clown ended up bowing before the new demon king. The black wolf, however, corrected him, saying he should not be called that. He was the demonic heart itself. Meanwhile, Aaron was inside his mental realm. He noticed that beside the sword embedded in the ground, a small tree had begun to grow, as if a miracle had emerged at the end of his journey. This marked the beginning of a process to tame the forces within him. He understood that any unstable energy could collapse if it was too fragile. To maintain balance, he would need to help that tree grow. That night, in the open training area of Avalios, he continued practicing his vertical slash when he was interrupted by a woman commenting that he never seemed to get tired, even at that hour. She said she had come to ask him something. Aaron recognized her as the woman who stood beside the Holy King and wondered who she really was. She introduced herself as Zia Runtel, Queen of the Kingdom of Rentel and head of the Runtel family, one of the greatest magical families, known as the Queen of all Mages. Aaron remembered that his father had already told him about her and wondered about the reason for her visit. On that same day, after the meeting with the Holy King, he mentioned her presence. She replied that she came because she had heard he had defeated Ephraim Slick, but made it clear that talent couldn't be judged just by observation. She said he had no aptitude for magic and was therefore disqualified as a successor. Even so, she asked whether he would really leave that half-elf alone. The king replied that he would meet with the Wise family elders, and that if it was proven that Gale Wise had acted alone, he would take action. Shortly after, a guard reported that the Holy King needed to see something. He showed swords forged by Volcanus along with goods that were a donation from the Ferreira family. The king said he would call the blacksmith the next day to thank him personally. Zia noticed that the donation indicated influence and power, but she also spotted something unusual among the treasures. There was an item written in the dragon tongue. She then went to Aaron and asked how he had obtained it. He replied that it came from his magic master. She asked if he meant the black cat, and he confirmed, saying it wasn't with him at the moment. The queen said he didn't need to be defensive and that she just wanted to talk. She suggested he present the item in a plaza where he could have any wish granted. Aaron then asked for training help. She immediately agreed and began levitating, summoning an army of golems along with lightning and fire magic, warning that she would not go easy on him. Meanwhile, sometime later, in the temporary banquet hall of Avilios Castle, many people were gathered with reporters covering the event. Among them were Hin, Ignacio Carahan, the southern mercenary king Jacon, and other competitors. When they met, they began exchanging provocations. Jacon called Ignacio arrogant and criticized the presence of young fighters in the event. Judith replied sarcastically that if even he was there, something must be wrong, drawing everyone's attention. The tension increased with the arrival of Ignat Crescentia, who drew everyone's attention. She fixed her gaze on Aaron, who walked toward her smiling, but stopped when he saw Ilya right behind her. He then changed his behavior. Aaron said he missed her, and Ilya replied in the same tone, leaving the two in a lovey-dovey mood. This disgusted Ignat, until a staff member announced that the swordsmen should gather, as the banquet would begin soon. Jacqueline told Judith she was lucky, but she replied that he was actually the lucky one for not having his entire lineage wiped out, which obviously annoyed him. Still, everyone eventually dispersed and headed to the banquet. At the start of the event, the Holy King thanked everyone for coming from so far to spread hope across the continent, and without delay announced the tournament brackets of the Hero Tournament. Queen Zia Runtel assisted by creating a magical hologram showing how everything would work. The tournament would be a single elimination format with 128 competitors in one-on-one duels, where defeating the opponent by knocking them out of the arena or incapacitating them was enough to advance. Anyone who failed to arrive at the arena within 10 minutes after the match began would be disqualified by default. Jacqueline became excited upon learning he would face Judith, while the king declared that the tournament would begin 1 week later and wished everyone good luck before closing the banquet. Later, Ignat returned to George, and he asked how the banquet had gone, but she reacted strangely and quickly, made it clear she was irritated about something, as the atmosphere felt off. George was shocked to realize that the commander, who had never been involved in romance and was already 31 years old, seemed completely affected by what had happened. She only said that love was disgusting and that she was very angry, promising to destroy those two, leaving George confused about what had happened at the banquet. Meanwhile, Ilya was drunk and overly affectionate with Aaron, and Judith commented that she should stop drinking, but Ilya replied that she was just excited about her man and told him to keep his eyes only on her. Judith, uncomfortable, asked for another drink and said she didn't want to be part of that situation. Ilya also commented about Judith and Bart, asking since when they had been dating, since Judith didn't seem interested in romance, but Judith replied that Bart wouldn't leave her alone and that she had tried to stay away, but things got out of control. Bart then joined the conversation more seriously, saying he wasn't there for jokes and that his goal was to win and show his skills, spreading hope in a realistic way, while Judith simply watched. Bart also said they would likely meet in the quarterfinals, and saying he would win showed he didn't see her as a threat, but Judith replied that she didn't mean it like that, trying to calm things down. Ilya tried to eased the situation, but the atmosphere became heavy, and Bart eventually apologized for ruining the mood before leaving the room. Later, Judith was walking through the training grounds, thinking about Bart's strange behavior, since he wasn't the type to act like that, when she ran into Jacon, who was also there and said he didn't want to wait for the tournament to settle their duel, preferring to fight there and then. Judith replied that he had come at the right time, since she was already irritated and needed to let it out on someone, and the two ended up facing each other, ready to clash. The next morning, at the Hero Tournament arena, Hin watched in awe, commenting that the arena was twice the size of the trial grounds, while another reporter said there were so many spectators it felt like the entire continent had gathered there. The tournament finally began, with the round of 128 matches taking place simultaneously in parallel fights. Among the results, Inacio Karahan won his match, as did Ralph Penn, while Cameron Ray secured victory with a single strike, impressing everyone with his technique, as he was the top-ranked favorite in the betting odds. The audience was excited to see that level of swordsmanship live, commenting that the young masters in the tournament were truly strong. Bart also won his match, while Ilya secured her victory with distinction, and Aaron also advanced, holding strong positions among the favorites in the betting rankings. As for Judith, who was waiting for Jacon, she ended up yawning when he didn't show up, and since time ran out, he was disqualified by Wo-Oh, granting her the victory. This caused surprise and frustration among the audience, especially in his brother Gerard, who was angered by the outcome. The next day, during the round of 64, the crowd became even more excited with the presence of Jet, who commented casually while watching the event. He received a visit from Kuvar, who congratulated him on becoming a master, but said he couldn't participate in the tournament due to an injury and was only there to watch Bart's fight. When Bart entered the arena, Kuvar noticed that he had a colder, sharper, and more determined gaze, as if he had evolved. His opponent was then revealed to be Devin Kennedy, the pride of the East and the 8th-ranked favorite to win the tournament. Devin commented that he had long observed the talent of the Lloyd family and didn't expect Bart to rise across the continent so quickly, while Bart simply thanked him and prepared himself. Devin stated he would show no mercy, as this was a serious duel, and Bart replied that he would give it his all. The fight began with Bart launching a rapid charge that nearly caught Devon off guard, forcing him to dodge with difficulty. Devon realized Bart heavily relied on speed, so he decided to meet him head-on, as both used light and fast swords. Bart then changed strategy, slamming the ground and tearing part of the arena apart to destabilize Devon, lifting debris and creating an opening to land a powerful strike that, even when blocked, was strong enough to break through the defense and open a crater in the arena, showing the intensity of the battle. Devin Kennedy distanced himself after the clash, and the surrounding crowd commented that it was unbelievable that a swordsman in his early 20s was pressuring Devin Kennedy. Kuvar felt proud, and Jet even more so, saying Bart had improved significantly while deliberately provoking a direct confrontation. Bart had perfectly dispersed the impact force through the ground, and Devin became irritated, thinking the boy had the audacity to do that to him. He had mistaken Bart for an overly polite novice, but realized he had judged him wrong, as that strike felt like a dirty trick unfit for an heir of his standing. Still, Bart said he would face everything with a desperate desire for victory, making it clear that Devin was overvaluing dignity and that, in the end, he would be the one to advance. With that, the clash between Bart and Devin Kennedy became the center of the arena. Devin managed to pressure Bart back with fast and ferocious strikes, leaving the swordsman barely able to evade, while the bettors in the crowd grew tense, still confident that Devin Kennedy would not lose to some random newcomer. Jet noticed that the momentum of the fight had shifted in Devin Kennedy's favor, as he used experience and control to dominate the pace of the battle, while Bart gradually began losing ground. From the VIP seats, Julius Wheel and Ian watched the match, and Julius Wheel asked if Bart was one of their men. Ian replied yes, explaining he was a proud graduate of the 27th class, someone being pressured but still impressive for enduring a master-level swordsman like Devin Kennedy, whose sword was not light. Julius Wheel sensed the boy had potential, but what stood out most was his fierce, desperate gaze as the battle continued. At one point, Bart took a kick to the stomach, but managed to stay on his feet. Devin Kennedy realized he was clearly exhausted and decided to increase the pressure further to push him out of the arena. While Bart kept dodging at speed, Devin then remarked that just evading wouldn't change the outcome. As time passed, Bart began to lose strength in his sword aura, and Devin seized an opening to attack, but Bart defended sideways even while at a disadvantage. He looked like he was at his limit, and briefly lost balance, but landed firmly on his feet, and with a smile, used the water element. Devin Kennedy's sword began to behave strangely, as if he had lost control and balance, and Bart counterattacked with a strike that knocked him down. Devin Kennedy didn't understand what had happened, feeling his body heavy as if submerged underwater, while Bart seemed to fully control the sensation of being inside water. Julius Wheel questioned whether this was the divine art of the 5 elements, and Ian confirmed it, explaining that with recent training Bart had become capable of freely manipulating water energy like a master. Julius Wheel observed that just as holy knights controlled divine power, Bart was manifesting his own energy into reality, which was impressive. The arena was overtaken by Bart's energy, and he was now fast faster than his opponent, with water-imbued strikes turning into overwhelming waves that Devin Kennedy could not withstand. He was eventually thrown back and realized Bart was fighting with a real desperate drive for victory. He attempted a barrage of rapier strikes, but Bart defended by creating a water dome, understanding that he could not retreat and that something greater awaited him in the future, something far more frightening than that battle. With that, her next thrust knocked Devin Kennedy out of the arena, confirming Bart Lloyd's comeback and victory. Devin Kennedy bowed to him, accepting the result and acknowledging that he had fought well. Bart apologized for his rude behavior at the beginning, admitting he had acted childish, and Devin replied that it was fine, treating it as a rookie's privilege and asking him to wave to the crowd. Meanwhile, the audience finally reacted, and Bart was met with cheers, but he kept his gaze fixed on Aaron as if he were his final obstacle. Hin, the arena reporter, announced through magical devices that the tournament could now be followed in real time across the entire kingdom of Avelios, and revealed changes in the favorite rankings. Aaron Ferreira rose to 13th, Ilya Lindsay to 10th, and the biggest jump came from Bart Lloyd, who climbed to 16th. In parallel, Judith was having tea with Ilya and became furious upon seeing her ranking in the betting odds, while Ilya tried to calm her down, saying it was just a number. She then asked about Bart, and Judith replied that he had been acting strange since that day, unable to understand how everything had come to this, as if they had returned to their cadet days. Soon after, the tournament advanced to the third round, the round of 32, where Aaron and Ilya secured consecutive victories. However, the highlight of the day was the clash between Karim Jenkins, the second-ranked favorite from the north, and Ignet Crescentia, captain of the Black Knights of Avelios, and third favorite to win the title. Ignacio Carahan commented that the monsters were finally facing each other, while Ralph Penn noted that Ignet had never used her sword aura in previous matches. Even so, she appeared in the fight against Karim Jenkins, who started smiling but was completely overwhelmed, as Ignet dodged without expression and struck him with a kick that sent him flying out of the arena, slamming into the wall and knocking him unconscious in seconds. Another crushing victory without even drawing her sword led Ignacio Carahan to remark that there seemed to be only one monster on the field. Ralph Penn realized she had suppressed Karim Jenkins with an absurd gap in power, concluding that she was already a being that transcended that era. Judith also won her match later, and when her opponent was defeated, he wondered how he had been crushed by a brat like her, unable to understand how he could be so weak. In the stands, many commented that it was hard to believe a specialist of that level had reached the round of 16, saying it couldn't have been pure skill and that she had advanced mostly by luck, especially since Jaqen hadn't shown up. After the match, Jarrod approached her and asked if she had been the one who had done that to Jaqen. She confirmed it and asked what the problem was. Jarrod said he would never accept it, claiming Jaqen could not possibly have lost to someone like her, insisting she must have used some low-level dirty trick and that he would avenge his brother. Judith calmly replied, it's fine, and said she would pray for the day that happened, while thinking the place was full of idiots, and that sooner or later their mouths would be shut. Later, Kavar met with Aaron and Ilya, saying it had been a while since he last saw them. After Aaron explained what had happened, Kavar remarked that it was a shame he hadn't managed to find Ruru, but using his spiritomancy, he sensed something interesting. Noticing that it wasn't just Aaron's appearance that had matured, the energy around him was flowing in perfect harmony, as if his current state was far greater than expected. He also asked where Bart and Judith were, saying that since they were all gathered they could talk, but Ilya replied that something had happened. Meanwhile, Judith had been watching Bart's training late into the night at the training grounds. She wondered how many days this had been going on, since he used to bother her every day and now seemed not to care whether she was alive or dead. She wanted to talk to him but kept freezing whenever he appeared, until she decided to leave so she wouldn't disturb him. But Bart followed her, and when she asked why he wasn't continuing his training if she was in the way, he replied that he couldn't do that when the woman he loved was right in front of him. Judith ended up bumping her forehead against his chest and asked why he had suddenly started acting like this, since he never explained anything. Bart then said that even during his journey and after returning to his homeland and graduating from the academy, he realized what he truly sought wasn't to be the best swordsman, but to become a great lord, someone like the figure he once imagined. He said that when he received the Holy Kingdom's invitation, the first thing that came to mind was the image of him dueling Aaron, even without understanding why, since it wasn't about the tournament or fame, but the desire to fight Aaron again. He said he had accepted those feelings and would henceforth fight for himself sincerely, even if it seemed selfish, and that he would find a way to face him and win. Judith asked what would happen if he lost, and Bart replied that it wouldn't matter. Win or lose, they would still remain best friends as always. He then lightly teased her about her opponent in the round of 16, saying it looked tough. Thus came the day of the round of 16 of the Hero Tournament, with the Holy King in the special seats, accompanied by Queen Zia Runtel, who commented that she had become interested in the world of swords and found it just as fascinating as magic, something she said while being interested in Aaron. The first match of the round of 16 was Judith's, the only specialist who had made it that far, and her opponent was Ignet Crescentia. In the stands, stands, many said she had gone too far, and that this would be the end. As soon as the fight began, Judith vanished and launched a violent attack on Ignat, who was forced to draw her sword to block. Unlike her previous matches, Judith mixed swordsmanship with close-quarters combat, applying relentless pressure until she forced Ignat to leap upward, at which point Judith summoned a massive fire sphere onto her own blade. In mid-air, Ignat failed to escape and was hit directly, but still managed to regain her balance. In the stands, Bart Lloyd cheered intensely, while Jared and Judith's friends were shocked. Even so, Ignat began to retreat under constant pressure, while Judith advanced like a beast with her flaming sword. At that moment, she remembered when Kun had faced Ignat and asked what he thought of the duel, saying it had been incredible, and that it proved she could truly pressure her master. Confirming that this was the real Ignat, the swordswoman Erin Ferreira wanted to surpass. When asked if she could defeat her, Judith replied that for now it would be difficult, and Kun said that even years of training would not be enough, since even a lifetime devoted to the sword would not be able to defeat Ignat. The moment Judith missed an attack, Ignat seized the opening and knocked her down with a kick, disarming and incapacitating her. Everyone thought the fight was over. Even Jared stood up from the stands. But Judith picked up her sword and stood again, continuing to fight like a blazing beast. Kun explained that there was a gulf between ordinary people and geniuses, and that in such situations, things like stability and mental strength were lacking. But he also acknowledged that Judith had something different, a powerful inner flame capable of covering all flaws. Even when thrown repeatedly by Ignat, she kept getting back up, and that flame seemed unable to be extinguished, growing stronger and stronger. With each fall, Judith rose again, remembering her master's words that if she cultivated a flame large enough, she could even devour monsters. Even under extreme pressure, her flaming sword grew more intense, until even Ignat began to recognize her determination. Judith advanced once more, ignoring the limits of her own body, thinking she did not need to be a master. She only wanted to bring down everyone in her way. She created a flame that seemed capable of devouring everything, like a collapsing star, and launched herself explosively across the arena. Ignat was nearly knocked down by the impact, realizing that if she had been even a little slower, she would have fallen right there. Still, Judith eventually gave in, ran out of strength, and the victory went to Ignat. The arena was stunned by the intensity of that flame, which had been absurd. The Holy King observed and thought it was the first time anyone had managed to push Ignat that far, forcing her to even use her aura, and all of that coming from a fighter in her early 20s. He commented that the continent hid incredible talents. Meanwhile, Queen Zia Runtel of the Mages sensed something strange, feeling that the flame Judith used did not seem like something a normal human could produce. In the meantime, Bart Lloyd carried Judith to the infirmary, while the queen reflected that the girl might have talent for magic or mystical arts. The mages returned to watching the arena as the matches continued. Ignacio Carahan stepped forward with a natural smile, showing confidence, and his opponent would be none other than the young man who had crushed veteran masters in moments with his terrifying momentum, now rising to 9th place in the betting odds. The miracle of Hail, Erin Ferreira. Ignacio Carahan said he had watched all of Erin's fights, noting that veteran masters had fallen in fewer than 10 exchanges, calling it almost pathetic, and taunted him by asking if he wanted to defeat him and become the protagonist of another upset. When the duel began, Erin closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said he had no interest in any of that. He only wanted to have the best possible fight in the arena. The next instant, he advanced with his heavy sword. The first strike Ignacio Carahan blocked already carried overwhelming force, making his arm tremble and his hand go numb and bleed as he stared at Erin's absolute power. The fight ended in an instant, with Erin shattering his sword in shocking fashion. Even so, Ignacio Carahan laughed and said it had ended exactly like that, asking him to win the tournament so he would not look pathetic, and Erin replied that he would do his best. In the following round of the round of 16, the favorites advanced without surprises, with one-sided victories from names like Cameron Ray, Ignat, and Jared, while everything unfolded exactly as the audience expected. The only exception was Bart, who, seen as an underdog, achieved another miracle by winning a fierce duel against Ralph Penn. After that, attention turned entirely to the young fighters who had impressed in the earlier stages, especially Bart Lloyd, whose popularity skyrocketed. The Arena Weekly reporter Hin published another report announcing the quarterfinals, highlighting the most anticipated matchup of all, Erin Ferreira versus Bart Lloyd, a duel between friends who now had to face each other in an arena where neither could back down. Public opinion heavily favored Erin, who had dominated all his fights so far, but there were still those who believed in the man of miracles, Bart, hoping for a possible turnaround. Meanwhile, Ilya accompanied Judith, who was still recovering, until she finally woke up and asked what had happened. Ilya explained that she had fainted from extreme exhaustion right after the fight, and that Ignat had won. Even so, Judith was unfazed, saying she would definitely win next time, and asked about the quarterfinals. Ilya replied that it would be the next day, with the duel between Eren and Bart. That night, Judith went to Eren while he was training, and he asked why she had come to see him instead of going after Bart, to which she replied that she was spying to find weaknesses. Eren asked if she was okay, and she said more or less, but he praised her, saying she had been impressive and that he had wanted to tell her that when she woke up. Judith replied that she had come as an enemy and asked him to go easy on her, but Eren made it clear he could not treat this as something to hold back for. He would not go easy on her at all. Meanwhile, Ilya went to Bart, thinking as she walked that she understood his feelings, just as she had understood Judith's feelings against Ignet, since now his opponent was Eren, a precious friend, and that would surely shake him. But when she arrived, she saw Bart meditating calmly and realized her worries were unnecessary. Thus came the long-awaited moment, the quarterfinals of the Hero Tournament, featuring the most anticipated duel of all, Bart Lloyd, the star of Gerbera and the Man of Miracles, against Eren Ferreira, the greatest surprise of the event. A clash between two masters, classmates and friends, both willing to give everything without regret. Before it began, both confirmed they would do their best. Julius Wheel commented to Ian that they had created incredible boys, but Ian replied that no, they had achieved everything on their own. The two drew their swords, but Bart stopped just before the start and called the judge, inspecting his own weapon as if something was wrong. Ian understood what was happening, and remembered Bart's training in the past, reflecting that his water energy had changed his fighting style. He explained that if Bart could transform the properties and shape of that water, its limits would become practically infinite. Bart then concentrated, and covered part of the arena with his energy, creating a domain of thin water mist flowing across the ground. He had deliberately delayed the start to prepare it, thinking he needed everything to win, willing to use any means necessary, even if it was considered cowardly, already decided to defeat Eren the moment the duel truly began. Bart struck the tip of his sword into the ground, and from it erupted a gigantic wave that shook everything like a true tsunami, sending the crowd into panic. He then executed his only decisive move of the match, rushing forward while riding the wave itself, turning all that accumulated force and speed into a full power thrust. Ian still held hope, but already understood it would not be simple. In the same instant, Eren's aura cut the wave in half, turning the water into rain over the arena. Julius Wheel noticed that Eren's sword could cut even water with ease, something rare for someone his age, and realized he may have been underestimating him until now. Bart was already nearly out of aura, having bet everything on his first attack, but he still smiled and faced Eren. The crowd became divided, many beginning to cheer for the so-called Man of Miracles, and the exchange of blows grew increasingly intense, with Eren holding his ground and finding openings to counterattack, while Bart pushed his speed to the limit. The brutal clash made the spectators forget who would win, and a sense of hope began spreading across the continent, as if this generation might truly be responsible for protecting the future. In the end, Eren carried Bart out of the arena, while Ignet simply watched in silence, and the result confirmed Eren's victory, concluding the quarterfinals after Ilya defeated Gerard. The Hero Tournament moved into the semifinals, where Eren would face the favorite Cameron Ray, and Ilya would face Ignet. When Bart returned to the dormitory, he found his family there, his father Philip Lloyd, his mother, and his brother. He learned they had arrived days earlier, but his mother explained she had not told him for fear of affecting his performance. His brother then asked about Gerard, who was on vacation, before shifting the topic to the girl beside him. Bart confirmed she was his girlfriend Judith, who had dressed up neatly to meet his family. She was warmly received, with his mother praising her and saying she had heard a lot about her and that she was very beautiful. The conversation continued lightly, almost with the atmosphere of discussing marriage. Meanwhile, Ilya trained until the end of the day, thinking about the fight she would have at sunrise against Ignet. At that moment, Joshua Lindsay approached her, telling her not to put so much pressure on herself, and that it was okay to give up if necessary, trying to show that emotion mattered more than strength. But Ilya calmly replied that she would do her best and simply asked him to watch, which he agreed to. The next day, the Hero Tournament semifinals began, with the first match being Ilya Lindsay versus Ignet Crescentia, a duel between two masters. As they entered the arena, Ignet asked what a couple was, while Ilya was slightly late because of Eren, who had been kissing her, which horrified Ignet, causing her to declare in the arena that it was disgusting and absurd before launching an immediate attack with a direct slash to Ilya's neck. Ilya barely managed to block it, and was pushed back, almost being kicked out of the arena by Ignet's overwhelming speed. Ignet pressed relentlessly until cornering her at the edge, shocking the audience with her aggressive change in behavior. Joshua Lindsay prayed for his daughter as the fight continued. Ilya then managed to activate the so-called celestial grimas, stepped into the air, and rose back to the center of the arena, astonishing everyone as if she could fly. At that moment she realized her own fear, remembering the possibility of becoming her old insecure self again, and worrying her parents. Facing Ignet once more, Ilya drew her sword and released her wind power, landing a direct strike to her opponent's stomach. In that instant, she understood how she should proceed from then on, without fear, with a smile on her face, and the exchange of blows continued for about 20 minutes in perfect equality. Eventually, Eventually, both gathered their maximum power into a single final attack, resulting in a blinding and instantaneous clash. When the smoke cleared, Ignet acknowledged that it had been a good duel, while Ilya Lindsay was already outside the arena and replied that it had been good as well, concluding the first semi-final. Shortly after, the second semi-final began, with the Western Swordmaster Cameron Ray facing Aaron Ferreira, the new star of the tournament. The match already started with Cameron Ray as the favorite, while the general public cheered for him as a living legend of swordsmanship, although some still remembered Aaron's cutting power seen in previous fights. As soon as the battle began, Cameron Ray went on the offensive, and his first strike created a crater in the arena from the sheer pressure of the impact. Aaron endured it, which reminded Cameron Ray of Ignacio Carahan's words, who had once said that the boy was not ordinary. Cameron Ray then abandoned direct power contests and attempted a martial strike, while Aaron dodged and searched for openings, but was eventually hit and thrown across the arena by Cameron Ray's overwhelming brute force. He wasn't the fastest, but he compensated with crushing physical power. Realizing he would not be able to touch the ground easily, Aaron closed his eyes mid-air, focused, and executed a vertical slash that forced Cameron Ray to block. At that moment, a fissure opened behind him, splitting the arena in two. Even Bart Lloyd was impressed, realizing the attack had been blocked purely through overwhelming strength and high-level aura control, confirming the reputation of the Western Swordmaster. Earlier, Cameron Ray had already asked his master about retirement, saying it made no sense because he was still in his prime, but the older man simply replied that it was the natural course of things. Cameron Ray then questioned how things could be unfolding like this, saying that everything was supposed to begin now, that the swords of the West could return to the center of the continent and shine forever. He declared he would prove it with or without his master. At that moment, he concentrated so much power that even his body began to fail him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Aaron, who barely managed to follow his movement and narrowly dodged, being forced back to the edge of the arena. Cameron Ray advanced with monstrous force, attempting to crush Aaron, who still maintained confidence in his aerial strikes. On the next exchange, he blocked the attack with aura, forming a kind of shield, shocking everyone. Julius Wheel recognized it as a technique from the Holy Kingdom, and Quincy Myers expressed pride, noting that Aaron had defended an airborne attack in an extraordinary way. At that moment, Cameron Ray's master asked if he could see any light, which only made Cameron Ray more enraged. He charged again and hurled Aaron across the arena repeatedly without giving him room to respond. Devin Kennedy commented that it was absurd, since Aaron could barely counterattack, while Ralph Penn explained that Cameron Ray's specialty was precisely restricting the opponent's movement through a sequence of heavy blows, denying any chance of retaliation, a technique that had brought him to the top and seemed to leave no escape. Even so, Ignacio Carahan questioned whether it was truly the end, pointing out that despite Cameron Ray's overwhelming attacks, Aaron was still standing and would not give up even in a desperate situation, because he fought like a hero. At that moment, Aaron executed another vertical slash even without proper footing, mid-air, while Ignacio Carahan watched with conviction, saying that the boy shone like a star in the darkness. During the fight, Cameron Ray's master again asked what he could see. He replied by speaking about the light in his disciple's eyes, full of dreams and desires, but said that light was no longer the same as before, as if it had faded over time. He added that he had once seen that same light himself. In that instant, even while being pressured and struck by Aaron's sword, Cameron Ray began to understand something, remembering when that path still had meaning. He realized he had once felt that same thing, looking at a vast stage as if it were opening the world, and that perhaps his master had once seen the same light in him. Because of that, he could no longer simply ignore it. Regaining his balance, Cameron Ray ultimately surrendered and declared his withdrawal, ending the match with Aaron Ferreira as the winner. The arena fell into shock, unable to understand how such an intense and prolonged fight, lasting over an hour, could end in a forfeit. Cameron Ray simply accepted the result internally, understanding that what mattered most was moving forward, pursuing his dream, and not abandoning what truly mattered. After that, Aaron Ferreira returned to his quarters and found his family, who had come there at the invitation of Haroon Ferreira. Haroon congratulated him on reaching the final, and said they would all be watching, and expected him to give it his best. Aaron then asked about Kalel, who replied that Ruru still hadn't returned, despite saying she would be back soon, and that she was probably also striving somewhere else. Later, Aaron trained with Bart Lloyd, who asked him to stop before he ended up injuring himself. Aaron thanked him for the training, and Bart then asked if he had any plan against Ignet Crescenia, since she would be a difficult opponent and he might have some hidden card to play. That question made Aaron remember his conversation with Cameron Ray when he asked why he had surrendered, despite still having strength. Cameron Ray had replied that the tournament existed for the future of the continent, its convictions and its hope, and that both he and Aaron were more suited to carry that forward. He also said that both of them were hiding something, like trump cards that would only be revealed at the right moment. That night, Aaron fell asleep and ended up mentally returning to a familiar place, the stone courtyard where he had been trained by Karen Winker, as if it were a lucid dream. There, he noticed changes, such as the tree beside the cabin cabin having disappeared, so he planted a new one himself, calling it a gift, imagining it would grow so he could train in its shade in the future, while Karen Winker remained silent, as if everything had already fulfilled its purpose. Finally, the day of the grand final of the Hero Tournament arrived, the greatest stage of all. Before the fight began, interviews were held with the masters. Ralph Penn bet on Ignat Crescentia. Ignacio Carahan made longer remarks. Ilya Lindsay firmly stated that Aaron would win. Devin Kennedy also sided with Ignat Crescentia, while Karim Jenkins chose not to comment. The general conclusion was that, regardless of the winner, it would be a great fight. During the broadcast, Bart Lloyd also declared that he loved Judith, ending his interview. Then the two finalists stepped onto the stage, Ignat Crescentia and Aaron Ferreira. As the arena burned with expectation, part of the crowd cheered intensely for Aaron, some out of admiration, and others out of envy, commenting on his life and saying he seemed to have everything, which only increased hostility among certain spectators. At the center of the arena, Ignat asked if he was ready. Aaron summoned his sword and replied that he was, as the final battle was about to begin. And that's it for today's story. Leave a like and subscribe, because we'll definitely be making the other parts of this series.